Chapter 24:14. Between heaven and earth, love is the most difficult thing to understand, Yang Kai said leisurely with a look of deep understanding. Ziyu pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Yang, are you thinking of someone? Yang Kai said embarrassedly. Junior sister Yu, please continue. When Ziyu heard Yang Kai call her junior sister Yu, she felt very happy and continued. Generally speaking, women who are targeted by seeking passion sex disciples will never be able to stand out. Due to the influence of the seeking passion supreme art, no woman will have the heart to cultivate. Instead, they will devote all their attention to the seeking passion sex disciples and treat them as their own world. This is also the fundamental reason why the gap between the two sides' cultivations is growing. Yang Kai nodded and agreed. Compared to men, women are more likely to fall in love and be unable to extricate themselves. He paused for a moment and looked at Ziyu thoughtfully. Junior sister Yu, are you telling me this because a seeking passion sex disciple has taken a fancy to you? Hearing this, Ziyu's expression turned gloomy and she sighed. Brother Yang is right. The one who has his eyes on me is seeking passion sex young sect master Feng Shi. Feng Shi. Yang Kai raised his brow as he remembered this name. When he came here just now, Ziyu had mentioned Feng Shi and asked Yang Kai if he was sent by Feng Shi. At that time Yang Kai denied it, but now he knew that Feng Shi was actually seeking passion sex young sect master. My Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great sects in the Northern Territory. Our disciples will occasionally meet each other. Feng Shi and I have heard of each other before, but we have never met. A few years ago we met him during a life experience, and since then we've never met. After that he has been pestering me. He is extremely annoying. I have refused him several times, but it has no effect. Yang Kai sneered. This person is really thick-skinned. Ziyu said, logically speaking, Feng Shi and I can be considered a match. I even have the intention of climbing up his social ladder. Although Ice Heart Valley is still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory on the surface, everyone knows that this title is somewhat undeserved. Our true strength is no longer comparable to Seeking Passion sect. Feng Shi couldn't do anything to me. So he shamelessly asked the Seeking Passion sect to put pressure on the sect. At the same time he promised a lot of benefits. Some of the sect's higher-ups agreed to this marriage, and Feng Shi and I were to get married in 2 days. Did Ice Heart Valley's elders compromise? Yang Kai's face sank. Violet Rain said dejectedly, it's not their fault. After all, their strength is inferior. In the past 6 months, some of the businesses of the sect have been suppressed. Many of the senior sisters and junior sisters have been injured or even died when they went out to train. In order to ensure the safety of the sect, they had no choice but to agree. Kai Yang saw the helpless expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy in his heart. After a moment of indifference he said, Where's your master? What position does your master hold in Ice Heart Valley? Did she agree? Ziyu smiled bitterly. Master has been in charge of Ice Heart Valley since the disappearance of ancestral founder, so she is the acting valley master. Master treats me as her own, so she naturally won't agree to this. I was able to escape last time. It was also Master's arrangement. However, Master is also unable to support the situation on her own. She is not as capable as she would like. Since you escaped, why were you captured again? When Yang Kai heard that the acting valley master didn't agree to this marriage and even helped her escape from Ice Heart Valley, he felt that Ice Heart Valley's elders were not hopeless. Ziyu said sadly, Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master Yao Zhuo personally took action. He is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. I couldn't resist him at all. Yao Zhuo. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name. He guessed that Ziyu must have met this Yao Zhuo after they separated a few days ago. Then she was captured and imprisoned in Ice Heart Valley's forbidden area. By the way, he and Feng Shi are now guests in Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, were you discovered when you came here? Ziyu suddenly asked worriedly. Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, So those two are Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi. He did encounter 2 men on the way here, one of whom was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had been wondering why there were men in Ice Heart Valley, but it turned out that they were the Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. It seemed that Ziyu's escape last time had made them more vigilant. After all, the wedding was in 2 days. If they didn't see the bride by then, it would be a mistake. In order to prevent Ziyu from escaping again, Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi even personally guarded Ice Heart Valley. After understanding all this, Yang Kai said, "When I came here I sensed their location but they didn't discover me. Junior sister, you can rest assured." Ziyu was shocked when she heard this. Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers, but he was able to detect Yaozhuo without being discovered. How did he do it? Recalling how Yang Kai injured Chao Yang a few days ago, Ziyu immediately understood that Yang Kai was definitely not a simple Dao Source Realm cultivator. Now that master is powerless, only Ancestral Founder can save me. Ziyu looked at Yang Kai anxiously and begged, "Brother Yang, quickly tell Ancestral Founder about the situation here and ask her to save me from this abyss of suffering." Once she was brought back to the Seeking Passion sect by Yaozhuo, Ziyu would truly become Fengxi's exclusive property in the future. Once the Seeking Passion Supreme technique was used, there were very few women in the world who could resist it. Fengxi had captured the hearts of countless women throughout his cultivation journey. Ziyu didn't want to become one of them. She still had a bright future and a vast sky ahead of her. How could she be willing to become another man's cultivation tool and never make any progress in her cultivation? Don't worry, Senior Bingyun won't sit idly by. This time I was ordered by her to come and check. She is now in Ice Moon City. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing this, Ziyu cried tears of joy and kept repeating, "That's great, that's great." Ancestral Founder was in Ice Moon City, so she would definitely be able to save her. Suddenly, Ziyu remembered something. A few days ago when she met Yang Kai, she met a few women who claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. At that time she thought that the elders of the sect had sent people to capture her, so she hurriedly fled. Now that she thought about it carefully, she had never seen those disciples of Ice Heart Valley before. Their faces were extremely unfamiliar and their cultivations were uneven. Those women were obviously not her companions who grew up with her. Could they be disciples of the Ancestral Founder? Was that why they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley? If they were on that ship, didn't that mean that the Ancestral Founder was also on that ship? Thinking of this, Ziyu was annoyed. She was so close to the Ancestral Founder but missed the opportunity to recognize her. Later she was captured by Yaozhuo and brought back here. Her cleverness had backfired on her and she was filled with regret. If she had been with the Ancestral Founder at that time, she wouldn't have had so many troubles. Brother Yang, you should hurry back to Ice Moon City. If you stay here for too long you might be discovered. Ziyu quickly put away her thoughts and tried to persuade him. Aren't you coming with me? Yang Kai asked. Ziyu smiled bitterly. This is the Ice Lake restricted area, and there are countless spirit arrays outside. How can I leave? Yang Kai chuckled. How do you think I came in? Ziyu was stunned. She suddenly looked at the command token in her hand and said, "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded. "This is the token given by Senior Bingyun. It can be used to break all the spirit arrays in this valley. Since I'm here I can't go back empty-handed. You will come with me to Ice Moon City and personally explain everything to Senior Bingyun." "Brother Yang, you can take me with you?" Ziyu was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but wait a moment. What's wrong? Ziyu asked, puzzled. Then she watched as Yang Kai walked around her and went straight to the center of the island. At the center of the island, there was an altar-like existence, and above this altar was a water-blue bead that was exuding a chill. This bead was about the size of a longan fruit and seemed to be the source of the chill here. The closer Yang Kai got to it, the more he could feel the terrifying energy contained inside. Seeing this, Ziyu explained, "This is an artifact left behind by the Ancestral Founder. We don't know what it is called, nor do we know where the Ancestral Founder obtained it. However, the Ancestral Founder stimulated some of the energy inside it and formed this Ice Lake restricted area. When disciples cultivate here they can more clearly perceive the ice concept and principle. Master said that the origin of this bead might be extraordinary, but even the Ancestral Founder wasn't clear about the specific use of this bead." As she explained, she watched Yang Kai's movements, wondering why he was so interested in this bead. She even saw Yang Kai tremble with excitement, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Brother Yang, you can't get any closer, otherwise you won't be able to bear it," Ziyu said worriedly. Ziyu reminded him worriedly, but as soon as she said those words she realized she was being silly. If Yang Kai really couldn't bear it he wouldn't have moved forward, but he was still moving forward, which meant he could withstand the chill of this ice bead. Ziyu was secretly shocked because even though she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, She couldn't get too close to this ice bead, but Yang Kai seemed to be even more powerful than she was. Could this brother Yang be a disciple personally taught by the ancestral founder? Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? But why would the ancestral founder accept a man as a disciple? While Ziyu was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already arrived 1 meter away from the altar. At this point he couldn't move any further and could only feel the chill all over his body. No matter how he urged his source chi, he couldn't resist the bone-chilling cold. Frost even appeared on his hair and clothes. However, not only was he not frightened, but his eyes were also shining brightly as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and a fiery red bead appeared in his palm. Ziyu couldn't help but become absent-minded as she watched this scene. This was because the bead Yang Kai took out was basically the same as the ice bead on the altar, except for a different color. Moreover, the instant Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead, the ice bead on the altar actually began to tremble. At the same time, the fiery red bead in Yang Kai's hand also began to emit a buzzing sound, as if the two were resonating with each other. Bead of Winter. Yang Kai suddenly cried out in surprise, his excitement reaching its peak. Bead of Winter. Chapter 24:15. Bead of Winter? What is this Bead of Winter? Ziyu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. From Yang Kai's tone and demeanor, it was clear that he recognized this bead and even knew its specific function. Moreover, the fiery red bead in his hand should have some kind of deep connection with this Bead of Winter. Otherwise, it wouldn't have produced such a resonance. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai gulped. The huge shock was so great that he almost couldn't control himself. How could he have the leisure to explain it to Ziyu? He never expected that he would encounter the Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai obtained 3 beads. The Bead of Spring, Bead of Summer, and Bead of Autumn. Each bead contained a completely different energy attribute. Yang Kai secretly guessed that there should be an ice attribute Bead of Winter as well. Only then would he be able to gather the 4 seasons' power and display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see the Bead of Winter at that time, nor did he know where to find it, so he could only put this matter aside. He had kept the spring, summer, and autumn beads in his space ring all this time and had not used them for a long time. But today he actually encountered the missing Bead of Winter here. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. He had only come here under Bing Yun's instructions to see which disciple was contacting her through an artifact, but he never expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai couldn't be more surprised. With the Bead of Winter here, in other words, he had gathered the 4 seasons and could display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation power. He didn't know what kind of benefits this would bring him. But how could there be a Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Yang Kai thought about it for a while. He could only guess that Bing Yun had also gone to the Four Seasons realm when she was in the Dao Source realm. Perhaps she obtained the Bead of Winter from the Four Seasons realm and brought it to the Northern Territory. After establishing Ice Heart Valley, she left the Bead of Winter here and used the power of the Bead of Winter to transform it into ice force to form this ice lake restricted area. If that was the case, wouldn't this restricted area be ruined if he took the Bead of Winter away? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but hesitate. He felt that if he told Bing Yun the truth, Bing Yun would not be stingy and gave him the Bead of Winter. Of course, it was of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. But if it fell into his hands, it was extremely likely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. That was the lifetime effort of an emperor and the foundation of his attainment in the martial Tao, and it was undoubtedly much more precious than this forbidden area. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, wondering if he should take the Bead of Winter now, the Bead of Winter suddenly shot out a white pillar of light that soared into the sky. Not good. Ziyu's expression changed. Brother Yang, quickly put away your bead. Zizi's expression changed as she shouted. Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. This Bead of Winter seemed to have been refined by Bing Yun, so it could erupt with some power. Unlike the other 3 beads in his hand, it was useless. Now it suddenly erupted with a beam of light. Obviously, it was affected by the Bead of Summer. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be alarmed. This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It would not be long before Ice Heart Valley's masters came to investigate the situation. So before Ziyu's voice fell, he hurriedly stuffed the bead of summer into his space ring and reached out to grab the bead of winter. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hesitate. He might as well grab the bead of winter. At worst, he could wait until he returned to Ice Moon City to explain to Bingyun and ask her to give him the bead of winter. His big hand stretched forward, and the omnipresent cold directly froze his hand into a dark purple color. The back of his hand was covered in frost. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had lost all feeling in his hand. He panicked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to resist. After grabbing the bead of winter with great difficulty, Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into his space ring. Only then did he feel a little better. In the next moment he grabbed the dumbfounded Ziyu and shouted, "Let's go." Ziyu said absent-mindedly, "Brother Yang, why are you stealing our Ice Heart Valley's treasure?" She still did not understand what was going on. If Yang Kai had not taken out the ancestral founder's token and made his intentions clear, Ziyu would have already attacked him. Stealing a treasure from Ice Heart Valley's restricted area in front of an elite disciple like her was simply the act of a bandit. "Senior Bingyun told me to take this bead away. He has a great use for it." Yang Kai could not explain clearly, so he could only make up a random excuse. "Oh." Ziyu did not doubt him and did not ask any more questions. Yang Kai pulled Ziyu with one hand and held the token given by Bingyun with the other. Soon he broke through the barrier of the restricted area and rushed out. At this moment the entire Ice Heart Valley was in an uproar. Countless Ice Heart Valley disciples who were resting and meditating were alarmed by the commotion in the restricted area. They rushed out of their houses, stood in place and watched in a daze. Others rushed towards the restricted area to investigate the situation. Strong and weak auras rose and fell one after another in Ice Heart Valley, causing Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. Ice Heart Valley was indeed worthy of being one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Even without Bingyun, there were still many masters in the valley. There were more than a dozen first and second order Emperor Realm masters. Such a force was not much inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. All that was missing was a master on par with Wen Zishan. From this, one could see how strong Ice Heart Valley's heritage was. But even such a sect couldn't withstand the pressure exerted by Seeking Passion sect and had no choice but to betroth its best disciple to Feng Shi. Comparing the two, the comprehensive strength of Seeking Passion sect was definitely stronger than that of Ice Heart Valley. The chaos in the valley also made it easier for Yang Kai to escape with Ziyu. He carefully avoided the locations of the Emperor Realm and was not discovered by anyone along the way. Ziyu also felt a sense of nervousness that she had never felt before. The last time she escaped from Ice Heart Valley with the help of her master, she was not as excited as this. At that time she only wanted to leave the Northern Territory and never be found by Seeking Passion sect. But now there was a man who was escaping with her. It felt as if she was going to elope with this brother Yang Kai. If someone were to see this, she would not be able to clear her name no matter how hard she tried. Once she became nervous, Ziyu's heart began to beat wildly. "Who's sneaking around?" Suddenly, a shout came from the side, followed by a flash of light. An unparalleled sword intent descended from the sky and directly enveloped her and Yang Kai. Ziyu's face changed drastically. She realized that her emotions had fluctuated just now, which led to them being discovered. For a moment she felt extremely guilty. Right at this moment she suddenly felt a gentle force pushing her from the side, directly pushing her out of the range of the sword intent. Immediately after, Yang Kai's sword was like a cloud, fiercely clashing with the person who had come. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the newcomer let out a soft cry, as if surprised by something. Immediately after, the newcomer retreated, not intending to kill. Yang Kai took the opportunity to take a few breaths, his face turning slightly pale. His body shook as he forced back the icy sword intent that enveloped him. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the newcomer was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Otherwise he would not have been able to resist. During this time he had fought with many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and accumulated a lot of valuable experience. So, even if he suffered a loss in this battle, it was not a big deal. The newcomer frowned and looked at Ziyu, calling out in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. Since this person called Ziyu like this, it meant that she was one of Ziyu's elders. Moreover, she should like Ziyu very much, otherwise she would not use such an intimate name. Since she liked Ziyu, she should not make things difficult for her. It was only now that Yang Kai had the time to take a good look at the newcomer. This was a woman dressed like a young woman. She had a petite figure and held 2 cherry blossom swords in her hands. Her face was pretty, and her clothes tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. She was very pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because of her petite figure, her appearance was not much different from that of a young girl. However, any cultivator who had cultivated to the Emperor realm could not be judged by their appearance. This young woman was at least several thousand years old. 7th Martial Ant. Ziyu looked at the young woman and called out in a low voice, her face full of pleading. You were actually able to escape from the forbidden area. Did he save you? The young woman who was called 7th Martial Ant by Ziyu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes sizing him up as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Her beautiful eyes were clear and flawless, untainted by even a speck of dust. When Yang Kai looked into her eyes, he felt as if the darkness and evil hidden in his heart were melting away. This caused his heart to tremble as he realized that this young woman should have cultivated some mysterious secret art. Yes, this is Brother Yang Kai. Ziyu quickly nodded and introduced, Brother Yang, this is my 7th Martial Ant, Zhang. She is very good to me. She deliberately added this last sentence because she was afraid that Yang Kai and the 7th Martial Ant would have a falling out. So it is Senior Zhang. Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Zhang Suning snorted and said, No wonder you didn't agree to this marriage. It turns out that you already have someone in mind. Zhang Sunying's thoughts were very simple. If Yang Kai and Ziyu were not in love, why would this man take such a great risk to enter Ice Heart Valley to save Ziyu? For a man to be willing to go to such an extent for a woman, the only explanation was that he had fallen in love with her. Only love was enough to make a man do so much for a woman. Ziyu's pretty face turned red as she waved her hand and said, 7th Martial Ant, you misunderstand. Brother Yang was sent by the ancestral founder. Zhang Sunying's tender body suddenly trembled, but she quickly calmed down and sighed, Don't lie to me. Master hasn't contacted me for 3,000 years. You should go, I didn't see you. Chapter 24:16. Although Ziyu wanted to explain things to Zhang Suning, she knew that now was not the time to be long-winded. She could only make up her mind to explain things to Zhang Suning later. She said gratefully, Thank you, 7th Martial Uncle. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his hand, saying anxiously, Let's get out of here. We can't get away. Yang Kai suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Zhang Suning helplessly. Zhang Suning obviously noticed something too. She frowned slightly and her pretty face turned gloomy. Intercepting Yang Kai and Ziyu here before was just her instinctive reaction. After all, she was an elder of Ice Heart Valley, so she couldn't just ignore them when she noticed someone sneaking around the valley. However, this interception and the fight just now had obviously alarmed many people, causing Yang Kai and Ziyu to lose the best opportunity to escape. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have appeared to intercept them. Asterisk schwa 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 schwa. Asterisk, a series of soft sounds rang out. Then a large number of masters from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared around Yang Kai and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and some from the Emperor realm were rushing over. They should be here in a few breaths. There were no third-order masters among these people from the Emperor realm. There were only 2 second-order masters and the rest were all first-order masters. For a moment, Yang Kai was surrounded by beautiful women, a dazzling sight to behold. This was truly a place where beauties were as plentiful as clouds. All kinds of different fragrances faintly assaulted him from all directions, causing him to involuntarily feel as if he had fallen into a land of warmth and tenderness. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. He was surrounded by so many people from the Emperor realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wasn't confident that he could escape safely. Ziyu, you've got guts. You actually dared to escape from the forbidden area with a man and steal its treasures. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape from here, one of the second-order Emperor Realm Masters suddenly shouted, Hurry up and run. This woman was dressed like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a light blue dress, but her expression was extremely cold. There was an inexplicable trace of hostility lingering on her body, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, It was unknown what secret technique she had cultivated. She stood there, but her entire body was filled with sword intent. She was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Ziyu panicked. She quickly waved her hands. "No, great elder, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstand?" The beautiful woman snorted coldly. "Am I blind? You were the only one in the forbidden area, but the treasure is gone now. Do you dare to say that you didn't take it?" Ziyu turned her head to look at Kai Yang. It was hard to say Yang. He could only remain silent. The elder to Heart Emperor Realm Master sneered and turned to the other Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Ziyu broke the sex rules and didn't repent during her confinement. She even stole the treasures of the forbidden area. "Senior sister, please convict her." Hearing this, the Second Order Emperor Realm Master sighed and looked at Ziyu with a complicated gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Her heart ached for Ziyu. After a long time she said, That ice bead was left behind by your ancestral founder. Why did you take it?" Obviously she also believed that Ziyu stole the ice bead. After all, it was still in the forbidden area, but now it was gone. Ziyu opened her mouth and said, "Master, I didn't take it." She only said that she didn't steal the treasure, but she didn't intend to expose Yang Kai. Obviously she didn't want to implicate Yang Kai. "Then how did it disappear?" Ziyu's master asked softly. Compared to the imposing Second Order Emperor Realm Master just now, she was undoubtedly much gentler and more considerate, even speaking in a soft and gentle voice. Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice, "Junior sister Yu, how should I address these two?" Ziyu heard this and replied subconsciously, "One is my master and Ruo Yun, and the other is Ice Heart Valley's great elder Sun Yunxiu. She is also my second martial aunt. My master is ranked first among the senior sisters." When Yang Kai heard this, he understood that the woman with the gentle temperament was Ziyu's master, the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, and Ruo Yun. The other woman with the sword intent and imposing aura was Sun Yunxiu. The two of them had a senior sister relationship with Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met before. Bing Yun has accepted a group of good disciples. All of them have grown to the level of the Emperor realm. I wonder if it's because of the environment here or because of her guidance. However, now was obviously not the time to think about this. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into Ice Heart Valley at night and kidnap my disciple?" Sun Yunxiu shouted with a cold expression. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid Elder Sun has misunderstood. I didn't kidnap Junior Sister Yu. I was asked to take her away from here." Sun Yunxiu's tone was so unfriendly that Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. Moreover, judging from her attitude, she didn't seem to like Ziyu very much. Presumably, she was one of the people who submitted under the pressure of seeking passion sect. "Boy, you dare talk back?" Sun Yunxiu's face turned cold. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed nearby. Immediately after, one of them looked at Ziyu and exclaimed, "Little sister Yu, what are you doing?" He wore a pained expression as he looked at Ziyu with disappointment, but when he turned to Yang Kai, his eyes were overflowing with hatred and murderous intent. The two people who came were both men. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a dignified expression. The one who spoke was from the third-order Dao Source Realm, handsome and extraordinary. The identities of these two were obvious. Currently, the only men who were guests in Ice Heart Valley were Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master Yao Zhua and Young Sect Master Feng Shi. The two of them were obviously disturbed by the commotion here, but as soon as they landed, Feng Shi discovered that Ziyu was actually holding Yang Kai's hand. Furthermore, she was holding his hand of her own accord. This discovery made Feng Shi's face sink. He felt as if he had been cuckolded and deeply insulted. His blood boiled as if it would explode at any moment. None of the women Feng Shi had taken a fancy to had treated him like this. Any woman who had her body and mind captured was like a slave. His words were absolute orders and no one dared to disobey them. But when it came to Ziyu, she didn't even try to hide her feelings. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine, but at this moment this cheap slut was actually so intimate with a strange man. Wasn't this clearly infuriating him? If such a thing were to spread out, how could he establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? He was afraid that everyone would stare at his head when they saw him. Seeing Feng Shi's gaze fall on her hand, Ziyu instantly realized that something was wrong. Previously she was prepared to pull Yang Kai away from here, so she didn't have too many scruples. But before she could do anything, her martial uncles had already rushed over and surrounded her and Yang Kai, making it impossible for them to advance or retreat. In her nervousness, Ziyu forgot to let go of Yang Kai's hand. Now that she had reacted, she could clearly feel the warmth and breadth of Yang Kai's hand. She couldn't help blushing and instinctively wanted to let go. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and the moment she was about to let go, she tightly grasped his hand again. This time she used more strength than before and interlocked her fingers with Yang Kai's. Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment, and a strange feeling lingered in his heart. Ziyu's face was slightly red, and her soft body snuggled up to Yang Kai's arm. She looked at Feng Shi provocatively and said, "Young sect master, please conduct yourself with dignity. Younger sister, you isn't someone you can call. Besides, I'm free to do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere." Hearing this, Feng Shi's already ugly face turned ashen. His eyes spat fire as he glared at Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you touch my woman?" Yang Kai sneered. He naturally knew why Ziyu was being so intimate with him. Obviously she was doing it on purpose for Feng Shi to see. Yang Kai actually didn't have much disgust with her approach. Ziyu couldn't control her future and destiny, so she could only resist like this, hoping to make Feng Shi dispel his original thoughts. However, she didn't expect that it would instead arouse Feng Shi's anger and killing intent. "Who's your woman? Shameless." Ziyu didn't intend to give Feng Shi any face. Seeing him threaten Yang Kai like this, she immediately scolded him. Feng Shi was so angry that his face turned pale. He couldn't scold Ziyu, so he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Brat, is this all you've got? You can only let your woman stand up for you?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Young sect master, a melon picked by force isn't sweet. Why do you have to do this? Junior sister, you and I have long since fallen in love with each other and have secretly pledged our lives to each other. Why don't you tell me who is stealing whose woman? This young master won't lower himself to your level, but you're a thief crying thief? What kind of logic is this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor realm all stared at Yang Kai and Ziyu with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ziyu was also slightly dazed. She didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words in front of so many people. What did he mean by secretly pledging their lives to each other? Wasn't this just ruining her innocence? In an instant her face flushed red as if it was on fire. It was as if she had really done something with Yang Kai and was ashamed to see him. Seeing her face change, the disciples from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley all had strange expressions. 7th Martial Ant Zhang Suning looked at Yang Kai with a look of approval, as if saying that he had done a good job. This was the first time she had met Yang Kai, so she didn't have any good feelings towards him. However, Yang Kai's bold words made her feel that Ziyu had found the right person. If he wasn't sincere, how could he be so presumptuous in front of so many people from the Emperor realm? On the other side, Feng Shi's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. He didn't feel good at all. He never expected that the woman he had taken a fancy to, the woman he had even used the power of the sect to obtain, had already become someone else's plaything. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, making him feel sick and uncomfortable. He looked at Ziyu with eyes full of disgust. Chapter 24:17. Don't be fooled by them. Ziyu hasn't lost her primordial Yin. She is still a virgin. Yao Zhuo suddenly whispered in Feng Shi's ear. Hearing this, Feng Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He swept his gaze over Ziyu and confirmed that Yao Zhuo was right. Ziyu hadn't lost her primordial Yin and was still a virgin. But even so, he couldn't let it go because at this moment, Ziyu's 5 fingers were still clasped in Yang Kai's palm, not letting go for a long time. This scene was a great insult to any man, let alone the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. The woman the young sect master of the sect who entered the Tao of Love, had taken a fancy to was actually so close to another man. This was no longer Feng Shi's personal problem. If word of this spread, it would be a great blow to the sect's reputation. Boy, who are you? How dare you oppose my Seeking Passion sect? Are you not afraid of death? Yao Zhua looked at Yang Kai coldly, murderous intent surging in his heart. He knew that if today's matter wasn't handled properly, not only would the sect's reputation be damaged, but Fengxi would also likely develop a heart demon. The best way to deal with this was naturally to have Fengxi kill Yang Kai, but this was Ice Heart Valley after all. Before things were clear, he couldn't overstep his authority. The group of people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley also looked at Yang Kai curiously. They also wanted to know who Yang Kai was. Such a man suddenly appeared in the valley and was so close to Ziyu. Even Ziyu's master, Ice Heart Valley's acting valley master, and Ruo Yun couldn't understand the situation. She had never heard Ziyu mention this man in front of her. I just came to take junior sister Yu away. How am I an enemy of your seeking passion sect? Senior's words are too casual, aren't they? You should speak with a conscience, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He then continued, and this is Ice Heart Valley. What does it have to do with your seeking passion sect? How dare you call her junior sister Yu? Fengxi was furious. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, what does it have to do with you? Why are you barking? Fengxi's anger surged as he glared at Yao Zhuodao. Martial uncle, I'm going to kill him. Since he was born, he had never suffered such a grievance before. The woman he fancied had taken the initiative to hold this man's hand and tarnished his reputation. This man was actually so arrogant. If he didn't kill him, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Yang Kai sneered, you want to kill me? There are many people who want to kill me, but they are all dead. Arrogant brat. Yao Zhua's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with rage, and the aura of the Emperor realm swept towards Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm were also surprised. Yang Kai, a person from the Third Order Dao Source realm, dared to spout such nonsense in front of them. They were also very shocked. They didn't know if Yang Kai had cultivated too much or if he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The ignorant had nothing to fear. Yang Kai stood in place and let out a muffled snort. He seemed to be a little suffocated by Yao Zhua's aura. Sniffing his nose, he said, I'm sorry. I was young and didn't know how to speak. Hearing this, all the women frowned. They thought that Yang Kai also knew fear. Previously he was so arrogant that they thought he really had a lofty character. But after being suppressed by Yao Zhua's aura, he immediately withered away. From the looks of it, this little brat wasn't someone who could be trusted. If Kai Yang was really unyielding to the end, then perhaps he would be seen in a new light. But he had compromised so quickly. Obviously he was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A few faint sighs came from the crowd as if they were feeling sorry for Ziyu. They didn't know if Ziyu had been trapped by love and hadn't seen his true face. Compared to Fengxi, this person was simply worlds apart. At the very least, Fengxi was seeking passion sect's young sect master. His status wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If Ziyu married him, even if her cultivation couldn't advance in the future, she wouldn't suffer much in this lifetime. She could live a stable life and might even be happy in the future. But if she really followed a person like Yang Kai, her future would be full of troubles. Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhua and Fengxi indifferently and sneered, my words aren't very pleasant to hear. If I have offended you in any way just now, come and bite me. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. The group from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley all widened their beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they were doubting what they had just heard. As for Fengxi and Yao Zhua, their faces sank as their anger soared to the heavens. Yao Zhua turned his head and looked at Sun Yunxiu, shouting in a low voice, Great Elder, if she kills him, no one will have any objections, right? He didn't consult acting Valley Master and Ruo Yun and directly asked Sun Yunxiu. Obviously, he knew that Ruo Yun had a weak personality and it was useless to ask her at this time. The reason why he asked Fengxi to take action was for his own sake. Yang Kai and Ziyu's actions had already caused a heart demon to form in Fengxi's heart. Only by killing Yang Kai with his own hands would this heart demon be eliminated and not affect his future cultivation. Seeking passion supreme art required one to enter the Tao through emotions. When cultivating it, one needed to show their true feelings and make their target fall in love. Hearing Yao Zhua's question, Sun Yunxiu's pretty face sank and she coldly snorted, This is my Ice Heart Valley's business. Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master don't need to intervene. Her cold words caused Kai Yang to be extremely surprised. He had guessed that Sun Yunxiu should be a member of the Seeking Passion sect and should be the backbone of the Seeking Passion sect who agreed to let Ziyu marry into the Seeking Passion sect. Normally, such a person would only kneel down and lick the Seeking Passion sect's boots. But in reality, Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhuo any face. What was going on? Although Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhuo any face, she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai either. She felt that this series of troubles was caused by Yang Kai, so when she turned her head, murderous intent lingered on her face. Just as she was about to say something and Ruo Yun suddenly said, "Young man, you just said that you were ordered to take Yura away. Who ordered you to do so?" She didn't have any deep meaning in asking this question, but she knew Sun Yunxiu's character. She knew that if she didn't interrupt, her second junior sister would definitely attack Yang Kai. With her second-order Emperor realm cultivation, if she really wanted to kill him, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to resist. It didn't matter who ordered Yang Kai to elope with Ziyu, or if he really liked her, and Ruo Yun wanted to see this happen. Ziyu was her disciple, and she had been teaching her cultivation since she was a child. If she had any other choice, how could she agree to this marriage and secretly release Ziyu? Unfortunately, fate made fools of people and Ziyu was captured in the end. Yang Kai still respected in Ruo Yun. This woman was Ziyu's master and the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, but she seemed to be extremely gentle and weak. Such a person wasn't suitable to be in charge of a sect. A true leader needed to be impartial, ruthless and tough. And Ruo Yun undoubtedly didn't meet these requirements. This was perhaps the biggest reason why Ice Heart Valley was bullied by the Seeking Passion sect without being able to resist. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Senior N, this junior is here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "What? Boy, what did you just say?" The group of Ice Heart Valley members from the Emperor realm all became excited and cried out in alarm. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes instantly fixed on Yang Kai and trembled slightly. Sun Yunxiu's tender body flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder, gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Boy, repeat what you just said." "You're hurting me." Yang Kai glanced at his shoulder and said coldly. His expression was indifferent and he didn't seem to be in pain at all. Sun Yunxiu looked angry as if she was about to explode, but she thought of something and forcibly suppressed her anger. Taking a deep breath, she let go of Yang Kai and took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. The other members of the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley were the same. Yang Kai looked around and said loudly, "I am here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "Master." And Ruo Yun finally confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong. Yang Kai really did say the words Bing Yun. These two sacred words had been lingering in her heart for 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, she had never stopped recalling the scene of her master teaching her cultivation. At that time she was carefree, leaning against her master and only needed to cultivate in peace. But time flew by and Ice Heart Valley was still Ice Heart Valley, but there was no news of her master. Not only did the outside world speculate that her master had fallen, but even many of the senior sisters in the sect silently accepted this fact. But at this moment she actually heard news of her master from Yang Kai. And Ruo Yun felt the blood in her chest churn as she asked bitterly, "Master, how is she now?" Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, full of expectation. Obviously they all wanted to know the answer. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Senior Bing Yun knows that you want to push the sect's most outstanding disciple into a fire pit, so she is in a bad mood." Hearing this, all the women's expressions turned gloomy as guilt filled their faces. They could no longer meet Yang Kai's gaze and quickly averted their eyes. "Impossible, impossible." Sun Yunxiu suddenly screamed like crazy, her eyes red as she stared at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. She approached him step by step and gritted her teeth. "If Master is really still alive, why didn't she come to talk to us in person? Why did she send a man like you to Ice Heart Valley? Boy, how dare you lie? Do you really think this queen can't kill you?" Second martial aunt, it's true. Brother Yang was really sent by martial ancestor. Ziyu saw her fierce look and quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Feng Shi's heart was broken. Chapter 24:18. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Sun Yunxiu waved her hand and swept Ziyu to the side. Fortunately, Although she was very emotional, she knew her limits and didn't intend to hurt Ziyu. In the next moment, Sun Yunxiu appeared in front of Yang Kai again. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, lifting him up effortlessly. She raised her head slightly and said sternly, "You dare to use Master to tease us? I'll kill you now." She was shouting fiercely, but there wasn't the slightest murderous intent in her eyes. On the contrary, her aura was even weaker than before. She was putting on a brave front. She didn't want to kill Yang Kai. She clearly wanted to use her superior cultivation to force Yang Kai to tell the truth. Yang Kai saw through her worries at a glance and didn't resist. He let her lift him and sneered, "Do it. Why aren't you doing it?" Sun Yunxiu gritted her teeth, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to kill him. She just stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped her face, shouting, "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Sun Yunxiu was caught off guard and was actually slapped hard across the face by Kai Yang, causing her to stumble backwards. All the women turned pale with fright and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Among all her senior and junior sisters, Sun Yunxiu's temper was the most fiery and cold. She was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she was qualified to be Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. But now she was slapped by a third-order Dao Source Realm Junior in front of so many people, and by a man at that. How was this going to end? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee Yang Kai's miserable end at Sun Yunxiu's hands. And Ruo Yun's expression changed. She was thinking quickly about how to appease her second junior sister. She had to spare Yang Kai's life. Regardless of why Yang Kai was so bold as to attack a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Ruo Yun couldn't allow him to be killed just because he had come to save Ziyu from the Sea of Bitterness. But to everyone's surprise, Sun Yunxiu didn't fly into a rage after being slapped. Instead, she touched her cheek in astonishment. There was something in her hand. It was a token that many people found familiar, a token that hadn't appeared for 3,000 years. Ancestral Master's Order. Sun Yunxiu stared blankly at the token in her hand. Looking at the huge Yun character, tears instantly blurred her vision. "What?" And Ruo Yun's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly rushed over. "Big senior sister, the Ancestral Master's token. This is the Ancestral Master's token." Sun Yunxiu cried like a pear blossom in the rain, but a smile appeared on her face. She held the token in her hand and handed it to Ruo Yun. He shouted as if he was presenting a treasure. As for being slapped by Yang Kai, she seemed to have forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. At this moment she no longer had the majesty of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. She was clearly a little girl who had seen something she had been looking forward to for a long time. And Ruo Yun's tender body trembled violently as she took the token from Sun Yunxiu's hand, feeling the familiar aura and smell on it. For a moment she couldn't help herself. Her eyes turned red. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm also gathered around and stared at the token in a daze. They were all breathing heavily as if they had seen the most incredible thing. On the other side, Yao Zhuo immediately realized that something was wrong when he heard the words Ancestral Master's token. The reason why Seeking Passion sect could suppress Ice Heart Valley was because Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master had been missing for 3,000 years. A top master like Bing Yun should have been known no matter where she went. But in fact, Bing Yun had been missing for 3,000 years. Many people thought that she had encountered some danger and had fallen long ago. Without Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley was like a toothless tiger that Seeking Passion sect could bully at will. But now, Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master's token suddenly appeared. Did this mean that Bing Yun hadn't fallen and had been living in seclusion somewhere? If this was the case, then Ice Heart Valley's strength was comparable to Seeking Passion sect's. Whether Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding could still be held as scheduled was up for debate. The news of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's big celebration 2 days later had already spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. Invitations had been sent out, and many masters had gathered in Ice Moon City, waiting to enter Ice Heart Valley in 2 days to congratulate them. If the celebration couldn't be held on time, the Seeking Passion sect would lose all face this time. The culprit of all this was undoubtedly this young man who had suddenly appeared. If he hadn't taken out the Ancestral Master's token, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking so, Yao Zhuo couldn't care less about letting Feng Shi kill Yang Kai to get rid of his heart demon. The sooner he killed Yang Kai the better. Then he would let Feng Shi and Ziyu cook the rice tonight. At that time, even if Bing Yun really came back, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Thinking so, he shouted, "This little brat is spouting nonsense. Where did he find this token? How dare he pass it off as the ancestral master's token? Everyone, don't be fooled by him. If your noble sex ancestral master was still alive, she would definitely come in person. Why would she send a Dao Source Realm brat?" As soon as he said this, all the Ice Heart Valley girls calmed down. When they saw the long-lost ancestral master's token, everyone was so excited that they lost their minds. But now, after listening to Yao Zhuo's words, they felt that it made sense. If Bing Yun was still alive, why didn't she come in person? Ice Heart Valley was founded by her, and among the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm here, 6 or 7 of them were her legacy disciples. Why couldn't she come in person? As long as she showed up here in person, there was no need for the ancestral master's token. But Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, came here with the ancestral master's token and claimed that he was ordered by Bing Yun to take Ziyu away. How could he convince others with just the ancestral master's token? Perhaps this token was picked up by Kai Yang from somewhere. And Ruo Yun's face turned slightly pale as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, tell me the truth. Who gave you this token? Or where did you pick it up?" When she asked these questions, her expression was extremely uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would give her an answer she didn't want to hear. Although there had been no news of her master for 3,000 years, there were no definite clues about her death. If this token was really picked up by Yang Kai, then her master must have fallen. She couldn't accept this result. As the acting Valley Master, she had been in charge of Ice Heart Valley for 3,000 years. Although she didn't have any great achievements, she also didn't make any big mistakes. Her only mistake was that she couldn't protect her disciple. The only thing that kept her going until now was that she believed that one day her master would return. She hoped that when the time came she could hand over the complete Ice Heart Valley to her master. She didn't ask for praise, just peace of mind, because she had done her best to protect the foundation her master had built. If she received news from Yang Kai that her master had fallen, she would definitely collapse. "If you dare to lie, I will definitely make you beg for death." Sun Yunxia wasn't as good-tempered as in Ruo Yun. As soon as she opened her mouth, she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "If I say that Senior Bing Yun gave this to me personally, would you believe me?" And Ruo Yun immediately relaxed and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I believe. I believe." Sun Yunxiu also seemed to have lost all her strength, her face filled with relief, her gaze towards Yang Kai not as fierce as before. Everyone else also had their clothes soaked in sweat, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, at least everyone had some hope. "You women are too naive. This little brat is clearly fooling you. Wait for this king to make him spill the truth." Yao Zhuo shouted as he suddenly pushed his emperor pressure and raised his hand to press down on Yang Kai. Looking at his murderous aura, it was clear he wasn't trying to force Yang Kai to spill the truth. He was clearly trying to kill him. "Old dog, you dare to bully the weak and bully the weak? Shameless." Yang Kai's bones creaked and his eyes narrowed as he shouted out. As he spoke, he tried to break through the void to avoid this blow. But the emperor pressure of a second-order emperor realm master was unexpectedly fierce. The dense pressure directly sealed the space around him, causing him to stiffen as if he was in a quagmire whirlpool. He couldn't break free, and even after using all his strength he was only able to move a little bit. There was no way for him to escape. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. At this moment the group of people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley were still in a state of shock. No one expected that a master like Yao Zhuo would suddenly attack Yang Kai. By the time Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu noticed and tried to rescue them, it was already too late. They could only watch as the palms slapped towards Yang Kai. "Stop!" And Ruo Yun shouted as she flicked her sleeve, sending a long white ribbon flying towards Yao Zhuo. "If you dare hurt him, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Sun Yunxiu was even more direct. She raised the long sword in her hand, and her body was wrapped in sword light as she slashed towards Yao Zhuo. In the next moment, the rest of the people from the Emperor realm acted together, using their secret techniques and summoning their artifacts to attack Yao Zhuo. In an instant the scene became extremely chaotic. Icy principles and concepts spread out, making it seem as if the entire world had been frozen. Facing so many people from the Emperor realm, Yao Zhuo didn't show any intention of stopping. Instead, his moves became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai could clearly see that the people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley couldn't save him. Before they could, Yao Zhuo would hit him, and even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and a bead suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his source qi into it, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's strength was almost completely absorbed by this bead. His face paled as he threw the bead at Yao Zhuo and shouted, "I'll kill you. Old bastard, take this." Chapter 24:19. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yao Zhuo sneered as he grabbed the bead in his hand and gripped it hard, his face full of mockery and ridicule. But in the next moment his face changed drastically as an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm. This power was so strong that even a second-order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't keep his guard up. Emperor Authority Bead. Yao Zhuo was someone who had seen the world and immediately understood that the bead that Yang Kai threw out wasn't an ordinary bead, but an Emperor Authority bead. A bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Yao Zhuo, causing him to shiver all over and his hands and feet to turn cold. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation appeared and a beautiful phantom suddenly appeared in front of Yao Zhuo. The moment this phantom appeared, all the masters of Ice Heart Valley were dumbfounded. Pairs of beautiful eyes stared at the phantom as their tender bodies trembled violently. Master! And Ruo Yun's attack had already lost all strength. She could only stare blankly at the figure and face that she had missed for 3,000 years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Sun Yun Xiu, Zhang Suning, and the others all reacted the same way, their Emperor Realm auras collapsing as they descended from the sky and stared at the illusory figure, calling out, "Honored Master," one after another. Bingyun. Yao Zhuo looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared at the phantom with a pale face. He had dealt with Bingyun in the past, so he naturally recognized that this was Bingyun's phantom at a glance. This meant that the Emperor Authority bead was condensed by Bingyun. A low moan suddenly sounded. Although it was soft, it spread throughout Ice Heart Valley. Everyone's mind was shaken. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Accompanied by a low chant, a pure white sword made of pure energy suddenly appeared in the phantom's hand. The long sword trembled and shot towards Yao Zhuo's vitals like a dragon. Yao Zhuo turned pale with fright and let out a low roar. A halberd had already appeared in his hand. As he brandished it, he activated all of his strength to defend himself. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the Emperor's might collided and filled the air. The Emperor's will sputtered in the void as the worldly precepts shattered. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yao Zhuo suddenly retreated, gasping for breath. Bingyun's phantom also retracted her sword and stood there. She turned her head as if she had a mind of her own and looked at Ruyun, Sun Yunxiu and the others. Then she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of light before disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He had used the Epitome Monarch bead once before. However, when he used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Emperor Authority bead, his aura was magnificent. The power of the 4 seasons permeated the air, allowing him to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao under the principles of time, allowing him to break through to the third-order Tao source realm. Compared to the last time, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Even though Bingyun's sword aura was impressive, her sword intent was sky-piercing, and her divine ability was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, it was still incomparable to the Flowing Time Emperor's Monarch Authority bead. Moreover, it only lasted for 10 breaths of time before disappearing. Was this the difference between ordinary people in the Emperor realm and great emperors? However, when they condensed the Emperor Authority bead, both of them were third-order Emperor realm masters. Logically speaking, the power of their beads should be about the same. Yang Kai looked around. Even though Yao Zhuo was in a sorry state, he didn't show any signs of injury. What was going on? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Yao Zhuo's face suddenly paled and he let out a muffled groan. Then pear-shaped ice flowers appeared all over his body. The pear flowers were as white as snow and decorated Yao Zhuo's shoulders, waist, arms and between his legs. It looked as if Yao Zhou had picked many pear flowers and inserted them into his body. It was very lifelike. When these pear flowers appeared, Yao Zhou felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body trembled violently and his lips turned purple from the cold. "Martial uncle." She turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. Yao Zhou was so cold that he couldn't say a word. His entire body was surrounded by ice principles. After a long while he suddenly let out a roar and used his emperor qi to shatter the ice flowers covering his body, restoring him to his normal state. However, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom and he looked extremely weak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. She hurried forward to support him. "Valley Master and Elder Son, is this how your Ice Heart Valley treats its guests?" Yao Zhou forced himself to stay awake and gritted his teeth as he asked Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu. Ruo Yun frowned and said coldly, "If you really are a guest, my Ice Heart Valley will not neglect you." In other words, Yao Zhou and Shi were not guests of Ice Heart Valley. When Yao Zhou heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In 2 days she, and your noble sex disciple Ziyu will be married. Our 2 families will also be married. Valley Master, and how can you be so unreasonable? Ziyu is this queen's disciple. Without this queen's permission she will not marry anyone." And Ruo Yun coldly snorted. Yao Zhou was stunned. He had never seen such a strong side of Ruo Yun. In his impression, this woman was docile and could even be described as weak, but today, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Yao Zhou naturally knew why she had such a change. Obviously it was because of Bing Yun's news. He sneered in his heart, secretly feeling shame for this woman to take such a strong attitude just because she had a backer. He sneered and said, "This matter was personally agreed to by your noble sex great elder. We are also the great sex of Guangzhou Northern Territory. How can Valley Master deny it? If word of this spreads, I'm afraid all the great forces will laugh at your Ice Heart Valley for going back on your word." Sun Yunxiu took a step forward and said coldly, "I did agree before, but I am now going back on my word. The marriage between Ziyu and young sect master is cancelled. This queen will bear all the responsibility." Yao Zhou was stunned. He felt his brain buzzing. His finger pointed at Sun Yunxiu and trembled. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Obviously he was very angry. He didn't expect that Sun Yunxiu would go back on her words. Ice Heart Valley didn't care about the loss of reputation, but Seeking Passion sect couldn't. If they couldn't get married in 2 days, they would become a laughingstock in the entire Northern Territory. Hearing this, Shi's expression turned angry and he shouted, "Elder Son, you can't go back on your word like this. A man's words carry enormous weight. How can you break your promise like this?" Sun Yunxiu looked at him with a strange expression and said lightly, "How can you tell that this queen is a real man? This queen is a woman." Shi was speechless. Just now he had been so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. As soon as he said them, he knew they were wrong, but he couldn't take them back. He could only grit his teeth and say, "All right, this young master understands everyone's attitude. 2 days later my father will come in person. I hope that everyone's explanation will satisfy him." Saying so, she shot a resentful glare towards Yang Kai before helping Yao Zhou out of the room. Since things had turned out this way, he and Yao Zhou didn't have the face to continue staying in Ice Heart Valley as guests, so they could only leave. When the Ice Heart Valley girls heard that Seeking Passion sect master would come in person in 2 days, their faces changed. Obviously they were extremely afraid of this sect master. Yang Kai's face was cold as he looked at Shi and Yao Zhou, murderous intent surging in his heart. If he hadn't used the Emperor Authority bead given to him by Bing Yun at the critical moment, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. He had wasted an Emperor Authority bead just like that. How could he be willing to let these 2 leave safely? They had to pay a price, right? So before the 2 could turn around, Yang Kai shouted, "You want to leave? You're too naive." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. The Ice Heart Valley girls didn't seem to realize how audacious Yang Kai was until this moment. Today's matter had reached this point and it was best to end it like this. But Yang Kai didn't seem to want to let this matter go. How could he, a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, dare to challenge a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master like this? Could it be that he had more than one Emperor Authority bead? But even if he did, he couldn't summon it in his current state. Yao Zhuo and Fengxi didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, so they stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Fengxi's eyes were spewing fire as he looked like he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Yao Zhuo coldly snorted and said, "Today we lost. Boy, what else do you want?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "Vice Sect Master, why are you being so aggressive? Do you want to eat me alive?" Just now, Vice Sect Master shamelessly bullied the weak and attacked this young master. This young master was scared half to death. Even now, my soul still hasn't returned to its original place. I don't know where it's drifting to. In the future, I'm afraid that my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls won't be able to complete. Vice Sect Master caused such an indelible wound to this young master. Don't you have anything to say? Walla. All the girls from Ice Heart Valley fainted as they looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions. What scared him half to death? What soul not returning? What indelible wounds? All of this was clearly nonsense. When Yao Zhuo attacked Yang Kai before, Yang Kai didn't even need to face him head-on. All he did was summon an Emperor Authority bead to resolve the crisis, so how could he have suffered any kind of injury? This little brat was lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't even know how to blush. The girls also learned something new and secretly thought that a person's face could be so thick. Fengxi angrily said, "I can clearly see that you are fine. How could you have suffered any injuries?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Young Sect Master, don't lie with your eyes wide open. This young master is now dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Can't you see it? Or is young Sect Master's eyes on his ass?" Fengxi had never seen such a shameless person before. For a moment he didn't know how to refute. The girls from Ice Heart Valley also blushed, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's words were a disgrace to their culture. Yao Zhuo pondered for a while before coming to his senses. "Boy, are you trying to extort me?" Yang Kai said, "Vice Sect Master, there is no need to speak so harshly. A life for a life and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. You have damaged this young master's foundation, ending this young master's martial Dao path. This young master won't lower himself to your level. Taking out something as compensation is acceptable, right? Aren't you trying to extort me?" Yao Zhuo was furious. Yang Kai frowned, rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before sighing. "Fine, I am trying to extort you. Vice Sect Master, what do you want? Bite me." Chapter 24:20. Little brat, you're really courting death. Yao Zhuo was furious, his blood boiling. He was seriously injured, but he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, was blatantly extorting him. How could he tolerate this? Yao Zhuo was so angry that he couldn't wait to go up and slap Yang Kai. He didn't believe that Yang Kai still had another Emperor Authority bead. Emperor Authority beads were too rare, and ordinary people would be lucky to have one. How could they have a second one? You still dare to threaten this young master? Do you believe I won't make you die here? Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. You. Yao Zhuo sneered, his face full of sarcasm and mockery. Yang Kai turned to look at Sun Yunxiu and stretched out his hand. "Give me back my token." Sun Yunxiu didn't know what he wanted, but this token was indeed brought by Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had used Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead before, so it was obvious that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with her master. Therefore, Sun Yunxiu didn't hesitate and quickly returned the Ancestral Founder's token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised the token high, looked around and shouted, "Ice Heart Valley Sect rules. Seeing the Ancestral Founder's token is the same as seeing the Ancestral Founder herself." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yunxiu and the others were all stunned when they heard this, but they soon reacted. There was indeed such a rule in the valley, so they quickly knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Disciples greet Ancestral Founder." Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhuo and Fengxi coldly and shouted, "This young master orders you in the name of Senior Bing Yun. Kill these two." *Z. Yao Zhuo and Fengxi's faces changed drastically. They turned pale with fright. They both retreated a few steps, extremely vigilant. A trivial Yang Kai was indeed nothing in their eyes, but Ice Heart Valley was different. There were more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm here and 2 of them were second-order emperors. Yao Zhuo was seriously injured so he was no match for them. Once the women obeyed, then this day next year would really be his death anniversary. The Ice Heart Valley girls were also dumbfounded when they heard this, but soon Sun Yunxiu flew out and stood behind Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi, blocking their way. When the other women saw this, although they felt it was inappropriate, they still spread out and surrounded the two Seeking Passion sect cultivators while summoning their artifacts. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. Yao Zhuo's face turned pale in an instant. Feng Shi's body trembled as he nervously swallowed his saliva. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever encountered such a life-and-death situation? Only then did he know what fear was. Yang Kai laughed strangely at the side. He continued to play with the Ancestral Master's token with an expression of a villain intoxicated by success. This young master. And Ruo Yun looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Do you really want to kill him?" She didn't want to kill Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi here. After all, their status was extraordinary. If they really died at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. When the two great sects went to war, the entire Northern Territory would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if her master returned, the sect would suffer heavy casualties. As the acting Valley Master, it was impossible for her not to consider this. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really order them to kill Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi to vent his anger. If that were the case, she would rather defy the Ancestral Master's token than take action. She believed that even if her master knew, he wouldn't blame her. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then let's see if these two know what's good for them." And Ruo Yun heard this and felt relieved. This young man isn't a simple-minded guy. He ordered us to do this because he wanted to get some benefits from Yao Zhuo. Otherwise, he would have urged us to take action long ago. Why would he say something like this? As long as no one dies, everything is fine. Thinking so, and Ruo Yun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she was curious about how much trouble Yang Kai could cause. "Valley Master and Elder Son, as masters of the Emperor Realm, are you willing to be ordered around by a little brat of unknown origin? You're people of status. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you don't go?" Yao Zhuo couldn't get through to Yang Kai, so he could only turn his attention to Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu, hoping that the two of them would care about their status and not act so recklessly. Sun Yunxiu said indifferently, "With the Ancestral Master's token here, we can't do anything about it. If Vice Sect Master has any objections, you can go and reason with my honored master." Yao Zhuo was speechless. Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead almost took his life. If he really saw her in person, how could he dare to reason with her? Yao Zhuo's mood was extremely complicated. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such shame and humiliation. He was threatened by a young man whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. After a moment of silence, he could only swallow his anger and ask in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Vice Sect Master, don't be so nervous. Everything in this world can be discussed. Just give me some compensation and this young master can pretend that nothing happened." "What do you want?" Yao Zhuo asked. Yang Kai raised a finger and said indifferently, "This young master only wants one thing." "Let's hear it." Yao Zhuo couldn't help but relax when he heard that Yang Kai only wanted one thing. If that was the case, then this matter was indeed negotiable. "Hand over your space ring and scram." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the space ring on Yao Zhuo's hand. "What?" Yao Zhuo's eyes immediately spat fire as he said resolutely, "Impossible." Previously, when Yang Kai said that he only wanted one thing, Yao Zhuo thought that Yang Kai just wanted to regain some face. But now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't trying to regain face at all. He was clearly looting a burning house. Yang Kai was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had a lot of good things in his space ring. He had come here to prepare for Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding in 2 days, so the betrothal gifts were all in the space ring. If Seeking Passion sect was a big sect, then naturally they wouldn't be stingy with their young sect master's wedding. The amount of betrothal gifts was enough to match the income of a medium-sized sect for 10 years, not to mention the countless precious treasures. Yang Kai's face sank as he said coldly, "Kill him. Kill the young one first. Don't kill him with a single strike. Slowly cut off his limbs and cripple his dantian. I want him to taste all the torture in the world before he dies." As soon as his voice fell, Sun Yunxiu's long sword shook and slashed at Feng Shi. Feng Shi was so scared that his face turned pale. His whole body trembled as he shouted, "No." Sun Yunxiu didn't move at all. This woman had an extremely hot temper. Previously she didn't care about Yang Kai, and now as soon as she heard Yang Kai's order, she really attacked. "Wait." Yang Kai raised his hand again. Sun Yunxiu's long sword immediately came to a halt, stopping right above Feng Shi's arm. A cold sensation spread through his body and Feng Shi collapsed to the ground. Turning his head, he saw a line of blood appear on his arm. If Yang Kai had shouted a little slower just now, his arm would have been cut off. Yang Kai looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said with a harmless look on his face, "Young sect master seems to have something to say." "Yes, yes, yes." Feng Shi heard this and nodded repeatedly. "Then say it. No one is blocking your mouth." Feng Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to Yao Zhua and said, "Martial uncle, just give him the ring. Why lower yourself to his level?" "Bullshit." Yao Zhua shouted angrily. "My seeking passion sex people would rather live standing than die kneeling. What's the difference between wanting this king's ring and slapping this king's face? Don't be afraid. This boy is just trying to scare you. He won't dare to take your life. If he really dares to do so, when Sect Master arrives in 2 days, he will definitely flatten Ice Heart Valley." "Take my life." Feng Shi murmured, his face turning pale as a strong fear surged in his heart. He had always been the one killing others. When had he ever been the one being killed? For a moment he no longer cared about his image and shouted, "No, I don't want to die. If I die, what's the point of Father and Master flattening Ice Heart Valley? If I die, what will happen to the 69 wives of the sect? Martial uncle, hurry up and give him the ring. I am the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect. In the future, I will be in charge of Seeking Passion sect and become the overlord of the Northern Territory. How can I die in such a place?" Yao Zhua didn't expect Feng Shi to be so spineless. He was scared out of his wits just by being threatened. Yao Zhua didn't know Feng Shi was such a timid person. Feng Shi was already injured, so at this moment he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Obviously he was disappointed that Feng Shi didn't live up to his expectations. The Ice Heart Valley women also seemed to be meeting Feng Shi for the first time, as they all showed looks of disdain. Although it was a matter of life and death, Feng Shi's behavior was really despicable. Which cultivator didn't have their head on their belt? They had already seen through life and death. However, Feng Shi was undoubtedly too protected, so he lost his composure in the face of danger. As the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, he had lost all face for Seeking Passion sect. The disdainful gazes made Feng Shi feel even more ashamed, but compared to his own life, what was face? He kept begging Yao Zhua to take off his space ring. 69 wives. Young sect master really has good luck with women. How enviable. Yang Kai said coldly, but there wasn't the slightest envy in his eyes. Instead there was only thick mockery. "Young sect master, rest assured. If you die here, I will take good care of your 69 wives. This young master's physical strength is very good, so he won't leave them to guard an empty room." And Ruo Yun's face turned red as she spat. This young master doesn't know what to say. Ziyu also glared at Yang Kai with a strange expression, the whites of her eyes rolling back. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had set his sights on his 69 wives, Feng Shi's eyes turned red. He stretched out his hand towards Yao Zhua and tore off his space ring. Yao Zhua didn't know if he was disheartened by Feng Shi's performance, but he didn't resist and let Feng Shi easily take off his space ring. Chapter 24-21. Feng Shi threw the ring to Yang Kai and looked at him anxiously. "I'll give you the ring. Can you let us go now?" Yang Kai caught it and sneered, looking at Feng Shi with eyes full of ridicule. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. This person won't go back on his word, right? Following his gaze, Feng Shi looked at the ring on his hand. Gritting his teeth, he took off his space ring and threw it to Yang Kai. "I'll give this to you too. Let me go." "Young sect master is so kind. How can I accept this?" Yang Kai quickly took his space ring and stuffed it into his pocket without even looking at it. Then he changed the topic and coldly snorted. "This young master said before that as long as you have your vice sect master's space ring, I'll let you go. But now, young sect master is forcing a second ring on me for no reason. Aren't you trying to frame this young master for being unrighteous?" Feng Shi's jaw dropped. He never thought that Yang Kai would say such shameless words. The expressions of the Ice Heart Valley girls were also extremely strange. They looked at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Today this young man's performance had really refreshed their understanding of moral bottom line. Before meeting Yang Kai, they had never thought that there would be someone so shameless in this world. It was unknown if Fengxi was suddenly enlightened, but when he saw Yang Kai's unfriendly expression he quickly said, "Brother, you misunderstand. My space ring is just a gift from this Feng. It's not part of the previous conditions. Brother, you have a dignified appearance and are extraordinary. In the future you will definitely become a great person. This Feng just wants to make friends with you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Young sect master is so generous. This is a good friend." "Good." The corner of Fengxi's mouth twitched as he smiled awkwardly. "Then, can we go now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Does young sect master still want to stay for breakfast?" No. Hearing this, Fengxi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly stood up, dragged Yaozhuo up and staggered out of Ice Heart Valley. Ever since Fengxi forcibly took away his space ring, Yaozhuo seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes completely blank. He seemed to feel despair at Fengxi's performance. At this moment he didn't resist at all as he was dragged away. After a short while Yaozhuo and Fengxi disappeared. Only now did the women from Ice Heart Valley involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai had ordered them to kill the two Seeking Passion sect disciples with the ancestral founder's token, they had all been secretly worried that the situation would turn sour. Fortunately, although Yang Kai had robbed the two space rings in the end, he had still managed to rob them. However, this matter was not irreversible. At the very least, Fengxi and Yaozhuo's lives were not in danger. "Young master, where is my master now?" And Ruo Yun finally had the time to ask about the matter she was concerned about. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "Seniorin, don't worry. Senior Bing Yun is safe now. It's just that it's not convenient for her to see you these few days." "Not convenient?" Sun Yunxiu heard this. Sun Yunxiu frowned. She anxiously asked, "Why is it not convenient?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and said, it's not convenient. There's no reason." Sun Yunxiu choked. If it were up to her she would have already exploded. However, Yang Kai was sent by her master, and he had the ancestral founder's token. She could only swallow her anger. Zhang Suning asked, "Then when can we see master?" Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "About 2 to 3 days. Just wait." After a pause he turned to look at Sun Yunxiu and sneered. Shao Chen smiled coldly and said, "I hope that after the first elder meets Senior Bing Yun, you can clearly explain Ziyu's marriage." Sun Yunxiu's face darkened, but she still said in a deep voice, "If master wants to punish me, I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with the other sisters." Yang Kai sneered. Sun Yunxiu's performance just now was not bad. Even if she was slapped by him she didn't hold a grudge. However, she still needed to be punished for agreeing to marry Ziyu to Fengxi. She had pushed her best disciple into the fire pit that was the Seeking Passion sect. As the great elder, this was the end of her. However, this was her sect's internal affair, so even if Yang Kai was indignant he couldn't say anything. And Ruo Yun on the other hand thought of something and looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression. "Little young master kept saying that it's not convenient for master. He also said that it would only take 2 to 3 days. Could it be? Master is injured? Is she healing right now?" Hearing what she said, all the women's faces changed. When Bing Yun left Ice Heart Valley, she was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. After 3,000 years, Bing Yun's strength must have become even more powerful. Even in the entire star boundary she was definitely a top existence, so how could such a master be injured? How many people in the world could injure her? Yang Kai glanced at Ruo Yun in surprise, somewhat surprised by her intelligence. He hadn't said anything yet and Ruo Yun was able to guess this. Obviously she was quite clever. Everyone here was a high-level member of Ice Heart Valley and many of them were Bing Yun's legacy disciples, so Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and nodded seriously. "Seniorin is right. Senior Bing Yun is indeed injured." In an instant, all the women from Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Yang Kai quickly said, "But rest assured, Senior Bing Yun's injuries are not serious. She is currently healing in Ice Moon City. She will be back to normal in 2 to 3 days." "Master is in Ice Moon City?" And Ruo Yun exclaimed. Zhang Suning also said excitedly, "Can you take us to see master?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior Bing Yun is healing. It's not good for you to disturb her now, is it? And Ruo Yun said, we won't disturb master. We just want to be closer to her. Little young master, we beg you. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment she was like a child who had been guarding her home for countless years and heard the news of her parents' return. She was excited and expectant. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with pleading looks on their faces. Yang Kai couldn't stand being stared at by so many beautiful eyes and could only say, okay, I will take you to see Senior Bing Yun. Many thanks. All the women's expressions relaxed and they were wild with joy. Immediately, Ruo Yun ordered the disciples to activate all the barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley and asked them to protect the sect. Then she flew to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai. There were more than a dozen people, but only Yang Kai was a man. It was a grand scene. Except for Yang Kai and Ziyu, everyone else was from the Emperor realm. When such a powerful force walked, it was natural that they would attract attention. When they arrived at the gate of Ice Moon City, the cultivator guarding the city was about to step forward and ask, but when he saw the people from the Emperor realm behind Yang Kai, he immediately retreated in shock, not even daring to breathe. Ice Moon City was the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Many of the shops in the city were run by Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Therefore, when Ruo Yun and the others entered the city, many Ice Heart Valley disciples flew out from the shops on both sides of the street and bowed respectfully. It didn't take long for everyone in Ice Moon City to know that the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley had come out in full force. No one knew what they were doing in the city. The puppet city lord supported by Ice Heart Valley even ran over to greet them, sweating profusely. He was trembling in fear, thinking that he had done something wrong that caused the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley to come and punish him. However, Ruo Yun and the others only greeted him and then ignored him. This made the puppet city master feel both sad and relieved. This who greets Valley Master and Great Elder Son and the other elders. Congratulations to Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect for the marriage. It is truly a joyous occasion. A person suddenly flew over from the side and landed in front of Ice Heart Valley's group, cupping his fists with a smile. This person was a middle-aged man with a first-order Emperor realm cultivation. He seemed to be a powerful figure from one of the Northern Territories sects. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had come here to congratulate Ice Heart Valley on the big day. He must have heard that Ruo Yun and the others had come to Ice Moon City, so he took the initiative to greet them. Ruo Yun paused for a moment, but before she could answer, one Emperor Realm Master after another suddenly rushed out from all directions, all of them congratulating her just like this man surnamed Hu. Ruo Yun undoubtedly recognized these people and exchanged a few simple greetings with them. The man surnamed Hu was the first to appear, waited for her to finish her greetings before asking suspiciously, Valley Master, and how come you have the leisure to come to Ice Moon City? Although Ice Moon City was Ice Heart Valley's property and was also a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world, the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley generally wouldn't appear here, let alone more than a dozen of them. Everyone faintly felt that something was not quite right. For no reason, they had the illusion that a storm was brewing, as if something big was about to happen. We have some matters to attend to, so please help yourselves. Sun Yunxiu replied with a cold face. In addition, the marriage between my Ice Heart Valley's disciple Ziyu and Seeking Passion sect's young sect Master Feng Shi is annulled from today onwards. You don't need to stay here any longer, you may return to where you came from. Junior Sister Sun's words are a bit too direct. Please forgive her for making all of you come all the way here. It is Ice Heart Valley's hospitality that has been lacking. Ruo Yun smiled gently before leading everyone into the city. The group of people from the Emperor realm were left dumbfounded. After a while, when Ruo Yun and the others disappeared, someone wiped the sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Brother Hu Yuan, did I hear wrongly? Didn't Valley Master and an elder son just say that the marriage is annulled? I heard it too. This is bad, this is bad. What are those women from Ice Heart Valley doing? The man named Hu Yuan also broke out in cold sweat and was extremely nervous. Someone said, I don't know if this marriage is Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision or if they have reached a consensus with Seeking Passion sect. If it's unilateral decision, everyone's expression sank as they suddenly realized that something was wrong. If it was Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let it go. Seeking Passion sect's disciples cultivate the Seeking Passion supreme art and enter the Tao through love. They won't easily give up on a woman they fancy, not to mention that this matter is related to Seeking Passion sect's young sect master Feng Shi. In my humble opinion, Seeking Passion sect won't give up on this marriage. Chapter 24-22. Since Seeking Passion sect won't give up so easily, doesn't that mean Ice Heart Valley is going back on their word? I heard that Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master are both in Ice Heart Valley, but why aren't they here yet? A storm is brewing. I'm afraid the Northern Territory is about to change. Brother Zhou, you must be joking. Although Ice Heart Valley is strong, how can it compete with Seeking Passion sect? The entire Northern Territory knows that Ice Heart Valley no longer lives up to its reputation as a top sect. If Seeking Passion sect really wants to hold them accountable, Ice Heart Valley won't be able to resist. I heard that Seeking Passion sect's sect master, Master Zhou Xian, will personally come to Ice Heart Valley on the day of the celebration. It should be tomorrow. If he knows that Ice Heart Valley has refused the marriage. The 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm were all talking at once, but none of them understood the situation. They only knew one thing. Ice Heart Valley was in big trouble this time. They didn't know where this group of women got the courage to break off the marriage at this juncture. Wasn't this the same as slapping Seeking Passion sect's face in front of the entire Northern Territory? How could Feng Xian give up? Brother Hu Yuan, should we go and persuade Valley Master and the others? I remember that your wife is from Ice Heart Valley. If something happens to Ice Heart Valley, your fusion sect can't stay out of it. Hearing this, Hu Yuan's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a while, he hurriedly flew in the direction and Ruo Yun and the others left. It seemed that he wanted to persuade them. The other people from the Emperor realm looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Although they had only come to congratulate Ice Heart Valley, now that things had developed to this point, they also wanted to know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley that had given them the courage to break the engagement with Seeking Passion sect. After a while, a group of people arrived in front of an inn in Ice Moon City. In front of the inn, and Ruo Yun and the others stood quietly. The more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm looked solemn and silent. They just looked in a certain direction with pious and excited expressions. There was no one in a radius of 1,000 meters. All the irrelevant people had retreated far away and were looking in this direction. Hu Yuan flew over and hurriedly stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw and Ruo Yun suddenly kneel down. Following her actions, all of Ice Heart Valley's members from the Emperor realm knelt on the ground. Hu Yuan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly. He wondered what Ruo Yun and the others were up to. The other experts who had arrived one after another were also dumbfounded. The shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. Brother Hu, what's going on? Someone moved closer to Hu Yuan and asked in a low voice. Hu Yuan was also confused. He kept shaking his head when he heard this. I don't know. When I came here, they're just like that. Who exactly is staying in that inn? How could Valley Master and an elder son be so courteous? Among the people from Ice Heart Valley, and Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Except for a disciple from the third-order Dao Source Realm, the others were all first-order Emperors. Such a force was terrifying. However, they were kneeling on the street in front of the inn in broad daylight. They didn't feel the slightest burden in their hearts. Instead, they acted as if it was only natural. And Ruo Yun was the acting Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley. Sun Yunxiu was the great elder of Ice Heart Valley. Every word and action of the two represented the face of Ice Heart Valley. At this moment, they were kneeling here without saying a word. It meant that there was someone in this inn who could make them submit. Hu Yuan's face changed. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered, "Could it be?" He didn't finish his words, but his face was filled with excitement. "Brother Hu, what do you mean?" Someone didn't understand and asked anxiously. One of them said thoughtfully, "In this world, even if the 10 great emperors came here in person, they wouldn't be able to make Valley Master and the others bow so courteously. There is only one person who can make them do this willingly." Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Senior Bing Yun? Someone exclaimed. Could it be that Senior Bing Yun is staying in this inn? Didn't Senior Bing Yun fall a long time ago? There hasn't been any news of her for 3,000 years. No news of her doesn't mean that she has fallen. Maybe Senior Bingyun has been living in seclusion, or maybe she has been trapped somewhere. Senior Bingyun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master when she disappeared. How could someone with her cultivation die so easily? Bingyun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, and even though she had been missing for 3,000 years, her name still resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. After suddenly guessing that Bingyun was living in that inn, everyone couldn't help but have different expressions. Among this group of people, some were close to Ice Heart Valley while others were close to Seeking Passion Sect. Naturally, they had different feelings at this moment. At this juncture, Senior Bingyun suddenly appeared, and Sect Master Feng Xian will be here tomorrow. If these two masters meet. Someone shuddered as he spoke, not daring to continue. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal if Bingyun and Feng Xian met. Both of them were leaders of top sects in the Northern Territory and had dealt with each other countless times. However, Ruo Yun just said that the arranged marriage between the two sects had been cancelled. Once Feng Xian came, he would definitely seek justice for his son. No wonder Ruo Yun and the others dared to break off the engagement at this time. It turned out that Bingyun had returned. However, for some reason Ruo Yun and the others were all kneeling in front of the inn, but Bingyun was nowhere to be seen. No one dared to release their divine sense casually, so they all stood in place anxiously and waited. For a time, nearly 20 masters from the Emperor realm gathered in front of this small inn. It was a spectacle. Yang Kai stood in front of the inn with a helpless look on his face. He didn't expect that Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm would suddenly make such a scene. As a result, they were surrounded by countless people like monkeys. Fan Exen and the others came out of the inn when they heard the news. After glancing at Ruo Yun and the others, they approached Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yang, who are they? Why are they kneeling here?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "These are your senior sisters." Senior sisters? Fan Exen was stunned for a moment before she covered her red lips with her small hand and cried out, "They are from Ice Heart Valley." Yang Kai nodded. Fan Exen hurriedly led her junior sisters forward. She bowed and said, "Fan Exen greets senior sisters." "You are?" And Ruo Yun looked at her in surprise. "Junior sister Fan Exen. She is a disciple that honored master accepted in the solitary void sealed world." "They are the same." Fan Exen pointed to the women behind her. These women's cultivations were lower than hers. When they saw so many from the Emperor realm kneeling in front of them, they were all at a loss for words. After all, the Emperor realm was like a legend to them. But no. They were actually going to call these people from the Emperor realm sisters. The huge surprise made them dizzy and confused. They didn't know what to do. "You are honored master's disciples?" And Ruo Yun's eyes lit up. Fan Exen smiled and activated her Xianxia. Her entire temperament suddenly became extremely cold. Sun Yunxiu nodded. "It is indeed Ice Heart Valley's orthodox secret art." Hearing this, the gazes of the women softened as they looked at Fan Exen and the others. Good. And Ruo Yun smiled gently. "Master has finally accepted new disciples. Thank you for taking care of honored master all these years. As senior sisters, we thank you." Fan Exen shook her head. "It was honored master who took us in. We couldn't help honored master much. Senior sisters, why are you kneeling here? Hurry up and get up." Zhang Suning smiled slightly and said, "We did something wrong. This is the punishment we deserve. Junior sister, don't mind it." And Ruo Yun said, "Junior sister, you just mentioned the solitary void sealed world. Could it be that honored master has been in there all these years?" From her tone, it was clear that she didn't know about the existence of the solitary void sealed world. But that wasn't surprising, as no one who had been trapped inside had ever managed to escape. To the entire star boundary, the solitary void sealed world was too unfamiliar. "Yes, we were all trapped in the solitary void sealed world. We only managed to escape a few days ago." Fan Exen nodded. "Master is injured? Is it also related to the solitary void sealed world?" And Ruo Yun asked nervously. Fan Exen said, "There was a guy called Qi in the solitary void sealed world. His cultivation was the same as honored master's. Honored master wanted to leave at that time, but Qi didn't allow it, so the two of them fought." A group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor realm were kneeling in front of the inn, listening to Fan Exen's story. When they heard about the thrilling experience, they were even more nervous. Yang Kai knew at a glance that they had endless things to say. And Ruo Yun and the others definitely wanted to know how Bing Yun had been all these years and how her body was doing now. So he went straight back to his room and began to count Feng Shi and Yao Zhuo's rings. This time he had no choice but to use an Emperor Authority bead, but he obtained 2 space rings, so it wasn't a loss. Moreover, these 2 people had countless good things in their rings. After counting, Yang Kai found that not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also made a lot of money. The only thing he regretted was that without the Emperor Authority bead, he would have 1 less trump card in the future. Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi had so many things in their space rings that it took Yang Kai an entire day to finish counting. Just the source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, and there was no lack of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. If converted to low-rank source crystals, it would be at least 3 billion to 4 billion, and this didn't even include the value of the precious treasures. The wealth of Seeking Passion sect was an eye-opener for him. Yang Kai was already rich, but now that he had obtained such a large amount of wealth, his personal wealth could only be described as terrifying. Thinking back to when he first came to the Star Boundary, when he and Lu Xianyun were running around worrying about source crystals, those days felt like a lifetime ago. In a good mood, Yang Kai threw some rare minerals into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour and refine. Ever since the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine the Emperor realm, its aura had faintly reached a peak, and it seemed that it was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Not only the embodiment but so did Hua Qingxi. Even Lu Yan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the sealed world bead. The only one whose cultivation was lacking was Zhang Ruoxi, but she was now at the first order Dao source realm. With her special constitution, as long as there was enough world energy, her cultivation would catch up sooner or later. Chapter 24-23. Yang Kai had always been concerned about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. He had a piece of space spirit jade in his hand that resonated with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. When it resonated with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline, strange and beautiful scenes would flash across the space spirit jade. Yang Kai had never known what this space spirit jade was used for. Moreover, in the Four Seasons realm, Zhang Ruoxi said that she had encountered the ancient divine spirit Xianxia. Not only did the Xianxia fierce beast not hurt her, it even gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. The pink cloud's phoenix robe was an emperor artifact, an extremely high-grade defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai was particularly concerned about this matter. He vaguely guessed that it was related to Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline, but he could not find an answer. Perhaps when Zhang Ruoxi became stronger, she would be able to figure out what was going on with her bloodline. Time flew by. Yang Kai checked the 2 space rings and went to the small sealed world to distribute some cultivation resources to Hua Qingxi, Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others before returning to the room. Before he could do anything else, a suffocating feeling suddenly descended from the sky and disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly became alert. That feeling just now was definitely caused by a master using their divine sense to scan him. Although it quickly disappeared, Yang Kai still felt the strength of the other party. It was impossible for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to give him such pressure. Only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could do this. Seeking Passion Sect Master Feng Xian is here. This thought immediately flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he hurriedly rushed out of the room. Outside the inn, and Ruo Yun and the others also had dignified expressions on their pretty faces. Obviously they had all noticed something. Not far away, the masters from the Emperor realm who had come to congratulate them also had solemn expressions. They knew yesterday that Feng Xian would come today. Once he met Bing Yun, it was very likely that there would be a fierce battle, but when it really happened, everyone still felt that the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Hong hong hong. In the distant sky, the sound of explosions continued to ring out, each one getting closer and closer to the last. Following the explosions, a figure rushed over like a ghost. At first he couldn't see it clearly from afar. But in just 3 breaths he suddenly descended above Ice Moon City and arrived in front of the inn. In an instant, a domineering pressure spread out. The entire Ice Moon City buzzed incessantly and space trembled. It was as if even the heavens and the earth were about to submit. Hu Yuan and the others raised their heads and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Sect Master Feng. In the sky, a man stood proudly. He raised his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite, everyone." His every move seemed to contain extremely profound mysteries that were in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. As the power of principle lingered around him, Hu Yuan and the others felt a subtle force lift them up, causing them to feel extremely shocked. He knew that the gap between him and Feng Xian was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. He saw a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar standing in the sky. This middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Feng Shi, but he had a much more elegant demeanor than Feng Shi. Moreover, this man was extremely handsome, even more heroic and extraordinary than Feng Shi. This was undoubtedly the Seeking Passion sect master Feng Xian. Yang Kai didn't know if he was born like this or if it was due to the Seeking Passion supreme art. Coupled with the warm smile on his face, everyone who saw him felt as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no other reason. At this moment, Feng Shi and Yao Zhu were standing behind Feng Xian, both of them gnashing their teeth and glaring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. The night before yesterday, both of their space rings had been taken away by Yang Kai. At that time they were outnumbered and had no choice but to compromise. Feng Shi had also lost face for the rest of his life. Now that Feng Xian was here, he naturally had a backer and his confidence was bolstered. He secretly vowed to wash away his shame and let Yang Kai know the consequences of offending him. Feng Xian just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, a cultivator from the third order Dao source realm was like an ant in his eyes. His gaze was deep as if it could penetrate the void, and he stared at a certain spot with a slight smile. Bing Yun, you and I haven't seen each other for 3,000 years. Today we can finally meet again. This king is very happy. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley or the masters from the various sects who came to congratulate them, they all guessed that Bing Yun was staying in the inn. No one dared to release their divine sense at will to investigate. And Ruo Yun and the others had been kneeling at the entrance of the inn for a day and a night, but there was still no trace of Bing Yun. Hu Yuan and the others even wondered if Bing Yun was still in the inn. If she was here, why didn't she appear? Instead, why did she ask her disciples to kneel here and let everyone watch? However, Feng Xian's words dispelled everyone's suspicions. Bing Yun was definitely in the inn. Otherwise, Feng Xian wouldn't say such a thing. At this moment, Feng Xian had come to Ice Moon City in person, so Bing Yun had to show up no matter what. She didn't, it would be rude. But to everyone's surprise, after Feng Xian shouted, there was still no movement in the inn. Even Ruo Yun and the others who were kneeling at the entrance of the inn didn't show any reaction. Hu Yuan and the others waited quietly for a while, feeling the atmosphere gradually become subtle. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they felt inexplicably uneasy. Feng Xian's face gradually became gloomy. He could feel that Bing Yun was in the inn, but she didn't respond when he took the initiative to greet her. Wasn't this not giving him face? In front of so many masters from the Northern Territories sects, how could Feng Xian step down? Bing Yun, I haven't seen you for such a long time, yet you've become arrogant? Feng Xian smiled coldly, obviously extremely displeased. On the other side, Ruo Yun frowned and said loudly, Sect Master Feng, my master has an important matter to attend to now, so it is inconvenient for him to reply. Please wait for a moment. Important matter. Feng Xian raised his brow, seemingly thinking of something, nodded slightly and said, Fine, then this king will wait here. At this time, Feng Shi, who had been staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly leaned over to Feng Xian's ear and whispered a few words, then pointed in the direction of Yang Kai. The next moment, Feng Xian's eyes burst with light as his gaze fixed on Yang Kai, and he suddenly shouted, That boy over there. This shout seemed to be mixed with a subtle trace of spiritual energy. Yang Kai only felt a buzzing sound in his head as he suddenly felt dizzy. In a panic, he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to resist. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus also began to spin, releasing a seven-colored glow. A gentle force emerged from his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel a little better, but blood still oozed out of his mouth and nose. Not only that, but he also felt like he was about to collapse. His legs went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai managed to hold on and only staggered slightly. After stabilizing his footing, Kai Yang's heart was filled with an evil fire that was about to erupt. This Feng Xian had secretly attacked him without saying a word. And not only had he done it so stealthily that no one noticed, he had even wanted to force him to kneel. It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate him. If he were to kneel on the ground because of Feng Xian's words in front of so many people, everyone would probably laugh at him for being incompetent. This unbearable experience was bound to become a heart demon on his path of the martial Dao. If this heart demon wasn't eliminated, his path of the martial Dao would probably come to an end. This Feng Xian is simply too sinister and despicable. Yang Kai ground his teeth, his stomach filled with monstrous anger. On the other hand, Feng Xian raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai did not kneel on the ground as he expected, which surprised him a little. Just now, in order to conceal himself, he did not use too much strength, but that was not something a third-order Dao Source realm could withstand. Even a first-order Emperor Realm Master would be shocked by his shout if they were not careful, making a fool of themselves in front of everyone. But this young man only staggered a little, which was really strange. However, Feng Xian did not care too much. With such a huge gap in strength, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to enter his eyes. Just as he was thinking, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his mouth and nose with his hand and sneered, "Very good, the people of Seeking Passion sect are really a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. Vice sect master is like this, and even sect master is like this. This young master has learned something today. What Seeking Passion sect? I think you should change your name to Bullying the Weak sect." Hearing this, Feng Xian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yang Kai to be so bold. After suffering a loss, he did not show any mercy and dared to mock him in front of his face. Hu Yuan and the others also opened their mouths wide, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Although none of them were aware of what had happened just now, Yang Kai's nose was bleeding in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone guessed that this young man had suffered a big loss because of Feng Xian's shout just now. But even if he had suffered a loss, he should not have made such a big fuss. Could it be that this boy had never died before, so he did not know how to write the word death? And Ruo Yun and the others also reacted belatedly. Seeing Yang Kai's pale face, they immediately asked in shock, "Little young master, are you okay?" Yang Kai sneered. This young master was attacked by a despicable villain. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all severely injured. How could I be okay? This is a big deal. When Ruo Yun heard this, she knew that he must be fine, but he deliberately made it sound so miserable. She could not help but glare at him. Hu Yuan and the others also felt dizzy. If his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all seriously injured, how could he still speak so confidently? They did not know where this boy had come from, but he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ignorant people have nothing to fear. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to challenge Sect Master Feng Xian. Sure enough, he was young and impetuous. It was not easy for this guy to live until now. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became comical because of his antics. "Boy, don't talk nonsense." Seeing Yang Kai exaggerate like this, Feng Xian was secretly annoyed. His shout was mixed with his spiritual energy, so even if Yang Kai was injured, it would only be his knowledge see that was injured. It had nothing to do with his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Chapter 24:24. Yang Kai snorted, "Master Feng Xian, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say that you sneak attacked me. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience, master?" Feng Xian was suddenly at a loss for words. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had to act with some dignity. He couldn't act like Yang Kai, it would be too shameful. At the critical moment, Feng Shi jumped out and shouted, "Boy, your mouth is full of nonsense. How dare you insult my Seeking Passion sect? If you kneel down and apologize, I can spare your life." His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge over what happened the night before. It was no wonder he had lived like a prince since childhood. When had he ever suffered such grievances and humiliation? Every time he thought about it, he felt ashamed. He wished he could tear apart Kai Yang's bones and drink his blood. Only then would he be able to release the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai looked at him and chuckled. "Isn't this young sect master? Last night you were scared out of your wits and pissed your pants, but now you're so arrogant? Did you find a backer? Oh, don't stare at me like that. Be careful not to burst your eyeballs. You're talking nonsense. How could there be such a thing?" Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at him, his face alternating between red and blue as he denied it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Last night young sect master cried and begged me to spare your life. This young master took pity on you and let you go out of kindness. I didn't expect that young sect master would not only refuse to be grateful, but also repay kindness with enmity. What kind of logic is this? When Hu Yuan and the others heard this, they all looked at Feng Shi with strange expressions. It turns out that there was such a conflict between these two young people. I wonder what happened last night. It actually made the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master cry and beg that young man to spare his life. But something like this happened. No wonder they are so hostile. Feng Shi still wanted to explain, but Feng Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Feng Shi's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to disobey his father's order. He could only swallow his grievances and complain with eyes full of blood and tears. Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "Young man, it's not a bad thing to be proud and full of vigor, but one must also judge the situation and size up the situation. Blindly flaunting one's superiority is the conduct of a boorish man." Bah! Yang Kai spat on the ground and stood there sloppily. He lazily cupped his fists towards Feng Xianyi and said, "Master, I will remember your teachings, but what do you want to say?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "I heard that you stole 2 space rings from my Seeking Passion sect last night." Did he steal 2 space rings from the Seeking Passion sect? Hu Yuan and the others listened. All of them stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, each of them staring at him in awe. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai's audacity, they only thought that this kid was a hothead. But now it seemed that he was more than a hothead, he was simply a madman. Looking at the entire Northern Territory. Who would dare to steal the Seeking Passion sect's space ring? But this kid was good. Not only did he steal one, but he also stole 2. They didn't know which unlucky bastard lost his space ring, or what precious things were inside that provoked Sect Master Feng Xian to personally ask about it. This kid was finished. Based on this alone, he probably wouldn't live to see the next day. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he shouted, "Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. What do you mean by steal? That's the act of a bandit. This young master has always been open and above board. I have always been upright and upright. I have never done such a thing. Sir, using the word, snatch, to describe me is a stain on this young master's noble character. I am very unhappy." He had a serious expression on his face, and his face suddenly darkened as if he was really angry. Hu Yuan and the others stretched out their hands and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. These Emperor Realm Masters had been roaming the star boundary for thousands of years, but it was only today that they had truly broadened their horizons. They felt that nothing they had seen in their entire lives was as shocking as what they had seen today. This young man who had popped out of nowhere was truly a marvel. Facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he spoke so eloquently. Yao Zhuo shouted angrily, "Weren't you the one who stole this King and Shier's space rings? Boy, don't lie through your teeth." As soon as he said this, Hu Yuan and the others who had just wiped their foreheads started sweating again. It turns out that the 2 unlucky bastards who lost their space rings were the Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. This matter has blown up and there's no way to clean it up. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had stolen the rings of the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples, but that wasn't the case at all. Forget about Feng Shi, who was only from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, but Yao Zhuo was a well-known 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master. How could such a master have his space rings stolen? No matter what the final outcome of this matter was, Seeking Passion sect had lost a lot of face. The Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master's space rings were both stolen by a young man from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. If this news spread, how could Seeking Passion sect establish itself in the Northern Territory in the future? Hu Yuan could almost foresee that this bizarre matter would be made into a clapper and sung in the streets. Within 10 years, Seeking Passion sect's people would be unable to raise their heads high. So, it was the 2 space rings. Yang Kai seemed to have woken up from a dream as a look of realization appeared on his face. Then his face sank and he snorted, "Vice Sect Master, you should speak with a conscience. How could I have stolen those 2 rings? One of the rings was a bargaining chip for this young master to make a deal with Vice Sect Master, while the other was given to me by Young Sect Master. If this young master didn't accept it, he wouldn't feel at ease, so I reluctantly took it. Now you want to blame me? Bastard. Yao Zhuo was almost driven mad by Yang Kai. His emperor qi fiercely surged as if he wanted to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. Yang Kai nimbly jumped back and landed in front of Enruo Yun and the others, glaring at him as he said, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Try it." Sect Master. Yao Zhuo turned his head and cupped his fists towards Feng Xian. "I want to kill him." Feng Xian said lightly, "You can't kill him." Yang Kai was hiding with Enruo Yun and the others, so Yao Zhuo had no chance to kill Yang Kai. However, as the Seeking Passion sect master, Feng Xian couldn't kill Yang Kai himself here. He suddenly discovered that this young man of unknown origin was giving him a headache. It seemed that he was even more difficult to deal with than Bingyun. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Little brother, you are a dragon among men. You will definitely become a great talent in the future. Those 2 rings can be considered a gift from this sect to you." Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, "Master is very good at making cheap remarks." Feng Xian knew that he couldn't take back the rings now that they were in his hands, so he simply said that they were a gift from Yang Kai. This was simply shameless to the extreme, but it also showed the generosity of the Seeking Passion sect and saved some face. However, there is one thing that this king must take back. I hope little brother can cooperate. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is it?" When he checked the rings before, he didn't find anything special in them, although there were indeed many treasures inside. "A blood jade qilin," Feng Xian quickly said. "A blood jade qilin?" Yang Kai murmured before sweeping the space ring with his divine sense. Soon he flipped his palm and took out a red qilin statue. This qilin statue was about 3 inches tall and was carved in a vivid and lifelike manner. However, Yang Kai didn't know what material it was carved from. He had just glanced at it before throwing it into his space ring. Now that Feng Xian mentioned it, he suddenly remembered. "It's this thing." Feng Xian nodded. "This thing, what's so special about it?" Yang Kai asked curiously, wondering why Feng Xian had deliberately taken it back. Feng Xian didn't conceal it and said, "This thing is useless to little brother. It is a symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife and was passed down by our sect's ancestral founder. It is of great significance to the Seeking Passion sect." A symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced at Ziyu, who was still kneeling there, thinking that Feng Shi was quite considerate of her. He had 69 beautiful concubines, yet he had given this blood jade qilin to Ziyu as a betrothal gift. Obviously he valued her very much. This was not surprising. Ziyu was the #1 rising star of Ice Heart Valley. Whether it was her background or aptitude, she was a perfect match for Feng Shi. The 69 concubines couldn't compare to her. Yang Kai didn't know whether Feng Xian was telling the truth or not, nor did he know if there were any secrets hidden in this blood jade qilin. While he was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Feng Xian is not lying. This blood jade qilin is indeed the status symbol of the young sect master's wife. Only with this blood jade qilin can one be considered the young sect master's wife. The other women are just the young sect master's concubines." The person who transmitted the voice was Enruo Yun. She definitely wouldn't lie, so Yang Kai nodded secretly. "Yes, this king must take back this blood jade qilin. Please give it to this king." Feng Xian said and stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Master only wants this thing? The treasures in those 2 rings are so rich that they can rival an entire country. Don't tell me you don't want the rest?" Feng Xian said proudly, "Although those things are precious, they are just a drop in the bucket for my Seeking Passion sect. This blood jade qilin cannot be lost." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Seeking Passion sect is worthy of being a top sect in the Northern Territory. You're really rich. So many treasures, yet you don't take them seriously. What an eye-opener." Feng Shi coldly snorted and said sarcastically, "A country bumpkin who has never seen the world." Kai Yang looked at him with a smile, his smile full of meaning. Feng Shi shuddered for no reason as a very bad feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. Suddenly Yang Kai turned to look at Feng Xian and said, "Master, if you want to take back this blood jade qilin, it is not impossible to discuss. After all, this thing has great symbolic significance to your noble sect. This young master can't take it away from you." "It's good that you understand," Feng Xian said lightly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Last night I told young sect master and vice sect master that everything in this world is negotiable. If master wants to take back this blood jade Qilin, it's fine as long as you can compensate us with something." While speaking, he quickly rubbed his middle finger and thumb together with a greedy look on his face. Hu Yuan and the others who were watching from the side were completely stunned. Chapter 24-25. Feng Shi's face suddenly turned pale and his throat felt tight. The last time Yang Kai said this, he and Yao Zhuo had lost their space rings. Now that he said it again, Feng Shi really didn't know what he was going to ask for. Feng Shi suddenly understood why he felt so uneasy before. Feng Xian also looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said lightly, "Are you discussing conditions with this master?" Yang Kai glanced at him casually and said, "Since master wants to take back this blood jade Qilin, you naturally have to pay a price. You're not young anymore. Don't you know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world?" Feng Xian suppressed the anger in his heart, his face extremely ugly as he snorted, "How much?" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang replied, "Sir, you are a straightforward person, much better than your son. With your straightforward personality, this young master doesn't need much, just this much is enough." He stretched out a finger and gently waved it in front of his face. Feng Xian nodded lightly, 10 million isn't much. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he burst into laughter. 10 million? Master must be joking, right? This blood jade Qilin is an inheritance of your noble sect's ancestors. Although it's not a treasure, it still has great symbolic significance. In master's eyes, this thing is only worth 10 million? You want 100 million? Feng Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted angrily, "Young man, your appetite is too big. Be careful not to burst your belly." 100 million? Yang Kai sneered, "Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. You have the nerve to take out 100 million? Even if you have the nerve to take it, this young master will be too embarrassed to accept it. You'll lose the face of your Seeking Passion sect. Don't tell me you want 1 billion? Feng Xian's head buzzed as he almost vomited blood. 1 billion mid-rank source crystals is nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, right? Yang Kai grinned. Mid-rank source crystals? Feng Xian's mouth twitched. He had thought that Yang Kai only wanted 1 billion low-rank source crystals. However, he did not expect it to be mid-rank source crystals. The difference between the two was 100 times greater. Even if it was converted into high-rank source crystals, it would still be 10 million. He immediately became furious. "Little beast, so you were just making fun of this king and had no intention of returning it. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. I will let you know that there are people in this world that you cannot afford to offend." Previously, he didn't want to deal with Yang Kai personally, mainly because of his status. After all, with so many people watching, it would be unsightly for a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master to take action against someone from the Third-Order Dao Source Realm. But now that Yang Kai was pestering him endlessly, Feng Xian was furious. He couldn't care less. Even if he killed Yang Kai right now, he would still be able to kill Yang Kai. Others probably wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak. After all, this young man's behavior just now was really too abhorrent. Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai from afar. In an instant, the world changed color and principles surged. The entire Ice Moon City seemed to be enveloped by the power of this palm strike, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Their hearts felt stifled. Hu Yuan and the others all paled in horror. They all retreated, secretly feeling pity for Yang Kai. This little brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, provoking a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master again and again. He really didn't want to live anymore. Everyone could almost foresee the scene of his corpse falling to the ground. Feng Xian's attack came without warning, and by the time the Ice Heart Valley girls reacted and wanted to help, it was already too late. Yang Kai was also directly suppressed in place by the Emperor pressure, unable to move. His face was pale, but he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he looked at Feng Xian with a calm expression. His eyes were full of ridicule. Chi. With a soft sound, a snow-white sword wave suddenly shot out from somewhere in the inn, heading straight towards Feng Xian's palm strike with an imposing momentum. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion rang out and a huge shockwave spread in all directions, shaking the buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters. The palm strike disappeared without a trace in an instant, while the sky-piercing sword Qi soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that there was a young girl beside Yang Kai. This young girl didn't look very old, about 17 or 18 years old, but her aura was extremely pure, without the slightest trace of impurity. Feng Xian narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on this young girl. And Ruo Yun and the others also opened their beautiful eyes wide, looking at her in surprise and excitement, trembling as they called out, "Master! Master!" Hu Yuan and the others who were watching not far away, heard this and immediately knew who this young girl was. This was clearly Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, the Third Order Emperor Realm Master who had been missing for 3,000 years, Bing Yun. Disciple greets Master. And Ruo Yun and the others all knelt on the ground. Bing Yun glanced at them indifferently. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to them. Instead, she turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai, snorted and said softly, "You're too bold." She was obviously talking about how Yang Kai kept provoking Feng Xian just now. Bing Yun had lived for tens of thousands of years, but in all these years she had never seen anyone as bold as Yang Kai. A trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to clamor and bargain with a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Heh. Yang Kai replied with a cheeky smile. "Senior is right behind me, what's there to be afraid of?" After a pause he asked nervously, "Senior, how is your recovery?" Bing Yun said softly, "It's about time." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Since Bing Yun said it was about time, then she must have fully recovered. In other words, there was no problem for her to act now. As long as she could act, Feng Xian was nothing to be afraid of. "Bing Yun, what do you mean by this?" Feng Xian looked at Bing Yun coldly and shouted, "If this king remembers correctly, your Ice Heart Valley doesn't accept male disciples, right? Why are you stopping this king from teaching this brat a lesson?" Bing Yun glanced at him and said, "Wait a moment, I'll deal with the matters in the valley first, then I'll come and reason with you." Feng Xian's expression froze, but he couldn't refute her. In the entire Star Territory, there weren't many people who were qualified to speak to him like this, but Bing Yun was definitely one of them. The two had fought countless times, but they were evenly matched every time. Feng Xian was still afraid of Bing Yun, so even if he was annoyed at this moment he had to give her face. Bing Yun turned around, looked at Ruo Yun and the others and said indifferently, "Get up, why are you still kneeling?" And Ruo Yun and the others lowered their heads but none of them got up. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, "This queen has been away for 3,000 years, so my words don't hold any weight. No wonder you dared to marry off your best disciple. When did my Ice Heart Valley fall to the point where we have to act according to others' wishes? You little girl are really something." Listening to her tone, it was obvious that she knew the ins and outs of the matter. Bing Yun must have heard some information when everyone was chatting outside. And Ruo Yun's tender body trembled slightly, knowing that her master was really angry. She said in fear, "Disciple and the others have failed master's teachings, please punish us." Sun Yunxiu hurriedly said, "Master, this matter has nothing to do with the other sisters. I was the one who agreed to the marriage with Seeking Passion sect. If master wants to punish someone, punish me alone." "You think I don't dare to punish you?" Bing Yun looked at Sun Yunxiu coldly. Sun Yunxiu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but when she was glared at by Bing Yun, she trembled like a mouse in front of a cat. She gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. At that moment Ziyu said, "Ancestral Founder, please calm down. Great Elder did that for the sake of the sect. Please forgive her, Ancestral Founder." It was really unexpected that she would plead for Sun Yunxiu. Even Sun Yunxiu herself didn't seem to have expected this. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became complicated. Bing Yun turned her gaze to Ziyu and softened, saying lightly, "Girl, you're really soft-hearted. You didn't even think about who was the one who pushed you into the fire pit. Even now you're still speaking for others." Ziyu shook her head and said, "Great Elder really had no other choice. If she didn't do that, the other sisters in the valley would have no way to survive. If Ziyu's happiness could be sacrificed for the safety of the other sisters, Ziyu was willing to do so. But I don't know why, but I just wanted to run away, the farther the better. Ziyu is ignorant. Ancestral Founder, please don't blame others." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was obviously very sad. Bing Yun opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He sighed heavily and said, Don't worry, with me here no one can do anything to you. Ziyu smiled through her tears and said, "Thank you, ancestral founder." Frozen Cloud's words were like a reassuring pill to her, calming her down. She no longer felt as alarmed as before. Bing Yun looked at Sun Yunxiu again and said, "Your mistake will be judged after I return to the valley. Stand up first." "Thank you, master." The girls responded in unison and stood up. Bing Yun's gentle gaze swept across their faces one by one. She found that nearly half of these girls from the Emperor realm were disciples she had accepted in the past. Now they had all advanced to the Emperor realm. Some of them looked familiar to her and should be outstanding talents in the sect. Although they weren't her direct disciples, they were still the first batch of disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Only 2 or 3 of them from the Emperor realm were unfamiliar to her. These 2 or 3 from the Emperor realm should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley by Enruo Yun and the others later. There were some cultivator who cultivated alone without any background. They had heaven-defying opportunities and could cultivate to an extremely high level of the martial Dao. Such a cultivator was an outstanding talent welcomed by the great sects because they could cultivate to a very high level without the support of a huge amount of cultivation resources. If they were given a little support, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm. For example, Yang Kai. If these people wanted to join the great sects, they only needed to pass some simple tests and inspections before they could join. Of course, even after joining the sect, there would be a long period of observation to ensure that they didn't have any schemes against the sect. Only then would they be entrusted with important tasks. Bing Yun looked at the 2 or 3 unfamiliar girls from the Emperor realm. They should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley through this method. Since they were standing here at this moment, it showed that their loyalty was not the slightest problem. "What about little 3, little 5 and little 9? Bing Yun suddenly asked, as if she had a premonition, and her expression was slightly gloomy. And Ruo Yun quickly replied, "Third junior sister went out to look for you shortly after Master left Ice Heart Valley. Her whereabouts are still unknown." Chapter 24-26. Bing Yun's eyes narrowed as she asked, "Is her longevity lamp still there?" And Ruo Yun said, "Yes, so third junior sister is still alive, but we don't know where she is." "That's good." Bing Yun breathed a sigh of relief. And Ruo Yun continued, "Fifth junior sister. She failed to break through to the Emperor realm and died." Bing Yun's tender body trembled slightly when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and sighed, "Little 5 is too radical. I knew that her future would not be smooth." And Ruo Yun said with red eyes, "It's my fault as a senior sister for not taking good care of her." Bing Yun shook her head, "It's not your fault. What about little 9? Is she dead or alive?" And Ruo Yun replied, "Ninth junior sister is in retreat in the valley for 10 years. She said that she will not come out until she breaks through to the Emperor realm." "Very good." Bing Yun smiled slightly. She had been gone for 3,000 years, and 7 of the 9 disciples she took in had already broken through to the Emperor realm. Among them, Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu did not disappoint her and reached the second-order Emperor realm. One of them died in the World Energy Baptism, leaving only the youngest little 9 who was still in retreat. She could accept such a result. She was probably the only master in the star boundary who could reach such a level. Who else could accept so many disciples who had broken through to the Emperor realm? She really didn't know whether it was her teaching or Ice Heart Valley's nurturing. "Bing Yun, let's leave the small talk for another day," Feng Xian urged in a clear voice, looking extremely impatient. Bing Yun coldly snorted and turned to look at him. "This queen has been gone for 3,000 years. Sect Master Feng has taken good care of my Ice Heart Valley." Her tone was full of sarcasm. Obviously, she was angry that Seeking Passion sect had taken advantage of her absence to bully her sect and force them to marry off their best disciple. Feng Xian said lightly, "You and I are both top sects in the Northern Territory, so we should join forces. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Bing Yun, why can't you see past it?" "Is it because I can't see past it, or is it because Sect Master Feng has gone too far?" Bing Yun shouted, "You can be considered as someone from the older generation. You're bullying a few little girl just because you're older. Do you have a sense of accomplishment?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "Bing Yun, you're still so sharp-tongued. This seat won't lower myself to your level. Today I came here for 2 things. The first is to let my son marry Lady Ziyu. The second is to take back the blood jade Qilin. Bing Yun, if you still care about our past relationship, please fulfill my wish." Frozen Cloud coldly smiled and raised her slender finger. She quickly said, "Then this queen will make things clear to you. First, Zhu is a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley and will never marry your waste son. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second, I don't care about the Blood Jade Qilin. If you have the ability, take it. If you don't, get out of Ice Moon City as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll lose face in front of the heroes of the Northern Territory and won't be able to go out in the future." Bing Yun's strong attitude surprised Feng Xian. Hu Yuan and the others were even more horrified. They could faintly feel an oppressive aura enveloping them, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. These two masters looked like they were about to fight. Once they really fought, Ice Moon City would definitely be gone. They didn't even know if they could escape unscathed. They were already considering whether or not they should take this opportunity to leave. They didn't want to be the fish in the pond that would be implicated. Feng Xian was silent for a while before he sneered and said sarcastically, "This little brat isn't your illegitimate son, is he? You're actually protecting him like this." As soon as he said this, the faces of Ruo Yun and the others changed. Feng Xian, a master with status, was actually trying to ruin Bing Yun's reputation in front of so many people. He had ulterior motives. In an instant, the women of Ice Heart Valley were all furious. They gritted their teeth and glared at Feng Xian as if they wanted to bite him to death. To everyone's surprise, Bing Yun didn't show the slightest anger after hearing this. Instead, she looked at Yang Kai deeply and said lightly, "If this queen had such a son, she would have no regrets in this life." Feng Xian was dumbfounded. And Ruo Yun and the others also opened their mouths wide and looked at their master in surprise. One of them was screaming in his heart. What does this mean? Is this a tacit agreement or something? Is this young man really Bing Yun's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why is she not angry at all and even saying such words? For a moment, the way everyone looked at Yang Kai changed. It was as if they were looking at someone who had been branded with Ice Heart Valley's brand. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to Bing Yun with a bitter face, "Senior, it's inevitable that people will misunderstand your words." Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm just saying, don't take it to heart." She didn't mean to take advantage of Yang Kai, but she knew that Feng Xian was deliberately disgusting her and wanted to mess up her state of mind, so she acted indifferently. "It seems that this little brat has a deep relationship with you." Feng Xian immediately realized that the relationship between Yang Kai and Bing Yun was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, Bing Yun wouldn't have said such words without caring about her reputation. However, even if he really is your illegitimate son, you must hand over the Blood Jade Qilin today. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Feng Xian shouted and suddenly took a step forward. The entire world shook under his step as if it was about to submit to him. For no reason, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on Ice Moon City, making people gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale as he held up the Blood Jade Qilin and coldly snorted, "This young master is as timid as a mouse. Master Feng Xian, don't scare me. Otherwise, this young master will be nervous and accidentally destroy this thing." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. "Boy, you really dare to lie through your teeth. If you're as timid as a mouse, then no one in this world is brave." As Yang Kai spoke, he secretly circulated his source qi and a slight cracking sound came from the Blood Jade Qilin. Seeing this, Feng Xi's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Father, he's really going to destroy the Blood Jade Qilin." "Stop." Feng Xian also shouted, "If you dare destroy it, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Yang Kai shouted, "Ayaya, this young master is as timid as a mouse. Master, why are you still scaring me? I'm really scared to death." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand and the cracking sound suddenly became much more intense. Feng Xian's breathing stagnated as his face turned extremely pale. This Blood Jade Qilin was actually not a precious treasure, but it was indeed a symbol of the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's wife. Because every generation of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master had many wives and concubines, only the one holding the Blood Jade Qilin was the true wife of the young sect master. She would manage the harem for the young sect master, allowing the young sect master to cultivate in peace and not be affected by jealousy over women. If such a symbolic object was destroyed in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to slapping the Seeking Passion Sect's face. Seeing that force was not working, Feng Xian could only take a deep breath, restrain his aura and ask with an ugly expression, Boy, what do you want? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I've already stated my conditions, Master Feng Xian. Why ask when you already know the answer? You dare ask for 1 billion mid-rank source crystals? Feng Xian angrily said. Although 1 billion source crystals was nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, giving them to Yang Kai for no reason made Feng Xian feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, How much does Master think you can offer? 100 million at most. Boy, don't push your luck. Feng Xian snorted. Okay, 100 million it is. This young master is a very easygoing person, Yang Kai grinned. This reaction stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Yang Kai would really agree. After all, he had just demanded an exorbitant price and acted so lawlessly. Everyone thought that he would definitely extort the Seeking Passion sect's 1 billion source crystals. Judging from Feng Xian's importance to the Blood Jade Qilin, as long as Yang Kai insisted, he would definitely be able to get his hands on 1 billion source crystals. However, he didn't even try to bargain and compromised. Is he scared? Young people were always hot-blooded, and when they calmed down they would be scared. A mere third-order Dao source realm cultivator dared to extort 100 million source crystals from the Seeking Passion sect's sect master. Perhaps no one would be able to do such a thing in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Senior Bingyun, I'll have to trouble you to do something. Yang Kai suddenly turned to Bingyun and said. Bingyun didn't know what he was going to do, so she asked suspiciously, What are you doing? Yang Kai held the Blood Jade Qilin in his hand, gestured to it and said, Master Feng Xian is only willing to pay 1/10 of the price, so of course I can only pay 1/10 of the price. Senior, please cut off 1/10 of this thing. We've always been fair in doing business. We don't take advantage of others, but we also won't let others take advantage of us. Bingyun secretly laughed when she heard this. It wasn't easy for Yang Kai to come up with such a wicked idea. She quietly glared at Feng Xian, flicked her wrist, and a snow-white sword appeared in her hand. She looked like she was really going to cut off 1/10 of the Blood Jade Qilin. Yang Kai looked up at Feng Xian, smiled coldly and said, Master, I don't know if you are satisfied with this result. Feng Xian almost vomited blood in anger, but before he could say anything Yang Kai continued, If Master can pay 500 million, I'll let Senior Bingyun cut off half of it. The amount of source crystals depends on whether the Master can afford it or not. I'm very fair. Now, how much do you want? Feng Xian's blood boiled in his chest and he almost couldn't breathe. He felt that he had never been so angry in his life, and all of this was thanks to that young man. Hu Yuan and the others were also secretly scared. They thought that this young man was really ruthless. He insisted on 1 billion source crystals and refused to budge. If he really cut off 1/10 or half of the Blood Jade Qilin, would there still be any meaning in its existence? It's just, if he offended the Seeking Passion sect like this, would he still be able to survive in the future? Unless he really was Bing Yun's illegitimate son. Chapter 24-27. Father, the Blood Jade Qilin seal can't be destroyed. Feng Shi exclaimed. Shut up. Feng Xian shouted angrily, glaring at Feng Shi with a face full of resentment. He suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between his son and this young man. Did I spoil him too much in the past? Feng Xian secretly reflected on himself. On the other side, Yang Kai spoke again. It seems that Master Feng can't afford the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. Just now you said that the Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. This young master, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, wanted to broaden his horizons, but who would have thought? Tiskei Senior Bingyun, since he can't afford it, just kill him. Bingyun nodded lightly and raised the long sword in his hand high. Feng Xian's face turned ashen as he hurriedly said, Fine, 1 billion it is. It was just 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He had been unwilling to agree before, mainly because he didn't want to be led by the nose by Yang Kai. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and it would be outrageous for him to be controlled by Yang Kai in front of so many people. But now he had no choice but to agree, even if he didn't want to. Straightforward, Master Feng is really a straightforward person. This young master admires your character. Yang Kai laughed. As soon as this remark came out, even the indifferent Bing Yun broke out in cold sweat, thinking, this brat really dares to say such a thing. Feng Xian's face was cold as he said, This king can give you the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals, but this king has one condition. Yang Kai snorted, Master Feng, are you still dreaming? Do you think you are qualified to bargain with this young master? Give me the source crystals first and we can talk later. Zhou Xian looked at him sarcastically and said, Why don't you listen to this king's condition first before you flatly refuse? Yang Kai said disdainfully, Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I don't want to hear it. He stretched out a hand towards Zhou Xian and shouted, Money in one hand and goods in the other. Don't hesitate. Zhou Xian suppressed his anger and said indifferently, My son suffered a bit of a loss at your hands last night. Young man, you have to climb back up from where you fell. My son wants to challenge you today. I wonder if little brother has the guts to accept. As if to match his words, Zhou Xian took a step forward and looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly. His eyes were full of disdain and there was no trace of the fear he had last night. Zhou Xian didn't think that Yang Kai was that powerful. The reason why he had suffered such a big loss the night before was mainly because Yang Kai had borrowed the power of Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm. In fact, he had never fought Yang Kai head-on. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had learned the most powerful cultivation methods and secret techniques in the world. He also had a powerful secret artifact in his hand. Among the cultivator in the same realm, no one was his opponent. In a one-on-one fight, Zhou Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. The night before today, Seeking Passion sect had lost all face. If they wanted to recover some lost ground, they could only start with Yang Kai. Zhou Xian and Yao Zhuo couldn't directly attack Yang Kai. Once they did, Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm would definitely not sit back and watch. It would be tantamount to directly triggering a war between the two sects. The only possibility was for Zhou Xian to challenge Yang Kai and then kill him in front of everyone to restore Seeking Passion sect's face. Zhou Xian obviously knew what his father was planning, so even though the father and son hadn't discussed it in advance, he quickly stood up with a provocative look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and grinned. Young sect master, I'm afraid you're not his biological son. Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and shouted angrily, Boy, you only know how to talk big. Yang Kai said disdainfully, If you were his biological son, why would Master Zhou be so eager to send you to your death? Zhou Xian said with a sullen face, You dare to look down on this young master? If you have the ability, let's fight in the arena. The winner will marry Ziyu and the loser will leave the Northern Territory never to return. Ziyu frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, What does it have to do with me? This Zhou Xian is quite interesting. He actually dragged me into this for no reason. It's really infuriating. But when she thought about how Yang Kai didn't hide it the night before and said in front of so many people that she and I have already secretly decided to spend the rest of our lives together, Ziyu immediately understood that he was jealous. However, those words were just an excuse Yang Kai made. After that, the dozen or so martial uncles didn't ask about it again. Obviously, they all knew the whole story, but Zhou Xian took it seriously. His IQ was really worrying. Just based on this point, Ziyu couldn't possibly fancy Zhou Xian. Hand over the source crystals first. Master Zhou won't go back on his word, right? Yang Kai ignored Zhou Xian's provocation and turned to Zhou Xian and shouted. Zhou Xian sneered, took out a space ring he had prepared and said, The source crystals are all here, but why did little brother change the subject? Are you afraid of my son? If you are, you can apologize. My son has a good upbringing, so he may forgive you. Give me the source crystals first, then I'll talk to you again. Yang Kai urged impatiently. Zhou Xian coldly snorted and threw the space ring over with a pained expression. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. There weren't 1 billion source crystals in this ring, but there were 5 million high-rank source crystals and 500 million mid-rank source crystals, which was exactly 1 billion. It seems that Seeking Passion sect is really rich. They took out 1 billion source crystals just like that. Yang Kai suddenly regretted that he didn't offer a higher price. Looking at Zhou Xian's appearance, he should be able to take out more. After confirming that the number of source crystals was correct, Yang Kai threw the blood jade Qilin seal back. Zhou Xian didn't even look at it and directly threw it back to Zhou Xian, saying lightly, If you lose it again, you don't need to be the young sect master anymore. Zhou Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly said, Father Master, rest assured, this son will take good care of it and will never lose it again. Zhou Xian nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai again, asking, What do you think of my previous proposal? Yang Kai sneered, Master, Are you really in such a hurry to send your son to the Yellow Springs? It seems that he really isn't your biological son, but that's not surprising. Master has countless wives and concubines, so his energy is limited. It's inevitable that he won't be able to take care of all of them. It's normal for his wives to occasionally go out and steal some wild food. Hu Yuan and the others all had extremely strange expressions on their faces. They all wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. It was extremely difficult for them to hold back their laughter. In this world, who would dare to speak to Feng Xian like this? Wasn't this clearly saying that Feng Xian was being cuckolded? Everyone's understanding of Yang Kai's courage was refreshed once again. They admired him to the extreme, but at the same time they were also frightened. Because they were really afraid that Yang Kai would completely enrage Feng Xian. An enraged Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was simply a disaster. Brat, you're presumptuous. Feng Xian was really furious. No one would be able to remain calm after being spoken to like this. Yang Kai shouted sternly, "What's wrong?" Master Feng Xian was in high spirits when he slandered Senior Bingyun, but now you're going to turn hostile after being slandered? Master, your temperament isn't good enough. Compared to Senior Bingyun, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Feng Xian was startled when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. There was no longer any irritable and angry expression on his face. That he looked calm. Obviously he had adjusted himself. After being indifferent for a while, he said lightly, "Let's not talk about anything else first. Today your battle with Shi-Er must be carried out." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Since Master is being so unreasonable and bullying the weak, then this young master can only reluctantly agree. He really didn't put a trivial Feng Shi in his eyes. Even if Feng Shi really had some kind of trump card, he was confident that he could escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai whispered to Bingyun, "Will it be okay if I kill him?" Bingyun frowned. She didn't doubt Yang Kai's words at all. She knew how powerful Yang Kai was. He had even killed Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, so how powerful could Feng Shi be? She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's best if you don't kill him. If you kill Feng Shi in front of everyone, Feng Xian will definitely not let it go. Although my Ice Heart Valley is not afraid of him, once the two sects go to war, countless disciples will die. The gains will not make up for the losses." Understood, Yang Kai nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile as he said, "Then I'll cripple him." Hearing this, Bingyun glanced at Feng Shi, who was rubbing his hands triumphantly, and a trace of sympathy appeared in her heart. On the other side, everyone had different expressions when they saw that Yang Kai really agreed to Feng Shi's challenge. The women from Ice Heart Valley were worried and anxious. Although they didn't know how powerful Yang Kai was, Feng Shi was still the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. How could he not have some special skills? Even Ziyu might not be able to escape unscathed if she fought him alone. Could this Yang Kai really do it? On the contrary, Hu Yuan and the others were all excited. They weren't excited because of a battle between two Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. They were all from the Emperor realm, so what was so interesting about a battle between two Dao Source Realm cultivators? Instead, it was because the conflict between the great forces of Ice Heart Valley could be resolved through this battle. They didn't have to worry about the situation in the entire Northern Territory becoming unstable. This was also what they had hoped to see, so for Kai Yang to agree to this battle, they were still a little grateful. Everyone could see that Yang Kai could completely ignore this battle. Feng Xian was simply too unreasonable, oppressing others with his power. Thinking so, Hu Yuan hurriedly said, "I remember that there is a ready-made arena in the city. If you don't mind, why don't you go there?" Feng Xian nodded lightly and said, "In that case, let's go." Saying so, his body flickered and his emperor chi surged as he disappeared with Feng Shi. Yao Zhuo glared coldly at Yang Kai with a mocking look on his face as he followed. "Master, if you really can't do it, why don't you let Ziyu go up? Feng Shi definitely won't dare to kill Ziyu. Besides, Ziyu is on par with him, so she may not necessarily be his opponent." Sun Yunxia was a straightforward person. She said what was on her mind and didn't care about Yang Kai's feelings. She was just short of saying that Yang Kai was definitely not Feng Shi's opponent and would die if he went up. Chapter 24-28. Hearing this, Ziyu nodded. "Ancestral founder, I'm not afraid of him. He's just an embroidered pillow, he doesn't have any powerful abilities." Before Bingyun could answer, Yang Kai laughed and said, "I appreciate junior sister Yu's kindness, but since he's just an embroidered pillow, there's no need for me to be afraid of him. Big brother, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Ziyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words. Bingyun said, don't underestimate your enemy. I know a little about your abilities and Fengxi isn't your opponent. But I remember that when Feng Xian broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, he also condensed an Emperor Authority bead just like me. If this Emperor Authority bead is in Fengxi's hands, you must end this battle quickly, don't give him any chance. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He wasn't afraid of Fengxi's abilities, but he had to be wary of the Emperor Authority bead. He had used the Emperor Authority bead twice and each time it was extremely powerful. If Fengxi really used the Emperor Authority bead, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll remember. But you don't have to worry too much. If he really uses the Emperor Authority bead, I'll take action, Bingyun added. Yang Kai grinned and said, with Senior Bingyun here, this junior can rest assured. Let's go first. If they wait too long they might slander us again, Bingyun said and led everyone to the center of Ice Moon City. The commotion here had already alarmed all the cultivator in Ice Moon City. Although many people didn't understand the whole story, everyone knew at this moment. The Seeking Passion sect's young sect master Fengxi was going to compete with an unknown young cultivator in the arena. Almost all the cultivator in Ice Moon City rushed to the arena. By the time Kai Yang, Bingyun and the others arrived at the stage, they saw that it was completely surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. This arena looked quite imposing, as if the city lord of Ice Moon City had specially set it up for the cultivator to settle their grudges. There were dozens of large and small barriers on the arena so the cultivator inside could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to worry about destroying the arena. The arena covered a large area, oval with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was surrounded by high platforms to make it convenient for people to watch the battle. At this moment, the seats on the high platform were naturally filled, and people were constantly coming from all directions to watch the battle. Fengxi was already standing in the center of the ring with a faint sneer on his face. His expression was unfathomable. Unparalleled arrogance. After seeing Yang Kai's figure, he stretched out his hand and gestured to Yang Kai, then slowly slid it around his neck as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. You must be careful. Bingyun whispered in Yang Kai's ear again. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then his figure flickered and he directly jumped onto the arena. He was 10 feet away from Fengxi. They looked at each other from a distance. There was a commotion all around. Many people curiously looked at Yang Kai and pointed at him. They didn't know which corner he had come from, daring to meet the Seeking Passion sect's young master in the arena. Some busybodies even spread the news of what had happened in the inn. When they learned that Yang Kai had robbed 100,000 mid-rank source crystals from the Seeking Passion sect's sect master and snatched the vice sect master's space ring the night before, the crowd suddenly boiled over. Most of the cultivator living in Ice Moon City were loyal to Ice Heart Valley, so they naturally didn't like the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, when they heard that the Seeking Passion sect's young master had suffered such a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, they became excited. They were all in high spirits. The noise and discussion all around converged like a tide and reached Fengxi's ears, causing his face to turn extremely ugly. His mood inevitably fluctuated a little. Feng Xian, who was quietly watching from the stands, seemed to have noticed this and coldly shouted, if you can't grind this boy's bones to dust today, you will no longer be our sect's young sect master. If you can do this, I promise you can marry Lady Ziyu. When Fengxi heard this, he immediately became spirited. His face flushed with excitement as he proudly declared, Father Master, rest assured. The son will not disappoint you. I will use this boy's blood and soul to wash away the shame of our sect and let him know the consequences of offending someone he shouldn't. Very good. Do it without holding back. Feng Xian nodded with satisfaction. Above the ring, Fengxi's face was gloomy as he coldly looked at Yang Kai and said, Boy, you heard my father's words. If you don't want to suffer in vain, kneel down and kowtow to apologize now. This young master can give you a quick death. Otherwise... Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai, who was not far away, suddenly flickered and disappeared. Fengxi turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, but to his surprise, there was no trace of Yang Kai's aura. This person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Fengxi didn't even see how Yang Kai disappeared. Just as Fengxi was feeling suspicious, an instinctive sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without even thinking about it, Fengxi let out a roar. As his source qi surged, an oval-shaped light curtain suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, completely enveloping him like a protective shield. This was undoubtedly an extremely high-grade defensive artifact. Moreover, it had no blind spots and was airtight. Fengxi had just urged the power of his defensive artifact when Yang Kai appeared in front of him like a ghost. With a mocking look on his face, Yang Kai threw a punch at Fengxi. This punch caused the wind and clouds to surge and the world to shake. Fengxi's face paled. With a loud bang, the entire ring seemed to shake. Fengxi felt as if a huge mountain was crashing into him. An unimaginable force was imprinted on his chest, causing his qi and blood to roil in an instant. The pain in his chest was unbearable and he couldn't help but fly backward. The protective light curtain of the defensive artifact also caved in under the force of this punch, and a series of cracking noises could be heard. Fengxi's face changed abruptly. He hurriedly looked up and saw that a crack had appeared on his Dao source grade high-rank defensive artifact. It was a meter-long crack. Fengxi's face suddenly turned pale. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This was a Dao source grade high-rank defensive artifact. Once it was activated, even if he stood still and allowed a cultivator of the same level to attack him, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense within 10 breaths. But what was wrong with this little brat? Just one punch had caused a crack to appear on his artifact. If he was hit by another punch, wouldn't his artifact be destroyed? In the stands, Zhou Xian suddenly stood up. His eyes widened as his expression changed drastically. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized that something was wrong. This little brat didn't seem to be an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. His son was definitely not his opponent. So fast. So strong. Is this little brat still human? Hu Yuan also exclaimed. Young Sect Master was sent flying with a single punch. Who the hell is this person? Do you think he really is Sect Master Bing Yun's? You're courting death. Master Feng Xian can say that, but you dare to say it too? The group from the Emperor Realm were all knowledgeable. Even though they had just exchanged blows in everyone's eyes, Fengxi was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. Whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Yang Kai had completely suppressed Fengxi. It was only a matter of time before he won. The people from Ice Heart Valley were also amazed at this moment. Originally, they were worried about Yang Kai, not knowing what the consequences would be if Yang Kai went up. But now they didn't need to worry about him at all. Even Ziyu couldn't compare to him in terms of strength. They just didn't know if this was all he could do or if he still had strength to spare. The women quietly turned their heads to look at Bing Yun and found that she looked indifferent. She didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai at all. Only then did they realize that they had been overthinking things. Sun Yunxiu remembered that she had suggested Ziyu go up to replace Yang Kai and couldn't help but blush. You dare to be so long-winded in a life-or-death battle. Just watch how this young master beats your mouth. On the stage, Yang Kai didn't let his opponent off the hook as he chased after Fengxi. 5 colored rays of light bloomed on his fists as 5 elements indestructible sword qi leisurely emerged and pulsed around his fists. Unsure if Fengxi had an Emperor authority bead, Yang Kai didn't care about hiding his strength at this moment. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Fengxi as soon as possible. So he didn't hold back at all. The 5 elements indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, making them unpredictable. Yang Kai smashed down again. With his current strength, he didn't even need to use an artifact to deal with a cultivator of the same level. Fengxi's figure was unstable as he watched Yang Kai's fist smash down. Feeling the terrifying power contained in it, his face suddenly turned pale. He had already felt the terror of Yang Kai's previous punch. Even his defensive artifact had been smashed open, so if this punch were to hit it again, his artifact would definitely be destroyed. If that happened, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Fengxi wanted to use his trump card, but he helplessly found that his blood and qi were tumbling in his chest and he couldn't summon his source qi. Frightened, he hurriedly shouted, "Father Master, save me." In less than 10 breaths of time, Fengxi no longer had the confidence he had before. He was like a stray dog begging for help from his master. In the stands, Feng Xian should have also noticed something was wrong. When Feng Shi shouted those words, he had already taken action, reaching out and grabbing towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't let his son be killed by Yang Kai in front of so many people. Bing Yun sneered, "Feng Xian, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years, but your skin is still so thick. You have the nerve to intervene in a fight between the younger generation." As she spoke, she lightly struck out a palm towards Feng Xian. "Bing Yun, you really want to be this king's enemy?" Feng Xian was furious, but he had no choice but to withdraw his hand and defend himself. Bing Yun's strength was on par with his, so if he didn't defend himself he would definitely be injured. If he was injured, the Seeking Passion sect would be in trouble. The two exchanged blows across the air, and the aftermath swept out like a storm, causing countless people to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker ones even fainted. Chapter 24-29. In the arena, Yang Kai was like a ferocious tiger. The power of his two punches had destroyed Feng Shi's defensive artifact. On the other hand, Feng Shi staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize himself, Yang Kai caught up with him and punched him for the third time. Feng Shi's eyes widened as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. His face suddenly turned pale. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai's attacks were endless and he couldn't resist at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card from the beginning. He originally thought that there was no gap in strength between him and Yang Kai. Even if there was a gap, it would be him suppressing his opponent. Yang Kai couldn't possibly be his opponent. But now it seemed that he was too naive. Feng Shi held his breath as he watched the fist smash down. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as if he had been ambushed. His attacking fist suddenly retracted and then his figure leaped and retreated. He then looked at the back of his hand with a solemn expression. The aura of death suddenly dispersed, but Feng Shi screamed and shifted his gaze to his arm. The next moment he understood what had happened and was overjoyed. On the other side, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the back of his hand. Just as he was about to kill Feng Shi, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He thought that he had been ambushed, so he didn't have time to kill Feng Shi. He quickly retreated. It was more important to save his own life. The person who could ambush him without him noticing was definitely a master from the Emperor realm. But what made him feel strange was that Bing Yun didn't seem to notice it either. However, after retreating to investigate, Yang Kai found that things weren't as he thought. The back of his hand was still burning, but there were no traces of a sneak attack. Instead, it was getting hotter. It was as if he had reached his hand into the depths of magma. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Feng Shi suddenly screamed from the opposite side of the stage. He seemed to be in unbearable pain. Yang Kai looked up and saw Feng Shi covering a certain part of his arm with one hand as he gritted his teeth and growled. He was not the only one. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surrounding viewing platforms. "What's going on?" Yang Kai's expression was solemn. With a blank look on his face, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Ice Heart Valley's group and found that Ziyu was also holding her arm, her forehead dripping with sweat. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed a problem, and that was that the people who were affected were all young people and there weren't many of them. There were only about a dozen of them. There were men and women, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Such a change in the viewing platforms also surprised those from the Emperor realm. They didn't know what was going on with these rising stars. Bing Yun no longer had any intention of entangling with Feng Xian and hurriedly looked at Yang Kai with concern. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others gathered around Ziyu and asked about the situation. Before they could ask what was going on, specks of starlight suddenly escaped from the backs of the hands and arms of the dozen or so young people who were affected, like countless fireflies gathering together. They slowly flew up into the sky, looking magnificent. "This is..." Bing Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she seemed to understand something all of a sudden. The masters from the various sects in the Northern Territory were also trembling with excitement, pointing at the specks of starlight with trembling lips. The burning sensation on the back of his hand suddenly disappeared, and when Yang Kai looked at it again, he found that there was a pentagonal mark on the back of his hand. A light flashed in his mind as he whispered, "Star Seal." This pentagonal mark was obviously the star seal of the Shattered Star Sea, a trophy he obtained from the Four Seasons realm. When he entered the Four Seasons realm on behalf of Azure Sun Temple, he obtained a total of 7 star seals. Later he gave 6 to Azure Sun Temple and kept 1 for himself. After such a long time this star seal had not moved at all and Yang Kai almost forgot about it. But he didn't expect that at the critical moment of his life and death battle with Feng Shi, a vision would suddenly appear. The star seal was the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Only those with star seals were eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea was rumored to be the place where the #1 master of the star realm, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, fell. Some even said that the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors was hidden there, causing countless masters to scramble for it. Unfortunately, every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the masters of the Emperor realm could not enter. Only the cultivator below the Emperor realm could enter. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor had fallen for tens of thousands of years. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless sects within the 4 territories of the Star Realm had sent countless elite disciples into the Shattered Star Sea, hoping to find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors and figure out the mystery of how he could dominate the Star Realm and become invincible, but no one succeeded. The secret of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors seemed to have been buried somewhere in the Shattered Star Sea with his fall. If it was just this temptation alone, it might not have tempted so many cultivator. After all, there was only one heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors and only one inheritance, so how could it be so easy to find? The key was that there were countless remnant stars in the Shattered Star Sea. As long as any cultivator could obtain these star sources, they could better comprehend the world principles and advance to the Emperor realm faster. Someone said that 7 out of 10 people from the Emperor realm of the Star Realm had entered the Shattered Star Sea, which showed how much this sealed world could improve a cultivator. For a Dao Source Realm cultivator, entering the Shattered Star Sea was equivalent to taking half a step into the door of the Emperor realm. This temptation was irresistible to any cultivator. There were also many masters from the Emperor realm who had been working hard to find the entrance to the Shattered Star Sea, hoping to enter and take a look. But back then, when the emperors besieged heaven-devouring Great Emperor, their battle had caused the world to shatter, the universe to shake, and the universe to turn upside down. The Shattered Star Sea had been hidden in a certain space crack, making it impossible for those experts to enter. In that battle, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors fell, but before he died he also took several Great Emperors with him. In other words, the Shattered Star Sea might not only contain the legacy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors, but also the inheritances of other Great Emperors. Even if the inheritances of these Great Emperors could not be found, it would be good to find the artifacts and space rings that were discarded during the battle. As long as one could find one, that cultivator would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. For various reasons, the Shattered Star Sea received far more attention than any other sealed world in the Star Realm. It was a grand event that all the elite cultivators from the 4 great territories of the Star Realm would participate in. Compared to it, the Four Seasons realm was simply too weak. At this time, the star seal suddenly emitted a little starlight, and Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. The Shattered Star Sea is open. In the stands there was a sudden exclamation. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up together with excited expressions. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Shi, who was standing not far away, and sneered, "Count yourself lucky." If it weren't for the sudden movement of the star seal, Feng Shi would have been seriously injured by him at this moment. Yang Kai didn't know if this guy was fated to die or if he was just lucky enough to escape at such a critical moment. Now that the star seal had reacted, Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly, lest something went wrong and he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Feng Shi also had a star seal, so he would obviously enter the Shattered Star Sea. In this arena, Yang Kai could only cripple Feng Shi, but he couldn't kill him, so as to avoid triggering a war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect. But if he entered the Shattered Star Sea, he could completely avoid any future troubles, so he didn't have any intention of looking for trouble with Feng Shi at this moment and just stood there quietly. Feng Shi heard him and opened his mouth to refute, but when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help shrinking his head and swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. In just a few breaths of time he had been suppressed by Yang Kai and had no chance to breathe, so how could he dare to provoke him now? Above the arena, Yang Kai looked around and saw more than a dozen people in the stands like him, their arms exuding starlight. Most of these people had someone from the Emperor realm standing next to them giving them advice. They had undoubtedly followed these people from the Emperor realm to congratulate him, and they were all rising stars of the Northern Territory's great sects. Ziyu was also among them with Ruo Yun, Sun Yunxiu and the others around her. Sun Yunxiu was telling her something very quickly, and Ziyu kept nodding, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded. Ziyu was undoubtedly a person with a star seal, so she would naturally go to the Shattered Star Sea like him. If they met there, they could cooperate. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Shattered Star Sea. Although he was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple and even had the highest level Azure Sun Gold token, he hadn't received much guidance from those from the Emperor realm in Azure Sun Temple, nor had he deliberately asked Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting about the Shattered Star Sea. In this regard, he was inferior to those disciples from the great sects. After entering the Shattered Star Sea, if he met someone he knew, he could ask for a little information or slowly explore on his own. Speaking of which, he knew a lot of people. He knew most of the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple, as well as the rising stars of the Southern Territory. Basically, he had dealt with them in the Four Seasons realm. This time, those people would definitely enter the Shattered Star Sea. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, Bing Yun's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Shattered Star Sea is a great opportunity. Stay alive and come back alive. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Bing Yun obviously wanted to tell him something more, but there was no chance. The next moment, the starlight that escaped from the back of everyone's hands suddenly thickened and gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the starlight directly converged into a starlight gate. Chapter 24:30. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a star field that had shrunk countless times had appeared above everyone's head. It looked extremely mysterious. An unpredictable aura was emitted from the starlight door. Feeling this aura, everyone's spirit was shaken. Shortly after, the starlight door suddenly descended and enveloped the dozen or so people present. A dazzling light bloomed and everyone couldn't open their eyes. When the light dissipated, the dozen or so people who were originally enveloped by the starlight disappeared. This scene was also happening everywhere in the star boundary at this moment. Thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators from the four great territories had entered the Shattered Star Sea. In the stands of Ice Moon City, Feng Xian glanced coldly at Bing Yun before standing up and leaving. He didn't say a word of nonsense before leaving. At this moment it was meaningless to say anything. The young people had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, so the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley could only wait until Feng Shi and Ziyu returned safely. If even one of them died inside, this marriage would definitely be called off. Bing Yun undoubtedly had no intention of stopping him. Although she was not afraid of Feng Xian with their strength and identity, every word and action of theirs was closely related. In the cold and empty void, the broken stars were dilapidated and desolate, without the slightest bit of spiritual energy. The starry sky storm destroyed everything in its path, whistling as it came and went. The vast meteorite sea was like a river with no end in sight, spanning between the heaven and earth. It was quiet all around, as if the world had yet to be divided, and the heavens and earth had yet to be opened. Everything was still in chaos. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a light flashed, and after the light dissipated, Yang Kai strangely appeared. Previously, when he was wrapped in the starlight in the arena, he immediately noticed a fluctuation of space force lingering around him. This feeling was very familiar to him, and he knew that this was the sign of long-distance transmission. It seemed that the reason why the star seal was used as a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea was because it was the connection point for this kind of long-distance transmission. Without a star seal, one couldn't be transmitted to the Shattered Star Sea. As soon as he appeared, he raised his eyes and looked around. He couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Because everything he saw was so familiar, it gave him the illusion that he had returned to the Hengluo starfield. Back when he was in the Hengluo starfield, he had traveled to many cultivation stars and traveled back and forth in the star territory many times. He often saw this scene in front of him. The only thing that was different was that the scene in front of him seemed to be even more bleak than some places in Hengluo starfield. There was no sign of life. Everywhere he looked, there was only broken ground. Yang Kai even saw a broken cultivation star. This cultivation star was at least a month away from Yang Kai's current location and was no smaller than Shadowed Star. But the left half of this cultivation star had been destroyed by some kind of inexplicable violent force, leaving only half of it intact. There were shattered stars all around. There were actually quite a few of them. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. He didn't know what kind of powerful force was required to do such a thing. But the person who did this was definitely a master on the level of the great emperors. Could this battlefield where many great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor be the territory of some star? Such a thought suddenly popped into Yang Kai's mind. Otherwise, why would there be a broken cultivation star in the shattered star sea? If this was the case, then this battle was definitely a disaster for this star territory. Perhaps it was because of that battle that this star territory was so bleak and was swallowed by a void crevice that could only open at special times. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face sank. He found it hard to imagine. What would the consequences of that battle have been if it had happened in Hengluo Starfield? If this was the case, then the scene in front of him was the future of Hengluo Starfield. There would be no Tongxian realm, no water moon star, and no shadowed star. There would only be broken stars and a broken battlefield that would never recover. Just as he was contemplating, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that about 1,000 feet away from him, a person had suddenly appeared and was also looking around blankly like him. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. "Young sect master, we are really fated to meet." He didn't know if it was because they were standing together in the arena when the shattered star sea opened, but Feng Shi appeared near him at this moment. However, the other rising stars of the Northern Territory were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai didn't know where they had been teleported to. Previously, his attack had failed because of the star seals phenomenon, so Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed to see him again. While speaking, Yang Kai had already pounced towards Feng Shi. This was the shattered star sea, so there weren't many spectators, including Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo. Even if he killed Feng Shi here, no one would know, and there was no need to worry about triggering a war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, Yang Kai went all out in this attack, preparing to kill Feng Shi in one blow. Feng Shi also came back to his senses at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards him, he didn't panic in the slightest, nor did he show any intention of dodging or defending. Instead, he stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai, sneering, "There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There is no door to hell, so go to hell." Saying so, he raised his hand and threw a bead at Yang Kai. A terrifying might suddenly spread out, and a dense emperor pressure swept out in all directions, causing the starry sky to tremble. Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Although Bing Yun had warned him before and he had been wary of Feng Shi's trump card, the Emperor Authority Bead, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he had it or not before Feng Shi summoned it. But now the truth was right in front of him, so Yang Kai couldn't doubt it. Feng Shi really did have an Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Feng Shi had scared him in the arena just now, but when they met again, Feng Shi decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. How could Yang Kai dare to face the Emperor Authority Bead condensed by a third-order Emperor Realm Master head-on? After realizing that the situation was bad, Yang Kai quickly turned around, and with the help of space principles, his figure retreated a few thousand meters. Hong. A soul-shaking throbbing enveloped Yang Kai as Feng Xian's phantom suddenly appeared in the empty void. It was gigantic, with its head touching the sky and its feet firmly planted on the ground. Staring blankly at Yang Kai, it leisurely pointed a finger at him. A low chant resounded across 100 kilometers, "Seeking Passion Finger." As soon as the low chant sounded, Yang Kai felt the aura of death chasing after him from behind. Shocked, he roared, "Dragon form!" Dragon scales suddenly covered his body, and Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws. Not only that, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to condense it on his back as a form of protection. Since an ant is going to die, why bother struggling? Feng Shi stood proudly in the void, watching Yang Kai's fleeing figure, and couldn't help laughing complacently. Although he had sacrificed an Emperor Authority Bead, one less trump card, and almost all of his source chi had been drained, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, everything was worth it. Yang Kai dared to steal his woman and made him lose face in the arena of Ice Moon City. Shi already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect to meet this guy as soon as he arrived in the Shattered Star Sea. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity, so how could Shi miss it? He didn't believe that Yang Kai, a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, could survive his father's Emperor Authority bead. Yang Kai had just used his dragon transformation secret technique when a huge force hit his back. He felt his head go numb and his back felt like it was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable and his bones creaked. He felt a sweet taste in his throat as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to check his injuries and used his space force to teleport forward again. There was only a fine line between life and death. At this moment, the power of the Emperor Authority bead had yet to fully erupt, but it was already giving him so much pressure. If it fully erupted, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape. The thick Emperor pressure followed closely behind him, constantly shrouding the surrounding space and sealing it. Yang Kai knew that once he was enveloped, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Hong long long. Violent and continuous sounds kept ringing behind him, but the power of the Emperor Authority bead still followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and madly burned his blood essence, increasing his speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several thousand meters. Another muffled sound rang out. The power of the Emperor Authority bead seemed to have only suddenly erupted at this moment. In the direction Yang Kai was escaping, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. Inside this black hole, there was nothing but chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. Feng Xian's phantom still stood in the void, staring in the direction Yang Kai had escaped. After a long time, this phantom gradually dissipated. "Ah, now you're dead. You want to fight with this young master? You're still too inexperienced." Shi thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure and couldn't help laughing out loud. However, this laughter caused his body to weaken and he couldn't help coughing violently. After calming down with great difficulty, Shi glared in the direction of the black hole before turning around and flying off in another direction. In order to summon the Emperor Authority bead, he had almost exhausted all of his source qi, so he had to find a place to recover quickly. Otherwise, if he encountered any danger here, he wouldn't be able to fight back. The Shattered Star Sea was not a safe place. In this damned place, in order to find the inheritances of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, anyone was an enemy. They could kill each other without asking for any reason. On the other side, Yang Kai, who Shi thought was dead for sure, dragged his seriously injured body into the asteroid sea with great difficulty. At this time, Yang Kai's vision was blurred and he seemed to be on the verge of passing out at any moment. Since he started cultivating, he felt that he had never suffered such a serious injury. Chapter 24:31. Even though the Emperor Authority bead had only brushed past him, Yang Kai felt as if his back had been torn apart and his internal organs had been displaced. Even without using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai knew that his back was now a bloody mess. If not for his proficiency in the Tao of space and his decisiveness in fleeing, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper, Yang Kai struggled to shuttle through the asteroid sea for a while before finding a relatively large asteroid to hide in. Summoning the Sealed World bead, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he entered the Sealed World bead. This asteroid sea was in a moving state, and under the influence of an inexplicable force, it was moving in a certain direction towards the depths of this boundless star territory. Yang Kai did not know where it was heading, but at this moment, Yang Kai could not care too much and could only focus on healing his injuries. Near the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of healing spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth before circulating his secret art to neutralize the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, he gathered the vitality of the Immortal tree for his own use. This time Shi's injuries were not light, but Yang Kai was not too worried. His constitution was extremely strong, and there was also the Immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. As long as he did not die on the spot, he would fully recover one day. In order to escape from the Emperor Authority bead, Yang Kai had burned a lot of his blood essence, making his body extremely weak. It would take a long time for him to recover. In the Shattered Star Sea, A storm was brewing as tens of thousands of Dao Source Realm elites from the star boundary poured into this place in search of opportunities and higher heavenly way martial Dao, hoping to break through to the Emperor realm here. In the asteroid sea, Yang Kai was in seclusion. He was focused on healing. In a flash, a month passed. After a month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. He did not expect that his healing this time would take so long. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of the Emperor Authority bead condensed by a third-order Emperor Realm Master. While the power of the Seeking Passion Finger had injured him, it had also seeped into his body. It was to get rid of this power. Yang Kai had only spent a month's time, otherwise with his physique and the effects of the Immortal tree, he could have completely recovered in a few days. His injuries had already healed without leaving behind any sequelae. His strength had also returned to its peak state. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave the sealed world bead. First, he used his spiritual force to scan the outside world and found that it was quiet all around. There was not a single person in sight. After confirming that it was safe, he flipped his hand and in the next moment 4 beads of different colors appeared in his palm. These 4 pearls were the spring, summer, autumn and winter pearls. They were left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. A long time ago, Yang Kai had speculated that collecting all 4 pearls of spring, summer, autumn and winter would bring him unexpected gains. It was a pity that he never had the chance to see the pearl of winter. However, he did not expect that he would gain something in Ice Heart Valley this time. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead made him aware of some dangers. With his current strength, he did not need to fear a cultivator of the same level, but he had to be on guard against the trump cards of these cultivators. Feng Shi had an Emperor Authority bead, so who could be sure that the enemies he would encounter would not have one? Even if they did not have an Emperor Authority bead, or did they not have any other trump cards? After all, the cultivator who could come to the Shattered Star Sea was an elite of the star boundary. Many of them were the descendants of the powerful the Emperor realm and the elite disciples of the various top sects. Many of these people could not be underestimated. Underestimating them might cost one's life. Therefore Yang Kai was eager to improve his strength. He was now in the third-order Dao Source realm. If he improved further, he would be in the Emperor realm. However, how could it be so easy to break through in the Emperor realm? The opportunity was not there yet. Yang Kai did not know when he would be able to peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Since he could not break through, he could only start with secret techniques. The 4 seasons beads were undoubtedly the best choice. If he could comprehend them thoroughly, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. The great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor were proficient in the principles of time. In his era he was a top master. If he could obtain his inheritance, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Therefore Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. After taking out the 4 seasons beads, he began to comprehend them, hoping to gain some benefits. Strangely enough, when the bead of winter met the bead of summer in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area, there was some resonance between the two, but when these 4 beads were gathered together, there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai did not know how to stimulate the power of the 4 seasons beads, so he could only put them together in the palm of his hand, circulate his secret art and comprehend them quietly. He was not too impatient. On the contrary, his mind was calm. Gradually he entered an ethereal state. His mind was empty and his body and mind relaxed as if he was floating in the clouds. He had completely forgotten where he was and what he was here for. He was completely immersed in this feeling that he could not extricate himself from. Half a month passed, then a month passed, then 2 months passed. The 4 seasons beads still showed no reaction, but Yang Kai was madly absorbing the world energy in the small sealed world bead, making his source chi more vigorous and pure. The realm of the third-order Dao Source realm was steadily rising and he was about to reach a peak. On a certain day 3 months later, Kai Yang's mind suddenly shook. A kind of vibration from the depths of his soul startled him. Following that, a scorching hot feeling spread from the palm of his hand. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 colored lights suddenly escape from his palm. Like ribbons, they slowly fluttered up and wrapped around his body. Each of the 4 colored lights gave birth to an extremely special concept and principle strength. The 4 principles resonated with each other and complemented each other. They had the characteristics of the 5 elements, the power of the 4 seasons, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had unintentionally stimulated the power of the Four Seasons beads. Feeling it again, the Four Seasons beads that he was holding in his palm had disappeared, leaving only the four colored lights fluttering around him. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was his opportunity. He did not dare to neglect it. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in comprehending the power of the Four Seasons beads. Unlike the ethereal state of meditation he had been in a few months ago, this time he comprehended with a goal in mind. As soon as he opened his mind, he noticed the four extremely special principles of power around him. The spring breeze was pleasant, the summer was hot, the autumn was bleak, and the winter was covered in snow. They seemed to form a strange cycle. The power of the Four Seasons beads constantly overlapped, changing the flowing time Great Emperor. It was endless and continuous. Yang Kai suddenly sank into it and forgot the concept of time. His entire body was already like an outsider that had been exiled by time, and the skin on his face was slowly aging. In the short time for an incense stick to burn, he'd become an extremely old man with grizzled hair, yet at a certain critical point he'd glowed with vigor and returned to the beautiful days of his youth. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed to be extremely strange. The principles of the Four Seasons were surging, and even the environment around Yang Kai was constantly changing. The herbs planted in the medicine garden also seemed to have experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation in a very short period of time, growing wildly. With the exception of the Immortal tree and the Firmament tree, which were not affected by the principal strength, the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines were growing very well. Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this strange dream he constantly wandered between the stages of youth and old man. He used his body to remember the feeling of the flowing time Great Emperor, and used his body and mind to experience the concept of time passing by. Gradually, some vague ideas appeared in his mind. He wanted to see these ideas clearly, but there seemed to be a thin film in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried he could not penetrate this thin film. And every time his body reincarnated, these vague ideas became clearer to him. Finally, at that moment, this vague thought turned into a kind of enlightenment. Yang Kai suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his eyes shining like stars. The four-colored light continued to hover around him, fluttering in the air like four ribbons. Yang Kai remained motionless, his expression extremely solemn, his hands quickly forming a mysterious seal, whispering in a low voice, "The flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." His voice was very slow, but his movements were even slower. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious seal was formed. The next moment, the four-colored light that had been fluttering around him seemed to have received some kind of command, suddenly turning into fluorescent spots and drilling into his vital acupoints. Hong. With Yang Kai as the center, an invisible aura suddenly spread out in all directions with astonishing momentum. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. It's the time principle. The flowing time Great Emperor is really amazing. The Great Emperors. In this world, only the law of time could be on par with the law of space. No matter which of these two principal forces it was, they were extremely obscure existences, difficult to grasp and even more difficult to cultivate. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space by chance. Along the way he had encountered some cultivator who had grasped the basics of the Tao of space, but in terms of proficiency, other than himself, it was probably Li Wuyi whom Mo Shaoqi had once mentioned. Li Wuyi was proficient in the Tao of space and was famous in the entire star boundary, but he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so basically no one dared to find trouble with him. There were still some people who could grasp the basics of the Tao of space, but Yang Kai had never encountered anyone who cultivated the Tao of time. In comparison, the Tao of time seemed to be more difficult to grasp than the Tao of space. But the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Yang Kai originally thought that the Four Seasons force was the overlapping of the Four Seasons, the replacement of the flowing time Great Emperor, but after comprehending the condensed seal this time, he understood that the flowing time Great Emperor had already sublimated the Four Seasons force to the level of the Tao of time, and had a very high level of attainment in it. And thanks to the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, and the power of the Four Seasons beads, Yang Kai could now be considered to have grasped the basics of the Tao of time. Since ancient times, he might be the only person who could cultivate both the Tao of space and the Tao of time at the same time. Chapter 2432. After silently comprehending his gains this time, Yang Kai slowly stood up. Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi were nearby. He didn't know when they came over. They were probably attracted by the noise he made here, but the two of them were far away and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai stand up, the two women looked at each other and floated over. Master, what kind of secret technique did you comprehend before? Why did your appearance and body keep changing? Lu Yen asked nervously. My appearance changed? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. He thought it was just a dream, but he didn't expect it to be true. No wonder he could comprehend the law of time and condense the secret technique seal of the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that his body had been constantly changing from an old man to a young man. He used the changes in his body to remember the flowing time great emperor and the passage of time. It was reasonable that he could comprehend the law of time. Well, you look very pitiful when you're old. Hua Qingxi also nodded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't care. People would always be born, grow old, get sick and die. This was a cycle. After comprehending the law of time, Yang Kai was very open-minded about it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's the secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor." Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi's eyes lit up when they heard this. Lu Yen said in surprise, "Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor?" Although Yang Kai also had the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, that thing couldn't be cultivated by humans. The flowing time great emperor was different. If he could really obtain his inheritance, his future would be smooth sailing. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I also thought that the Four Seasons Pearl hid the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. But that's not the case. That's just a secret technique of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. But I really did gain a lot." Yang Kai felt that it didn't matter if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor. As long as he persevered in cultivation, he could one day reach the height of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. But before that, he needed to cultivate the law of space to the extreme. Biting off more than one could chew, and Yang Kai understood this truth. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai suddenly asked again. He had been in the alternate reincarnation of the flowing time great emperor before, so he couldn't feel the passage of time at all, so he didn't know how long he had cultivated this time. "Almost a year," Hua Qingxi said. Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had already sensed it since Yang Kai was injured and came in. Calculating the time, it was almost a year. A year. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that even if it took a little time, it would definitely not be more than 2 to 3 months. But he didn't expect that a full year had passed. In other words, in the first year of the Shattered Star Sea's opening, apart from healing, he had been comprehending the mysteries of the Four Seasons Pearl. He didn't know if this was a waste of time. Yang Kai didn't know how long the Shattered Star Sea would be open. If it was only open for a year, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face turned black. An inexplicable sense of crisis grew in him. "I'll go out and see what's going on here," Yang Kai said, then turned around and rushed out of the sealed world bead. A year passed just like that, but he didn't get any benefits, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After leaving the sealed world bead, Yang Kai returned to the huge asteroid and looked around. He found that the surrounding scenery was the same as what he saw when he first came to the Shattered Star Sea, not much different. But Yang Kai was sure that this was not where he first came from. Perhaps he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This was because the meteorite sea was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Only God knew where it would bring him to. With a flicker, Yang Kai flew out of the asteroid sea and summoned his wooden boat. It was said that the Shattered Star Sea was a great opportunity for a Dao Source Realm cultivator. But Yang Kai didn't know where this opportunity was, so he could only walk around and try his luck first. For a few days he didn't encounter any problems, but he did encounter several starfield storms. The starfield storms in the Shattered Star Sea were extremely terrifying. Wherever they swept, even the void would collapse. Yang Kai's scalp tingled and he didn't dare to get involved. He also didn't encounter any cultivator. In this vast starfield, it seemed that he was the only living person. This made Yang Kai wonder if the Shattered Star Sea had closed, causing all the cultivators who entered here to leave while he stayed behind. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. On this day, while Yang Kai was flying in the void, he suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. He raised his brow and looked at the back of his hand. It was the location of his star seal brand. At this moment, this star seal was exuding a faint light, and there was an extremely weak force coming from a certain direction, guiding his star seal. Yang Kai was puzzled, not knowing what this star seal was resonating with. After pondering for a moment, he changed his direction and flew forward, following the source of the force. No matter what was there, there was always some movement. It was better to go and take a look than to run around like a headless fly. The star field was so vast that even if Yang Kai flew at full speed, it still took him 2 hours to reach it. After 2 hours, a broken cultivation star appeared in front of him. This cultivation star wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, belonging to the mid-range category. Just like the shattered star that Yang Kai had seen when he first entered the Shattered Star Sea, it was mostly broken, with only a small part of the stars still remaining in the void. As far as the eye could see, this tattered cultivation star was devoid of life, and there wasn't the slightest bit of greenery. Even after tens of thousands of years, this cultivation star still seemed to have the terrifying aura of the great emperor's desperate battle of life and death. And the power that was guiding his 5-pointed star seal was coming from this shattered star. Yang Kai was surprised, wondering what was so special about this shattered star that it could resonate with his star seal. Controlling the wooden boat, Yang Kai turned into a rainbow and flew towards a certain place on the shattered star. After a short while, Yang Kai came to the surface of the shattered star and stood on the stars to look around. All he could see was a messy landscape with innumerable large and small pits as dark as an abyss. After arriving here, the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand became slightly brighter, allowing Yang Kai to immediately confirm that he had found the right place. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai scanned the surroundings and soon raised his brow, revealing a look of joy as he whispered, "Star's star source." He possessed the star's star source of Shadowed Star, and as the star master of Shadowed Star, he was most familiar with the aura of star's star source. On this broken cultivation star, there was still some remnant power of the star's star source. However, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because this place was too damaged, but the star's star source was also broken and incomplete. Star's star source was a good thing for a cultivator in the star boundary. A cultivator with star's star source could better perceive the world principles through it, making it easier for them to break through. However, it was very difficult for a cultivator in the star boundary to obtain star's star source because star's star source could only be born from cultivation stars. There were very few such treasures in the star boundary, and even if there were, they would be taken away by some powerful cultivators. It was very rare for an ordinary cultivator to see them. But here there was star's star source. Although it was incomplete and broken, it was still a star source. It turned out that the legends were true. In this Shattered Star Sea, there were indeed many broken star sources. If a Dao Source Realm cultivator could absorb these star sources for their own use, it would be of great benefit to them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. Could it be that the star seal resonated with these star sources and led me here? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but no one could confirm it with him, so he didn't know if this guess was correct or not. If this was the case, then the star seal was a guiding light. As long as one followed the direction of the star seal, they would definitely be able to harvest the star source. Just as Kai Yang was guessing, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head towards the sky. He saw that in the sky, 2 dazzling rays of light had suddenly descended from the sky. A moment later they landed right near him. The brilliance dissipated, revealing 2 figures. Both of them were men and seemed to be from the same sect. Because their auras and clothes were somewhat similar, Yang Kai didn't know how they gathered together in this Shattered Star Sea. Both of their cultivations were at the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, and they were extremely condensed and vigorous. They didn't look like ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators and were most likely disciples of that great sect. Yang Kai noticed that both of them had a 5-pointed star seal on the back of their hands, which was exuding a faint light. It seemed that these two, like him, had been led here by the star seal. At first sight of these 2 people, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but happy. Because as long as there were still living people here, it meant that he wasn't alone in the Shattered Star Sea. It was just his bad luck that he hadn't met anyone in the past few days. In an instant, Kai Yang looked at the 2 of them with a face full of excitement. The 2 didn't know why Yang Kai was so excited, but they both looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. After glancing at Yang Kai faintly, they didn't put him in their eyes anymore and released their divine senses to check the situation around them. One of them frowned slightly and said, "The source strength here is so thin." "Yeah, it's not as good as the one we met yesterday," the other nodded in agreement. "But it's better than nothing. Many grains of sand make a tower, many a little makes a mickle. We can't let it go just because it's too little." As the man spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai again and shouted, "What are you looking at? Why don't you get the hell out of here?" The other person also sneered and said, "The star's source strength here is ours. Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The two of them went back and forth, obviously trying to intimidate him, causing Yang Kai's face to darken. Chapter 24:33. The source strength here was so thin that Yang Kai didn't really care much about it. After all, he already had the complete source strength of Shadowed Star, but these two were acting so arrogantly as soon as they arrived, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't lose his temper and instead cupped his fists and said, "Two friends, I have something I want to ask. I wonder if you can answer me?" The man who spoke first glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "Are you attracted here because your star seal has a connection with the source strength here?" The man glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and sneered, "Are you not?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Naturally." It turned out that the star seal could really sense the source strength of stars. Although he had some guesses before because no one had confirmed it with him, he wasn't too sure. Now, after hearing this man's answer, Yang Kai immediately understood that the star seal on the back of his hand was not just a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but also had other uses. The man said angrily, "Since that is the case, why ask when you already know the answer? How ridiculous." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just asking casually. Why are you so angry, friend? Do you know how long the Shattered Star Sea is open and closed?" As soon as this remark came out, the two men both looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions as if they had noticed something. One of them said, "It seems that you know nothing about this place." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me." He really knew nothing about the Shattered Star Sea. There was nothing to hide about this. Although he could also find out some information by himself, it was not as fast as inquiring from others. Although these two men didn't seem to be easy to deal with, it didn't prevent Yang Kai from probing them for information. The other man laughed and said, "Brother, someone actually came to the Shattered Star Sea without knowing anything. Didn't this guy have a master or elder to teach him?" He looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "So what if I don't have a master or an elder? Is it that funny?" That person's smile faded. He said, "It's not that funny. It's just that it's really surprising that someone without a master or elder could come here." "Friend, you haven't answered my question yet," Yang Kai urged. "What's in it for me to answer you?" The other party snorted. Yang Kai said, "How about I give the source energy of this place to you two friends?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I came here first. So long as the two of you can answer my questions, I'll leave right away. You can also take the source energy here. I won't interfere at all." The junior brother said angrily, "Who would dare to snatch the source strength that my brother and junior brother want? Why would we need you to do such a favor?" The brother waved his hand and said, "Friend, since you are so easy to talk to, then it would be impolite for us to refuse." Hearing this, the junior brother curled his lips and looked unhappy. The brother continued, "After the Shattered Star Sea opens, no one knows when it will end, nor is it fixed. According to ancient records, every time the Shattered Star Sea opens, it will last for 2 years. The shortest is 2 years. The longest is 10 years. Moreover, it will end without any warning. Once the secret territory closes, all the cultivator here will be expelled no matter where you are. Friend, are you satisfied with this answer?" "It's not a fixed time?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but it was not the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he quickly calmed down. However, according to this person, the Shattered Star Sea would open for at least 2 years. In other words, he had at least 1 year to gain experience here, which was not bad. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Goodbye." Although he still had a lot of things he did not understand, these two people were not easy to talk to. If he continued to ask, they might not tell the truth. Instead of being misled, it was better to explore on his own or wait until he met an acquaintance to inquire about it. While speaking, Yang Kai turned around and flew into the air. The moment he turned around, the eyes of the senior brother who had previously answered his question suddenly lit up. With a slight flick of his wrist, a jet-black light shot out and arrived behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the pitch-black light was about to pierce through Yang Kai's chest at the critical moment, he suddenly twisted his body and avoided the sneak attack of the pitch-black light by a hair's breadth. The next moment, Yang Kai stood in midair, looked down coldly and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this?" The brother was shocked and could not help but exclaim, "He dodged it? How is that possible? When he attacked earlier there was no sign, nor did he reveal the slightest murderous intent." Logically speaking, Yang Kai should not have been able to detect it, but in fact, Yang Kai seemed to have foreseen it and dodged the attack the moment it was about to hit him. This person is not a pushover, the brother thought to himself. His junior brother still looked as if he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes and sneered, "Isn't it obvious what you mean? Why do you like to ask questions that you already know the answer to? You two want to kill me?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said sadly, "I have met you two by chance and have no past grievances. You two have taken a fancy to this place's origin source and I have offered it to you with both hands. I have no intention of competing with you. I am so kind, but you two actually want to kill me? You've made me so sad. The most basic trust between people is gone." The brother's mouth twitched and he said, "If you don't want to die, leave behind your right hand and get out of here." The junior brother also nodded in agreement. "Yes, if you want to live, cut off your right hand. My brother and I will spare your life, otherwise next year today will be the anniversary of your death." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you two want my right hand for? Don't you have your own hands?" The junior brother sneered and said, "Do you think your right hand is very popular? What we want is not your right hand but the star seal on the back of your hand. We have already entered the Shattered Star Sea. What's the point of snatching my star seal?" Yang Kai still looked puzzled. "You really don't know anything." The junior brother laughed. "My brother and I will be good people to the end today and give you a piece of information for free. In the Shattered Star Sea, snatching other people's star seals is a common thing. As for the reason and benefits, you will understand in the future." The brother said with a calm face, "Friend, since you can avoid my blow, it seems that your skills are extraordinary, but do you think you can beat my brother and I working together? If you don't want to die, cooperate obediently. Otherwise, after killing you, I can still take your star seal." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said lightly, "Your words really make people curious. What benefits can you get by snatching other people's star seals? I'm so curious that I want to kill you too. Kill us." Hearing this, the junior brother's eyes widened and then he laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said to the other brother, "Brother, did you hear what he just said? He actually said that he wants to kill us. Is this boy still dreaming?" The brother coldly snorted. "Since this friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then there's no need to be polite with him. Attack together." As soon as these words fell, the junior brother's laughter disappeared and his face became gloomy. The two men circulated their source chi and were about to attack. Yang Kai suddenly formed a seal with both hands and a strange and inexplicable principal strength suddenly surged out and shrouded the brother and junior brother. The two men who were about to attack inexplicably shuddered and an instinctive sense of crisis grew in their hearts. As if they heard the call of death, their clothes were instantly soaked in sweat. They wanted to look up and see what kind of magical secret technique Yang Kai had used, but what shocked the two of them was that their thoughts came to a halt at this moment and their bodies couldn't move. Everything around them became incomparably silent, and even time stopped flowing. Everything was frozen at this moment. A low murmur sounded in the ears of the two men, extremely cold, causing their hands and feet to shiver. Flowing time, Great Emperor, Withering Glory, Shuttling Dream, Flowing time, Great Emperor, Shuttling Seal. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai slapped his palm towards the two brother and a mysterious seal burst out. Before the two brother and junior brother could react, the seal directly landed on their bodies. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time as the principle of time madly eroded the bodies of the two brother and junior brother, causing their vitality to drain away in a very short time. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black hair of these two people turned white at an extremely fast speed and then fell off. Even their skin began to wrinkle, and their originally healthy and strong bodies turned into old men within 10 breaths of time. They staggered and could not stand steadily. Hundreds of thousands of years seemed to have passed by them in an instant, leaving only deep marks on their bodies. The strangest thing was that the two of them maintained a sluggish posture, seemingly unaware of the changes in their bodies, their eyes empty. It wasn't until a certain moment that the two of them suddenly came back to their senses and fell to the ground together. Brother. The junior brother, who originally looked quite handsome, now looked no different from an old man with half of his neck buried in the ground. His eyes were sunken as he stared in horror at the brother beside him, whose silhouette could still be vaguely seen. Using his toothless mouth, he said vaguely, "How did you become like this? Junior brother, you..." The brother also had a look of horror on his face as he looked at his junior brother with the same look in his eyes. Only then did the junior martial brother come to his senses and touch his face. He then put his withered hands in front of his eyes and stared at them in a daze for a while before he cried out in alarm. "What did you do to us?" The brother raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the sky, his turbid eyes overflowing with horror and despair. He had never seen or even heard of such a strange thing. With just one move, he and his junior brother were beaten to such a state without any ability to fight back. The strength of the young man in front of him was simply something he had never seen before in his life. Chapter 24:34. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped down from the void and sneered, "Two pieces of trash to be able to die under the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor, you can die without regrets." The flowing time great emperor. Great emperors. The senior brother had obviously heard of the flowing time great emperor's name before, and upon hearing these words, his eyes rolled back in shock as he gasped for breath. However, all he could do was inhale and not exhale, and his head soon tilted to the side as he died. Although this junior brother did not die immediately, he was undoubtedly not much better off. He was on the verge of death and his aura was extremely weak. At this time, unless he was given an extremely powerful treasure that could restore vitality, such as the immortal source liquid from the immortal tree, he would not be able to survive. A strong sense of remorse flashed through his lifeless eyes. If they had known that Yang Kai was so strong, how could the two of them have provoked this evil star? Soon, the younger brother also died, his eyes wide open as if he had died with a grievance. With two whooshing sounds, two rays of light suddenly burst out. Yang Kai could clearly see that these two rays of light were the 5-pointed star seals on the backs of the two dead men's hands. He had seen such a scene before. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had killed a person with a star seal, and after that person died, his star seal had also flown out like this. After the two 5-pointed star seals flew out, they did not fly too far away and instead seemed to be attracted by something, circling around Yang Kai a few times before suddenly rushing into the back of his hand. Yang Kai only felt a slight heat on the back of his hand, and when he looked again, the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand seemed to have changed a little, becoming more obvious. He was slightly surprised. He did not know why the star seals of the two dead men had merged with his star seal. Just as he was feeling bewildered and uncertain, the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then burst apart, turning into specks of starlight. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Previously, when the two brothers wanted to snatch his star seal, he thought that snatching someone else's star seal would bring him great benefits, but the current situation caught him a little off guard. His star seal had actually exploded after fusing with someone else's star seal. What should he do? Although he had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, the significance of star seal certificates no longer existed. However, he could still sense the location of source strength. Without a star seal, how could he search for source strength in this vast shattered star sea? If he had known this earlier, of course he would have never fused with his star seal. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The shattered starlight imprinted itself on the back of Yang Kai's hand again, and after a scorching pain, a brand new star seal appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. After the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand exploded, the starlight gathered again and formed a 6-pointed star seal. Yang Kai was stunned by the ups and downs of his mood in such a short period of time. He silently sensed for a moment and found that after the 6-pointed star seal appeared, the connection between it and the broken origin of this broken star was strengthened. It was more obvious than the previous 5-pointed star seal. Could it be that the higher the grade of the star seal, the stronger the star seal, the easier it is to sense the origin energy? A bold guess suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't find anyone to verify this guess, from his own experience, it was absolutely credible. Yang Kai recalled the 7 star seals he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. Among those star seals, there were triangular star seals, prismatic star seals and pentagonal star seals. When he was in the Four Seasons realm, he had heard Princess Lonson of Star Soul Palace say that the higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it would be to obtain benefits in the Shattered Star Sea. The higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple seemed to have mentioned this before. However, no one had explained it to him in detail. Now that he thought about it, the easier it was to obtain benefits. The higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it was to sense the origin energy from a farther place and point the direction and location of the cultivator. Now that his star seal had been upgraded to a 6-pointed star seal, it was definitely more useful than a 5-pointed star seal. Lonson also said that above the 6-pointed star seal, there were 7-pointed star seals, 8-pointed star seals, and even the most advanced 9-pointed star seal. But as far as Yang Kai knew, the most advanced star seal obtained by the cultivator in the Four Seasons realm was only a 5-pointed star seal. He had wondered before how a higher-grade star seal could appear, but now it seemed that those higher-grade star seals were not obtained naturally, but were upgraded step by step. Killing enemies, obtaining star seals from others and fusing them with oneself. Once a certain critical point was reached, the star seal would explode and recombine, upgrading to the next grade. His 6-pointed star seal was the best proof of this. The 2 people he had just killed had 5-pointed star seals and he also had a 5-pointed star seal. The 3 5-pointed star seals fused together and upgraded to a 6-pointed star seal. In other words, if he could get 2 more 6-pointed star seals, he could upgrade to a 7-pointed star seal and so on. Sooner or later he would be able to get the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal. Once he had a 9-pointed star seal, he could sense the origin energy of stars at a very distant location, and there was no need to search aimlessly. This experience suddenly allowed Yang Kai to understand many mysteries about the Shattered Star Sea and star seals. No wonder those 2 wanted to snatch his star seal. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. Yang Kai suddenly realized. However, if he wanted to upgrade his star seal to a 9-pointed star seal, it would definitely not be an easy task. Just the number of people he would need to snatch his star seal from was unknown. Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person who liked to stir up trouble, so he did not have too many demands in his heart. A 6-pointed star seal could also be used, so why should he pursue the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal? After standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai put away his thoughts and bent down to pick up the space rings of the 2 people. Seemingly because of his touch, the corpses of the 2 people suddenly disintegrated, turning into dust that scattered on the ground. Yang Kai was secretly shocked when he saw this. He had just comprehended the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor some time ago. Although he knew that the power of this divine technique was definitely not small because he had never used it before, he did not have much confidence in it. Today he was just testing it out. He did not expect that with just one move, the 2 cultivator of the same level would be corrupted by the principles of time without being able to fight back. It seemed that the power of this divine technique was still above his expectations. It was indeed worthy of the divine technique of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was not surprising that it could have such power. Moreover, as Yang Kai's strength improved in the future and his comprehension of this divine technique deepened, its power would continue to increase. In the future it would definitely become his trump card, just like the space divine technique. Sweeping the 2 people's space rings slightly with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help but snort coldly because he found that there were many things in the 2 people's space rings that did not belong to them at first glance, including some belonging to women. These 2 had obviously done a lot of killing and robbing. Perhaps during the year that the Shattered Star Sea had been open, they had been working together to kill enemies and rob other people's things and star seals. It was no wonder that both of them had 5-pointed star seals. Their star seals had probably been upgraded. Who knew how many people had suffered at their hands? Yang Kai casually threw the 2 space rings into the sealed world bead and had his embodiment tidy up the things inside for him. He was the only one left here. Although the source strength of this shattered star was relatively dilapidated, it was still source strength, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to let it go. After thinking about it, he waved his hand, and the next moment Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as Sister Hua appeared, she looked around and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Then she shouted excitedly, "Young Master Yang, is this the Shattered Star Sea? Sister Hua is really knowledgeable. This is indeed the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai smiled slightly, paying close attention to Hua Qingxi's movements as he spoke. Hua Qingxi said in a trembling voice, "It's really the Shattered Star Sea. This is the place that a Dao Source Realm cultivator yearns for the most. If you can get an opportunity here, breaking through to the Emperor Realm is absolutely not a problem." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, "Why are you staring at me so nervously?" Yang Kai said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you feel like you're being expelled?" Hua Qingxi was stunned, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. She smiled slightly and said, "Since you brought me in, then whether I have a star seal or not, I can continue to stay here. Are you afraid that I will be sent out because I don't have a star seal?" Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi waved her hand and said, "That won't happen. You can rest assured about this. Many cultivators who came to the Shattered Star Sea for life experience have their star seals snatched away, but they can still stay here." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly slapped his head and scolded himself for being so stupid. If he wanted to inquire about the Shattered Star Sea, couldn't he just ask Hua Qingxi? She was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, so she definitely knew more than others. He hadn't released Sister Hua during this time and had forgotten about her. However, after confirming that they could stay in the Shattered Star Sea even without a star seal, Yang Kai waved his hand and released Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi rarely left the sealed world beat except for breaking through a great realm. This time when she saw Yang Kai call her out, she couldn't help but look at him curiously, wondering what Yang Kai wanted to do. This is the Shattered Star Sea, a grand event that all the elite cultivator in the entire star boundary will participate in. It is also a great opportunity. Sister Hua, tell us what we need to pay attention to here. Hua Qingxi nodded. After sorting out her thoughts, she told them all the information she knew. Yang Kai had already speculated most of the information she said, including the upgrade and specific uses of star seals. However, Hua Qingxi gave a more complete explanation. According to her, when the level of a star seal was high, not only could one sense the location of source strength from a longer distance, they could even sense the location of other low-level star seals. Chapter 2435. In other words, the owner of a high-level star seal could detect the hiding place of a low-level star seal from a long distance. If the level of the star seal was not as good as the others, no matter what kind of mysterious secret technique they used, they would still be found. This characteristic of the star seal made the Shattered Star Sea a bloody scene every time it opened. In order to upgrade their star seal, many cultivators were not stingy with killing. This characteristic of the star seal was quite heaven-defying, which made Yang Kai's face turn solemn. He didn't particularly care about the level of his star seal before. In his opinion, as long as he had enough star seals, there was no need to pursue too many. But now, after listening to Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai understood that if he wanted to ensure his own safety, the level of his star seal must be high enough. Otherwise, it was very likely that his location would be discovered. This characteristic in disguise promoted the killing and plundering between cultivator. All the cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea, whether they were willing or not, had to find ways to improve their star seal level. These are the uses of the star seal, but I have heard of another legend. Hua Qingxi's face suddenly turned solemn as she spoke. Zhang Ruoxi asked nervously, "What?" Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and said, "Legend has it that if you can get the highest level 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors." "Really?" Yang Kai asked with a look of astonishment. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. This legend has been circulating since the existence of the Shattered Star Sea. No one can verify whether it is true or not because no one has ever been able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. Naturally, there is no way to prove this point. He paused for a moment. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "But this shouldn't be very attractive to you, young Master Yang." The embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, which was the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so Yang Kai naturally didn't need to pursue this. "It's not that attractive to me, but it's different for others." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. He suddenly discovered that in this shattered star sea, the star seal was simply a double-edged sword and the source of all evil blood. It was of great help to the cultivator here. However, because of its various characteristics, it also led to bloody killings between cultivator. If there was no such thing as a star seal, the chances of the cultivator clashing here would be much lower. Of course, not everyone wants to search for the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. In this shattered star sea, there are some good things left behind by the other great emperors, which are what we cultivators yearn for. I heard that in the shattered star sea 5,000 years ago, someone found the everlasting green lotus of the great emperors and inherited the mantle of the great emperors of blue lotus. What happened to that person now? Lu Yan asked faintly. Hua Qingxi said, the top sect in the Eastern Territory Blue Lotus Palace was founded by that person. That person is also the palace master of Blue Lotus Palace. That person is quite lucky. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly. Luck is an opportunity. Which one of us cultivators doesn't rely on opportunities? Hua Qingxi said faintly. Yang Kai agreed wholeheartedly. Any cultivator who could cultivate to the Dao source realm would need great opportunities. If one's opportunities were deep enough, they would be able to go one step further and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. If one's opportunities were not enough, then they could only linger in the Dao source realm for the rest of their lives. Let's not talk about this for now. There is some broken source strength here. Let's refine it together, Yang Kai said. Originally, the source strength of stars should be hidden somewhere inside a cultivation star, and it would take a lot of effort just to find it. But now that this cultivation star had been shattered, the broken source strength had dissipated, so there was no need to search for it at all. They just needed to refine and absorb it. Hua Qingxi and the others nodded and found a place to sit down cross-legged. They silently circulated their secret arts. Yang Kai did the same. Although he didn't care much about the source strength here, what that person said before was right. Many a little makes a mickle and many grains of sand make a tower. When a quantitative change reached a certain level, it would always lead to a qualitative change. Source strength was a very special kind of power. Refining and absorbing it would not improve a cultivator's strength, but it could bring great benefits to any cultivator. Especially for Hua Qingxi and the others, they had never refined a source strength before. If they could gain something in the shattered star sea this time, it would definitely be helpful in advancing to the Emperor realm. Time passed slowly. The four of them were scattered not far away, meditating and interfering with each other. After half a day, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that the efficiency of refining and absorbing source strength this way was simply too low. The four of them worked together for half a day, but not much source strength had been absorbed here. If they continued like this, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to completely refine the source strength here. If it took this long for 4 people, wouldn't it take 1 to 2 months for one person to refine it? This was too troublesome. He quietly observed Hua Qingxi and the others and found that they were the same as him. Only Zhang Ruo, she seemed to be refining and absorbing source strength faster. He didn't know if it was related to her bloodline, but there was a limit to how fast she could refine and absorb source strength. What if I throw my embodiment out and let it use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine this source strength? The characteristic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was that it devoured everything in the world, and the source strength here was definitely no exception. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, but he also had another secret technique, one that could be used to refine the source strength of stars. The star refining art. He obtained this secret technique when the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star opened. Logically speaking, it was a yang inflammation secret technique. Yang Kai was able to refine the source strength of stars on Shadowed Star and become its star master because of this star refining art. Later, he taught the star refining art to his little senior sister, Xia Ningchong, and Xia Ningchong also successfully refined the source strength of Tongxian realm's stars. From this, it could be seen that the star refining art was definitely a secret technique specifically used to refine the source strength of stars. Isn't it just right to use it here? Yang Kai's mood suddenly became excited and he no longer hesitated, immediately displaying the star refining art. At first his surroundings were still untouched, but as time passed, the broken source strength around him was like a cat that smelled blood, rushing towards him to refine and absorb it. After a while, specks of starlight appeared around his body, as if he was surrounded by a large number of fireflies. These specks of starlight contained rich source strength, which was the manifestation of the source strength. Yang Kai's body also became a bottomless pit, not rejecting anything, opening his body and mind to accept the countless specks of starlight. For a moment the scene was spectacular and extremely dazzling. Hua Qingxi and the others were all alarmed and opened their eyes to look at Yang Kai, their faces full of shock. After Yang Kai's actions, even Zhang Ruo she couldn't absorb any more source strength. All the source strength was absorbed by Yang Kai and no one could obtain any benefits. After an unknown amount of time, the starlight around Yang Kai gradually thinned and then disappeared. Realizing that there was no longer any trace of source strength in this place, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. The 3 pairs of beautiful eyes on the opposite side all stared at him with grief, as if Yang Kai had abandoned them after taking advantage of them. Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "I did an experiment and I didn't expect the results to be so good." Although he had been refining the source strength of stars before, he had some understanding of what was going on around him. He also knew why Hua Qingxi and the others were looking at him strangely. Hua Qingxi asked, "Young Master Yang, what kind of secret art did you use? It only took you half a day to absorb all the source strength here." "Star refining art." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Come, I'll teach you. This secret technique is simply tailor-made for this place." Hearing this, the 3 women's eyes lit up and they quickly came in front of him, sat down cross-legged and looked at him seriously. Yang Kai immediately began to teach them without holding anything back. The 3 women listened attentively and their comprehension was very good. After 2 days they had thoroughly understood the secret technique. After they had fully grasped the star refining art, Yang Kai set off again and flew towards the cold and empty star field. With the star refining art he felt that he could make up for the previous year's time. After all, the time it took for others to refine the source strength of stars was incomparable to the time it took for him to do so. His efficiency was much higher than others. 5 days later, Yang Kai found another cultivation star with a fragmented source strength through his star seal. Flying down with Hua Qingxi and the others, Yang Kai absorbed all the source strength here in less than half a day. This was the first time Hua Qingxi and the others had absorbed source strength so efficiently, so they were still a little unsatisfied. For the next month, Yang Kai continued to search and explore the star field and found star's source strength several times. This month's exploration allowed Yang Kai to deeply experience the wonders of star seals. Often from a very far distance Yang Kai could sense the existence of others. Presumably, those people had lower star seals than him, so they couldn't hide their auras. Yang Kai didn't look for trouble with those people and instead focused on searching for source strength. After a month, the 4 of them had a good harvest. On this day, after absorbing the source strength of a cultivation star, Hua Qingxi suddenly walked up to Yang Kai, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and asked, "What's the matter, Sister Hua?" Hua Qingxi said, "Young Master Yang, I want to act alone." Yang Kai was taken aback and frowned. "Is it because the source strength divided among 4 people is too little?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "Why would I think so?" She turned her head and glanced at the dark void, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. "I can feel that this shattered star sea is a place for me to be reborn. There is an opportunity waiting for me somewhere. I want to take a look." Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. Hua Qingxi was now a master at the peak of the Dao Source realm, only 1 step away from advancing to the Emperor realm. For her to have such a feeling at this critical juncture, it was very likely that there really was an opportunity waiting for her. A sudden flash of inspiration in a cultivator's heart was often more effective than 10 or 20 years of secluded cultivation. Chapter 2436. Considering all this, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop her. Perhaps if he let Hua Qingxi act alone, she would have an unexpected harvest. Moreover, Hua Qingxi's strength was extraordinary, and she had a 5-colored spear emperor artifact. This emperor artifact was a treasure owned by a master like Yao Chongjun and had long been refined by her, so its power was boundless. An ordinary cultivator shouldn't be her opponent. What Hua Qingxi lacked now was a star seal. Without a star seal, she couldn't sense the location of source energy and could only search for it aimlessly. "Take this with you," Yang Kai stretched out his hand and handed her a space ring. Hua Qingxi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She immediately exclaimed, "So many source crystals." There was nothing else in this space ring. It was basically filled with source crystals. Although she didn't count them, there were at least 2 million to 3 million, including many high-rank source crystals. In addition to source crystals, there were also various spirit pills personally refined by Yang Kai. If you can really break through the shackles here and advance to the Emperor realm, source crystals are indispensable. The world energy in the Shattered Star Sea is very thin, so don't refuse, Yang Kai said solemnly. Hua Qingxi clutched the space ring and nodded gently, feeling moved. "Thank you, young Master Yang. You are the best person in the world to me." Although she was forced to follow Yang Kai in the beginning and was even suspected of being locked in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai hadn't done anything harmful to her over the past few years. Not only that, she also obtained an extraordinary treasure pill from Yang Kai, which was something that others could only dream of, laying a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. She also obtained a 5-colored spear Emperor artifact from Yang Kai. Now Yang Kai had given her between 2 million and 3 million source crystals. In this world, who could treat her so well and give her so many good things? Whether it was the extraordinary treasure pills or the 5-colored spear, they were all treasures that could cause countless masters to fight over them. Even her master in Star Soul Palace could not do this. Hua Qingxi was really touched. If he could really advance to the Emperor realm in the future, she needed to thank Yang Kai the most. Previously, when she had mentioned her opportunity, she had thought that meeting Kai Yang was a great opportunity in her life. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Sister Hua, you're too kind. Yang Kai smiled. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "Don't move." As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand and tapped Hua Qingxi's forehead. Although Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was going to do, she didn't have the slightest intention of guarding against him. She just stood there straight. After a while, Yang Kai tapped her forehead with his finger. In the next moment, Hua Qingxi's tender body trembled. Suddenly, she felt as if an invisible shackle had been lifted and her whole body relaxed. She instantly understood what Yang Kai had done. He had actually removed the soul brand from her knowledge sea. When she was imprisoned in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, she was forced to open her knowledge sea. Yang Kai had branded her soul brand. Since then, she could no longer resist Yang Kai and could only obey his orders. But now Yang Kai had taken the initiative to remove the brand. In other words, she was now free and was no longer bound by Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at him in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I want to break through to the Emperor realm, I naturally can't be disturbed in the slightest." Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the sky. "Young Master Yang, you can rest assured. Sister Hua will never reveal any of your secrets in this life. If I violate this oath, I will become the demon race and die." She knew too many of Yang Kai's secrets, whether it was the sealed world bead, the various cards Yang Kai had, or the immortal tree and firmament tree planted in the medicine garden. If these secrets were leaked, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to establish himself in the star boundary in the future. No matter where he went, he would be besieged. She took the initiative to make this great heart demon oath so that Yang Kai wouldn't have to worry about her leaking his secrets. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have removed the brand for you. Sister Hua, you can go now. Be careful." Hua Qingxi nodded and asked, "If the Shattered Star Sea closes, where should I find you?" "If you want to find me, go to the Thousand Leaves sect." "I will go to the Thousand Leaves sect one day." Chiyu Aio and the others were in the Thousand Leaves sect, so no matter what, Yang Kai would go there again. "Okay, then I'll wait for you there." Hua Qingxi nodded and stepped forward again. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi, she leaped forward and flew towards the star field, soon disappearing from sight. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few years, Hua Qingxi had helped him a lot. He didn't have any malicious intentions when he imprisoned Hua Qingxi back then. It was just that Hua Qingxi had seen some of his secrets. He had planned to release her freedom after he advanced to the Emperor realm, but now he had just brought it forward a little. After spending so much time together, Yang Kai felt that Hua Qingxi's character was trustworthy, so even if Hua Qingxi hadn't made the Great Heart Oath, he wasn't worried about anything. "Sir." A weak call came from the side. Yang Kai felt someone tugging at his sleeve and turned his head to look, only to see Zhang Ruoxi looking at him expectantly. He asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Sir, I... Zhang Ruoxi stammered, unable to finish the word, for a long time. Yang Kai frowned. "You don't want to act alone, do you?" He saw Zhang Ruoxi's eager look, so he suddenly had this guess. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Ruoxi actually nodded. Yang Kai was shocked. "Are you sure?" Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips lightly, took a deep breath and seemed to summon up her courage. Since leaving the Zhang family, Ruoxi has been cultivating under Sir's wings. "Although I have made some achievements, old ancestor once said that flowers that don't experience wind and rain can't grow. Ruoxi doesn't want to always be a burden to Sir. I also want to become stronger, so I want to try." Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Do you know how dangerous this place is?" Zhang Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Yang Kai continued, "Then do you know what kind of people enter this place? You are naturally kind and have a pure personality. You have never seen the intrigue of the world. Are you sure you can survive here?" "Ruoxi will try her best." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen another side of Zhang Ruoxi. This seemingly weak girl seemed to have a strong side. "Master, I'll go with her." Lu Yen suddenly interjected, "If Ruoxi and I go together, we can take care of each other. Besides, I also have Xiaobai, so there shouldn't be any danger here." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Lu Yen. Seeing her nod at him, he said, "Is there a problem with Lu Yen going with you?" Zhang Ruoxi said happily, "It's best to have Sister Lu Yen with me." Yang Kai said with a sad look, "Since your wings have hardened, then fly." When he took Zhang Ruoxi with him, this little girl was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But over the years she had grown to the Dao source realm. If the Zhang family knew about this, they would be overjoyed. The Zhang family had not produced a Dao source realm master for many years. Now the most powerful Zhang family old ancestor was only a second-order origin king. This kind of strength was nothing to be proud of. If Zhang Ruoxi acted alone, Yang Kai would be a little worried. She was probably just like Hua Qingxi because she wanted to be strong, but she was only a first-order Dao source realm cultivator after all. Even if she had some special bloodline power, her cultivation was still quite low, and she had no fighting experience. If she really encountered danger, she probably wouldn't be able to resolve it. But if Lu Yen went with her, there would be no problem. Not to mention that Lu Yen had a heaven-grade puppet like Xiaobai. Lu Yan's own strength was also top-notch in the Dao source realm. Not to mention she also had the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Although Zhang Ruoxi's strength was lower, she had the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. As long as the two were careful, there should be no danger. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Zhang Ruoxi waved her hand in panic. "Sir, you misunderstood. Ruoxi didn't mean that." Lu Yen said, "Don't mind it. Master was just saying it casually." Yang Kai handed a space ring to Lu Yen and said, "Take these things with you. They are the same as Sister Hua's. If the Shattered Star Sea closes one day and we can't be together, go to Thousand Leaves Sect and wait." Lu Yen took the space ring and nodded, "I will remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and suddenly knelt in front of Yang Kai, prostrating herself on the ground. "Ruoxi will always remember Sir's kindness and will never forget it. Sir, you must be safe by yourself. Ruoxi will be filial to you in the future. Get up. It's not like we are parting forever. We will meet again." Yang Kai bent down and helped her up. "Let's go," Lu Yen said and took Zhang Ruoxi's little hand, pushing her with his source qi and flying towards the star field. After a while the two women disappeared. "They're all gone." Yang Kai stood in place and murmured, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Although he had been alone all these years because the small sealed world was still somewhat lively, he didn't feel too lonely. Now that Hua Qingxi, Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi had all left, he felt a little uncomfortable as if something was missing. However, he also knew that although it was safe for everyone to gather together, the harvest was also small. Now that he had passed on the star refining art to them, they would definitely gain more if they split up and acted separately. Perhaps this was part of the reason why they wanted to leave. They didn't want to drag him down and share his benefits. Just as Yang Kai was feeling disappointed, he suddenly realized that the embodiment was calling him. He quickly broke the barrier of the sealed world bead and connected with the embodiment. You don't want to act alone, do you? Although the embodiment sentience was formed by a wisp of his soul clone, with the continuous improvement of the embodiment's strength and the fusion of the soul clone and the embodiment was now a special existence. It couldn't be regarded as Yang Kai's embodiment. It had its own thoughts and ideas. Of course, if the two were willing, their minds could be linked and they could know what the other was thinking without communicating. Chapter 2437. The embodiment laughed and said, "With my size, how can it be convenient for me to move around alone?" Yang Kai snorted, "At least you have some self-awareness." The embodiment said, "I saw that you were lonely, so I wanted to chat with you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "What's the difference between this and me talking to myself?" That being said, Kai Yang quickly sorted out his mood, the slight trace of disappointment and frustration he originally felt disappearing without a trace. "There's one thing I haven't told you," the embodiment suddenly said in a serious tone. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. The embodiment said, "I feel that my cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck." Yang Kai said, "On the path of cultivation, bottlenecks and shackles are often encountered. It's not your first day of cultivation, this is common sense." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was wrong. The embodiment also continued, "But logically speaking, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks for a cultivation method like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have studied this cultivation method, so you should understand." Yang Kai nodded. Back then, after Wu Mengshan taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method, he did study it carefully. At that time he felt that this cultivation method was too heaven-defying. There was nothing in the world that could not be devoured by it as long as there was spiritual energy. Moreover, there would not be any bottlenecks in cultivation, so he did not dare to cultivate it. But now, the embodiment had encountered a bottleneck which was undoubtedly extremely abnormal. "I have a feeling that this bottleneck can't be broken through by cultivation and opportunity. Could it be that the cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught you back then was not complete?" Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught him back then was not complete, then the situation that the embodiment encountered could be explained reasonably. It was just that Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why did Wu Mengshan teach him this cultivation method? If it was to repay Yang Kai for saving his life, then the price was too high. This cultivation method was known as the #1 cultivation method in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this cultivation method to ascend to the throne of the star boundary's masters. Even the masters of the Emperor realm coveted this cultivation method very much. Now that he thought about it, there were many doubts about what happened back then. After this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, let's go to the Blue Feather Sect and ask Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai first he made a decision. In the past he was afraid of Wu Mengshan. Firstly, the other party's background was not small. Wu Mengshan was the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so he always had some trump cards in his hands. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai's strength was inferior to the other parties. But the situation was no longer the same as before. Among the cultivator of the same level, Yang Kai did not need to be afraid of anyone. Even if Wu Mengshan really broke through to the Emperor realm over the years, Yang Kai had the confidence to fight him. In the star field, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. It had been nearly a month since he separated from Hua Qingxi and the others. During this time his harvest was SOS. He relied on the 6-pointed star seal. Yang Kai could sense some source strength fluctuations every few days. All the power of origin that he encountered was refined by him and his avatar. The embodiment also had star source strength. The reason why its body was so huge was that it had fused with a floating continent. The floating continent had long given birth to source strength, so it was naturally fused with it. He did not gain much source strength, but he encountered more than a dozen people who were looking for trouble. Because of the special function of the star seal, the cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea often fought as soon as they met. Yang Kai naturally showed no mercy to these people and killed them all. However, the 6-pointed star seal showed no signs of upgrading, just a little brighter. On this day, Yang Kai once again sensed a trace of source strength fluctuations. Echoing with the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand, he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the source of the source strength fluctuations. Before he reached the place, Yang Kai sensed two slightly different power fluctuations. He was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, which was obviously a reaction between star seals. In other words, two people should have already arrived at the source of the source strength. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but he did not change direction and accelerated forward. Soon he came to a huge meteorite. This meteorite was at least several thousand meters in radius. It lay in the star field, motionless, and its surface was flat and smooth. This meteorite was obviously a part of a cultivation star that had been shattered. Such things could be found everywhere in the shattered star sea, and there were simply too many to count. What surprised Yang Kai was that the source strength he sensed before was coming from this meteorite. In other words, this meteorite contained the source strength of a broken star, and it was not too thin. This was strange. The broken sources he had encountered before were all from some broken cultivation stars. This was the first time he had encountered a meteorite with source strength. At this moment, there were already two people on this meteorite, a man and a woman, both of whom were second-order Dao source realm cultivators. This man and woman seemed to be fighting each other for the source strength here. It was unknown how long they had been fighting. When Yang Kai arrived here, both of them were panting and their auras were unstable. They were undoubtedly arrows at the end of their flight. The man on the left was wearing clothes that Yang Kai was familiar with. He was about 30 years old and had a fierce look on his face. The woman on the right had a graceful figure and a sharp and thin face. She gave off a sharp and unkind feeling. Moreover, the aura she gave off was extremely uncomfortable and cold. This kind of cold was different from the cold brought about by the ice attribute secret arts cultivated by the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. It was a cold that made people instinctively reject it as if it did not belong to this world. The two of them were fighting fiercely when Yang Kai suddenly appeared, startling them. They jumped back and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. After sweeping Yang Kai with their divine senses and discovering that he was a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, the expressions of the man and woman suddenly became solemn. They were only second-order cultivators and could be considered evenly matched, but if they were to face Yang Kai in their current state, they definitely had no chance of winning. Yang Kai glanced at the two of them indifferently, his eyes moving to the back of their hands. He found that both of them had 5-pointed star seals. He did not know if they had obtained them from killing people or if they had already obtained them. However, with Yang Kai's understanding of star seals, there were not many 5-pointed star seals that were naturally formed. Most of them were triangular and prismatic star seals. For these two to have 5-pointed star seals, they must have killed many people in the shattered star sea. Neither of them are good people. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Seeing Yang Kai standing there without saying a word, the two of them felt a mountain-like pressure. The woman seemed to be unable to bear such silence and suddenly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. But before she could say anything, the other man cupped his fists and interrupted her. "Friend, this one is Guanqi, a disciple of the Eastern Territories Seeking Passion sect. How should I address this friend?" Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of realization appearing on his face. He had been wondering why the other party's clothes looked familiar, but it turned out that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Thinking of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai thought of Feng Shi and Feng Xian. Both of them were shameless guys. The old one liked to bully the young while the young one liked to bully the weak. When Yang Kai first entered the Shattered Star Sea, he suffered a big loss at Feng Shi's hands. That Emperor Authority bead almost cost him half his life, so he naturally did not have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. Seeing Yang Kai's reaction, Guanqi raised his brow and asked, "Friend, are you also from the Eastern Territory?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It's none of your business whether I'm from the Eastern Territory or not." His words were so rude that Guanqi felt a little embarrassed. Although he was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was lower than Yang Kai's, he was an elite disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Being able to enter the Shattered Star Sea already showed that his aptitude was extraordinary. If it were outside, he wouldn't need to put the third-order Dao Source Realm in his eyes. As long as he reported his name, there would be countless people from the third-order Dao Source Realm who would want to kneel before him. But now he had just fought a great battle and his strength was less than half of his peak. Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to talk to, so he didn't dare to provoke him. He could only swallow his anger and suppress his anger. On the other side, seeing that Yang Kai didn't give Guanqi any face, the woman's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She was really afraid that Yang Kai and Guanqi knew each other, or that he had some kind of relationship with the Seeking Passion sect in the Eastern Territory. If that was the case, she could only run away immediately. The current situation was undoubtedly what she wanted to see, so she laughed out loud and said, "Seeking Passion sect, who do you think you are? How dare you show up in the Shattered Star Sea? You really don't know how long your face is." First he was choked by Yang Kai and now he was mocked by this woman. Guanqi's face suddenly turned ugly. The woman ignored him and instead bowed to Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said softly, "Junior sister, Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect's disciple, Yu Ying greets this big brother." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Netherworld sect." Yu Ying froze for a moment, not knowing why Yang Kai had such a big reaction, so she asked cautiously, "This big brother seems to have heard of our Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement before nodding with a smile. "I've heard of it, of course I've heard of it. The Netherworld sect's name resounds like thunder, so how could I not have heard of it?" On the other side, when Guanqi heard Yang Kai's words, his nose almost crooked from anger. Previously, when he reported that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai only said, "It's none of your business." Now, when this woman reported that she was from the Netherworld sect, he actually said something like, "resounding like thunder." The difference between before and after was simply too big. Looking at the entire star boundary, the Netherworld sect and the Seeking Passion sect were both top sects and leaders in their respective territories, so their status should be equal. However, Yang Kai's completely different reaction made Guanqi feel deeply insulted. For a moment he was so angry that he couldn't wait to rush forward and kill this shameless couple. Chapter 2438. In Guanqi's opinion, Yang Kai was definitely the kind of guy who was lustful as if his life depended on it. When he saw a beautiful woman, his legs would go soft. Him currying favor with this woman in front of him was definitely because he had taken a fancy to her beauty. This woman was also not a good person. When they first met here, she had flirted with him, wanting him to give her the star source here, but after he refused, they had started fighting. Now she had turned around and started throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. She was simply shameless to the extreme, without any integrity or sense of shame. Yu Ying smiled and asked, "Does this brother have some kind of relationship with my Netherworld sect?" Although she seemed to be asking casually, it showed how meticulous her thoughts were. Because she knew that she could not trust anyone in this shattered star sea. Yang Kai's words were like thunder to her ears, so how could she believe that this person had no malice towards her? She needed to find out more before she could be sure that the other party would not make things difficult for her. Otherwise, she really would not be a match for someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Naturally, there is a relationship. Yang Kai smiled slightly, seeing through Yu Ying's careful thoughts. He pondered for a moment and said, "I come from the territory of Great Desolate Star. I don't know if you have heard of me." Yu Ying heard this and her beautiful eyes could not help but light up as she exclaimed, "Great Desolate Star Territory?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since this junior sister has heard of Great Desolate Star Territory, you should be very familiar with brother Yin Luxing, right? Yin Luxing came from Great Desolate Star Territory and like Lu Xianyun, the two of them were overlords of Great Desolate Star Territory." Yang Kai did not expect that he would actually meet someone from the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect in this shattered star sea. Or rather, he did think about it. He just did not expect things to be so simple. Before he set off from Thousand Leaves sect, he wanted to go to Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Luxing and inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Unfortunately, life was not as it seemed. Before he reached the Eastern Territory, he was swept into the solitary void-sealed world and then teleported to the Northern Territory, ruining his plans. At this time, he suddenly met someone from Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was naturally pleasantly surprised. He didn't know if Yin Luxing had come to the Shattered Star Sea. If he was here, Yang Kai felt that he could inquire about Yin Luxing's whereabouts from Yu Ying. If he wanted to find Xiao Xiao, he could only start with Yin Luxing. For a moment, the way Yang Kai looked at Yu Ying changed. His eyes were full of passion. Yu Ying obviously noticed this and showed a shy expression at the right time. She whispered, "Brother Yin, he's very good to me." "Brother?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He asked in surprise. It had only been 6 or 7 years since Yin Luxing came to the star boundary from the Great Desolate Stars territory. Even if he had joined the Netherworld sect in the Eastern Territory, he shouldn't have been promoted to someone else's brother so quickly. This Yu Ying was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, and she called Yin Lusheng brother. Didn't that mean that Yin Lusheng's cultivation was higher than Yu Ying's? Naturally it's brother. Yu Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Although Brother Yin hasn't been in our sect for long, his aptitude is outstanding. Our sect's master personally accepted him. Not long before the Shattered Star Sea opened, he was promoted to the third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Yin Lusheng was promoted to the third-order Dao source realm? How long had it been? Yang Kai thought that his cultivation speed was fast enough, but Yin Lusheng wasn't bad either. He was basically on par with Yang Kai. Compared to the current cultivation of Aio Chiyu and the others, Yin Lusheng's progress was simply terrifying. Yu Ying smiled and said, Brother Yin is a star master who came from the territory of a lower star. He is also a disciple of our sect master and has a lot of cultivation resources. But even so, it's a miracle that he was promoted to the third-order Dao source realm in such a short time. When he joined our sect, junior sister was also in the first-order Dao source realm, but now, haha. As she spoke, her expression was slightly gloomy, as if she was ashamed of her inferiority compared to Yin Lusheng's progress. Brother Yin's aptitude is extraordinary and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Now that I learned that he has been promoted to the third-order Dao source realm, it's really a cause for celebration. Yang Kai suppressed the disgust in his heart and flattered. Yu Ying also seemed to have eliminated the suspicion and vigilance in her heart, because the fact that he could mention the territory of the Great Desolate Star and Yin Lusheng already showed that the relationship between Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng was not shallow. Otherwise he would never know such secret information. Isn't this brother also in the third-order Dao source realm? Junior sister sees that you are not inferior to Brother Yin at all, Yu Ying said with a smile. I dare not compare myself to Brother Yin. I was able to cultivate to this point because I had an extraordinary opportunity. If I cultivated down to earth, how could I compare to Brother Yin's heaven-defying aptitude? Back when I was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, I received a lot of guidance and grace from him, and it was because of him that I came to this star boundary. I planned to join your noble sect with him, but unfortunately, the Starlight Corridor collapsed and I was teleported to the Southern Territory, so I never had the opportunity to pay my respects to your noble sect. You were going to join our sect? Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, Why haven't I heard Brother Yin mention this before? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she was very familiar with Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother Yin probably thought I was dead. After all, I was seriously injured at that time, but it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I not die, but I also obtained a great opportunity. So that's how it is. Yu Ying didn't doubt anything and nodded. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and asked, By the way, is Brother Yin also in the Shattered Star Sea now? He is. Our sect sent 12 people this time, so Brother Yin naturally has a spot, Yu Ying replied. Great. Yang Kai shouted excitedly, All these years I have always wanted to go to the Eastern Territory to find Brother Yin, but the journey is too far, so I didn't expect to meet junior sister Yu in this Shattered Star Sea. Don't you think this is fate? Yu Ying giggled and said, It is junior sister's blessing to meet brother here. By the way, how should I address you, brother? Fengda, my name is Fengda. Yang Kai replied. Fengda indeed existed. He was a bald man who, like Lu Xianyun, followed Yin Lusheng in the Starlight Corridor, but was later killed by Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai wanted to pretend to be someone from the Great Desolate Star's territory, he might as well use his name. Yang Kai wondered what kind of expression Yin Lusheng would have when he heard that Fengda had come back from the dead. Greetings, Brother Feng. After chatting with Yang Kai, Yu Ying was no longer so cautious and instead became familiar with him. Her eyes turned slightly as she asked, Brother Feng, are you still interested in joining our sect? Or does brother already have a sect? Yang Kai said, What sect? I did join a small sect before, but it was later destroyed and since then I have been alone. Saying so, he looked at Yu Ying expectantly and said, I really want to join your noble sect, but unfortunately I can't see Brother Yin and no one can introduce me to him, so I dare not take the liberty to ask. Yu Ying smiled and said, This matter is easy to handle. After this matter is over, I will take you to Brother Yin and the others. When you see Brother Yin, you can tell him yourself. I believe he will not refuse you. Really? Yang Kai asked with joy. Why would junior sister lie to you? Yu Ying smiled faintly and leaned her tender body slightly towards Yang Kai. A rich fragrance wafted from her body as she said meaningfully, "Senior Brother Feng, when you join our sect in the future, please take care of this little sister." Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of fascination and nodded repeatedly. "If I can really join your noble sect, junior sister, you will be my great benefactor. This Feng will not treat you as an outsider." Yu Ying giggled and said, "Then I will thank Brother Feng in advance." The two of them chatted enthusiastically, and Bian Guanqi's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. When Yang Kai said that he was from the Grand Desolation Starfield, he had already realized that something was wrong. Later, this pair of adulterous man and woman became more and more excited as they talked, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, giving him a sense of crisis. At this moment, the two of them were calling each other brother and sister. Obviously, they were about to become a family, causing Guanqi to panic. He might not be able to defeat Yu Ying alone, but with Yang Kai here he had absolutely no chance of winning. Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's previous attitude, he didn't seem to have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. What benefit could he, a Seeking Passion sect disciple, get in front of him? Guanqi wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to act rashly, lest he arouse the killing intent of these two. But if he didn't leave at this time, what could he do? Thinking of this, Guanqi gritted his teeth, cupped his fists and said, "You two take your time, this Guan will take his leave first." Saying so, his figure flickered and he was about to retreat. Yu Ying, who was talking to Yang Kai with a smile on her face, suddenly showed a cold expression and screamed, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and a gloomy ghost claw shot towards Guanqi. This ghost claw exuded an extremely evil aura and was extremely cold. Guanqi's face changed and he raised his hand, sending out countless fist shadows. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two exchanged a single blow, but they were evenly matched. However, Guanqi was blocked by Yu Ying, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "Brother Feng." Yu Ying suddenly called out to Yang Kai in a coquettish manner, shaking his arm and stomping her feet as she said, "This person is bullying me, why don't you do something about it?" Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, he coldly snorted and said, "Boy, you dare bully junior sister, you must be tired of living." Although he didn't like Seeking Passion sex people, he had no enmity with this Guanqi, so there was no reason for him to kill him as soon as they met. What's more, he didn't like being used as a tool. Yu Ying obviously wanted to borrow his strength to deal with Guanqi, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, although he had a fierce look on his face, he didn't have the slightest murderous intent. Guanqi gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Feng, I was the first to discover this source qi, but this young lady wanted to snatch it from me. I had a disagreement with her, so we fought. Now that she is not injured, this Guan doesn't want this source qi. I just want to leave. I hope this friend can help me." Chapter 2439. Who stole it from you? It was obviously you who lusted after me and tried to seduce me with this origin source. After being rejected, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to force yourself on me. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise you would have succeeded. Yu Ying cried out in grievance. As she spoke, she tightened her clothes as if Guanqi had really done something to her. Guanqi stared at Yu Ying and said in disbelief, "Woman, do you have any shame?" Yu Ying's pretty face sank and became extremely gloomy as she shouted, "You dare call me shameless?" Guanqi retorted angrily, "I was the one who discovered this origin source first. It's fine if you want to steal it, but why do you have to accuse me?" The two suddenly quarreled endlessly, both saying that they discovered the origin source first and that the other wanted to snatch it. Both of them had their own version of events and had no evidence, so there was no way to prove that what they said was true. Yang Kai stood on the side with an indifferent expression while sneering in his heart. If his guess was right, the origin source here should have been discovered by Guanqi first, and Yu Ying was here to snatch it. The reason was very simple. Since Guanqi could come to the Shattered Star Sea, it meant that his aptitude was very good in the Seeking Passion sect and he could be considered an elite disciple. Since he was an elite, he must have cultivated the Seeking Passion Supreme technique. The Seeking Passion sect's cultivation method required one to enter the Tao through emotions. Although it made the elite disciples somewhat promiscuous and each of them had countless wives and concubines, it was precisely because of the characteristics of the Seeking Passion Supreme technique that they would never use force on a woman. When they wanted to obtain a woman, they would inevitably make themselves fall in love with her. Yu Ying's claim that Guanqi was lustful was clearly nonsense. If Yang Kai hadn't dealt with the seeking passion sex people in the Northern Territory, he wouldn't have known about this. But then again, these two were not good people. It was just a dog-eat-dog situation. The two quarreled for a while before Yu Ying suddenly shook Yang Kai's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Feng, this person is bullying me. You have to uphold justice for me." Looking at her appearance, she really wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to intimidate others. Yang Kai didn't want to continue watching the show. He coldly snorted and looked at Guanqi. "Brat, you've offended junior sister Yu. We can't just let this go." Guanqi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "What do you want? I have no enmity with you in the past. Friend, don't go too far." His appearance was neither servile nor overbearing, which made Kai Yang somewhat surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai sneered, "Fortunately, junior sister Yu isn't injured. Otherwise this Feng will take your life." Hearing this, Guanqi relaxed. Listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that he did not intend to make things too difficult for him. This made him extremely surprised in his heart. He did not know what Yang Kai was up to. In this damned place. If he, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight back, and when the time came he would have died in vain. "Who says I'm not injured? My heart is aching. If you don't believe me, brother, feel it," Yu Ying coquettishly said from the side. As she spoke, she pushed her chest in front of Yang Kai, as if she was ready for him to do whatever he wanted. Yang Kai's face darkened. "There are outsiders here," Yu Ying giggled and said, "Brother Feng, you're really interesting." She thought that Yang Kai was thin-skinned and would be too embarrassed to have any excessive contact with her in front of others. Yang Kai immediately changed the topic. He looked at Guanqi and shouted, "How about this? Leave something behind and I'll let you go." "What?" Guanqi's expression changed as he asked in surprise. If Yang Kai's request wasn't too excessive, he might agree. However, if it was too excessive, he would definitely not let Yang Kai get what he wanted, even if he had to fight to the death. "Leave your space ring as compensation for my junior sister Yu," Yang Kai said coldly. Yu Ying was originally a little unhappy because Yang Kai said he would let Guanqi go, but when she heard this she immediately smiled and looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Guanqi was silent for a moment, seemingly knowing that he was now a fish on a chopping board and could not resist, so he could only reluctantly take off the space ring on his hand and toss it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and swept it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing particularly important inside, he handed it back to Yu Ying. "Can this Guan leave now?" Guanqi asked worriedly. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. Guanqi glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Yu Ying, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance and brand of this adulterous pair into the depths of his mind. Suddenly he urged his secret technique and fled at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Feng, if you act now, you will definitely be able to catch him off guard," Yu Ying suddenly whispered into Yang Kai's ear while secretly circulating her source qi, seemingly preparing to act at a moment's notice. "This woman is really vicious." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even now, she still did not intend to let Guanqi go and insisted on taking his life. If it weren't for her lack of confidence, she would have already taken action. If she wanted to kill Guanqi, she would have to rely on Yang Kai's strength. However, to her disappointment, even after Guanqi had disappeared, Yang Kai still had no intention of taking action. This made her feel a little dissatisfied, causing her brow to furrow slightly as she secretly felt that this brother Fengdo was a little too soft-hearted. Guanqi had a 5-pointed starseal in his hand. If she could kill him and snatch his starseal, her own starseal could be upgraded. Having missed such a great opportunity, Yu Ying's joy of obtaining Guanqi's space ring was greatly diluted. Seeking passion sex people are not to be trifled with. He may have some trump cards up his sleeve. If we force him into a corner and force him to use his trump card, we may not be able to escape unscathed, Yang Kai explained lightly. In fact, he just didn't want to be used by Yu Ying. If he had encountered Guanqi alone, perhaps the result would have been different. "That's right." Yu Ying nodded in agreement and smiled. "Brother Feng, you are indeed thoughtful." After a pause she said, "Brother Feng, this ring." Although Yang Kai had just mentioned that this ring was to compensate her for her loss, this ring was snatched by Yang Kai after all. At this time she had to ask Yang Kai's opinion. Junior sister, just put it away. Consider it a gift from me to you. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yu Ying was overjoyed and quickly put away the ring while saying, Brother Feng, you are so kind. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother, you are just borrowing my flower to present Buddha, don't mind it. Suddenly he changed the topic and said, By the way, I haven't seen Brother Yin for several years. Why don't we go find him now? Deep in his heart he couldn't wait to find Yin Lusheng and ask him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. If it weren't for this reason he wouldn't have deliberately tried to please Yu Ying and endured her temper. Finding Brother Yin is not that simple. Although our Netherworld sect's disciples have all cultivated a set of secret techniques before coming here and can sense each other from very far away, in this vast shattered star sea, we may not be able to see each other until it closes. However, Brother Feng can rest assured that even if we can't find Brother Yin here, when you come to my Netherworld sect in the future, you only need to mention Junior Sister's name and Junior Sister will definitely welcome you in. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. If they couldn't find Yin Lusheng, what was he doing with Yu Ying? Yu Ying said again, but it's not like we don't have a chance. This is still the periphery of the shattered star sea. Brother Yin and the others must be going inside, so we just need to go deeper and have a chance to sense their location. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Yang Kai hurriedly said. Yu Ying glanced at him and said, Oh Brother Feng, you are really impatient. Finding Brother Yin is important, but we can't miss the source chi here. Yang Kai patted his head and said, Right, I almost forgot. Thanks to Junior Sister Yu for reminding me. Yu Ying pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Brother Feng is really cute, Yang Kai said. How about this? You and I will find a place to refine the source chi here. After we're done we'll go find Brother Yin. At that moment, the two split up and each found a safe place to sit cross-legged and refine the source chi. The source chi here was quite good. If it were two ordinary Dao Source Realm Masters refining it, it would take at least a month to completely absorb it. If it was only one person it would take 2 months. This was why the Shattered Star Sea lasted for a long time every time it opened. Because refining source chi was too time-consuming, and if the duration was too short, the people who came in basically wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Yang Kai was anxious to find Yin Lusheng, so he directly urged the star refining art. In an instant the source chi on this meteorite gathered towards him continuously, turning into specks of starlight around his body and merging into his body through his limbs and bones. In just 2 days the origin energy on the meteorite had been completely refined. And this was the result of Yang Kai restraining himself. If he had gone all out it would have taken him less than half a day to absorb all the source chi. 90% of the source chi here had been refined by Yang Kai, so Yu Ying naturally obtained very little. 2 days later, when the two met again, Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and asked, Brother Feng, why is the source chi here gone so quickly? I don't know. Yang Kai pretended to be stupid. In any case, Yu Ying didn't see him circulating the star refining art. Yu Ying said, I could feel that the source chi was converging towards Brother Feng's location. Brother, your refining speed is much faster than mine. Speaking of this, she seemed to think of something and her expression changed as she whispered, Brother Feng, are you also a star master? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he nodded and said, Yes, I am also a star master in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. When Yu Ying heard this, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand as she looked at Yang Kai with excitement, as if she had seen a treasure that would make her heart pound. She whispered, Senior Brother Feng is also a star master? Chapter 2440. Yu Ying's surprised look made Yang Kai feel very strange. What's wrong with that? Yu Ying said excitedly, I heard that a star master cultivator has great convenience in this shattered star sea, and the speed at which they can refine source strength is far faster than ordinary people. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. The speed at which they can refine source strength is much faster than the legends. Yang Kai asked curiously, Does a star master have such convenience? Brother Feng, you didn't know? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Since I came here I have been refining the source strength of stars like this. I thought it was the same for everyone. How could it be the same? Yu Ying cried, If this junior sister were to refine the source strength here, it would take at least 2 months. So long. Yang Kai looked surprised. Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes and said, Brother Feng, do you know how powerful you are? Seems that Brother Yin should be the same. Yang Kai nodded and said, Brother Yin is stronger than me, so naturally he is more powerful. Saying so, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Although Yin Lixing was also a star master, and perhaps had some special conveniences without the star refining art, it was impossible for him to refine source strength so quickly. At most he would be a little faster than others. The star refining art was the biggest convenience in the Shattered Star Sea. Brother Feng really has a promising future. Yuing looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Although she knew that Yang Kai, like Yin Lixing, had come from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his aptitude was definitely not bad. He would have great achievements in the future, but now that she learned that he was a star master, Yuing immediately understood that this Feng Da in front of her was the second Yin Lixing. If such a person was recruited into the Netherworld sect by her, her status would also rise, and she would definitely be greatly appreciated by the higher-ups of the sect. When this Brother Feng reached a certain level of cultivation in the future, who would dare to provoke him? In a split second, Yuing made a decision. She secretly made up her mind that she must find an opportunity to capture this Brother Feng's body and mind and make him work for her. Junior sister Yu is overpraising me. Since the source here is gone, let's set off. Yang Kai was still worried about Yin Lixing, so how could he have the time to chat with her? Yuing nodded and said, all right. As she spoke, she suddenly threw out her hand. A small flying shuttle artifact appeared in front of Yang Kai. This artifact looked extremely exquisite, and the energy fluctuations it gave off weren't weak either. It was actually a Dao Source grade high-rank flying artifact, the same grade as Yang Kai's wooden boat. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He thought to himself, as expected of an elite disciple from a large sect. Yuing, a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, was actually able to take out such a treasure so casually. It was obviously not common. Brother Feng, do you want to come in too? Yuing threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, showing a shy look at the right time as she whispered, the road to the star is long. If we go together we won't be lonely. Yang Kai's scalp went numb and he shuddered. He didn't want to be in the same room with this woman, but it would be inappropriate to refuse at this time, so after pondering for a moment he could only bite the bullet and say, that would be for the best. Yuing smiled and said, Brother Feng, please come in. Saying so, she opened the door of the flying shuttle. The two entered one by one. After entering, Yang Kai discovered that the flying shuttle was quite spacious. The space inside this flying shuttle artifact wasn't too big. In addition to the control room, there was only one bedroom, but the interior had been decorated extremely luxuriously by Yuing. As soon as Yang Kai stepped inside, an extravagant fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He didn't know how many people this woman had invited into this flying shuttle, but in any case, Yang Kai didn't like such an environment. Yuing had a shy look on her face and her eyes were full of desire, as if she was looking forward to something good. Yang Kai didn't wait for her to say anything and said, Junior sister Yu, I have been fighting a lot of people recently and have consumed a lot of my strength, so I need to borrow junior sister's secret room to recover for a while. I will come back in a few days to replace you. After saying so, Yang Kai immediately walked into the only bedroom, closed the door and sat down cross-legged. Yuing stood there in a daze, not knowing what to think. After a long time, she snorted and turned to control the flying shuttle. In the following days, Yang Kai could be said to be cautious and extremely difficult. Yuing always thought of ways to tease him, harass him and annoy him. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to use Yu Ying's power to find Yin Lixing, he would have already slapped this shameless woman to death. Anyway, judging from their previous interactions, this Yu Ying wasn't a good person. Yang Kai spent most of his time in seclusion in the secret room, and except for when he and Yu Ying took turns controlling the flying shuttle, Yu Ying couldn't find an opportunity to do anything too excessive to him. Along the way they would occasionally find some shattered stars or meteorites containing source strength, so the two naturally wouldn't miss them. Every time he refined source strength, Yang Kai always operated the star refining art with all his strength, causing Yu Ying to get little benefit. Because of this, Yu Ying couldn't help but have some opinions about Yang Kai. She always felt that this man wasn't generous enough. Whenever he encountered something good, he would grab it clean, not wanting to leave anything for her. However, Yu Ying didn't dare to give Yang Kai any face. First, Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than hers, and second, she was looking forward to introducing Yang Kai to her netherworld sect in the future so that she could obtain Yang Kai's care and protection. Therefore, although she was extremely dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't say anything in front of Yang Kai, only cursing him in private. What she didn't know was that although Yang Kai was in seclusion, his divine sense had always been paying attention to her movements, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand and increasingly understood this woman's evil nature. On this day, while Yang Kai was in seclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed some star seal fluctuations rapidly approaching. The presence of star seal fluctuations meant that a cultivator was approaching, but he didn't know the specific number because he could only sense the existence of a cultivator whose star seal was lower than his. If the star seal was the same or higher than his, he couldn't sense it. After thinking about it, Yang Kai sent Yu Ying a secret sound transmission. "Junior sister Yu, someone is approaching." Yu Ying was bored as she controlled the flying shuttle forward, but when she heard this she immediately asked in surprise, "Where? How many people are there?" Looking at her ignorant appearance, it was obvious that she didn't notice anything, which meant that the star seal level of the approaching people should be the same as hers, 5-pointed star seals, so she couldn't sense it. To the east, I don't know how many people there are, but there are at least 3. Because Yang Kai could only sense the fluctuations of 3 star seals, he was certain that there were 3 people. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment before continuing, "The other party's speed has increased, so they should be coming for us." Yu Ying was shocked when she heard this, and just as she was about to speed up and leave this place, a flash of light appeared in her field of vision. The flash of light was like lightning, rushing to a place not far from the flying shuttle in a very short time and stopping quietly. Immediately afterward, 5 figures suddenly appeared there. Yang Kai was secretly taken aback because he could only sense the fluctuations of 3 star seals, but now 5 people had appeared. In other words, 2 of them had at least 6-pointed star seals. After seeing the 5 people, Yu Ying's pretty face suddenly turned pale and she gulped nervously, seemingly very afraid of them. At this time it was too late to run away. If she acted rashly, it might cause a chain reaction. Moreover, looking at the posture of the 5 people, it seemed that they were targeting them. She didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. For a moment Yu Ying felt uneasy. "Who are these people?" Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked. Yu Ying's pretty face turned slightly pale as she replied, "They are people from Brahma Holy Land." Brahma Holy Land is also a great sect in the Eastern Territory, and its strength and status are on par with our sect. Yang Kai asked, "Is the relationship between your 2 sects not very good?" Yu Ying replied with a wry smile, "It's not that bad. Anyway, there is some friction between the disciples of every great sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and pointed to 2 of them. "Those 2 should be very powerful." Yu Ying glanced at him in surprise and said, "Those 2 are holy sons of Brahma Holy Land. Naturally they are extremely powerful. In our sect, only a few brothers can compete with them." "Holy sons?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "I don't know what they are doing here. Brother Feng, don't say anything, I will deal with them," Yu Ying said with some unease. She was afraid that Yang Kai would offend them. If that happened, it would really be difficult for them to escape this time. "Got it," Yang Kai nodded. At this moment, one of the 5 people on the opposite side suddenly shouted, "You inside, get out." Yu Ying's mouth was stuffed with bitterness, and although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to open the door of the shuttle and walk out. Yang Kai followed closely behind. At this time it was meaningless to hide. The other party's divine sense was constantly sweeping this place, so they must have already discovered him. After walking out of the shuttle, Yu Ying politely cupped her fists and said softly, "Yu Ying greets brothers Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian." The 2 people named Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian should be the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land. They were also the people Yu Ying was afraid of. Both of them were peak Dao Source Realm cultivators and looked extremely powerful. As for the remaining 3, they were only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so Yu Ying was not too afraid of them. Zhang Hao, who had a rough appearance, narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Yu Ying. "I was wondering who it was, so it was you." There was no trace of politeness in his words, calling Yu Ying by her name in front of her face. Obviously he knew how fickle Yu Ying was. After all, they were all disciples of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, so they had some understanding of each other. Yu Ying's licentious behavior was extremely famous in the entire Eastern Territory. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and said sarcastically, "How long has it been since we last met? Ying, you are really an eye-opener." Chapter 2441. Ying bit her red lips and said pitifully, "Brothers, why are you being so sarcastic as soon as we meet? What has this junior sister done to offend you? There's nothing going on between me and this senior martial brother Feng. You two senior martial brothers shouldn't ruin my reputation." While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai with some worry, as if she was afraid that he would know about her past. "Nothing to do with you?" Zhou Xian's eyes bulged as he froze on the spot. The other 4 people from Brahma Holy Land also looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the 5 of them suddenly burst into laughter. Their laughter was arrogant, unbridled, and full of ridicule. Suddenly, the laughter stopped and Zhang Hao said with a cold face, "This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Zhou Xian also said, "A man who can share a room with you, Ying, and yet remain pure and innocent. I'm afraid he hasn't been born yet, right?" Ying's face turned green and red. Even if she was lascivious by nature, being spoken to like this in front of others, she still felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at Yang Kai and explained, "Brother Feng, don't listen to their nonsense. This junior sister is not that kind of person." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know." He sneered in his heart. He had already figured out what kind of nature this woman had, yet at this time she still pretended to be innocent and tried to explain this to him. He didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent attitude, Ying was a little annoyed and secretly blamed these people from Brahma Holy Land for meddling in other people's business. But now that her strength was inferior to theirs, she didn't dare to get angry. She could only look at them pitifully and say, "Brothers, did you deliberately stop junior sister to humiliate her? If that is the case, then you have succeeded. Junior sister, farewell." "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" Zhang Hao shouted. "What do you brothers want to do?" Ying's heart was beating like a drum. Zhang Hao and this group of people obviously didn't come here to chat. Zhang Xian looked at Ying coldly and snorted, "Cheap maid, let me ask you, where's my junior brother Deng Yong now?" Ying's expression changed slightly when she heard this. However, he quickly hid it and said with a forced smile, "Brother Zhang Xian's question is strange. Don't you know where Deng Yong is? Why did he ask junior sister? I've never seen him before." "You still dare to lie." Zhang Hao's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Junior brother Deng Yong clearly died at your hands." Ying said in fear, "Brother Zhang Hao, why would you think that? Deng Yong and I have no enmity in the past. Even if I really met him, I wouldn't kill him. What's more, Deng Yong's strength is higher than mine. Even if junior sister has the heart, she is powerless. Brother Zhang Hao, please don't slander me." "You still want to quibble?" Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. He glared at Ying with fiery eyes and snorted coldly, "Since you're so stubborn, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Junior brother Deng Yong's soul dispersing seal is clearly imprinted on your body. We also sensed the soul dispersing seal and followed you here. Now what else do you have to say?" Ying's face suddenly paled. Zhang Xian said, "Originally we were wondering who killed Deng Yong. But we didn't expect it to be you, a lowly slave. Deng Yong was stronger than you. It's not surprising that he died at your hands. After all, he was a lecher." Zhang Hao continued, "Although Deng Yong was obsessed and deserved to die, he was still a Holy Land's disciple. Ying, a life for a life, take your own life." The two of them spoke one after another, directly announcing the date of Ying's death. Ying's beautiful face was already pale, and her delicate body was trembling. At this time, Yang Kai had noticed a very hidden soul brand on her body, presumably left behind by Deng Yong before he died. It was ridiculous that Ying hadn't noticed it until now, leading to her being caught red-handed by the people from Brahma Holy Land. Now she couldn't defend herself even if she wanted to. Yang Kai had been wondering why the 5 people from Brahma Holy Land had come straight to block his and Ying's path, but now it seemed that it was the soul dispersing seal. He didn't know when Ying killed Deng Yong, but it must have been done within the past year. Yang Kai was secretly annoyed. He followed Ying because he wanted her to take him to find Yin Luxing, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen halfway. He couldn't just ignore it. If he ignored it, Ying would die and all his efforts would go down the drain. So whether he was willing or not, he had to save Ying. "Why haven't you done it yet?" Zhang Hao saw Ying still not committing suicide and couldn't help but shout, Think about it clearly. If we do, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Yu Ying's face turned even paler. Gritting her teeth, she took a step back and shouted, "This is my sex brother Fengde. If you have anything to say it to him." This woman, as soon as she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, had directly pushed Yang Kai out, clearly intending to use him as a shield, not even bothering to hide her intentions. Fengde. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. Where did this trash come from? I've never heard of him. In the entire Netherworld sect, the Dao Source Realm Masters who could compete with the Holy Sons were all famous, so he had never heard of this Fengde. Since he had never heard of him, it meant that he was just an ordinary disciple, and ordinary disciples were not enough in front of the two Holy Sons. Little brat, you want to stand up for that cheap slut? Think about it clearly. Zhou Xian looked at Yang Kai and sneered. Yang Kai's face was sullen, and he took advantage of the situation to vent his anger. Since junior sister you calls me brother, this Feng naturally can't just sit back and watch. If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through this Feng first. Yu Ying, who was hiding behind him, heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She did not expect that Yang Kai would have such backbone and responsibility. After all, he was not a disciple of the Netherworld sect at all, and she had just met him by chance. Even if he wanted to escape at this time, it would be understandable, but he did not do so. This guy is really stupid. Yu Ying thought to herself. But if Fengde was involved for a while, she might be able to take the opportunity to escape. As for whether Fengde lived or died, she did not care. Her own life was the most important thing. It's a pity. I was hoping to introduce him to the Netherworld sect, but he doesn't have this blessing at all. Yu Ying secretly made plans in her heart, and at the same time she was ready to escape at any time. Although her posture was very hidden, how could it escape Yang Kai's observation? He sneered in his heart. Yu Ying, this woman was really insidious and vicious. If he was really Fengde, he would have been sold by her. Unfortunately, she had her own schemes, but so did he. Good, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Hao had a rough appearance and a fiery temper. Undoubtedly, he had been successfully angered by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his palm. The sledgehammer was pulsing with energy, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Hao raised the sledgehammer high and smashed it in the direction of Yang Kai and Yu Ying. In an instant, the surrounding space froze as if the void was about to collapse. A huge hammer shadow suddenly appeared and covered a large area, enveloping Yang Kai and Yu Ying. Although this move was powerful, Yang Kai really didn't put it in his eyes. If he wanted to, he could even kill these 5 from Brahma Holy Land. However, he did not want to expose his heaven-defying strength, especially in front of Yu Ying. So he pretended that his expression changed greatly, but he did not use any secret techniques or artifacts. He just waved his fists, and in an instant fist shadows filled the sky as he madly rushed towards the hammer shadow. Hong hong hong. The void trembled as a fierce battle broke out. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced back 10 meters, looking like he was about to collapse. Taking advantage of this retreat, Yang Kai's figure leapt and fled into the depths of the void without looking back. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "Junior sister, you run quickly." At this time, Yu Ying had already used a secret technique and turned into a wisp of blue smoke, escaping into the distance like a gust of wind. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had run away the moment Yang Kai and Zhang Hao started fighting. She had no intention of helping Yang Kai at all. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, she hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, you should also follow. If you are caught, you will die." Her escape secret technique was very strange. It seemed to burn her source chi, and although the consumption was terrifying, her speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence and burning it. Only then did he manage to catch up with Yu Ying's speed. Zhang Hao and the others were left standing in place, dumbfounded. Just now, Yang Kai had displayed a brave and fearless attitude, so they thought they had encountered a tough nut to crack. But unexpectedly, after just one exchange, Yang Kai had been shaken by Zhang Hao to the point of spitting blood. Now he was even burning his blood essence to escape. "This guy is also an embroidered pillow," Zhou Xian said with a mocking expression. "Humph, fortunately he ran quickly, otherwise he would have died without a burial place," Zhang Hao said unhappily, putting away his giant hammer artifact and waving his hand. Chase, no matter what, we must kill them and avenge junior brother Deng Yong. The others nodded and followed closely behind the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian, in hot pursuit. Although Yu Ying and that guy called Feng De had used a secret technique and burned their blood essence to run very fast, whether it was using a secret technique or burning their blood essence, they couldn't maintain it for too long. Once the time limit was up, they would definitely weaken. When that time came, it would be even easier to kill them. On the other side, Yang Kai and Yu Ying, who were flying through the void, didn't dare to look back. Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult position, burning his blood essence. But in fact, everything was under his control. That bit of blood essence was nothing to him. After flying for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "Junior sister Yu, you have a scattered soul seal on your body. Quickly find a way to get rid of it, otherwise we won't be able to escape." This woman was really stupid. The two holy sons had mentioned this before, but even now she still hadn't thought of getting rid of the seal. If it weren't for him being involved, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to remind her. Chapter 2442. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Yu Ying felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. She quickly began to undress, stripping herself naked in just a moment, leaving only a set of close-fitting clothes on her body. Unfortunately, those clothes were also as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines and he couldn't help asking, "Junior sister Yu, what are you doing?" Yu Ying said, "I can't sense where the seal is at all. I hope it's on my clothes." Yang Kai was speechless. "It's on your shoulder, focus your divine sense and sense it." This scattered soul seal was indeed well hidden. If it weren't for Yang Kai's extraordinary spiritual energy, he likely wouldn't have been able to detect it so easily. Now that Yang Kai had instructed her, Yu Ying quickly gathered her divine sense and probed her shoulder. A moment later, her face lit up with joy. Apparently she had found something. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but as the two of them fled, Yang Kai could feel the scattered soul seal slowly fade away before finally disappearing. It wasn't until this time that Yu Ying breathed a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes from her space ring. Now that the scattered soul seal was gone, as long as the two of them ran a little faster and got rid of the people from Brahma Holy Land behind them, they would be safe. After calming down, Yu Ying said, "I must thank Brother Feng for what happened just now." Yang Kai said indifferently, "You're welcome." Seemingly feeling his indifference, Yu Ying couldn't help feeling a little sad. She wondered if this Brother Feng would vent his anger on her because of what happened just now. After all, what she had just done was indeed a bit too much. If it were anyone else, they would be angry. After running like this for another half an hour, Yu Ying's face was pale. He was out of breath. Although her secret technique was easy to use, the consumption was not small. It was not easy for her to persist until now. Seeing her slow down, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and said, "Come on, I'll take you with me." Yu Ying nodded after hearing this. He directly jumped onto the wooden boat and sat down cross-legged. While stuffing recovery spirit pills into his mouth, he took out a communication artifact and constantly sent messages into it. It seemed that he wanted to contact the disciples of the Netherworld sect. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly looked forward to Yu Ying contacting English Sheng. The people of Brahma Holy Land seemed to have been left behind. Yang Kai released his divine sense. He didn't sense their auras either. One day later, Yu Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother Feng, I found someone from my sect." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Who?" Yu Ying said, "It's Brother Zhou Xian. I don't know if you've heard of him before." It wasn't English Sheng. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little disappointed. But he still replied, "I don't know much about the situation in your Eastern Territory, and I've never been to the Eastern Territory, so I haven't heard of Brother Zhong's name." Yu Ying smiled and said, "Brother Zhong is ranked in the top 3 of the Dao Source realm in my sect. With his protection, we don't have to be afraid of the people of Brahma Holy Land. Let's go find him now." "Good point the way." Yang Kai nodded. Although Yu Ying didn't contact English Sheng, Yang Kai felt that it was not impossible to inquire about English Sheng from Zhou Xian. Maybe this Zhou Xian knew something. Immediately, under Yu Ying's instructions, Yang Kai changed direction and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, a figure standing in the void entered Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai controlled the wooden boat to fly in front of this person, but before he could stop, Yu Ying rushed over and shouted, "Brother Zhou! Junior sister Yu!" Zhou Xian smiled at Yu Ying, raised his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai lightly. Is this the brother Feng you mentioned, junior sister Yu? He knew the surname of Yang Kai's impersonator, so it seemed that Yu Ying had already told him about Yang Kai before coming here. Yu Ying nodded and said, yes, brother Zhong, junior sister was able to arrive here safely thanks to brother Feng's blessing. Zhou Xian was handsome and had an amiable demeanor. He didn't put on too much airs. Hearing this, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, I heard junior sister you say that you and junior brother Yin came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and you are a star master? Yang Kai cupped his fists politely and said, this Feng indeed came from the territory of Great Desolate Star like brother Yin and is also a star master. I haven't seen brother Yin for many years and have missed you greatly, so I took the liberty to come here with junior sister Yu. I hope brother Zhong can forgive me. Zhou Xian laughed and said, it's fine, since you intend to join our netherworld sect, you may become brother and junior brother in the future, so there is no need to be so polite. Yu Ying said, brother Zhong, this is not the place to talk. Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian of Brahma Holy Land were chasing after me and brother Feng. I don't know if they are still chasing after us. Let's talk as we walk. Zhang Hao Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's eyes turned cold when he heard this and he said coldly, they dare to chase after you? What do they want? Yu Ying said embarrassedly, junior sister accidentally killed Deng Yong. Zhou Xian looked at her angrily and said, he died of yang deprivation, right? How many times have I told you don't improve your strength like this? It's easy to have an unstable foundation. Sooner or later something big will happen. All right. Yu Ying saw Zhou Xian expose her scandal in front of Yang Kai and quickly interrupted him and said coquettishly, let's go quickly. It was thanks to brother Feng that I was safe and sound. Brother Feng is my savior. Then you have to treat him better in the future. Zhou Xian smiled slightly. It seemed that because Yu Ying had told Yang Kai a lot, Zhou Xian's attitude towards Yang Kai was quite good, and he obviously wanted to befriend him. Under Yu Ying's urging, the three immediately set off. Zhou Xian seemed to have a goal in mind and led the way without saying a word, while Yang Kai and Yu Ying could only follow behind. After flying for a while, Yu Ying couldn't help asking, brother Zhong, where are we going? We're going to find the others. They seem to have found a very interesting place. Interesting? Yu Ying's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this and she asked, what's so interesting about it? You'll know when we get there. Zhou Xian kept her in suspense and didn't explain. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, is brother Yin also there? Zhou Xian replied, I'm not sure. I also received a message from my fellow sect members and was about to rush over, but I didn't expect to receive a message from junior sister Yu halfway, so I stopped and waited for you. While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and smiled, brother Feng and junior brother Yin have a very good relationship, for you to remember him so much. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he was too eager, but he still said without changing his expression, I received a lot of kindness from brother Yin in the territory of the Great Desolate Star in my early years, but I never had a chance to repay him, so I naturally miss him. Knowing how to repay kindness, brother Feng is also a person who values friendship. My netherworld sect welcomes people like you. Zhou Xian laughed. Yang Kai said, it is this Feng's honor to join the netherworld sect, but I don't know how high the threshold of your noble sect is. Zhou Xian patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, don't worry, you won't have any problems. Then I'll count on brother Zhong's auspicious words. The three of them chatted as they moved forward. 2 days later, a huge dark red star suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw these stars, whether it was Zhou Xian, Yu Ying or Yang Kai, they were all shocked. Because since entering the shattered star sea, the cultivation stars they had encountered were all broken. They had never encountered a complete cultivation star, but at this moment such a cultivation star had appeared in their field of vision. The star was enormous, and it lay across the starry sky for countless tens of thousands of years. When looked at from afar, it was like an enormous eye that was coldly watching the movements in the surroundings, and it caused others to shudder with fear and feel an indescribable pressure for no reason. Not only that, but this cultivation star also seemed to be exuding a terrifying amount of heat, causing the surrounding void to distort. Around these stars, there were countless black holes of various sizes, and if one's line of sight fell into these black holes, they would be completely swallowed up. Brother Zhong. Yu Ying's pretty face paled slightly as she leaned a little closer to Zhou Xian and asked, "Is this the interesting place you mentioned before?" Zhou Xian grinned and said, "Exactly." Yang Kai was moved and said, "What rich source strength, and it seems to be somewhat different from ordinary source strength." Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Because it is a fire attribute source, not a source strength of stars. If a cultivator who cultivates a fire attribute secret art or secret technique obtains the source strength here, they will definitely soar to the sky." Fire attribute source. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly thought of Lu Yan. This thing would be of great use to Lu Yan. It was just that he hadn't seen Lu Yan since they separated a few days ago, so he didn't know if she had noticed the fire attribute source here. However, he still had Zhang Ruoxi with him. This cultivation star seemed to be full of dangers. Even if Lu Yan sensed the fire attribute source here, she and Zhang Ruoxi might not necessarily enter. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's strength was still too low. Instead, he could go find the fire attribute source and leave it to Lu Yan. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind and became interested in these strange stars. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Immediately afterward, a tyrannical force rushed toward him. His expression changed slightly as he saw a huge ghost claw coming at his heart. He had seen this ghost claw once before. It was the secret technique Yu Ying used in her battle with Guan Qi the last time he met her. It was a symbol of the Netherworld sect. In an instant, Yang Kai understood who was attacking him. The distance was too close, and the other party's sneak attack came without warning. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been helpless, but Yang Kai had the Tao of space. How could he be so easily hit? At the critical moment, he directly used the Nihility secret technique, and his body suddenly became illusory. The white ghost claw directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and hit into the depths of the void, quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's body became solid again, and he looked at Zhou Xian with a cold expression. Chapter 2443. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Only now did Yu Ying realize what had happened and stared at Zhou Xian in astonishment, not knowing why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai. After all, Zhou Xian's attitude towards Yang Kai had been quite good the entire time, even chatting and laughing with him, so why had Zhou Xian suddenly become hostile? Yu Ying could not understand this at all. "That's right, Brother Zhou, what are you doing?" Yang Kai stared coldly at Zhou Xian and said with a gloomy expression, "What did this Feng do to offend you? Why are you trying to kill me?" "This Feng?" Zhou Xian raised his eyebrows, laughed and said in a low voice, "Brother Feng, this Zhou will only ask you one question. If you answer it well, this Zhou will apologize for what happened just now. If you can't answer it, he." Yang Kai slowly narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Zhou, just ask." Zhou Xian's expression became serious as he shouted, "Brother Feng, which sect did you come from on Great Desolate Star? How did you meet junior brother Yin?" Hearing this, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Zhou Xian paid close attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, not wanting to miss a single detail. Yu Ying stood to the side looking at this and that. Even if she was stupid, she realized that something was wrong and could not help but frown, quietly circulating her source qi as she stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. After a short while, Yang Kai looked up at Zhou Xian and said, "Brother Zhou, these are 2 questions, right? You didn't keep your word." Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment before angrily saying, "It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 questions, just answer them." Yang Kai grinned and looked at Zhou Xian thoughtfully. "Brother Zhou, it seems you know something." This person had suddenly launched a sneak attack on him. Obviously, he had obtained some information about him. He knew that this Fengde was a fake. "Brother Zhou, what's going on?" Yu Ying asked with an ugly expression. Zhou Xian snorted and pointed at Yang Kai. "Junior sister Yu, this guy called Fengde who has been following you around is a fake." "Fake?" Yu Ying was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "The real Fengde is already dead." "Dead?" Yu Ying couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He muttered, "How could this be? Fengde was dead, then how did this person know so much about senior martial Brother Yin? What was the relationship between this person and Brother Yin? Why did he pretend to be Fengde to get close to Brother Yin?" Thinking of how she had been with Yang Kai for so long without knowing his true identity, Yu Ying couldn't help shuddering. The real Fengde died in the Starlight Corridor. Junior Brother Yin saw it with his own eyes, so it can't be fake. And the person in front of you has some grudges with Junior Brother Yin. Zhou Xian sneered and looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Am I right, Brother Yang? He placed great emphasis on the words Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow. He said in surprise, Oh? You even know my surname? It seems that the one who sent you the message should be Yin Lisheng? While speaking, his eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the strange dark red stars. Although Zhou Xian didn't mention where Yin Lisheng was now, Yang Kai was 90% sure that Yin Lisheng was among the stars. Otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't have been able to contact him. And then ask for his information. Yes. Zhou Xian didn't deny it. These things were indeed told to me by junior brother Yin. No matter what grudges you have with junior brother Yin, you won't have a chance to take revenge on him. Saying so, a fierce and greedy look appeared on Zhou Xian's face as he stared at Yang Kai like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of fat meat. Who are you? Why did you lie to me? Yu Ying was furious, her beautiful eyes spitting flames as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and coldly said, You're really a heartless woman. This young master saved your life before, but now you're asking for it. Now you dare to show murderous intent towards this young master. It's really sad. Yu Ying shouted back, So what, you dared to lie to me, you deserve to die. She turned her head and said to Zhou Xian, Brother Zhou, this person has a complete star source. If you can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to you. Zhou Xian licked his lips and said excitedly, I naturally know about this. In the Netherworld sect, although he believed that his current strength was not much worse than Yin Lisheng's, with Yin Lisheng's terrifying rate of progress, it was only a matter of time before Yin Lisheng surpassed him. The biggest reason for Yin Lisheng's rapid progress was that he was a star master and had a complete star source. This was an opportunity that no cultivator could ask for. But now, another cultivator with a complete star source was in front of him. This star source was different from the Shattered Star Sea's star source. If he could obtain it, the benefits it would bring to him would be unimaginable. He wouldn't have to worry about being surpassed by Yin Lisheng in the future. Since everyone had a complete star source, it would be a competition of hard work and persistence. In this regard, Zhou Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Yang Kai suddenly asked, Is Yin Lisheng really on the star now? Zhou Xian coldly snorted and said, What's the point of asking someone who is about to die? Yang Kai grinned and said, Since I've found Yin Lisheng, there's no need to keep you alive. Zhou Xian was startled when he heard this and shouted angrily, Boy, you're the first one who dares to say this in front of this Zhou. Netherworld Purgatory Banner, die quickly. As soon as his words fell, he suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned a black banner. From the black banner, a burst of ghostly wails and howls rang out, setting off gusts of cold wind that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. When the Netherworld Purgatory Banner unfurled, the Yin Qi rolling around it condensed into a tangible form and wrapped around Yang Kai like the yellow springs. Seeing Zhou Xian use his trump card as soon as he came up, Yu Ying's pretty face changed and she hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected. Good stuff. It should be a good gift for Gui Zhu. Yang Kai looked at the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and couldn't help but light up. This strange artifact was somewhat similar to Gui Zhu's 10,000 soul banner and should be of the same origin, but the grade of this Netherworld Purgatory Banner was much higher than Gui Zhu's 10,000 soul banner. Yang Kai even felt a faint emperor pressure from it. In other words, this artifact should have been personally refined by a master from the Emperor realm and had some embryonic form of an Emperor artifact, but it was not fully formed yet. However, as long as Zhou Xian advanced to the Emperor realm, he could use his Emperor aura to nourish this Netherworld Purgatory Banner, and it would become an Emperor artifact sooner or later. As expected of one of the top 3 disciples of a great sect, the moment he made a move, it was extremely extraordinary. The bursts of ghostly wails and howls were like demonic sounds, full of magical power, enough to affect the mind of any hostile cultivator. Zhou Xian was so aggressive that he obviously intended to kill Yang Kai as soon as he attacked, not giving him any chance to fight back. The complete source of stars was simply too attractive to him. Yang Kai waited solemnly, raised his hand slightly and quickly formed a series of hand seals. After a few complicated movements, an inexplicable power suddenly spread out in all directions, and the mysterious power of principles dissipated in the void, bursting out in all directions. Zhou Xianyang's eyes bulged as he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because at this moment he suddenly felt that his thoughts and movements had slowed down, and even everything around him seemed to have stopped. The only thing that didn't stop was the guy who had pretended to be Fengde. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhou Xianyang's face changed drastically as a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. Although Yang Kai's hand seals had not been fully formed, Zhou Xianyang already felt that something was wrong. This guy surnamed Yang was not to be trifled with. From the unseen world, a murmur entered his ears, shaking his soul. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory like a shuttle, like a dream. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly appeared, and at this critical moment, Zhou Xianyang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. With this spurt of blood essence, the strange stillness around him was finally broken, and everything suddenly came to life. But when he looked up, a huge hand seal had already appeared in front of him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. Hong. With a muffled bang, Zhou Xianyang immediately froze in place. He didn't feel the impact he had imagined, nor did he notice any trace of injury on his body, but to his amazement he discovered that a strange force had invaded his body, and his vitality and lifespan were flowing away at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was as if hundreds of thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor had passed through his body. Brother Zhong! Yu Ying screamed, her eyes widening as she stared at Zhou Xianyang in disbelief, a look of horror on her face as if she had just witnessed a terrible scene. Zhou Xianyang also seemed to realize something, slightly raising his withered hand, looking at it for a moment before asking in a trembling voice, You, what did you do to me? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, raised his hand and sent a moon blade towards him. If it was Zhou Xianyang at his peak he might have been able to avoid this blow, but at this moment he was a doddering old man with 90% of his vitality drained away, so there was no way for him to react. The pitch-black moon blade was like a huge blade as it passed through Zhou Xianyang's body, directly splitting him in half. Yu Ying's face suddenly turned pale. Dead, Brother Zhou Xianyang was dead, and he had died in such a muddle-headed way. Brother Zhong, who was ranked in the top 3 in the sect and could be regarded as a young talent in the Eastern Territory and even the entire star boundary, had been killed by a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye. If this kind of thing had not happened right under her nose, Yu Ying would never have believed it. But the facts were right in front of her, so she couldn't doubt anything. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time. Previously, when he fought Zhang Hao of Brahma Holy Land, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. That was undoubtedly just an act. It was ridiculous that she naively thought that Yang Kai was really not Zhang Hao's opponent. Chapter 2444. With the strength this person had displayed, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. How could a mere third-order Dao source realm be so powerful? Facing this man who was pretending to be Fengde, Yu Ying felt a sense of panic and powerlessness, as if she was facing the Emperor realm. She couldn't even summon the courage to run away and could only stand there stupidly, her tender body shivering like a quail in the middle of winter. After killing Zhou Xianyang, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected his space ring and netherworld purgatory banner. A streak of starlight then shot out from the back of Zhou Xianyang's hand and shot towards Yang Kai, branding itself into the back of Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai had noticed before that Zhou Xianyang's star seal was the same as his own, a 6-pointed star seal. After the two of them fused, it should provide a lot of nourishment to his star seal, allowing him to take another step closer to leveling up. Yang Kai turned his gaze and stared coldly at Yu Ying. Here, senior brother Feng. Yu Ying met his gaze and her face immediately paled. She stuttered, unable to utter a complete sentence. You've worked hard on this journey, Yang Kai said lightly. Yu Ying squeezed out a smile and said in a trembling voice, It is little sister's honor to be able to serve brother Feng. Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly raised his hand. Space force fluctuated and a pitch-black moon blade slashed towards her. Yu Ying's beautiful face instantly turned pale when she saw this scene and she screamed loudly. Although she didn't know what this secret technique was, she had just seen Zhou Xianyang die to this pitch-black moon blade with her own eyes. Now that Yang Kai was using this move against her, it was obvious he didn't intend to leave her any way out. She screamed. She hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact. Pushing her source chi to protect herself, she tried to avoid this calamity. But to her horror, this pitch-black moon blade was so tyrannical that she couldn't fathom it. It cut through all her defenses like tofu and slashed through her body. Yuying only felt a slight pain in her body before she lost consciousness in the next moment. Yang Kai waved his hand. Taking her space ring, Yang Kai waited for a moment before Yuying's star seal also flew out and was accepted by him. He raised his hand again and shot out a few streams of energy, turning Zhou Xian and Yuying's corpses into dust. He did not hesitate to kill Yuying. Regardless of whether he was a fake Feng Dao or not, it was true that he had saved this woman's life. However, this woman did not have the slightest intention of repaying his kindness. On the contrary, after learning of his unknown origins, he immediately changed his attitude. Such a person's death was simply not worth pitying. Besides, Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. After doing all this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and glanced behind him. He noticed that the people from Brahma Holy Land were chasing after him. He didn't know if they had received news that there was a fire attribute origin here, so they had come here specifically, or if they had followed them here. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to meet the people of Brahma Holy Land. Those people from Brahma Holy Land had a grudge against Yuying. Now that Yuying was dead, he naturally didn't need to get entangled with Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the dark red stars at an extremely fast speed. The closer he got, the more Yang Kai could feel the violent heat emanating from these stars. The fire attribute origin hidden here seemed to be something extremely extraordinary, and Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. An hour later he landed in a certain spot on the planet. As far as his eyes could see, he was surrounded by desolate lands. On the planet, it seemed to have been burned by a great fire, and now not even a blade of grass could be seen. Yang Kai didn't know how these stars had been completely preserved in the battlefield of the great emperors. Flaming cloud mushroom. Yang Kai's gaze was suddenly attracted by something that looked like a cloud of fire. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that this was an emperor-grade spirit herb, the fire cloud mushroom. However, he didn't expect that there would be a spirit herb growing in this kind of place, and an emperor-grade spirit herb at that. But thinking about it carefully, the fire attribute energy here was so rich, and there was even a fire attribute origin, so it wasn't surprising that a fire attribute spirit herb could be born here. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly saw a figure rushing towards the fire cloud mushroom. Obviously, this person had also discovered that this spirit herb was extraordinary and wanted to pick it. The fire cloud mushroom was an emperor-grade spirit herb. It was priceless, and its growth conditions were extremely harsh, so it was much more valuable than ordinary emperor-grade spirit herbs. As an emperor-grade alchemist, how could Yang Kai allow the spirit herb in front of him to be snatched away? So his figure flickered and he arrived in front of the fire cloud mushroom first. Reaching down, Yang Kai dug out a large piece of the soil where the fire cloud mushroom grew and threw it into his sealed world bead along with the fire cloud mushroom. It wasn't until Yang Kai finished doing all this that the figure rushed in front of him. Seemingly realizing that he was a step too late, this person stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and glared at him with a disgruntled expression. Yang Kai glanced at this person faintly. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but frown. Because at a glance he couldn't tell whether this person was a man or a woman. If this person was a man, he was a bit too handsome. His skin was unbelievably white and he didn't have an Adam's apple. If he was a woman, Yang Kai couldn't see any characteristics of a woman. His chest was flat, his butt wasn't perky, and although his figure was slender, he didn't have any curves to speak of. His clothes were also extremely unisex, the kind that could be worn by both men and women. This guy is neither a man nor a woman. What the hell is this? Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. Just as Yang Kai was carefully sizing up the other party, the person suddenly said, "Friend, isn't it a bit unkind to do this? I seem to be the one who found this spirit flower first." As soon as this person said this, Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that he wouldn't be able to tell the other party's gender based on their appearance and figure, but after hearing this person's words, he realized that he was too naive. This person's voice was somewhat magnetic and very pleasant to listen to, but it was also very unisex. It was impossible to tell whether this person was a man or a woman. This person also had a third-order Dao source realm cultivation, the same as Yang Kai, but the star seal on the back of his hand was only a 5-pointed star seal. Yang Kai didn't bother with the other party's gender anymore and just grinned. Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This is an ownerless treasure, so it naturally belongs to whoever gets it first. As soon as this was said, the person frowned and looked extremely angry, cursing, "You're the brother, your whole family are brothers. Can't you see that I'm a woman?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded, seriously sizing up this person who claimed to be a woman, and only after a while did he seriously shake his head and say, "I really can't see it." The woman seemed to be furious, her face red with anger, and she reached out to touch her neck, saying, "Are you blind? Can't you see that I don't have an Adam's apple?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "I can see that, but I can't see anything else." As he spoke, Yang Kai's eyes drifted towards her chest. The woman's face immediately darkened. She couldn't help but puff out her chest. Immediately, a small bump appeared on her chest. Yang Kai clapped his hands, saying, "Now I have some clues. You're really blind." The woman seemed to be in a bad mood and she gritted her teeth and cursed. Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead, saying, "Miss, how old are you this year? Children need to be civilized, you can't curse people. You're a child, you'll be a child your whole life." The woman was furious and she raised her hand, sending a beam of light directly towards Yang Kai. This attack wasn't too powerful, and the woman didn't have the slightest killing intent when she attacked. Obviously she was just angry at Yang Kai for mocking her. After she finished attacking, she didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's reaction, and ran away without looking back. Yang Kai happily raised his hand, scattering her attack, and looked up, only to see the woman a few thousand feet away, turning back to glare at him hatefully before disappearing. "Don't go, miss, I haven't asked for your name yet," Yang Kai shouted with a grin. But how could there be any response? That girl had long since run off to who knows where. She must have been really angered by Kai Yang, so she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. She also couldn't be bothered to argue with Kai Yang about the ownership of the flame cloud grass. After being disturbed by this androgynous fellow, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot better. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the surroundings and determined that there were no other spirit herbs before summoning his wooden boat and flying towards the place where the fire attribute origin force was rich. What he could be sure of now was that Wuxia was on this star, but he couldn't determine his specific location. However, moving towards the place where the origin force was rich was absolutely right because Wuxia would definitely go there. As long as he could find Wuxia, he could inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had been separated from Xiao Zhao, and over the years he had been constantly thinking about him. Xiao Zhao's uniqueness made it easy for him to become the target of many masters. These stars were very strange. Yang Kai had been in the Shattered Star Sea for so long, but he had never encountered any stars with spirit herbs, but there were some here and a lot of them at that. All the spirit herbs here were fire attribute spirit herbs, which should have been bred because of the fire attribute origin force. Each spirit herb was very old and very valuable. Yang Kai picked a lot of useful things along the way. There seemed to be a lot of cultivator who came to this cultivation star. Yang Kai occasionally encountered some people, but these people rarely acted alone like him. Basically, they were either in pairs or in groups of 3 or 5. Obviously, they were all disciples of the same sect or people who were already familiar with each other. These people were all fierce and full of aura. At first glance, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. A day later, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a huge energy fluctuation coming from a very distant location. Yang Kai, who was flying, immediately came to a halt and stared in that direction. He felt a burst of emperor pressure coming from that direction, which startled him. Could it be that someone broke through to the emperor realm here? Chapter 2445. In this Shattered Star Sea, a cultivator could break through to the emperor realm. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, many people would come here to pry into the mysteries of the emperor realm, allowing them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Therefore Yang Kai could not help but have this guess. But after thinking about it again, he felt that something was wrong because this did not seem to be caused by someone breaking through. At the very least, Yang Kai did not notice the world energy baptism that came with breaking through to the great realm. Since it's not a breakthrough, is it the birth of an emperor artifact? Realizing this, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly turned around to fly in that direction. He had heard before that in this Shattered Star Sea, there would occasionally be some extremely high-level emperor artifacts appearing. This was because the great emperors who died in the Shattered Star Sea were not just the great emperor of heaven devouring great emperor, but several other great emperors were also buried with him. The various treasures that these great emperors who died here originally had were also left in the Shattered Star Sea. Flowing time, great emperors changed and the sea reincarnated, waiting for the arrival of the fated one. Therefore, any emperor artifact that appeared in the Shattered Star Sea had extraordinary significance and extremely high value, causing countless people to scramble for it. The emperor artifacts of the great emperors were completely different from ordinary emperor artifacts. If one really wanted to compare them, it was equivalent to the difference between an emperor artifact and a Dao Source grade artifact. Could not be measured. Naturally, no one would miss out on such a good thing. Just as Yang Kai was trying his best to fly towards the place where the emperor pressure was coming from, he suddenly felt the world tremble. Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound like a morning bell rang out in front of him, and the convergence of this sound was visible to the naked eye, like a violent storm sweeping out in all directions. It contained an extremely terrifying power. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Hurriedly circulating his secret art, Yang Kai's figure fell while he guarded his mind. Walala. The ground around him seemed to have been plowed and rolled up, giving people the illusion that it was the end of the world. As the sound waves rushed over, Yang Kai suddenly became unstable and saw stars. His mind was in a daze and only the huge bell kept echoing, almost making him lose his mind. Shocked, Yang Kai hurriedly urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to cleanse his knowledge sea. Only then did he recover from his trance. Looking around, Yang Kai sucked in a breath. The surrounding landscape had undergone a great change and several small peaks had risen from the ground. The mountain peak that originally existed was gone, and countless abyss-like ravines appeared on the ground. It was a daunting sight and the entire world seemed to be covered in a haze. Yang Kai's face looked. Such terrifying power was definitely not something that cultivators who had entered the Shattered Star Sea to gain experience could achieve. This was the only explanation. Was the power of the Emperor artifact. It was definitely a treasure of the great emperors. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became fiery. Wiping the blood flowing from his nose, he rushed forward as fast as lightning. There were many people around, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Obviously, many cultivators had the same plan as him and were rushing over. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, none of these people who came to the Shattered Star Sea were simple. Even he was slightly injured just now, but he didn't expect that none of them would be killed by the sound waves. After a short while he came to the source of the sound and stood in the air. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but tremble. About 1,000 meters in front of him, a strangely shaped mountain peak came into view. This mountain peak was about 300 meters high and had a strange shape. Looked like a huge bell on the ground. Halfway up the mountain, gravel kept rolling down, and from the inside of the mountain, dazzling brilliance and rich emperor aura shot out. An emperor artifact. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately realized that the mountain peak was where the emperor artifact was located. The other cultivator who came here obviously also realized this, but the power of the emperor artifact just now was too terrifying, so even though they were all here, no one dared to act rashly. In front of the mountain peak, there were several broken corpses lying on the ground at this moment. All of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices and looked very miserable. Yang Kai didn't know which sect they were from, but judging from their appearance and position, they should have been the first group to discover this emperor artifact. However, when they tried to take it away, they suffered a backlash from the emperor artifact and were killed directly. The brilliance of star seals shot out from the corpses of those people. These star seals that belonged to the dead people hovered in the air for a while before suddenly, as if attracted by something, they shot towards the crowd from all directions. One of the extremely bright star seals flew towards Yang Kai's position. How could Yang Kai miss such a good thing? Immediately, his figure flickered and flew towards the star seal. At the same time, countless cultivators moved, fixing their eyes on those star seals and trying to snatch them. There were about 7 or 8 cultivators who were staring at the star seals like Yang Kai, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. Many of them were from the 3rd order Dao Source realm. However, even though they were fast, Yang Kai was not slow either. He slightly manipulated the power of space and snatched the star seal before anyone else could do it. However, the moment he touched the star seal, a figure suddenly shot towards him and reached out to grab his hand. However, because the other party didn't use any source qi and didn't have the slightest malicious intent, Yang Kai didn't react much. But this person is so fast. Yang Kai was slightly surprised because he didn't notice that someone could pose any threat to him snatching this star seal. But now it seemed that if he had been a little slower, this star seal would have been snatched away by someone else. This cultivator who was only one step away from snatching the star seal was simply too fast. If Yang Kai didn't have his space force, he wouldn't have been able to compete with this person. Yang Kai looked at this person in surprise, but after seeing this person's face he couldn't help grinning and saying, "We meet again." He realized that the cultivator he was a little concerned about was not someone else, but the guy he had seen before. He was neither male nor female and could be both male and female. "It's you again." The woman also saw Yang Kai and frowned, a look of annoyance appearing on her face as she said in disgust, "Why are you so persistent? Everywhere you go you want to snatch my things." Just now Yang Kai had snatched a flaming cloud Ganoderma, and now Yang Kai had snatched a star seal. Was this man sent by the heavens to snatch things from her? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Miss, you're talking as if I've been chasing after you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in women with small breasts." When the woman heard this, her face immediately turned cold and she ground her teeth. Her breasts were small and her buttocks were flat. These were the biggest regrets of her life, and now that Yang Kai had pointed them out in front of her face, it would be strange if she didn't have a good expression. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off," the woman said hatefully. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then you should let go of my hand first. If you do this, I'll call you molester." When the woman heard this, she snorted and retracted her hand. Then she turned around and descended. The other cultivator who had rushed over but failed to snatch a star seal looked at Yang Kai in astonishment at this moment, their expressions extremely strange. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over them, all of them shuddered and stepped back with pale faces, opening up a distance between them. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why these people had such a reaction, but the next moment he suddenly realized and said with a sullen face, "That guy is a woman, do you think I'm interested in men?" Hearing this, these people's faces turned even paler and they all scattered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines as he thought to himself, "I'm afraid this is the end of the world." He glanced around unhappily, but in the next moment he no longer cared about these trivial matters and instead looked in a certain direction excitedly. Over there, a familiar figure was competing with someone in midair for one of the star seals. His attacks were ruthless and his cultivation was superb. Although the opponent he was competing with was also from the third order Dao source realm, he was obviously not this guy's opponent and was forced to retreat. Immerse. Yang Kai never expected that he would see Immerse so easily. Although he had inferred from the clues revealed by Zhou Xian that Immerse was on these stars, he didn't know exactly where he was. At this moment, however, he actually saw Immerse. This guy was obviously attracted by the commotion here. Yang Kai's mood couldn't help fluctuating slightly, but on second thought he quickly flew down, took out something from his space ring, put it on his face and then circulated his source qi. In the blink of an eye he transformed into a burly man, completely different from his previous appearance. This mask that could change one's appearance was something he had plundered from Sangda's space ring. At that time, in the solitary void-sealed world, Sangda had relied on this artifact to change his appearance and leave Clear Sky City without being noticed. Otherwise, with his fame and identity, he wouldn't have been able to go out to sea quietly. Although Sangda wasn't a good person, his level of artifact refining was extremely high. The effect of this artifact he personally refined was excellent. Even if someone familiar with Yang Kai was face to face, they wouldn't be able to discover him unless there was a master from the Emperor realm using their divine sense. The reason why Yang Kai changed his appearance was not that he was afraid of Yin Luxing, but that he didn't want Yin Luxing to be vigilant when he saw him. If he wanted to inquire about Xiao, he had to capture Yin Luxing alive, which was much more difficult than defeating or killing him. Moreover, judging from Yin Luxing's current situation, this guy was one of the few Dao Source Realm masters, so he might have some trump cards up his sleeve. On the other side, Yang Kai had just finished changing his appearance when he noticed a strange gaze directed towards him. Yang Kai turned his head and found that it was the androgynous person. She had undoubtedly seen all his movements just now. Yang Kai didn't care too much and just grinned, flew over to her side and cupped his fists politely. "I haven't asked for young lady's name yet." The woman frowned, looking a little impatient but still replied, Lan He. So it's young lady Lan He, this one is Yang Kai. Chapter 2446. I'm not interested in your name, so you don't have to get close to me. Lan He said coldly. She had a very bad impression of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had robbed her twice. It would be strange if she had a good impression of him, so she didn't want to deal with Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart, lest this guy really ended up stealing her treasures. Moreover, looking at this guy's sneaky appearance, it was obvious that he had provoked a powerful enemy, so he didn't dare to show his true face. Since he came to talk to her at this time, he might have the intention of dragging her into the water. Lan He naturally had to keep a respectful distance from such a person. Yang Kai grinned and said, It's fate that brought us together. Miss Lan He, why are you so cold? Who's fated to meet you? Get lost. Lan He couldn't help scolding Yang Kai when she saw him chattering like this. He. Yang Kai was too embarrassed to continue entangling with her, so he stood to the side and watched quietly. Speaking of which, although Lan He had a bad temper, she was still a good person. Yang Kai had robbed her twice, and although Lan He didn't rob him, she didn't pester him endlessly. If it were any other cultivator, it was very likely that they would continue to rob Yang Kai after he got his hands on it. There were only a few star seals, but there were dozens of cultivators attracted by the movement here, so those star seals quickly settled down. Yang Kai noticed that Immerse had indeed snatched the star seal and then landed about 2,000 feet away from him. Beside Immerse, there were 3 other disciples of the Netherworld sect, all of them emitting gloomy auras. Obviously, they cultivated the special secret art of the Netherworld sect. They looked around. No one approached them, probably because they felt uncomfortable with the gloomy aura coming from them. Just as Yang Kai was secretly observing Immerse, this guy seemed to be aware of something and turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction, his eyes filled with coldness. Yang Kai subtly averted his gaze, slightly surprised. When Yang Kai met this guy for the first time in the Starlight Corridor, he knew that he was the #1 expert in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only was Immerse a star master, but his aptitude was also extraordinary. This time Immerse had really soared into the sky, and his cultivation speed was not much worse than his own. This fellow had suffered a great loss in the Starlight Corridor back then and bore a deep grudge against him. If Xianxia were to land in his hands, she might suffer some kind of torture. Hence, he needed to find out Xiao's whereabouts as soon as possible. Just as Yang Kai was deep in thought, whispers could be heard all around. The gathered cultivator pointed at the bell-shaped mountain peak in front of them, trying to guess the origin of this emperor artifact. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years had passed since the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, so how much did the young talents of today know about what happened back then? Therefore, he had no idea what this artifact was or who had left it behind. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around. Unfortunately, he did not find anyone he was familiar with here. None of the elites from the Southern Territory were here, and he did not know where they had gone. The Shattered Star Sea was vast and filled with countless opportunities. About 10,000 cultivators had entered the Shattered Star Sea, and those who came here were just a drop in the bucket. It was normal that he could not see the elites of the Southern Territory. Brother Chihai, among all of us here, you are the most knowledgeable and knowledgeable possible. Can you tell us about this emperor artifact? Someone's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone heard this. Everyone turned to look at him. This person had a smile on his face and was quietly looking at another man dressed like a scholar not far away. Following his gaze, everyone else also turned to look at the Confucian scholar. The scholar had a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, he did not want to show off in front of so many people, and even if he knew about the emperor artifact in front of him, he would not be willing to share it here. However, the person who had spoken earlier had deliberately spoken loudly, causing everyone to look at him expectantly. If he did not speak, he would undoubtedly be hiding his strength and would likely offend others. With so many masters staring at him, he had to speak even if he did not want to. Everyone here was smart, so how could they not know that the relationship between the scholar and the person who had made the proposal was not very good? If they were really friends, that person would not have embarrassed the scholar like this. However, although everyone was well aware of this, no one blamed the person who had spoken. Instead, they all looked eagerly at the scholar, wanting to hear his opinion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Confucian scholar could only glare hatefully at the person who had spoken at the beginning and lightly said, I wouldn't dare claim to be knowledgeable. This Chi just had some free time and read some ancient books. I don't deserve such praise. The man smiled slightly and said, Brother Chi Hai is too modest. Compared to Brother Chi Hai, this one's knowledge is like the light of a firefly competing with the light of the moon. Please give me some advice, Brother Chi Hai. As soon as this person's voice fell, a big man with a ferocious face suddenly spoke up. What is the origin of that emperor artifact? Why is it so powerful? That's right. Brother Chi, if you know something, why don't you share it with us? We're all very curious. Tell us. Chi Hai took a deep breath. He was riding a tiger and was in a difficult position. After pondering for a moment, he said, Shattered Star Sea is the battlefield of the great emperors. I think everyone should know this. Many people gently nodded. In the past, although the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor possessed extraordinary cultivation and were invincible in the entire star boundary, he was too reckless and killed wantonly. In the end, he incurred the wrath of the heavens. The great emperors joined forces to fight him here, eventually destroying a star's territory and forming this shattered star sea. In that battle, rumor has it that the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor were jointly killed by the great emperors, but the price they paid was extremely heavy. Among the masters who participated in the encirclement and annihilation of heaven-devouring great emperor, many died or were injured. None of the great emperors came out unscathed. I heard that heaven's revelations is still recuperating in heaven's secret valley in retreat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Yang Kai's face was also filled with shock. He didn't know whether this Chi Hai was telling the truth or not, but he had heard of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. He was one of the current 10 great emperors. This great emperor was a very special one among the 10 great emperors because legend had it that he could see through heaven's secret, see the future and see the past. Before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, the great emperors of heaven's revelations had sent a message to Azure Sun Temple, informing all the major sects in the entire southern territory that a star seal would appear in the Four Seasons realm. If what Chi Hai said was true, then the great emperors of heaven's revelations took tens of thousands of years to heal. It was hard to imagine how serious his injuries were when he encircled and annihilated the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor. But then again, being injured for tens of thousands of years and still not dying, this great emperors of heaven's revelations was really amazing. And in that battle, a total of 4 great emperors died. Chi Hai's expression turned solemn. Which 4? Someone asked anxiously. Chi Hai said with great familiarity, the great emperors of Blue Lotus, the great emperors of Unyielding, the great emperors of Blue Sea, and the great emperors of Martial Flame, a total of 4. What he said was basically something no one had ever heard of, so everyone listened attentively, including Yang Kai. He had heard of the great emperors of Blue Lotus a few days ago. Sister Hua had mentioned this great emperors before, saying that someone had obtained his indestructible Blue Lotus in the Shattered Star Sea 5,000 years ago, and later established Blue Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory. Now it was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. These 4 masters fell here and their life emperor artifacts, space rings and other treasures and inheritances were all lost in the Shattered Star Sea, including the indestructible Blue Lotus of the great emperors of Blue Lotus, the Mountains and Rivers Bell of the Unyielding great emperors of Mountains and Rivers Bell, the Blue Sea great emperors Reverse Blue Sea, and the Phoenix True Fire of the great emperors of Martial Flame. All of them are peerless treasures. Chi Hai said all this in one breath, paused slightly and then continued, the indestructible Blue Lotus has been obtained. Everyone should have heard of the Blue Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory. The Palace Master of Blue Lotus Palace is the current owner of the indestructible Blue Lotus, but the treasures of the other 3 great emperors have not been found yet. Speaking of this, his eyes turned slightly, looked at the bell-shaped mountain peak and shouted, the emperor artifact in front of you should be the Mountains and Rivers Bell of the Unyielding great emperors. The Mountains and Rivers Bell sound can suppress mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the universe. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk waves of swallowing sounds rang out one after another. Everyone's gazes towards the front instantly became extremely fiery, filled with greed and covetousness. What evidence do you have? Suddenly a questioning voice sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that the one who asked this question was actually Yin Lusheng. At this moment, although he looked excited, he suppressed it very well and instead looked at Qi vigilantly and asked, "You say that it is the mountains and rivers bell of the Yuanding great emperors. What evidence do you have?" Qi sneered and said, "If I say it is, then it is, believe it or not." Being forced to reveal such top-secret information in front of so many people, Qi was already extremely displeased in his heart. Now that he was being questioned, he naturally felt like his hot face was stuck to someone's cold butt, and his tone suddenly became cold. "Since Brother Qi says so, then we will definitely believe it. Some people doubt this and that, but they don't have the ability to prove it themselves. Brother Qi, you don't have to pay attention to it." A handsome young man suddenly showed a flattering smile to Qi and berated Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng's eyes turned cold as he stared at the young man seriously, as if he was looking at a dead man, obviously remembering him. The young man, however, was unaware of this and still asked Qi with a smile, "Brother Qi, since this is the mountains and rivers bell of the Yuanding great emperors, how should we collect it? Please give us some pointers, Brother Qi." When everyone heard this, they all looked at him attentively, their faces full of expectation. Qi coldly snorted, "If I had a way to collect it, would I still need to talk to you here?" The young man looked embarrassed when he heard this. Although he knew that this question was a bit stupid, he still held some hope. Chapter 2447. Qi continued, "Which one of the treasures of the great emperors is not a sentient object? The mountains and rivers bell is the natal emperor artifact of the Yuanding great emperors, and it has its own sentience. If it is willing to choose you as its master, you don't need to refine it. It will take the initiative to throw itself into your arms. If it doesn't respect you, even if you are the emperor realm, you won't be able to refine it." The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this and he hurriedly said, "Brother Qi, don't you mean that if there is an opportunity, we can all become the master of this mountains and rivers bell?" Qi said with a cold face, "First of all, you have to have this opportunity." The young man laughed and said proudly, "This Zhang has no confidence in other things, but he is quite confident in his luck. Since this mountains and rivers bell is sentient, it may choose this Zhang to be the successor of the Yuanding great emperors and inherit the mantle of the great emperors." He laughed fanatically, and as he spoke he turned around and walked towards the mountains and rivers bell. Seeing this, everyone was startled and realized that this young man surnamed Zhang was going to try to make the mountains and rivers bell choose its master. For a moment, everyone looked at him curiously, wanting to know what the final result would be. Among them, a few people's eyes flickered as if they wanted to take action, but they restrained themselves and waited to see what would happen. Qi stared at the young man's back and sneered, as if he was mocking this guy for overestimating himself. Under everyone's gaze, the young man walked briskly to 100 feet away from the bell-shaped mountain peak. Perhaps the smoothness of the journey had multiplied his confidence, and he quickened his pace with ecstasy. Soon he was only 500 feet away from the mountain peak, and the distance was still rapidly closing. At this time, all the onlookers could not help but be a little nervous and worried about their gains and losses. They were worried that this guy would really be lucky and obtain the natal emperor artifact of the Yuanding great emperors. If that was the case, then this young man might become another Yuanding great emperors in the future. After another 10 breaths, the young man walked to the front of the mountain peak without encountering any obstacles or danger along the way. It was unimaginably smooth. Seeing this scene, even Qi, who had been sneering all this while, had a gloomy expression on his face. Everyone was thinking, could it be that this guy was really destined? The young man couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I've made you wait for tens of thousands of years. This Zhang has come to take you away today. In the future we will laugh together in the star boundary. The name of the Yuan Cauldron Master will not be covered in dust." As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward. Brilliant light flowed within the mountain peak. He seemed to have some reaction to the young man's words. This greatly boosted the confidence of the young man surnamed Zhang. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm on the mountain and released his mind to communicate with the mountains and rivers bell's artifact spirit. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The bell-shaped mountain suddenly trembled slightly and let out a loud buzzing sound. The mountain instantly collapsed. Gravel flew everywhere. Meanwhile, a huge bell-shaped artifact appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This bell was simple and unadorned, exuding an aura of vicissitudes, as if it had come from tens of thousands of years ago. On the surface of the giant bell, runes were constantly flowing and mysterious. The light suddenly shone brightly, and as it surged, the dull sound of a bell rang out. Wing. The world seemed to be torn apart, the universe seemed to be reversed, and the mountains and rivers seemed to be suppressed. The sound of the bell spread out in all directions, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye converged into an invincible tide of energy, causing everyone's complexion to change drastically as they hurriedly cast defensive measures. The moment the bell rang, the young man surnamed Zhang, who was the closest to the mountains and rivers bell, felt as if he had been hit head-on by a mountain. His entire body flew high into the air like a paper kite, and his blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His Dao source realm aura quickly withered, and his vitality disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before he could land on the ground, the young man was already dead. Walala. The aftermath of the sound waves was still spreading in all directions, and the impact caused the soil on the surface of the earth to fly, as if doomsday had arrived. It wasn't until 10 breaths later that everything gradually calmed down. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators were all in a sorry state. Some of them were even buried in the ground. Only now did they crawl up with difficulty. When they looked around, everyone's faces were filled with shock and they were all speechless. In the midst of the shock, even the star seal left behind by the young man surnamed Zhang was no longer in the mood to snatch it. Cough cough. Chi Hai coughed a few times, patted the dust off his body, and looked indifferently at the dead young man surnamed Zhang. It seems that you don't have this opportunity. Everyone was speechless. As expected of a great emperor's artifact, the power of the mountains and rivers bell was simply outrageous. The young man surnamed Zhang had only touched it for a moment, yet it had already caused such a huge commotion. If he could really refine it, just how much power would he be able to display? And this was definitely not the true power of the mountains and rivers bell. After all, it had been left here for tens of thousands of years, so its power must have been damaged. Just now, it was very likely that the mountains and rivers bell hadn't even exerted half of its power. So, despite the lesson of the young man surnamed Zhang, the fire in everyone's hearts was still not extinguished. Instead, it burned even more vigorously. And because of the shock just now, the mountains and rivers bell hidden in the mountain peak had completely revealed its true form. Looking at it, this emperor artifact was more than 100 meters tall and sat on the ground like a real mountain. The emperor aura and runes flowing on it were too much for the eyes to take in. Everyone stared at this mysterious thing, wanting to see some clues from it. But now no one dared to touch it easily, so even though everyone's hearts were burning, the scene was strangely deadlocked. It seemed that everyone was secretly praying that the artifact spirit of the mountains and rivers bell would choose them as its master. At this moment, another buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they all looked puzzled because no one had touched the mountains and rivers bell at this time, so why was it releasing its power again? With the previous experience, everyone urged their source chi and summoned their protective artifacts at the same time. However, the expected impact did not come. In the next moment, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The mountains and rivers bell shook slightly and suddenly flew up, turned into a stream of light and shot towards the star field. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew who reacted first and shouted, "Hurry up and chase after it." As soon as the voice fell, this person took the lead in chasing after it. It was not easy to find a treasure left behind by the great emperors, so how could they let it go so easily? So after this person moved, dozens of cultivators flew up one after another, turned into colorful lights and chased after the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai was no exception. Although he had many emperor artifacts, even giving one each to Lu Yen's sister Hua and the embodiment who would complain about having too many emperor artifacts. Moreover, he had seen the great power of the mountains and rivers bell with his own eyes, so he was even more interested in this emperor artifact. The power of this bell seemed to be even stronger than the Annihilation Thunder Bead. He believed that Chi Hai was right. It was impossible to take away an emperor artifact without some kind of opportunity, especially since the mountains and rivers bell had already gained sentience. If he wanted to take it, he must first obtain the approval of the artifact spirit. As long as he could obtain the approval of the artifact spirit, it would be much easier to take the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai had encountered countless opportunities along the way, and he was confident that he would not lose to anyone when it came to luck, so he was still looking forward to taking the mountains and rivers bell. What's more, Lu Xing, who he was looking for, had also chased after the mountains and rivers bell, so he naturally could not let him go. But the moment he shot out, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in the depths of his heart. This feeling was indescribable and made him feel a little uneasy. This strange feeling made him a little uncertain, but when he tried to sense it carefully, he could not find any trace of it. And the faster Yang Kai flew, the stronger this feeling became. It was as if he would have a huge regret if he left this place like this. Kai Yang's brow furrowed and he suddenly stopped. Although the mountains and rivers bell made him envious, if he did not understand this feeling, he would not be in the mood to compete for it. A figure shot out from behind, apparently also chasing after the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and found that it was Lan He. Seeing him stop, Lan He glanced at him strangely, but it seemed that she did not intend to pay attention to Yang Kai, so after taking a look at him she decided to go around him. Just as the two passed by each other, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he stretched out his hand to pat Lan He's shoulder. Lan He's complexion changed drastically as her figure twisted strangely and she retreated to the side. But although her movements were fast, Yang Kai still managed to touch her clothes. "What are you doing?" Lan He shouted angrily with a sullen face. At the same time she carefully scanned the area Yang Kai had just patted with her divine sense, trying to figure out what Yang Kai had done to her. But to her disappointment, no matter how she investigated, she could not find anything. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing, don't be nervous, I just wanted to persuade you not to chase. With so many people chasing after it, you definitely won't be able to snatch it. What does it have to do with you whether I can snatch it or not?" Lan He retorted with an unhappy expression. She thought to herself that this person was really interesting. She had only met him by chance, but he was always meddling in other people's business. Who knew what he was thinking? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, "I just wanted to persuade you. What to do, Miss Lan He can decide for herself." Lan He stared at him deeply. Then she said, "You're crazy." After that she turned around and flew towards the star field. If it weren't for the fact that time was running out, she would definitely teach Yang Kai a good lesson. This guy had been a bit indecent since the first time they met, and now he even dared to casually reach out to her. It was simply unreasonable. Unfortunately, she was too focused on the mountains and rivers bell and was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. However, after this incident, her impression of Yang Kai was extremely bad. Looking at her gradually disappearing back, Yang Kai helplessly reached out and touched his nose. He didn't want to deliberately attack Lan He just now, but this woman just happened to be behind him. If it were anyone else, Yang Kai would have done the same. Chapter 2448. In the blink of an eye, everyone had run away. These masters seemed to be afraid that others would be one step ahead of them, so they spared no effort in chasing after the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai, however, turned around and flew back towards the dark red stars. After a short while he returned to the place where the mountains and rivers bell was located and looked around solemnly. There was no one here, but the feeling that made Yang Kai feel uneasy came from here. It was for this reason that he did not chase after the mountains and rivers bell like everyone else, but instead returned here to find out what was going on. A moment later, as if he had discovered something, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he suddenly arrived at the original location of the mountains and rivers bell. This place was originally a small mountain, but because of the vibration of the mountains and rivers bell, the mountain had collapsed. At this moment, after the mountains and rivers bell flew away on its own, this place was in a mess. However, at the original location of the mountains and rivers bell, a unique scorching force was slowly dissipating. Previously, everyone's attention had been attracted by the mountains and rivers bell, so no one had noticed the abnormality here. Yang Kai could not help feeling suspicious, wondering what was going on here. After thinking about it, he flew into the air and punched downwards. A few punches landed and the ground was directly split open. Suddenly, a small pit appeared in his field of vision. An incomparably violent heat suddenly erupted, and at the same time, a rich source strength leisurely spread out, startling Yang Kai. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the pit was actually filled with boiling magma, and the scorching temperature even made Yang Kai pale. He did not dare to approach it easily. Fire attribute origin? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. Exclaiming in a low voice, a bold guess emerged in his heart. It was very likely that the fire attribute origin was hidden here. The reason he came to the stars was because Zhou Xian said that someone had found traces of the fire attribute origin here, but after coming here, the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell made everyone so excited that no one thought about the fire attribute origin. But who would have thought that the fire attribute origin was hidden under the mountains and rivers bell? Looked like the mountains and rivers bell was suppressing it. No wonder dozens of Dao source realm cultivators couldn't sense the specific location of the fire attribute source even with their star seals. So this was the reason. When Yang Kai first came here, he had used his star seal to search for the location of the fire attribute source, but it was always vague and elusive, so he couldn't find it clearly. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely because of the mountains and rivers bell. Now that the mountains and rivers bell had flown away on its own, the fire attribute origin was immediately exposed. The source energy was hidden beneath the magma. It was also because of this fire origin that the stars were able to give birth to so many fire spirit herbs and produce such scorching hot lava. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He felt that it was a wise decision to return to this place. There were so many people competing for the mountains and rivers bell. It was impossible to decide who would get it in such a short time. But he was the only one who had discovered the fire attribute origin, so he could collect it at will. However, Yang Kai could only guess that the fire attribute origin was hidden under the magma. As for whether it was true or not, he had no way to judge. And even if it was true, he had never considered how to collect it. The fire attribute origin was not so easy to collect, and if he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be burned. Just as Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the magma in front of him suddenly began to boil, forming huge bubbles that then burst apart. That kind of unbearable heat actually became a lot stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help but urge his source chi to protect himself, and only then did he feel a little better. But the change in front of him made him very vigilant, and he took a few steps back. After a while, the magma in the entire pit seemed to be boiling, and then a clear and loud bird's cry suddenly resounded through the world, echoing in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai was stunned, because he was too familiar with this sound. Back when he was dual cultivating with Zhou Xian, when the dragon and phoenix auspicious manifestation appeared, the ice phoenix's cry was exactly the same, shocking everyone and making them submit. Asterisk-walla. Asterisk, a beautiful fiery red figure suddenly flew out of the giant pit, and with its appearance all the heat was transferred, and the magma in the pit turned to stone in an instant. The sky was suddenly covered by a huge figure, and a loud cry pierced the 9 heavens. Yang Kai looked up blankly, staring at the indescribably beautiful figure, gulping hard. Hua Feng. There were divine spirits in this world, and the dragon and phoenix reigned supreme. The dragon race and the phoenix clan were both the most powerful existences among the divine spirits. This was almost indisputable. The dragon race aside, the phoenix clan had 2 major branches: the fire phoenix and ice phoenix. These 2 branches were in charge of the 2 extreme mysteries of ice and fire, bringing about the differentiation of cold and heat in the world. The divine spirit Luanfeng that Yang Kai had seen in Clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City was a kind of fire phoenix. The Luanfeng's world-extinguishing black flame was simply synonymous with destruction and disaster. Just a single breath of black flame had burned Clear Jade Mountain all year round, and it had not been extinguished until now. It had attracted countless cultivators who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques to clear Jade Mountain for seclusion. And this beautiful and huge figure in front of him was undoubtedly the most orthodox fire phoenix. Its bloodline was even purer than that of the Luanfeng. Yang Kai never expected that he would see a fire phoenix in this shattered star sea. And it was suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell. If the cultivator who came here had not found the mountains and rivers bell by chance and scared it away, this fire phoenix would probably still be in hibernation, never to see the light of day. No. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank as he stared at the fire phoenix hovering in the sky, seemingly having found something wrong. Because he noticed that this fire phoenix did not have the slightest vitality. It could even be said that it did not have a body of flesh and blood. Everything about it was made up of pure energy, and when it appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel the power of the fire attribute source from it. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly understood and blurted out, "Phoenix true fire." How was this a divine spirit fire phoenix? It was clearly the phoenix true fire. Combined with what Chi Hai had said before, Yang Kai immediately realized that this was the Phoenix True Fire left behind by the great emperors Yanwu after their deaths. In terms of value, it was not inferior to the mountains and rivers bell in the slightest. For some people, it was even a supreme treasure, an existence that nothing could compare to. But why would the mountains and rivers bell of the Yuanding great emperors suppress the Phoenix True Fire of the great emperors Yanwu? Didn't these two great emperors join forces to attack the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor in the past? Yang Kai was suddenly confused. He did not know what had happened during the war between the great emperors that year for such a thing to happen. However, it was useless for him to think too much about what had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that the Phoenix True Fire was in front of him, the mystery of this place had been solved. The fire attribute origin on these stars was actually the Phoenix True Fire, which was much more precious than an ordinary fire attribute origin. The Phoenix True Fire was the inheritance of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix would die, but the Phoenix True Fire would never be extinguished. This True Fire contained the experience and knowledge of the Fire Phoenix clan over hundreds of millions of years. No matter who obtained this Phoenix True Fire, they would soar to the sky. For Lu Yan, this thing was simply a rebirth. If Lu Yan could absorb and refine it, it was very likely that he would become another Fire Phoenix in the future. Screech. A loud cry rang out again, waking Yang Kai from his excited thoughts. Looking over, Yang Kai was shocked. He saw that the Phoenix True Fire in the sky had suddenly turned into a fist-sized fireball and was heading straight for him. At this moment, it could be said that Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He was proud of his strength and even dared to fight with the ordinary people of the Emperor realm. However, in the face of this famous Phoenix True Fire that could burn all things in the world, he did not even want to touch it. If he was hit by it, he was afraid that he would be turned into ashes in an instant. Just as he was about to run away, a force suddenly surged out of his body uncontrollably. Immediately after, a deafening dragon roar rang out. Under the golden light, the power of the golden divine dragon hidden in Yang Kai's body seemed to be stimulated by the Phoenix True Fire and directly revealed itself behind Yang Kai. The huge dragon head stared with two eyes the size of a house. Under the cover of the golden light, it was insufferably cold. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix intertwined for a time, rising and falling one after another. The two great essences collided in the air, causing the void to collapse and the universe to collapse. A muffled groan suddenly came from not far away, seemingly affected by the aftermath of the collision. Yang Kai's eyes turned cold as he turned his head to look in that direction, but as far as the eye could see, he could not find anything. At this moment, he did not have the time to care about anything else. He was at the center of the collision between the two great divine spirit essences, and it was extremely difficult for him to hold on. If it were not for the protection of the golden divine dragon source, he would have already been crushed to pieces. Even so, his bones were creaking and his skin was cracking as golden blood continued to flow out, making him look extremely miserable. The flames grew more and more vigorous, but the golden light did not show any weakness. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only these two colors left. This was a confrontation without a physical body, a battle between the supreme overlords of the divine spirits. Under the surging source strength, Yang Kai was able to comprehend many things amidst the pain and gain great benefits. As time passed, the collision between the two great essences seemed to become even more intense. Yang Kai had no choice but to use his dragon transformation secret technique to cover his entire body with dragon scales. But even so, the impact caused his vitality to tumble and he constantly vomited blood, as if he could die at any moment. However, although he looked miserable, there was a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Because he found that in the center of the collision in this short period of time, his comprehension of source strength and principal strength had risen to a new level, and some of the things that he had been unable to understand in the past suddenly became clear at this moment. He was actually looking forward to it. It would be good if this kind of collision continued. Chapter 2449. To Yang Kai's slight disappointment, the two supreme sources only collided for less than a cup of tea's worth of time before they suddenly stopped and retreated. However, he could feel that although the collision just now seemed to be evenly matched, in fact, it was the Phoenix True Fire that was slightly inferior. His golden divine dragon source seemed to be slightly stronger than the Phoenix True Fire. This discovery excited Yang Kai. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and urged his golden divine dragon source to wrap around the Phoenix True Fire. The phoenix true fire was caught off guard and was engulfed. It screamed in anger and struggled madly, its violent power terrifying to the extreme. Yang Kai quickly formed a seal with his hands and summoned the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead opened leisurely and directly sucked the phoenix true fire into the sealed world bead. Then he mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to suppress the phoenix true fire. After doing all this, Yang Kai staggered a few steps with a pale face. He was sweating profusely as if he had just been fished out of water. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead and checked the current situation of the phoenix true fire. He found that although it was struggling fiercely, it could not escape from the sealed world bead. Only then did he feel relieved. A feeling of exhaustion washed over him as Yang Kai fell to the ground on his butt. Taking something like the phoenix true fire into the small sealed world almost drained his spiritual energy all of a sudden. The consumption was even greater than taking 100 embodiments into his small sealed world, which showed just how heaven-defying this phoenix true fire was. It was just that things went so smoothly that he was a little surprised. He was just giving it a try just now. He did not expect to succeed so quickly. The credit for this was probably due to his golden divine dragon source. Without it suppressing the phoenix true fire, Yang Kai estimated that even if he had the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to take it away. How could one of the top supreme sources in the world be so easy to take away? A figure suddenly appeared from somewhere not far away, looking at the person sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. Yang Kai, who was also pale, had a look of disbelief on his face. Hi. No one had expected that while everyone was chasing after the mountains and rivers Bell, Chi would actually use a concealment secret technique to quietly hide. However, when the two origin forces collided with each other, he was also slightly affected. Judging from his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some minor injuries. He probably knew that his whereabouts had been exposed, so he decided not to hide anymore. Instead, he revealed himself openly. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, but he didn't step forward immediately, nor did he show any hostility. He just stood there quietly. Although Yang Kai was meditating to recover, he was still paying attention to Chi-Hi's movements. Chi-Hi's slyness was refreshing to him. If it wasn't for Chi-Hi's groan when he was injured, Yang Kai didn't expect that there was someone else here besides himself. The reason why Chi-Hi had secretly stayed behind was obviously because he had some unknown plans. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely related to the phoenix true fire, or that Chi-Hi already knew that the phoenix true fire was suppressed under the mountains and rivers Bell, so he didn't chase after it. For a time the two of them were speechless. The temperature of the dark red stars seemed to be dropping rapidly because the phoenix true fire had been taken away, and because of the difference in temperature, there was a continuous crackling sound. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. After half an hour of meditation, although it wasn't enough for him to fully restore his spiritual energy, at least he wasn't as exhausted as before. Yang Kai still had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus which was constantly nourishing his soul, so there was no need for him to deliberately restore his spiritual energy. He turned his head and gave Chi-Hi a meaningful look. This guy had been standing here all this time, not disturbing his recovery, and had no intention of leaving. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to do. However, Yang Kai could see that he really didn't have any hostility. On the contrary, because of his shocking actions just now, there was a strong sense of dread in his eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Chi-Hi's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists carefully and said, "This one is Chi-Hi. I think this friend should know this one. May I know this friend's name?" Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hide his name because he wasn't very famous right now. He couldn't compare to the fame of the top disciples of the great sects, so it didn't matter if he reported his real name. "So, it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you." Chi-Hi cupped his fists again, puzzled in his heart. He kept recalling the names of the elite disciples of the great sects in the 4 territories of the star boundary, but he found that none of them matched Yang Kai's name. "Brother Chi-Hi, is there something you need?" Yang Kai asked lightly. Chi-Hi smiled awkwardly and said, "There is indeed something. This Chi has a presumptuous request." Yang Kai snorted and said, "Since it's a presumptuous request, don't bother." Chi-Hi was suddenly choked speechless. He had only said that out of politeness, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to give such an unreasonable answer, leaving him helpless. "I'm a little curious." Yang Kai looked at Chi-Hi calmly. Everyone else has gone after the mountains and rivers bell, so why did Brother Chi quietly stay behind? Could it be that you already know something? Now that he thought about it, Chi was knowledgeable. He knew many secrets that others didn't know. He was the one who had revealed the information about the great emperors, so it was understandable that he didn't say anything despite knowing some inside information. Chi raised his brow and instead of answering he asked, "What about Brother Yang? You left and came back, do you know something?" Yang Kai said lightly, "I just suddenly had a stomachache so I came back to go to the toilet." Chi-Hi's face darkened when he heard this. Yang Kai continued, "Brother Chi-Hi has been hiding nearby all this time, so didn't you see that I made a big hole in the ground as soon as I came back? I was going to take care of it there but I didn't expect something like that to happen." Chi-Hi's mouth twitched. Brother Yang is really lucky. He had a look of disbelief on his face but Yang Kai didn't mind at all. He grinned and said, "Brother Chi, if you know something why don't you tell me? It's already like this so there's no point in continuing to hide it." Chi-Hi's face darkened slightly, looking a little lonely. After a long time he sighed and nodded, "I do know something." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "This one is listening." Chi-Hi said, "I know that the Phoenix True Fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell." Yang Kai asked curiously, "This matter puzzles me. Didn't the Unyielding Great Emperors and the Yenwu Great Emperors join forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Why did the Unyielding Great Emperors use the mountains and rivers bell to suppress the Yenwu Great Emperor's Phoenix True Fire? Could it be that they are enemies?" Chi-Hi shook his head and said, "Brother Yang is wrong. The Unyielding Great Emperors and the Yenwu Great Emperors are indeed companions, and they joined forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There is actually another reason why they used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress the Phoenix True Fire." "May I hear the details?" Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Chi-Hi pondered for a moment and said, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperors are omnipotent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest person in the star boundary. However, although he is one of the great emperors, he is not immortal. In his era, no one could surpass his cultivation but he wants more. Brother Yang, take a guess with his strength and status, what does he want?" Yang Kai was not a fool, so how could he not guess after hearing Chi-Hi's words? His eyes flashed and he exclaimed, "Eternal life?" Chi-Hi nodded and said, "Yes, the heaven-devouring Great Emperors want to live as long as heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. "What a big appetite." Chi-Hi chuckled, "You and I have not reached this realm yet. If you and I had the ability of the heaven-devouring Great Emperors, perhaps we would also consider this matter. However, how could it be so easy to achieve an immortal and indestructible body? It is said that there is a kind of treasure in this world that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth before the chaos separated. That thing is called the Immortal Tree." Yang Kai's eyelids twitched slightly. Chi-Hi continued, "According to ancient legends, if one can obtain the Immortal Tree, they can achieve immortality." Yang Kai laughed loudly. Could it be that Brother Chi actually believes this kind of rumor? Chi-Hi looked at him with a solemn expression. "Why wouldn't I believe it?" Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "A tree can make a person immortal? This is only a lie to deceive children. Brother Chi-Hi is a master, so don't believe such nonsense." Chi-Hi shook his head. "In this world there are very few treasures and every one of them has an incomprehensible and unimaginable effect. The Immortal Tree can indeed make a person immortal." Yang Kai put on a surprised look and said, "Is this true? Then does Brother Chi-Hi know how to use the Immortal Tree to achieve immortality?" Chi-Hi smiled bitterly. "I don't know. How can the Immortal Tree be so easy to see? Since ancient times, there have been no more than 5 people who have seen it." Yang Kai thought to himself that this was nonsense. When he obtained the Immortal Tree, at least 6 or 7 people had seen it. However, Chi-Hi actually didn't know how to use the Immortal Tree, which inevitably disappointed him. He had thought that with Chi-Hi's profound knowledge he might be able to inquire about some information about the Immortal Tree from him. After he obtained the Immortal Tree, Yang Kai had tried to refine it to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. But no matter how hard he tried, he found that he couldn't refine the Immortal Tree at all. At that time he was only an origin returning realm master, so it could be said that his strength was too low, but now that he was in the 3rd order Dao source realm he still couldn't refine it. The biggest role of the immortal tree today was to bring vitality to the small sealed world, allowing the spirit herbs in the medicine garden to grow faster and shorten their growth cycle. Yang Kai could occasionally use the rich vitality emitted by the immortal tree to heal himself, but other than that, it had no other effect. As for how to achieve an immortal and indestructible body, Yang Kai had no clue. Chapter 2450. Back then, for the sake of immortality, the heaven-devouring great emperor had once sought out the immortal tree. He had even broken through the passageway between worlds and visited countless star domains in the lower planes. Every time he visited a star domain, he would devour countless cultivation stars and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. It was precisely for this reason that he had incurred the wrath of both man and God. Qi Hai said leisurely, but unfortunately, even the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't find the immortal tree. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear after hearing this. He was sure that the heaven-devouring great emperor had never been to the Hengluo star field. If he had been there, he might have been able to find the immortal tree. However, his arrival would definitely bring an indelible disaster to the Hengluo star field. Qi Hai continued, since the immortal tree couldn't be found, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor could only think of another way. It is rumored that the reason why the great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor in the Shattered Star Sea was because his actions were intolerable to the great emperors of the world. In fact, this is only part of the reason. Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, what other reasons are there? There is another biggest reason, which is that he wants to attack another great emperor and steal something from that great emperor. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind turned sharply, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he exclaimed, could it be? Qi Hai nodded and said, yes, it's exactly what Brother Yang thought. Great emperors would never fight if there was no irreconcilable enmity between them. However, the actions of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had undoubtedly touched the bottom line of all the great emperors. If they didn't pay attention to this kind of thing, then the next unlucky one might be them. Therefore they joined forces and declared war against the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. The universe collapsed, and that was the Shattered Star Sea. And what the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted was the true phoenix fire of the Yenwu great emperor. Qi Hai's expression was solemn. The phoenix true fire is the inheritance of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix will die, but the phoenix true fire will never be extinguished. It even has the heaven-defying divine technique of nirvana reincarnation. Therefore, the true fire of the phoenix was also known as the true fire of nirvana. It was the #1 heavenly flame. The heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to obtain the true fire of the phoenix in order to comprehend the mystery of eternal life. If the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors really got it, then he might really get what he wanted. In that battle, the Yenwu great emperor, who was heavily favored by the heaven-devouring great emperor, was the first to fall, and the true phoenix fire was also beaten out. In order to prevent the heaven-devouring great emperor from obtaining the true phoenix fire, the Unyielding great emperors used their mountains and rivers bell. Suppressing it was also a helpless move. Without the mountains and rivers bell, the strength of the Unyielding great emperors fell sharply, and they followed in the footsteps of the Yenwu great emperors. However, the mountains and rivers bell and the suppressed true phoenix fire were sent away by another great emperor in the chaotic battle. Since then, no one knows where they went. Over the years, countless cultivators have entered the Shattered Star Sea in search of the treasures left behind by the great emperors, but very few people know that the true phoenix fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. After listening to Qi Hai's words, Yang Kai immediately understood why he had secretly stayed behind. He could not help but grin and say, Brother Qi Hai really knows a lot. Qi Hai said, this Qi has been paying attention to the news of the true phoenix fire for some special reasons, and has even looked up countless ancient books for this reason. Special reasons? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qi Hai cupped his fists and said, to be honest, this Qi's wife was seriously injured 20 years ago. She is unconscious, and although this Qi has tried his best to prolong her life, it is not a long-term solution. If you want to save her, in this world, apart from the immortal source liquid on the immortal tree, there is only the true phoenix fire. Yang Kai's face sank and he coldly snorted, Brother Qi Hai, are you looking for me to ask for the true phoenix fire? So then this Yang has misjudged you. I had a good chat with you just now, but I didn't expect Brother Qi to have such intentions. Farewell. Brother Yang misunderstood. Qi Hai hurriedly waved his hand. Can you listen to me one more time? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, I am not related to you, so why should I care about your trivial matters? Qi Hai was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead as he said, if Brother Yang is willing to help me, then this Qi is willing to pay any price. As long as Brother Yang asks, this Qi will definitely do it for you. Even if you have to die? Yang Kai grinned, revealing an evil smile. Qi Hai's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled freely. If Brother Yang really saves my wife, this Qi will kill himself in front of you. Yang Kai was slightly moved and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're crazy. Qi Hai smiled and said, I wonder if Brother Yang has ever met a woman that he could rely on in life and death and never leave. If you have, then you will definitely understand this Qi's feelings. A few beautiful figures suddenly flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He was thinking if those people encountered such a situation, what would he do? Suddenly he somewhat understood Qi Hai's feelings. Although it's a pity I can't give you the true phoenix fire. Yang Kai shook his head. The true phoenix fire was too precious and he wanted to leave it for Lu Yen. He couldn't give it to him just because of Qi Hai's words. Who knew if Qi Hai was telling the truth? Even if it was true, he had no friendship with him. Qi Hai said, Brother Yang, you misunderstood. I don't want your true phoenix fire. Yang Kai frowned and said, then what do you want? Qi Hai replied, I just want to know if it's convenient for Brother Yang to come with me. You only need to use the Nirvana divine technique of the true phoenix fire to save my wife without any loss to you. That's all? Yang Kai was surprised. That's all. Qi Hai nodded seriously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, what kind of injury did your wife suffer? Why does it have to be the true phoenix fire to save her life? Qi Hai's expression darkened and said, rather than an injury, it's better to say that she was poisoned by a cold poison. Outside the borders of our eastern territory is a vast desolate ancient land. Very few people set foot in that desolate ancient land, so opportunities and dangers coexist. Many masters in the eastern territory like to explore the desolate ancient land. My wife went there alone 20 years ago and after a month she returned with serious injuries and has been in a coma ever since. According to the diagnosis of my Qi family fort's alchemist, my wife was poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain. Heavenly frost earth rain. Yang Kai's face changed and he cried out, one of the 10 great poisons. Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, Brother Yang knows about the heavenly frost earth rain? Yang Kai gently nodded. I've heard of it. Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, since Brother Yang has heard of it and knows that it's one of the 10 great poisons, then you should know that there's basically no cure for it. That's true. Yang Kai sighed. One of the 10 great poisons, if there was no cure, then it was basically waiting for death, unless one encountered some kind of treasure such as the Immortal tree. However, the Phoenix True Fire with the Nirvana Divine Technique may bring my wife a chance of survival. Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes and said, my main purpose in entering the Shattered Star Sea this time was to find the Phoenix True Fire. I originally wanted to bring it back to Qi family fort, but after seeing what happened just now, this Qi realized that I was too naive. With my current strength, let alone subduing the Phoenix True Fire, I can't even get close to it. Qi Hai had naturally seen Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power erupting and fighting with the Phoenix True Fire, and that terrifying battle had made him tremble all over. Brother Qi thinks too highly of me. I haven't subdued it, so I'm just temporarily suppressing it, Yang Kai explained lightly. Suppressing. Qi Hai gulped. This sounded even more unbelievable than Yang Kai subduing the Phoenix True Fire. He murmured with admiration, Brother Yang is really a god. Yang Kai frowned and said, although Brother Qi's feelings for sister-in-law are touching, please forgive this Yang for not being able to help. Qi Hai's expression darkened. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Yang Kai hadn't subdued the Phoenix True Fire yet, so even if he wanted to help he couldn't. This was the truth. If Yang Kai wanted to save his wife, he had to refine the Phoenix True Fire first. Otherwise, once the Phoenix True Fire was summoned, not to mention saving someone, it would burn them to ashes in an instant. Then when Brother Yang has refined the Phoenix True Fire, can you go to Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory? Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression and said earnestly, Now this is the only way for my wife to survive. Brother Yang, rest assured that this qi will never spread what I saw, or I will be struck by lightning. Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes. If it's the Eastern Territory, then I may make a trip there. Yang Kai nodded. This time, whether or not he could inquire about Xiao from Yin Lusheng, he had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory because Xiao was most likely in the Eastern Territory. Really? Qi Hai was overjoyed when he heard this and said somewhat helplessly, "That's great. Right, Brother Yang, if you go to the Eastern Territory, just ask about the ancient wildlands. My Qi family fort is nearby. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai didn't immediately agree. This kind of thing wasn't easy to promise, otherwise if he didn't fulfill his end of the bargain, Qi Hai might hold a grudge against him. Qi Hai obviously understood this, but now that the initiative was completely in Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't force him. He could only take out a communication bead from his space ring and carefully hand it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this is this Qi's communication bead, it may be useful in the future." Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring, cupped his fists and said, "Then let's part ways here." Qi Hai nodded with a complicated expression. Before Yang Kai could leave, Qi Hai suddenly said, "Brother Yang, wait. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked back at him. Qi Hai said seriously, "Brother Yang, do you want to chase after the mountains and rivers bell?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could I miss the treasure of the great emperors? I should at least give it a try." Qi Hai said, "The Yuan Cauldron Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell is infinitely powerful. Basically, no one in the Dao Source realm can successfully subdue it unless they gain the approval of the artifact spirit and have it choose a master." Yang Kai heard this, flicked his hair and said confidently, "I'm so handsome it should take a liking to me." Qi Hai's face darkened. Chapter 2451. Brother Yang, you are a dragon among men, but if you want to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, you can't just rely on your handsomeness. Qi Hai braced himself and said. Now that he had a favor to ask of Yang Kai, he couldn't speak too bluntly lest he upset Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Brother Qi mean that you know how to subdue the mountains and rivers bell?" "I naturally don't know how to subdue it, but this Qi has a piece of information that I can provide to Brother Yang." "Oh? Let's hear it." Yang Kai immediately became interested. Qi Hai said, "The world only knows that the mountains and rivers bell is the natal emperor artifact of the Yuanding Great Emperors, but they don't know that the mountains and rivers bell is actually not the Yuanding Great Emperor's artifact, but an ancient exotic artifact." Ancient exotic artifact. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. "Indeed." Qi Hai nodded and said, "The Yuanding Great Emperors were able to become great emperors because they obtained the mountains and rivers bell. It can be said that the mountains and rivers bell made them famous as great emperors." "There's such a thing." Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. This was really a secret. If Qi Hai hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Otherwise, how could the mountains and rivers bell suppress the Phoenix True Fire? After suppressing it, even the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't break its defenses. If it were an ordinary emperor artifact, it would be impossible to suppress such a divine fire for tens of thousands of years. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that this made sense. The Phoenix True Fire was extremely overbearing, but it was still suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell for tens of thousands of years. If the mountains and rivers bell hadn't flown away on its own this time, the Phoenix True Fire might not have been able to see the light of day again. Then what is the information Brother Qi is talking about? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qi Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, "According to ancient records. Back then, the great emperors of Yuanding had ventured deep into the savage, desolate ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. At that time, the Yuanding great emperors were only ordinary people in the emperor realm. They wanted to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, but they didn't know how to do so. In the end, they had to endure the 81 bell rings to gain the mountains and rivers bell's approval and bring it out of the savage, desolate ancient ground." The mountains and rivers bell actually came from the savage, desolate ancient ground. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Previously he had heard Qi Hai mention the savage, desolate ancient ground, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. However, now that he heard that the mountains and rivers bell actually came from the savage, desolate ancient ground, he realized that it was an incredible place. He secretly decided that if he had the chance he would go there and take a look. However, the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm had actually withstood 81 rings of the bell to obtain the recognition of the mountains and rivers bell's spirit. It was truly amazing. Yang Kai had also experienced the power of the mountains and rivers bell. When the cultivator of the third order Dao source realm came into contact with it at close range, he was shocked to death on the spot. He wasn't confident that he could withstand 81 rings of the bell. Qi Hai's words undoubtedly provided Yang Kai with a way to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, but it was also extremely dangerous. Brother Yang, if you don't have the confidence and opportunity, I advise you not to pay attention to the mountains and rivers bell. There are still many good things in the Shattered Star Sea. You and I can travel together. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Yang Kai interrupted him. I still want to go and have a look. Qi Hai's face darkened. He said, in that case this Qi won't persuade you anymore. Brother Yang, be careful. Many thanks, Brother Qi. Until we meet again. Yang Kai grinned, and as he spoke his figure leapt up into the sky. Qi Hai stood in place, staring at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. After a long time he sighed heavily, found another direction and left alone. He didn't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai promised him that he would go to the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory to take a look if he had the chance. If it were someone else, not only would they ignore him, they might even kill him to silence him. After all, Qi Hai had just witnessed Yang Kai suppressing and subduing the Phoenix True Fire. If this kind of thing were to spread, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good time in the future. It was because of this concern that Qi Hai took the initiative to swear that he would not tell anyone what he saw. However, he had no confidence that Yang Kai would go to the Qi family fort to find him. If Yang Kai didn't go, his wife would undoubtedly die, but even if Yang Kai went, his wife would only have a slim chance of survival. Yang Kai chased in the direction of the mountains and rivers bell for half a day before suddenly sensing the soul imprint he had planted on Lan He. When Lan He had passed by him earlier, Yang Kai had deliberately patted her on the shoulder in order to plant a soul imprint on her so that he could track her. As for causing Lan He's displeasure and suspicion, that was unavoidable. Without this soul imprint, Yang Kai certainly couldn't track the whereabouts of the mountains and rivers bell. Flying in the direction of the soul imprint, Yang Kai finally saw Lan He somewhere in the void after another hour. However, what surprised him was that Lan He was fighting with someone at this time and was being besieged. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that the two people besieging her were from the third order Dao source realm. Their cultivations were quite good. Lan He was fighting against two people by herself and looked quite embarrassed. She had suffered a lot of injuries and was stained with blood. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that almost all of the dozens of cultivators who had appeared in the dark red stars were here. The mountains and rivers bell stayed in the void, motionless. Everyone looked at the mountains and rivers bell with greedy and covetous eyes, but no one came forward to compete for it, which made Yang Kai feel very strange. He didn't know what was going on. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that Yin Luxing of the Netherworld sect was also here and hadn't left. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. The Shattered Star Sea was extremely vast. If he lost Yin Luxing here, he really wouldn't know where to find him. Almost everyone was waiting quietly in the void. Only Lan He was fighting with the two opponents, so as soon as Yang Kai came over, he attracted a lot of attention. Yin Luxing also glanced at him faintly, but because Yang Kai was wearing a mask, he wasn't worried about being recognized. Don't come over. Just as Yang Kai rushed over, Lan He, who was fighting someone and had fallen into a disadvantageous position, suddenly shouted in Yang Kai's direction. Because of this distraction, 2 wounds immediately appeared on her body, causing blood to spurt out. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He didn't know why this woman had stopped him from approaching, especially when she was besieged. If it was because of his previous actions that made her feel disgusted, then it was a bit too sensitive. But soon Yang Kai understood her intentions. As soon as he rushed over, he noticed the abnormalities around him. There was a natural spirit array hidden in the void, and it was extremely well hidden and dangerous. From the outside he couldn't detect it at all. But as soon as he entered, he felt a sense of crisis and couldn't find a way out. No wonder no one acted rashly, even though the mountains and rivers bell was right in front of them. The place where the mountains and rivers bell was located seemed to be the most dangerous place in the entire natural spirit array. After understanding this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw that the several dozen cultivators around him were all looking at him with gloating expressions, their faces filled with ridicule. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "What are you looking at, a bunch of trash? Do you believe this young master won't gouge out your eyeballs?" He had accidentally rushed into this natural spirit array, so he was somewhat annoyed. Although it was normal for those people not to remind him, it was infuriating for them to take pleasure in his misfortune at this time. As soon as this remark came out, dozens of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. Murderous intent instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Which of the cultivator who came here wasn't an elite from a great sect? They had always thought highly of themselves, but now they were being called trash by Yang Kai. Who could bear it? What's more, Yang Kai had cursed everyone with just a few words. This was too lawless and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Yang Kai curled his lips, looking as if he didn't put these people in his eyes. He turned to Lan He and asked, "What kind of enmity do these two have with you? Why do you have to fight here?" Previously, only Lan He had warned him not to come over, and she was besieged, which made Yang Kai feel slightly moved. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Lan He snapped, "Sex enmity has nothing to do with personal enmity." The reason why she had called out to Yang Kai before was actually not to save Yang Kai's life. She just wanted Yang Kai to pass a message to her sect, informing them of her situation. If she died here, at least someone would know. But this idiot had actually rushed in. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Lan He found that ever since she met this guy, everything had gone wrong. It was as if he had cursed her. One of the two people besieging Lan He shouted, "Bitch, our sect's big brother has been castrated by you. From now on, this person is neither human nor ghost. How dare you say it has nothing to do with personal enmity?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became brilliant. They secretly sympathized with that inexplicable eldest senior brother. A man being castrated was such a tragic thing. Just thinking about it made people feel a chill in their crotch, and a cold wind blew past them. Lan He said coldly, "He used that thing to commit crimes, so he should be punished." The man said angrily, "With your appearance, no man in the world will be interested in you. I think you are jealous, so you did this to Big Brother." Another person also hooted, "That's right. As a woman, you don't have anything. I'm afraid you won't be able to taste a man for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you can try taking off your clothes now and see which man here is willing to take a second look at you." "This is a woman." Among the surrounding cultivators, one of them widened his eyes and asked in amazement, "I must have been blind. I thought she was a man. Tiskti, this woman is really interesting. Could it be that she was born in the wrong body?" "Ah, you don't understand. The more this kind of woman is, the more interesting it is to play with her." "Hiss. Brother, you have such a strong taste." Chapter 2452. The noisy discussions coming from all directions made Lan He's face turn red, either from anger or something else. Although she was carefree and had a neutral appearance, she was still a woman after all. Being said such words in front of her, she was naturally very embarrassed and angry. Even if her temperament was not bad at this moment, she was disturbed to the point that her mind was in chaos. Seeing this, the two cultivator besieging her looked happy and became even more ruthless. Lan He's strength was good, and although the two of them had the absolute upper hand, they still had to pay a certain price if they wanted to take her down. But at this moment, Lan He's state of mind was in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. At this moment, another person laughed and said, "Who in the entire Eastern Territory doesn't know the name of Heavenly Wolf Valley's big brother Lan He? Oh, sorry, I misspoke, it's big senior sister, huh?" This person's voice sounded familiar to Yang Kai. He turned his head and saw Brahma Holy Land's holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian. The one who spoke was Zhang Hao, who had exchanged a blow with Yang Kai before. Listening to the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he knew Lan He, but he didn't have any friendship with her. They even had some disputes, so he decided to add insult to injury at this time. Heavenly Wolf Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt like he had heard the name of this great force before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Then is she a man or a woman? Hurry up and let us see. Someone shouted and immediately echoed. Shut up. Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered. A group of men. Is it fun to watch a woman being bullied? The person who had shouted angrily immediately shouted, "Boy, who do you think you are? You were so arrogant just now and now you dare to be so condescending? Do you dare to tell us your name?" The others also glared at Yang Kai, extremely dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored that person. Instead he took a step forward and floated towards Lan He. Halfway there he waved his 10 fingers and summoned hundreds of golden blood threads. In an instant, a golden light burst forth as the golden blood thread cut through the air. Although the two people besieging Lan He had not relaxed their attacks on Lan He, they were also vigilant of Yang Kai's movements. After all, this guy seemed to have some friendship with Lan He. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai moved, the two of them reacted. One of them slashed towards Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, you're courting death." This saber strike was absolutely stunning. It was as if it was going to shatter the sky. The incomparably ferocious blade light made the world dim. The expressions of the onlookers changed one after another. Suddenly, the golden blood threads transformed into a giant golden net that enveloped the world and directly enveloped the saber wave. Hissing sounds could be heard incessantly. Although the saber light was powerful. However, it was unable to break through the golden blood thread's defense and was immediately suppressed. On the contrary, the giant golden net did not give up. It pounced in front of the cultivator and slowly closed as if it was going to wrap him up. The cultivator's expression changed greatly. Although he did not know what was strange about this golden net, the terrifying power fluctuations coming from it were not fake. How could he dare to let it touch him so easily? His figure flickered as he retreated. But in the next moment his eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because Yang Kai, who was originally a few dozen meters away, had suddenly appeared in front of him. He actually approached him like a ghost and revealed a sinister grin. His white teeth glowed with a cold light, causing his hands and feet to turn cold and his entire body to shiver. He did not notice how Yang Kai had approached him. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already face to face. When their eyes met, the cultivator only saw the image of a white lotus bud suddenly appear in Yang Kai's left eye. The bud was spotless, pure and flawless and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment his knowledge shook violently, causing him to feel dizzy and almost lose his footing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched, causing a burst of fist force to erupt. Gotcha. At the same time, the sound of ribs breaking rang out and blood splashed out. The cultivator stood in place in a daze, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Gasps could be heard from all around. Because everyone saw Yang Kai pounce in front of his opponent. They did not know what kind of secret technique or divine technique he used, but his opponent's expression instantly became pained. And as Yang Kai's punch blasted a large hole in the cultivator's chest, his arm going straight through. The eyelids of the people standing behind the cultivator twitched wildly. At this moment Yang Kai was still holding a beating heart in his hand. It was so bloody that no one dared to look directly at it. He exerted a little force and the heart suddenly burst open. As the sound was heard, the cultivator whose chest was penetrated by him also tilted his head and stopped breathing. Gulp. Gulping sounds could be heard and many people finally looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Even the strongest people present who thought highly of themselves had a serious expression on their faces. Killing a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that he did not use his full strength, was something that few people present could do. Even if they could do it, they would need to use a powerful secret technique that also consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have just summoned a large golden net and then swung his fist. It was as simple as killing a chicken. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the reason why Yang Kai was so arrogant and condescending was because he had the capital to back it up. It's him. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at Yang Kai, seemingly having discovered something. Who? Zhang Xian asked in a low voice. Zhang Hao said with a sullen face, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is the one who was with you before. Zhang Xian was shocked. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy injured by you in one move? How can he be so strong? What's more, the two of them look different. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Zhang Hao said, the appearance can be changed but the aura can't be changed. I felt it as soon as he attacked. This kid hid his strength well and he definitely hid it before. But now that he is here, where is Yu Ying? Zhang Xian said with a sullen face. This boy is so ruthless. It seems that Yu Ying's fate is grim. Zhang Hao said worriedly, I hit this boy before and I don't know if he will bear a grudge. If he attacks me. Speaking of this, his face turned slightly pale. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, he was not afraid of anyone in the Tao Source realm, but now that he saw Yang Kai's decisive and ruthless attack, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhang Xian's expression changed as he said, if Yu Ying really dies at his hands, we can send a message to Netherworld sect. Yin Lixing is not an easy person to talk to. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded, good, that's a good idea. While the two were secretly communicating, the battle on Lan He's side was also over. Although Lan He's appearance and figure were not very good, her strength was not to be underestimated. Previously she was besieged by two people and was at a disadvantage, but now Yang Kai had killed one of them with lightning speed, causing the other to be shocked and lose his mind. Lan He took the opportunity to counterattack and killed him quickly. Two rays of star seal light flew up, one for Yang Kai and Lan He, and the other two space rings were quickly divided up. After surviving a disaster, Lan He glanced at Yang Kai gratefully. No matter what reason Yang Kai had to help her, he had saved her life. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, she would have died here sooner or later. At most, she would have dragged someone down with her before she died. Who was the one who asked this young master what he was before? Yang Kai turned his eyes and looked around, arrogantly shouting, come, 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 this young master will tell you now. The person who had spoken before didn't dare to stand up and had long since hidden behind the crowd, his eyes flinching as he trembled with fear. Friend, shouldn't you keep a low profile? Zhang Hao suddenly sneered, looked at Yang Kai and said, could it be that you think you are invincible and don't put anyone here in your eyes? His words dragged everyone in, causing many people to be unhappy and glaring at Yang Kai. Although Zhang Hao was suspected of sowing discord, Yang Kai's attitude was really too much. So what if I don't put you in my eyes? Bite me if you have the guts. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Hao coldly, not knowing what he meant by jumping out at this time. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, but he didn't get angry. He just looked at Yang Kai with a cold smile. Where is my junior sister Yu Ying? Someone suddenly asked. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the speaker with a strange expression. Because the person who spoke was actually Yin Lixing. This is interesting, I haven't gone to him yet, but he actually came to me first and asked about Yu Ying as soon as he opened his mouth. How did he know that Yu Ying was with me? After all, he had changed his appearance. But soon, Yang Kai reacted and glanced at Zhang Hao meaningfully, realizing that Zhang Hao should have recognized him when he made a move just now. I haven't seen you for many years, I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. Yin Lixing looked at Yang Kai with some shock. Obviously he already knew his true identity. After all, Zhong Zhenyong had sent him a message before, revealing some information to him. It was precisely because of this that Yin Lixing was shocked. He could cultivate to the third order Tao Source realm because of the strong cultivation of his sect and the guidance of a good master. He didn't believe that Yang Kai also had such good fortune. If Yang Kai didn't have such conditions but still cultivated to the same level as him, it meant that Yang Kai had a great opportunity. You're not bad either. Yang Kai sneered. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it anymore, so he simply reached out and took off the mask from his face, immediately restoring his original appearance. Chapter 2453. Sure enough, it's you. Yin Lixing's expression suddenly changed as if he had just met an enemy, his eyes turning red as he gritted his teeth and said, You're really lucky, not only did you survive that disaster, but you even managed to come to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and quickly said, Yin Lixing, I will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, where did the puppet that was with me go? Yin Lixing heard this and smiled slightly. Who knows? Since it's your puppet, why are you asking me? Sure enough, he knows about Xiao. Yang Kai's heart moved. Although Yin Lixing did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, Yang Kai could still see this from his tone and demeanor. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became fiery as he stared at Yin Lixing with scorching eyes. It looks like you're not going to tell me. Yin Lixing grinned. Since you know, why bother asking for a rebuff? Very good. Yang Kai nodded, his aura becoming extremely dangerous in an instant, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, making people shudder. Since you don't want to say it, this young master will beat you until you do. Yin Lusheng's face sank as he said, "Do you really think you are invincible? I dare not call myself invincible, but I have no problem pinching you to death." Yin Lusheng laughed angrily. "Why? Because you are a Star Master?" "What? Brother Yin, what did you just say? This boy is a Star Master. Aren't Star Masters only those cultivators who come from the territory of the lower planes? Could this boy be one?" Hiss. It is said that Star Masters possess complete star source. They have a unique advantage in martial Dao cultivation. I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Upon hearing that Yang Kai was actually a Star Master, the surrounding cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar, all of them looking at him with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a huge piece of delicious meat. After coming to the Shattered Star Sea, everyone had gone through untold hardships to search for source strength, but all they could find was some broken source strength. Although absorbing and refining it would be beneficial to one's cultivation, it was only a broken source after all. How could it compare to the complete source of stars? The complete source of stars allowed one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in a more comprehensive manner. This was something that a broken source of power simply couldn't compare to. It was said that a long time ago, there were also some complete stars in the Shattered Star Sea, but with the passage of time and the opening of the Shattered Star Sea over the years, those complete stars had long been taken away by the ancestors, leaving behind some broken origin powers. Perhaps after a few more years, even the shattered source strength in the Shattered Star Sea would no longer exist. At that time, the Shattered Star Sea would lose its current purpose and attraction to the cultivator. This was why everyone reacted so strongly when they heard that Yang Kai was the Star Lord. Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "This boy is indeed a Star Master, this Yin can guarantee this." Hearing this, everyone looked at him strangely. Lan He coldly snorted and said, "It's really funny, the people of the Netherworld sect actually still have integrity." Previously, Yang Kai had saved her life, and now that Yang Kai was about to be targeted, she couldn't help but speak up. Naturally, she stood up and spoke up for Kai Yang. It seemed that she wanted to advance and retreat with him. Yin Lusheng's face sank as he looked around and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him what his cultivation was 7 years ago." A tall and sturdy man immediately looked towards Kai Yang and said in a booming voice, "Little brat, if you hear this, then quickly answer." Although Yang Kai had killed a cultivator of the same level with a single move, which was very frightening, he was still alone. At this moment, with so many people staring at him, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Yang Kai heard this and glanced sideways at the burly man. He coldly snorted and said, "It's none of your business." He didn't put the burly man in his eyes, which made the burly man's face turn livid. Yin Lusheng smiled and said, 7 years ago he was just a second-order origin king. Brother Yang, do I remember him clearly? Second-order origin king. How is this possible? Cultivating from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years? Ayaya, how could such a thing be possible? Brother Yin, you're not lying to us, are you? In 7 years, a person could cultivate from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm. Such progress was simply terrifying. With so many people present compared to their current cultivation 7 years ago, it was at most a small improvement or no improvement at all. Yin Lusheng said, "What good would it do me to lie to you? He may have had some other opportunities to reach this level, but his status as a Star Master is his greatest advantage. I've long heard that the warriors from the lower star fields are all geniuses, especially the Star Lords. Their cultivation speed is as fast as flying. If Brother Yin is right, then I've really learned something today. You believe the words of a Netherworld sect disciple? This Yin Lusheng clearly has a grudge with that guy, so he deliberately pointed out that he is a Star Master. He clearly wants to borrow a knife to kill him. Then I'll admit it. Who doesn't want a complete star source? One can obtain it." Whispers could be heard all around. Yang Kai sneered and glanced sideways at Yin Lusheng. "Why are you only talking about me? Why don't you talk about yourself, Brother Yin? 7 years ago you were just a third-order origin king, right?" Yin Lusheng smiled lightly and said, "So what if I was?" As soon as this statement came out, many people were shocked and turned to look at Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai had cultivated from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years, which was amazing enough, but Yin Lusheng's progress was not much worse than his. Compared with these two, everyone felt that they were simply mediocre. Lixing said generously, "There's no harm in telling you that this Yin is actually a Star Master, so I can deeply understand how fast a Star Master can cultivate." As soon as his voice fell, everyone turned to look at him with fiery eyes. Lixing coldly snorted and said, "But I am different from this little brat. This Yin is the legacy disciple of my sect master. If you want to touch me, you should think twice." Hearing this, many people's expressions flickered, but after a while many slowly shook their heads and looked away from Lixing. Lixing was indeed very attractive as a Star Master, but he was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect master, so he must have a lot of life-saving cards in his hands. If they really fought a life-or-death battle with him, it was likely they would go for wool and come home shorn. On the contrary, Yang Kai seemed to be easier to deal with. However, it was also because Lixing admitted that he was a Star Master that his previous words were more convincing, and the eyes of these people looking at Yang Kai became more and more fiery. Lixing laughed and said, "Yang Kai, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to walk, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today with so many heroes here, let's see where you can run." Yang Kai's face became sullen as he scolded, "You want to kill with a borrowed knife? Shameless. Who told you to have a complete Star Master's star source?" Lixing didn't care and shouted, "Everyone, my Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can completely strip a Star Master's star source from a Star Master without the slightest loss. If any of you can capture this person, you can ask this Yin for help to strip his star source. This Yin promises to do his best and will not have the slightest selfishness." With Brother Yin's words I can rest assured. I was just thinking about how to snatch this boy's star source even if I killed him, but it turns out that the Netherworld sect has such an amazing secret technique. The big man who had been scolded by Yang Kai earlier laughed loudly. Lixing said, "This person's strength is extraordinary. If you want his Star Master star source, it's best to join forces." He was blatantly encouraging everyone to join forces to deal with Yang Kai. Although everyone present didn't like his approach, with the temptation of Star Source in front of them, they couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. What's more, Yang Kai's previous arrogant and domineering attitude was really infuriating. In an instant, dozens of auras locked onto Yang Kai, and the pressure was almost suffocating. Lan He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, turned pale and frowned. Although she was also quite strong, she had never been enemies with so many people before, so she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Feeling that her future was uncertain, she quietly glanced at Yang Kai. Looking around, Lan He couldn't help feeling surprised. Because Yang Kai was standing there calmly without the slightest fear or timidity. The dozens of auras that had locked onto him were like a spring breeze, not deterring or affecting him in the slightest. This person's mental fortitude is quite strong. Lan He was secretly horrified. Previously, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. She always felt that this guy was strange and wasn't a good person, but after Yang Kai saved her life, her impression of Yang Kai somewhat changed. After all, so many people were just watching the show, but only he had pulled out a sword to help. She was also not related to him, so for him to do this, it was obvious that he was a warm-hearted person. Now that the situation had changed and it was Yang Kai's turn to be targeted, Lan He naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as she secretly made up her mind to help Yang Kai suddenly whispered, "Miss Lan, you leave here first." Hearing this, Lan He frowned and shouted, "What's wrong? Brother Yang, are you looking down on me, Lan He?" Yang Kai was stunned and looked at her. "When did I mean that?" Lan He snorted and said, "Then what do you mean by driving me away? Since you pulled out a sword to help before Lan He naturally can't just sit back and watch. Don't worry, if they really dare to bully you with numbers, I will help you. I will never hold you back." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze and said, "You will die." Lan He's tender body trembled slightly, but she still firmly said, "If I die, then I die. In any case, I'm not leaving." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he looked Lan He up and down a few times, as if he wanted to get to know her all over again. Suddenly, he showed a look of realization and said, "Miss Lan He is from Heavenly Wolf Valley?" "Yes." Lan He nodded and replied. She didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this at this moment of life and death. This person was strange enough. Chapter 2454. I remember Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "When this matter is over, I have something to ask of Sister Lan. I hope Sister Lan won't refuse." Lan He said bitterly, if I can survive as long as it's not too excessive, I will promise you anything. Don't worry, I won't die, Yang Kai laughed. Lan He looked at him strangely, not knowing where he got the confidence to say such big words. Was he blind? Couldn't he see that he was surrounded by dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators? These Dao Source Realm cultivators were not ordinary cultivator, they were all elite disciples of great sects. If they joined forces, the average cultivator from the Emperor Realm would not be their opponent. Did he think he was more powerful than those from the Emperor Realm? Little brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly. The big man suddenly shouted angrily. With a flick of his wrist, an axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Energy surged and his imposing manner was extraordinary. He said, if you know what's good for you, obediently surrender and we may leave your corpse intact. If you dare to be stubborn, pay. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat at the big man like an arrow from a bow. The big man, who was clamoring, changed his expression drastically and quickly dodged to the side. Although this spit was not very lethal, it would be too disgusting if it hit him. After regaining his footing, the big man said with an ashen face, are you a child? How dare you spit at me? Do you have any shame? Yang Kai sneered, so many of you are eyeing me covetously. You don't even have to talk about shame, but I just spat at you and you think I have no shame? Ridiculous. Yin Luxing snorted, don't talk nonsense. You will die today. Is that so? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He lifted his foot. Taking a step forward, he said majestically, then this young master wants to see which blind fool dares to make a move against me. This young master will tell you first, if anyone dares to make a move, I will make you all die here. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed and they all looked dignified. The amazing cultivation that Yang Kai had displayed before was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, at this moment, although his words were somewhat alarmist, it still made people somewhat fearful. They were afraid that this guy would risk his life and fight to the death. For a moment, the dozens of people were all stunned in place. They were not willing to be the ones who stood out. They only wanted to wait for others to make the first move and then reap the benefits. Yin Luxing also saw this and his face sank as he shouted in a low voice, since all of you are so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble, why don't all of you take action? Then after this Yin snatches his source energy, don't be jealous. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, Netherworld Purgatory Hand. A gust of cold wind blew, and a burst of ghastly wails and howls suddenly sounded, and a huge ghost shadow suddenly appeared. He rushed towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. The ghostly figure had yet to arrive. Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine, as if even his blood had been frozen. Before he had time to make a move, Lan He, who was standing beside him, suddenly shouted, Heavenly wolf howls at the moon. A wolf's howl suddenly rang out, accompanied by Lan He's finger pointing forward. A vigorous silver wolf figure appeared out of thin air. It was huge like a heavenly wolf, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the ghostly figure. In an instant, these two strange creatures collided, setting off a frenzy of battle. At the same time, Yin Luxing made his move. Several Netherworld sect disciples around him also took action. Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian of Brahma Holy Land glanced at each other and quickly formed hand seals, seemingly using some kind of secret technique. When the others saw that someone had taken the lead, they no longer just watched from the sidelines and summoned their artifacts, cast their secret techniques and bombarded Yang Kai. For a moment, the void lit up with colorful lights as energy fluctuated wildly. Lan He's face suddenly turned pale as she stood in place in a daze, her eyes dim as if they had lost their luster. With so many Dao Source Realm masters attacking at the same time, she could not resist no matter what. What awaited her was only the call of death. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long roar. With a flash of brilliance, a large long sword appeared in his hand as Emperor aura filled the air. He stood in place as firm as a mountain as he slowly rotated the long sword while chanting, "A million swords, one man holds the pass." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword waves burst out, like a swarm of locusts heading towards the opposite side. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the scene of energy colliding was shocking, causing everyone's heart to tremble. An Emperor artifact. Where did this boy come from? He actually has an Emperor artifact in his hand. Don't let him go, kill him. Although many of the cultivator who entered the Shattered Star Sea were the elite disciples of various sects, or even the descendants or direct disciples of sect masters and elders, Emperor artifacts were still rare for them. Except for a few people who had Emperor artifacts, no one else was qualified to possess one. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai actually took out an Emperor artifact, the dozens of cultivators suddenly became excited. In their opinion, Yang Kai was simply a huge treasure trove. Not only did he have a complete star source, but he also had an Emperor artifact. If they could kill him and snatch his things, they would become rich overnight and become someone with an Emperor artifact. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning with excitement. After a series of collisions, Yang Kai also staggered back as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he relied on the power of Myriad's sword to barely resist the joint attack of the dozens of cultivators, he was only one person after all. How could he compete with so many people? To be able to do this, it was all thanks to those people not using their full strength at the beginning. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Damn it, you really dare to attack together. Yang Kai looked forward with a pale face as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Yin Luxing snorted, it's too late to beg for mercy now. You will die today. Zhang Hao hurriedly said, quickly hand over that Emperor artifact. Although the others did not speak, the greedy light in their eyes had already explained their thoughts. Yang Kai grinned ferociously as his figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of the mountains and river's bell. Yin Luxing's face changed as he cried out in shock. What are you doing? Yang Kai laughed. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I told you before that if anyone dares to attack me, I will make you all die without a burial place. His cold eyes swept across the crowd as a crazed look appeared on his face. Are you crazy? Yin Luxing seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions and his face suddenly turned pale. The others also turned pale with fright as their legs went soft. Yang Kai's face was cold and his eyes were cold as he said in a cold voice, You forced me to do this. Saying so, he suddenly raised the Myriad sword in his hand high. Wait, if you have something to say we can talk it out. Why do you have to do this? Zhang Hao shouted in horror. It's too late to say anything now. Die for me. Yang Kai shouted as the Myriad sword in his hand smashed down on the mountains and river's bell. It's over. Seeing this, Yin Luxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he turned around and rushed out without looking back. Run. Zhang Hao also shouted. This brat is crazy. Kong. The Myriad sword slammed into the mountains and river's bell, causing a dull bell sound to explode as a sound wave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. Even though he desperately circulated his source qi to protect himself, he could not help but sway and almost fainted on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The dozens of Dao source realms who had their backs to Yang Kai and wanted to escape from this place did not fare any better. This place was a natural spirit array, so after falling into it they could not find a way out at all. So even though they desperately tried to escape, it was useless. When the sound wave hit them, they were immediately sucked into it. Previously, on the dark red stars, a young man was killed on the spot just by touching the mountains and river's bell lightly. Now Yang Kai was using an Emperor artifact to strike the mountains and river's bell, causing an incomparable backlash. After the sound wave, everyone coughed up blood, and even the light of their defensive artifacts dimmed a lot. Not only that, the sound wave seemed to have a suppressive and sealing power. After it swept out, everyone was frozen in place as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move at all. Kong. Before they could catch their breaths, another loud sound rang out. Everyone's heart trembled as they turned their heads to look, only to see Yang Kai actually holding the Emperor artifact and striking the mountains and river's bell again with a ferocious look on his face as he laughed maniacally. Are you happy? Are you happy? Tell me loudly, are you happy or not? Madman. This guy has already lost his mind. You bunch of trash, how could you think of provoking him? Now you're all going to be buried with him. Stop, let's talk nicely, don't do this, I beg you. Brother Yang, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Instead of everyone dying together, why don't we sit down and talk? Seeing the terrifying sound wave sweep over again, everyone cried for their fathers and mothers. All of them were filled with hatred in their hearts, but they had no choice but to say something against their will with a smile on their faces. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Yang Kai coughed up blood and shook his head, raising the myriad sword for the third time and declaring, I've made a profit by dragging so many of you down with me. Today none of you will leave here alive. Lord Yang, I'm willing to offer you my space ring. Please spare my life. Someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai's hand movement paused as he sniffed and shouted righteously, Do you think this young master is the kind of person who only cares about money? Don't look down on me and humiliate this young master's character. The person was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, What good things are in the ring? Everyone. The person who spoke was also stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. It was only when a cultivator next to him quietly kicked him that the person realized and hurriedly said, There are many good things, a lot of them. I guarantee that Lord Yang will be satisfied. Yang Kai immediately beamed and said, Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Tell me, aren't you a cheap wretch? Yes, I'm a cheap wretch. The corner of the person's mouth twitched. Chapter 2455. Since that's the case, I'll spare your dog life. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning to Lan He and saying, Sister Lan, go and get his space ring. Me. Lan He was taken aback. Although she felt that this was not a good idea, she also knew that Yang Kai was in some inconvenience now, so she could only nod and fly to the cultivator and extend her hand to him. The cultivator took off the space ring with a pained expression and reluctantly handed it to Lan He. Yang Kai shouted with a sullen face, Who still wants to buy their life? If you want to buy it, hurry up, you won't have this chance anymore. Isn't this looting a burning house? Boy, don't go too far. There are several dozen of us here, so we may not be afraid of you. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Yes, Brother Yang, you should be lenient when possible. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Be lenient when possible? Yang Kai sneered and said contemptuously, I didn't see any of you sparing me just now, but now you're talking nonsense, what's the use? I'll say it one last time, whoever wants to buy their life, hurry up and cooperate, otherwise don't blame this young master for being ruthless and killing all of you here. Saying so, he raised the myriad sword high again as if he was about to strike. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators all had ugly expressions on their faces. Yang Kai had only rung the mountains and rivers bell twice just now, but most of the cultivators had already been injured. Unfortunately, inside this natural spirit array, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. If Yang Kai had rung the mountains and rivers bell a few more times, they might really all die here. Don't compromise. The weaker you are, the more he will take a yard after taking an inch. Never compromise with him. Everyone join hands and fight him, we may not necessarily lose our lives. Yin Luxing suddenly shouted. Among everyone, he didn't want to see Yang Kai show off like this, so when he saw that someone wanted to compromise, his eyes immediately turned red. Brother Yin, you're really unyielding. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered. Then this young master will wait and see. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Yin Luxing's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai said in a low voice, I will only count to 3. After 3, if you still don't cooperate, then all of you can go to hell. 2. Not waiting for Kai Yang to count out 3 words, someone had already shouted out. Brother Yang, I'm willing to hand over my space ring. Please let me live. Very good. Yang Kai's eyes turned to the person who spoke and said, Take out your ring and stand aside. Lan He silently walked in front of that person and stretched out her hand. After the man handed over his space ring, he immediately flew to the side. I'm also willing to hand over my space ring. Me too. Fine. There was nothing good anyway. It's better than dying here. In an instant, taking out space rings to buy their lives became the general trend. Soon more than half of the dozens of cultivator chose to hand over their space rings. Lan He's mood was extremely complicated. She thought she was going to die this time. After all, she had to fight against dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could she have a chance to survive? But the situation turned around. She and Yang Kai, who should have been at an absolute disadvantage, were now leading the dozens of cultivator by the nose. All of this was too sudden. It was all thanks to Yang Kai alone. In the face of dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators, being fearless was a sign of bravery. Cleverly using the power of the mountains and rivers bell to deter the enemy, making the enemy unable to advance or retreat was a sign of strategy. It was the first time Lan He had encountered such a brave and resourceful person. In a short while she had collected more than 20 space rings. Even though she was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley and had seen a lot of big scenes at this moment, she was trembling with excitement. The more than 20 space rings were heavy and extremely heavy. These were the space rings of the elite disciples of various sects. Each of them was extremely rich. She could hardly imagine how much wealth would be gathered from more than 20 space rings. After a while, the originally hesitant cultivator did not dare to delay any longer. The Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand had been placed in front of the mountains and river's bell. Who knew when he would strike it again? One by one they could only take off their space rings in humiliation and hand them to Lan He. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would teach Yang Kai the consequences of offending them one day. The dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators who had gathered together were now divided into two groups. One group was those who handed over their space rings while the other group was still stubborn. There were not many stubborn people in the group, only 5 or 6. Yang Kai looked around and found that these people were from Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. He sneered at Zhang Hao. It seems that Holy Son Zhang Hao wants to die here. Zhang Hao frowned and said, Brother Yang, how about we make a deal? If you let me and Zhang Xian go, we will remember today's kindness and repay it generously in the future. In the future? Yang Kai sneered and said with a cold face, we can talk about the future. Today I only want your space rings. Zhang Hao said, Brother Yang, why do you have to do this? You have offended at least 20 sects. Will you still have a foothold in the star boundary in the future? Yang Kai heard this and nodded deeply. Brother Zhang Hao is right. I haven't thought about this yet. Zhang Hao was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said, You mean, you want me to kill them after I take their things? Gee, Brother Zhang Hao is so vicious. You really can't judge a book by its cover. As soon as he said this, the faces of the cultivator who had handed over their space rings changed drastically and they glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, Brother Yang, you misunderstand. How could I encourage Brother Yang to do such a thing? Wouldn't that ruin Brother Yang's good reputation? I just want to say that having more friends is better than having more enemies. Brother Yang, what do you think? You want to be friends with me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Hao cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I don't, and you don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he stared at him. The smile on Zhang Hao's face suddenly stiffened and his face turned red. He was embarrassed to the extreme. He was the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Even in the entire star territory he was a leader of the younger generation. Who didn't he have the qualifications to be friends with? Yang Kai was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he dared to boast so shamelessly. What's more, he was spitting on him in front of so many people. How could he step down from this? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Zhang Xian, who was standing to the side, also had an ugly look on his face. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons, so when Yang Kai slapped Zhang Hao's face like this, he also felt his face burning as if he had been slapped hard. Brother Yang, do you really have to be so stubborn? Zhang Hao said coldly. Yang Kai snorted and said, If you keep talking, this young master will take your dog life first. Good, we will remember today's matter. I hope you can still be so arrogant when we meet again in the future. Zhang Hao threw down these words fiercely before he and Zhang Xian took off the space rings on their hands and threw them to Lan He. Then they turned around and walked towards the crowd. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, What's the use of only talking tough? If you have the guts, come and fight with this young master. Let this young master teach you how to behave properly. Zhang Hao's figure paused. He was almost provoked by Yang Kai to turn around and attack. Fortunately, at the critical moment he suddenly remembered the scene of Yang Kai instantly killing a cultivator of the same level. He knew that he was no match for such terrifying strength. Even if he joined forces with Zhang Xian, they would only be able to maintain a stalemate at best. Another cheap bastard who wants to be humiliated by this young master before he is willing to cooperate. Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Lan He. Sister Lan He, although I don't know what your relationship with Brother Yang is, you have to be careful. Before, Zhang Hao and I saw him in a room with Netherworld Sex Yu Ying. That Yu Ying came out of a flight-type artifact in disheveled clothes. I think you know better than me what kind of woman Yu Ying is. We are all disciples of the Eastern Territories sects, so I don't want you to become the demon race's pawn. Yang Kai heard this and his face sank. You dare sow discord. This young master and that Yu Ying are pure and innocent, so don't ruin my reputation. Zhou Xian chuckled and said, that's what Yu Ying said before. After saying so, he walked into the crowd without looking back. Lan He frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said, Sister Lan He, you don't believe it, do you? Lan He said, Brother Yang's matter has nothing to do with me as long as he has a clear conscience. Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, that's true. After saying so, he turned to look at Luxing and said with a fake smile, Brother Yin, now there are only a few of you left. Do you want to cooperate? The remaining 3 people were all disciples of Netherworld sect. Luxing's status in Netherworld sect was extremely high. After all, he was the sect master's direct disciple, so even though he had only been in the sect for a short time, he was still the one in charge. Since he didn't express his position, the remaining 2 couldn't make a decision. Luxing smiled proudly and said, This Yin hates it when others threaten me. Anyone who threatens me doesn't have a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he said, What a coincidence, Brother Yin and I are the same in this regard. Luxing said, Arrogant people always have many things in common. Yang Kai, if you really want my space ring, then fight me. If you can beat me, this Yin will hand over the space ring with both hands. You want to fight me one-on-one? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Brother Yang, you don't dare? Luxing sneered. Yang Kai snorted and said, Since Brother Yin is so refined, then this young master will give you a chance. As soon as this remark came out, Luxing's face lit up. Although the strength Yang Kai had shown before was extraordinary, Luxing had full confidence that he could remain invincible. This was why he could speak so confidently when facing Yang Kai, and even when falling into this natural spirit array he didn't panic. If he wanted to leave here he could do so at any time, but the price he would have to pay was a bit high. Unless it was a last resort, he wasn't willing to do so. Chapter 2456. Luxing had thought that a treacherous person like Yang Kai would definitely not agree to his challenge, and at that time he would be able to ruthlessly humiliate Yang Kai and vent the resentment in his heart, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to actually agree. This made him ecstatic. In a head-on fight he wasn't sure if he was Yang Kai's opponent, but he still had a trump card. Once he used it, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Luxing secretly made up his mind that when he fought Yang Kai he would directly use his trump card and not give Yang Kai the slightest chance to resist. Just as his mind was racing, Kai Yang suddenly pointed his finger towards the several dozen people beside him and said, Since Brother Yin likes to fight alone so much, then why don't you challenge this group of friends? I believe they will definitely accompany you to have some fun. Luxing was stunned when he heard this. The dozens of cultivator also looked stunned. Lan He was also stunned. Zhang Hao's face turned cold as he quickly said, Yang Kai, don't go too far. We even gave you our space rings, what else do you want? That's right, you should settle your grievances with Luxing yourself. Why involve us in this? Zhou Xian also shouted, We will never help you. Yes, don't treat us as fools. The group of people suddenly clamored and accused him. Luxing sneered, Brother Yang doesn't have the guts to fight with me, so just say it. No one will laugh at you, so why beat around the bush? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Brother Yin is the direct disciple of the Eastern Territories Netherworld sect master. I, Yang Kai, am just a loner, so of course I don't have the guts to fight with you. What if I accidentally kill you? Wouldn't that be a disaster? You don't have the guts to fight with Luxing. Why should we fight? We won't fight. Yes, we won't fight. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. He really thinks we're idiots. This brat actually wants to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. How laughable. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai because they had reluctantly handed over their space rings, but now that he wanted them to deal with Luxing, how could they be happy? All of them were shouting at the same time, filled with indignation. Lan He looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression, fearing that he would make things out of hand. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to threaten everyone, it was already a miracle that he had plundered so many space rings. If he did something excessive, it would likely cause some unnecessary trouble. She secretly winked at Yang Kai, hinting him to stop while he was ahead, lest he go too far. Yang Kai ignored her. With a cold face he said, You probably didn't hear what I said at the beginning. What did he say? Kid, why don't you tell me what you're trying to do? Yang Kai snorted. This young master said that whoever doesn't hand over their space ring will die. Yes, you did say that, but we have already handed over our space rings. What else do you want? Yang Kai said. Now Luxing is unwilling to cooperate. This young master wants him dead. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hao said. Naturally, we have no objections. You and Brother Yin can solve your own grievances. There is no need to involve us. That's good. Yang Kai grinned and shouted. This young master is going to ring the mountains and rivers bell now and kill that little bastard Luxing. If you still want to live, leave this place quickly. This young master will not stop you. What? You still want to ring it? Don't, Brother Yang. Calm down. As soon as these words came out, everyone paled in shock. Yang Kai sneered. Since you have handed over your space rings, this young master will also keep his word and let you live. This young master only wants to deal with Luxing now, so if you don't want to die, scram. Zhang Hao angrily said, the situation here is complicated. If we could leave, how could we have been threatened by you before? Yang Kai, aren't you lying through your teeth? Xianxia also said, you can't be shameless to this extent. Yang Kai calmly said, I don't care. If you don't have the ability to leave and are killed by the mountains and rivers bell, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with this young master. Changing the topic, he shouted angrily at Luxing. Believe in Yin, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs. Saying so, he swung the myriad sword in his hand towards the mountains and rivers bell. Lan He's eyelids twitched when she saw this and she quickly pushed her source chi to protect herself. Many martial artists also turned pale with fright as they cried out one after another. Stop it, stop it. Damn it, stop. If you have something to say, we can help you persuade Luxing. Yes, we can have a good chat with Luxing and make him hand over his space ring. Amid the chaos, Yang Kai's myriad sword stopped less than an inch away from the mountains and rivers bell and looked at everyone. You want to talk to Luxing? Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and nodded their heads repeatedly. Yang Kai said with an embarrassed expression, Believe in Yin is a proud man and won't give in easily. If it's just a chat, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Brother Yang, don't worry, if this Believe in Yin doesn't know what's good for him, we will use other methods to talk to him, someone said with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai said, Oh, that's not good. You have already handed over your space rings. Logically speaking, what happens next has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between me and Luxing. How can you be involved in this? Everyone's faces darkened as they looked at his hypocritical appearance, cursing Yang Kai in their hearts, but no one dared to show it. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind, this Believe in Yin is so untactful and should be taught a lesson. Young people only understand how high the sky is and how deep the earth is when they encounter some hardships. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, What this friend said is right. In that case, I will have to trouble you with this matter. I didn't force you. This matter is voluntary. As soon as these words fell, the several dozen cultivators turned their heads and looked at Luxing. Luxing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the two Netherworld sect disciples standing next to him were also pale and confused. For some inexplicable reason, they'd actually stood on the opposite side of everyone, and it simply caught them off guard. Luxing, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your space ring, otherwise everyone will die here. Yes, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly hand it over. Everyone seemed to have been implicated because of Luxing's unwillingness to cooperate, or perhaps because they were unlucky and wanted to see others suffer, so at this moment, their attitude towards Luxing was not good, and they all shouted at him. Luxing was so angry that he seemed to be on fire as he said with a sullen face, You are all elite disciples of your respective sects, the pride of your sects, yet you are willing to be driven by one person, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? With this sentence, many people's expressions darkened and they looked embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Luxing means that you should silence him so that no one will spread what happened today. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea, and a few people's eyes flashed with fierce light. Luxing said with a black face, Yang Kai, you are such a despicable person, this really misjudged you. Yang Kai snorted and said, When you tried to kill me in the Starlight Corridor, you should have thought of the consequences. Yin Luxing clenched his teeth and said, "Don't force me. If you push me too far, none of you will have a good end." Yang Kai jumped back and said with a glare, "Oh, I'm so scared." He turned his head to look at the dozens of cultivators and said, "This guy actually dares to threaten you. I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. If I were you, I would rush over and tear him apart." Even though Yang Kai was adding fuel to the fire and sowing discord, everyone was still a little unhappy, feeling that Yin Luxing's words were too big. Zhang Hao pondered for a while and said, "Brother Yin, a wise man submits to circumstances. I know you have means and trump cards, but do you really think you can be an enemy of so many of us?" "Zhang Hao, you are also forcing me." Yin Luxing's eyes spat fire and his voice was cold. Both of them were disciples of great sects in the Eastern Territory and had known each other for a long time. Although there was no friendship between them, they were both from the Eastern Territory after all. It was one thing for others to join forces to force him, but even Zhang Hao was doing the same, which made Yin Luxing extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Hao quickly said, "Brother Yin, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is the Shattered Star Sea. There are many opportunities." He didn't use divine sense transmission, but openly said these words in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, he also bore a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Kai Yang curled his lips in disdain as if he didn't care. Yin Luxing's face was calm, and after thinking for a while he nodded and said, "Good, this Yin will remember today's matter. Yang Kai, I will make you pay back 100-fold in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Yin, you are the meat on the chopping block and I am the knife. Is it really okay for you to say such harsh words?" Yin Luxing stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Miss Lan He, take their space rings." Lan He nodded, walked over to Yin Luxing and stretched out her hand. Yin Luxing said, "Heavenly Wolf Valley, this Yin will also remember this. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future." Lan He's complexion changed slightly, but at this time she knew that it was useless to say anything, so she just took the space rings of the 3 Netherworld sect disciples, turned around and left. After a while she came to Yang Kai's side and said, "There are a total of 46 space rings here. Brother Yang, please count them." Yang Kai happily took them and said, "Miss Lan He should also pick some." Lan He shook her head and said, "I don't need it, I didn't do anything." Yang Kai was about to say something when his complexion suddenly changed, and his source chi fluctuated violently. Lan He also looked surprised, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Looking around, she saw a black chi appear on Yang Kai's wrist, and this black chi was like a spirit snake, spreading towards Yang Kai's arm. Wherever it passed, Yang Kai's flesh and blood would turn into a bloody mess, revealing his white bones. The corroded parts of his body emitted a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. "Azura Earth Demon!" Lan He exclaimed. Chapter 2457. Yang Kai's complexion was ashen as he constantly formed seals with his hands. His source chi surged endlessly and it took him a lot of effort to stop the black chi. However, looking around, the front right arm had been corroded into a horrible state, dripping with blood. The black chi that had been stopped was like a living creature, struggling and wriggling desperately towards Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai raised his head, glared at Yin Luxing and said fiercely, "You dare plot against me?" Yin Luxing's expression was also sluggish at this moment. The Azura Earth Demon was a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Only the top and most outstanding disciples of each generation could cultivate it. Moreover, when cultivating it, one had to connect to the real Netherworld purgatory and condense the Yin Chi of the Netherworld into Earth Demon power. However, once successfully cultivated, the power of this secret technique was infinite, and no one below the Emperor realm could resist it. Yin Luxing had quietly hidden this wisp of Azura Earth Demon in his space ring, and after Yang Kai took it, he suddenly stimulated the power of this secret technique, and sure enough, Yang Kai was hit. But what shocked Yin Luxing was that Yang Kai was actually able to stop this Azura Earth Demon. Although he seemed to be seriously injured, none of his vitals were injured, so there was no danger to his life at all. After a moment of shock, Yin Luxing immediately recovered, and his figure flickered as he pounced towards Yang Kai like a great peng spreading its wings, roaring with a ferocious expression. "This Yin can only seize the moment for revenge. 10 years is too late. Yang Kai, die." At the same time as Yin Luxing made his move, Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian also attacked together. The source chi of the two surged, and using some kind of secret technique, they merged into one and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Their momentum was peerless. The others also reacted quickly. They all shouted as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Previously they were forced to hand over their space rings, so they had long been suppressing their anger. Now that they saw Yang Kai being attacked by Yin Luxing and seriously injured, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. Yang Kai, run. Lan He was startled as she watched the situation change. He hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was distorted. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or something else. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he said, "You can't escape." He could not see through this natural spirit array at all. Unless he had time to calm down and study it slowly, there was no way he could escape from here. Raising the myriad sword in his hand, Yang Kai slammed it towards the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "You want to take my life? I'll let you all die first." Boom! Along with the strike of the myriad sword, a halo of light suddenly swayed out from the mountains and rivers bell, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and in an instant they cried for their parents. However, to everyone's surprise, the sound wave didn't spread too far. Instead, it directly exploded. Yang Kai was sent flying with a bang. "Ha! You can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins of your own making." Zhang Hao was overjoyed when he saw this. Although he didn't know why the sound of the mountains and rivers bell being struck this time was different from before, this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai. He shouted with all his might, "Everyone, let's attack together and let this surnamed Yang die without a burial place." The rest of the people also looked refreshed and rushed forward. Yang Kai's head was dizzy and he couldn't tell north from south. The change of the mountains and rivers bell this time was also beyond his expectations. He never expected such a thing to happen. He didn't know if it was the work of the artifact spirit. But at this moment of life and death, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly on its own. Along with this vibration, the void suddenly collapsed. This natural spirit array that shrouded such a large area of the void collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Looking around, a black hole the size of a house appeared out of thin air. The mountains and rivers bell turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the black hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the black hole expanded at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, a huge suction force came from the black hole, pulling in all the cultivators' bodies. "What's going on? What's going on? Not good, let's get out of here, the space here is collapsing." "Surnamed Yang, you're not human." Everyone shouted and panicked. Even Yin Luxing, who was determined to kill Yang Kai, had a change of expression at this moment. How could he care about Yang Kai's life and death? He turned around and tried to escape. But the suction force from the black hole behind him was simply too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he could only hover in place, unable to leave at all. As the black hole rapidly expanded, the suction force also became stronger and more terrifying, making every cultivator feel desperate and powerless. Yang Kai and Lan He, who were closest to the black hole, were the first to be sucked in and disappeared. After a while, one cultivator after another screamed miserably and made strange postures as they were swallowed into the black hole in a panic. In less than 10 breaths of time, none of the several dozen cultivator could escape the suction of the black hole and were all swallowed up. And the black hole was still expanding. It wasn't until a certain moment when the black hole seemed to have expanded to a limit that it suddenly shrank towards the center and disappeared in an instant. The void returned to calmness, leaving behind a rich fluctuation of space force, indicating that there had been a change here. In a daze, Yang Kai woke up and the first thing he heard was Lan He's call. The pain in his arm was still unbearable. It was a pain that touched his soul as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He vaguely knew what had happened just now, but because he had been blasted by the sound waves of the mountains and rivers bell at close range, his mind was shaken and he was not in the mood to investigate the situation around him. He only saw the formation of a black hole and felt a huge suction force pulling him in. Then he arrived here. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, that shock alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As the shouts in his ears became clearer and clearer, Yang Kai shook his head and finally recovered some of his spirit. He turned his head and looked around, but he couldn't see anything at all. There was no light in this place, only chaos and nothingness. A familiar feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. This was clearly the interlayer between the cracks of the void, a passageway in the void. Void corridors existed everywhere in this world, but if one didn't understand the Tao of space, they wouldn't be able to detect them and wouldn't have the opportunity to enter here. Recalling the previous scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason why he had come to this void corridor was because of the mountains and rivers Bell's sudden eruption, shattering the void with great power. The black hole was the most obvious sign. Suppressing the various discomforts and pains in his body, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and found Lan He not far from him. At this moment, Lan He's situation was worrying because she had been entangled by a void current and was trapped inside, unable to move. There were dangers everywhere in this void corridor, but the biggest one was this void current. This void current was similar to a river and was invisible, but it was formed by chaotic space force. Once a person fell into it, it would be very difficult to get out and could only wait to be swallowed up by this void current. Even Yang Kai had to be careful of these void currents when walking in this void corridor. Although Lan He's cultivation was high, she didn't understand the Tao of space, so after falling into the void current, she was helpless and could only wait for death. Yang Kai quickly came to her side and called out, "Sister Lan He." Lan He was slightly startled and immediately called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai?" "Yes, it's me," Lan He replied. "I'm entangled by a strange force and can't get away. Don't come close." She was afraid that Yang Kai would follow in her footsteps, so she quickly reminded him. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, this is a void current. I'll save you now." Lan He shook her head and said, "No, I've tried. The harder I try, the deeper I sink. It's like a swamp. If you continue to help, it will only backfire. If you have a chance to leave this place in the future, go to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and tell them that I, Lan He, have died here." She seemed to feel that she had no hope of surviving and even had to make arrangements for her funeral. Yang Kai remained silent, crouched down and quietly sensed her. Lan He spoke for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, she said sadly, "Right, take my space ring and give it to my Heavenly Wolf Valley's people." Saying so, she was about to take off her space ring. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and patted her position. Space force instantly fluctuated, turning into an invisible force that affected the movement of the void current. After a short while, the surging void current was directly smoothed out, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Lan He out. How? Lan He seemed to be unable to believe that she had escaped so easily and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon she reacted and cried out involuntarily, "Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "I know a thing or two." Lan He was surprised. "Are you Master Li Wuyi's disciple?" Li Wuyi again. Yang Kai had heard this name more than once and already knew that he was a famous master in the star boundary. He was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master and was proficient in the Tao of space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this person was the strongest master under the 10 great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I've heard of him long ago, but I never had the chance to meet him." He was not going to continue talking about this topic and said, "I'll take you to a safer place first. I still need to heal." Hearing this, Lan He recalled that he had been attacked by Yin Luxing before and hurriedly said, "That Azura Earth Demon is a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Its corrosive power is extremely strong. Under the Emperor realm, anyone who gets hit by it will die without a doubt. How can you be okay?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just lucky, or that little brat Yin Luxing's cultivation isn't good enough." This Azura Earth Demon was indeed terrifying. Yang Kai estimated that if it were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator, they would not be able to escape from it, but his strength was not comparable to an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. Whether it was the quality of his physique, source chi, or spiritual energy, they were far beyond the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so he was able to suppress this Azura Earth Demon. Even so, half of his arm was corroded beyond recognition. Chapter 2458. After shuttling through the void corridor with Lan He for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Lan He didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to disturb him rashly and just stood quietly to the side. After a while, Yang Kai said, "It's safe here. The space here is relatively stable. Miss Lan He, please rest here for a while. I need to heal my wounds." Once I've healed, I'll send you out. Send me out. He was stunned, but when she remembered how Yang Kai had easily rescued her before, she immediately felt confident in him and nodded. Good, you don't need to worry about me. It's more important to heal your wounds as soon as possible. The Azura Earth Demon's corrosive power is extremely strong. The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, circulated his space force, and waved it around her a few times before saying, I've left a space imprint here. If anything happens, I'll be able to detect it immediately and come over immediately. After saying so, he turned around and flew away. After Yang Kai left, He slowly sat down cross-legged and released her divine sense to investigate the situation around her. She found that, as Yang Kai had said, the space here was relatively stable. Without the strange power she had encountered before, she didn't dare to move and could only wait here. Not far away, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of healing pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating beans. His current injuries weren't too serious, and the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell were quickly recovering. The only troublesome thing was the Azura Earth Fiend. This thing was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, tightly wrapped around his arm. Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to force the Earth Demon's power out of his body. Fortunately, his source chi was vigorous and pure. Even if this secret technique was extremely powerful, it couldn't stop him from expelling it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai forced the Azura Earth Demon's power out of his body little by little, his expression meticulous and his movements methodical. After about 5 or 6 days, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Azura Earthly Demon had completely disappeared. Only the corrosive wound on his arm had not completely healed. However, with his strong physique and recovery ability, he was able to recover. This kind of injury was actually nothing. After 5 or 6 days of recovery, the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell had also healed. Yang Kai swung his arm, slowly stood up and walked towards He's location. Not long after, Yang Kai came to He's side and found that she was still sitting cross-legged in the same place. The space seal he had set up before also showed no signs of being touched, indicating that this place had been calm for the past few days and had not been affected by the void's power. Sensing Kai Yang's arrival, He is Brother Yang. There's no problem. Yang Kai replied with a smile. That's good. He also breathed a sigh of relief. After a pause, she said, Can we go out now? Yang Kai said, Of course, come, I'll send you out. What about you? You still want to stay? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said confidently, I am very familiar with this place. There won't be any danger. I want to find the mountains and rivers Bell. It also entered this void passageway and I don't know where it is now. So it's like that. He knew that she couldn't persuade him too much. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai. Then I hope Brother Yang's wish will be fulfilled soon. I'll count on your auspicious words. Yang Kai grinned. Right. He suddenly remembered something and said, You said before that you had something to ask of me? After being reminded by her, Yang Kai also remembered something and patted his head. It's like this, I have a friend. More than a year ago he set out from the Northern Territory to your Heavenly Wolf Valley. Brother Yang's friend? Does he want to join my Heavenly Wolf Valley? But why did he set out from the Northern Territory? He was surprised. If he was a cultivator from the Northern Territory, he should have chosen a sect in the Northern Territory first. There was no reason for him to travel to the Eastern Territory. After all, the distance between the two large territories was extremely far. If he didn't use a space array that could cross territory, he might not be able to get there in several years. It's a bit complicated, let's talk about it as we go. Yang Kai said as he took He to find the weak point in the space while explaining to her. The friend he was talking about was naturally Ling Yinchin. When he heard Zhang Hao, the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, mention Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai felt like he had heard of this sect before, but he couldn't remember when. Later, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly remembered. Ling Yinchin had mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley in front of him before. Because Ling Yinchin's dead husband was a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. The two met and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world and later became husband and wife, but her husband was unfortunately killed in the process of saving her. Ling Yinchin cherished his memory to this day. The high-grade spirit purifying array she lent to Yang Kai at that time was bought by her husband at a high price, and it was also the object of her yearning. Because of this, after the spirit purifying array was damaged, Yang Kai put in a lot of effort to ask Sangda to repair it, which led to all the subsequent events. When Ling Yinqin came out of the solitary void-sealed world, she also brought out her husband's ashes. The last time they parted in the Northern Territory, Ling Yinqin said that she wanted to send her husband's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that he could rest in peace. After briefly telling Lan He about Ling Yinqin and her husband, Lan He also sighed and said, that Sister Ling must be an infatuated woman. If she wasn't infatuated, how could she be willing to go from the Northern Territory to the Eastern Territory just to send her husband's ashes back to the sect? One had to know that not only was the journey long, but it was also full of dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Big Sister Ling was a very good person, Yang Kai said solemnly. What was her husband's name? If he was really a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, maybe I've heard of him, Lan He asked. Yang Kai shook his head. Big Sister Ling didn't mention this. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, if we can see Big Sister Ling, we can just ask her. Lan He didn't delve into this issue. Yang Kai said, Big Sister Ling was infatuated with her husband. I think that even if she sent his ashes back, she probably wouldn't want to leave his side. It's just that Big Sister Ling isn't a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, so Heavenly Wolf Valley may not let her stay for long. This Yang wants to ask Sister Lan, if you can see Big Sister Ling in the future, please take care of her. If she can join Heavenly Wolf Valley and become a disciple, it would be best. If not, please let Big Sister Ling mourn for her husband from time to time to relieve her lovesickness. Since it's Brother Yang's request, there's naturally no problem. Lan He was also a straightforward person and agreed at once. Yang Kai was overjoyed. With Sister Lan's words, I can rest assured. Lan He was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Her status was definitely not comparable to an ordinary disciple. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do it. Although this woman's appearance and figure were average, she had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men. What's Big Sister Ling's cultivation now? Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her strength isn't at the top, it's definitely not bad. Yang Kai gave a pertinent evaluation. Third Order Dao Source Realm? Lan He's eyes lit up when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, then there's absolutely no problem for her to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley. If she's someone of unknown origin, she may need to be assessed, but since she's someone Yang Kai mentioned, she can be exempted from the assessment. I'll tell Master when I go back. Thank you very much. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have much of a friendship with Ling Yinqin, they had come out of the solitary void-sealed world together. With her cultivation, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to join Ice Heart Valley, and Bing Yun also wanted her to stay, but she was troubled by love and wanted to go to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so everyone could only let her. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley in the future, it would be a good place for her. This way, not only would she have a sect to rely on, but she could also accompany her husband day and night. Yang Kai believed Ling Yinqin wouldn't refuse. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and Lan He also stopped. Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the surroundings and said, this is the place. I'll tear space later. Sister Lan He, you can rest assured that there won't be any danger. Good. Lan He nodded and cupped her fists. Brother Yang, you must also be careful. If there is a chance in the future, you must come to my Heavenly Wolf Valley as a guest. Of course. Yang Kai replied. After saying so, his expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand and thrust it into the void in front of him. The force of space surged and the laws of space fluctuated, causing the void corridor to distort and become unstable. Lan He's expression changed slightly as she held her breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Open! Yang Kai shouted as his hands suddenly moved to the sides. Under Lan He's shocked gaze, the void in front of them was torn apart like a piece of silk, and a crack appeared in it in an instant. And as Yang Kai moved, this crack grew bigger and bigger. Lan He's eyes trembled as she watched in amazement. Tearing space with one's bare hands was something she had only heard of and had never seen with her own eyes. But now this scene was clearly presented in front of her eyes, shocking her. From the void crack, Lan He clearly saw the dilapidated scenery of the Shattered Star Sea and immediately understood that they could return to the Shattered Star Sea through this crack. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Lan He didn't dare to hesitate. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the crack. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the other side. When she turned around, the crack had already closed quickly. Yang Kai stood in the void corridor and waved at her with a smile. Brother Yang, take care. Lan He shouted, but the crack had already closed. She didn't know if Yang Kai had heard her or not. Standing in place for a while, Lan He sighed and looked for a direction to fly towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Although her contact with Yang Kai was short, it was as if a new door had opened in front of her, allowing her to see how powerful a Dao Source Realm cultivator could be. In front of a cultivator in the same realm, the elite disciples of top sects were as insignificant as ants that could be killed with a wave of his hand. She knew that she couldn't cultivate to this extent. If she wanted to become stronger, she could only break through to the Emperor realm. An urgent thought emerged from the depths of her heart. She wanted to break through as soon as possible and obtain more power. Chapter 2459. Inside the void corridor, Yang Kai quickly passed through it as if he was walking on flat ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous void turbulence and the erratic void cracks. This place might be dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai it was like his own back garden. When he was cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times, comprehending the mysteries of space and experiencing the wonders of Space Force. He had a clear understanding of the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after separating from Lan He, Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand, which was the reaction between star seals. His expression changed and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was a six-pointed star seal, which was a relatively high-end existence, so he could sense the location of most cultivator from a long distance. Not long after he arrived at the place, but when he looked around, the scene he saw made him frown. Because the scene in front of him was bloody, with countless severed limbs and minced flesh constantly floating in the void undercurrent. There was not a single living person in sight. In that place, however, there were 7 or 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 7 or 8 star seals meant that 7 or 8 people had died here. They had not been killed by others, but had fallen into the void corridor and been swallowed by the void undercurrent, or had been killed by the void cracks here. When Yang Kai walked over, the ownerless star seals seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight that imprinted themselves on the back of his hand, causing his 6-pointed star seal to become even brighter and warmer. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. Previously, everyone had been swallowed by the collapsed space and their futures were uncertain. He wasn't worried about the life or death of others. The only one he was worried about was Luxing. This guy had better not die before he found him. If he died, Yang Kai would have no way to find him to inquire about information. There were still some vague reactions coming from the front. Yang Kai didn't stop for long and continued on his way. The further he went, the more corpses Yang Kai encountered of cultivator corpses and star seals left behind. He didn't need to do anything at all. Along the way, he had already collected more than 20 star seals. In other words, of the more than 40 Dao Source Realm cultivator who had been swallowed here, half of them had died. And from what he observed along the way, they should all be together, probably trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the Tao of space and couldn't break through the barrier of space, so they couldn't find an exit. According to this situation, this group of people would die sooner or later. Suddenly, Yang Kai heard a faint shout. His eyes flashed as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. After a short while, he arrived in front of a surging void undercurrent. Seemingly aware of Kai Yang's arrival, the person hurriedly shouted in Kai Yang's direction, "Friend, save me. Don't leave me behind. Save me." Yang Kai was indifferent. Yang Kai Yang's divine sense. Yang 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 and Yang Yang. Where is Luxing? Yang Kai suddenly asked. When the man heard Yang Kai's voice, he was startled for a moment before calling out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." He obviously recognized Yang Kai's voice. "Where is Luxing?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, save me first. Everything else can be discussed." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Zhang Hao won't save you, why should I?" This man was Zhou Xian of Brahma Holy Land. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, so their strength was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Falling into the void undercurrent, he could only wait for death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no trace of Zhang Hao here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. Zhang Hao. Hearing Yang Kai mention this name, Zhou Xian seemed to be touched. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "Don't mention that despicable villain's name in front of me. I will kill him sooner or later." Yang Kai didn't know what happened between these two holy sons, but Zhou Xian actually hated Zhang Hao to the bone. Yang Kai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it and just sneered, "Wait until you have a chance to get out of here." Hearing this, Zhou Xian's momentum fell to the bottom as he cried and begged, "Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Save me from here. I Zhou Xian will definitely repay your kindness. First tell me where Immerse went." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Zhou Xian said, "If I tell you, will you save me?" Yang Kai asked back, "What do you think?" Zhou Xian was angry and said, "Then why should I tell you?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the capital to be angry at this time, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't be angry." Zhou Xian misspoke. Yang Kai snorted, "I don't have the heart to save you and I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless." Zhou Xian panicked and his heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare show it, so the bitterness in his mouth was like eating a gold thread. "Although I won't save you, I can avenge you." Yang Kai sneered, "Zhang Hao and Immerse are together, right? Tell me where they went and I will help you kill Zhang Hao." "Kill Zhang Hao?" Zhou Xian was stunned and was silent for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just stood to the side and stared at him coldly. After a while, Zhou Xian's laughter faded and he said with a ferocious expression, "If you can find Zhang Hao, tear him to pieces for me. That's easy, I promise you." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown grievances between these two holy sons, otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't be so hostile towards Zhang Hao. "They went that way." Zhou Xian casually pointed in a direction. Yang Kai turned his head and nodded, his hand moving slightly as a moon blade slashed towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations coming towards him, he was now trapped in the void undercurrent and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only ask in horror, "What are you doing?" With a light swish, Zhou Xian felt a slight pain in his arm. Yang Kai coldly said, "I'll take your star seal, consider it as interest for the two of you joining forces to attack me. As for the rest, you can count on your own luck." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and collected the star seal on Zhou Xian's severed arm before turning around and rushing off in the direction Zhou Xian had indicated before. "Bastard, bastard!" Zhou Xian covered his wound with his other hand and roared with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai, however, had long since disappeared. About half a day later, Yang Kai finally sensed the location of the others, but most of them were dead, either swallowed by the void undercurrent or strangled to death by the void cracks. Their corpses were in tatters, leaving only their star seals to guide Yang Kai. Another day later, Yang Kai had collected most of the star seals of the more than 40 people. After swallowing more than 30 star seals, the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand finally changed, turning into a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to perceive further distances. It was rumored that if a star seal could be upgraded to the highest level, a 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Whether this was true or not, Yang Kai had no interest in the so-called inheritance, so he didn't insist on it. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little calculation, Yang Kai knew that the owners of these star seals were the last survivors. And Immerse must be among them because along the way, although Yang Kai found the corpses of the other two Netherworld sect disciples, he did not see Immerse. That guy was really lucky. He actually managed to survive until the end of the void corridor. How did he do it? Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed over. After an incense stick worth of time, he arrived at the place where these people were. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that there were only 4 people left. Immerse and Zhang Hao were among them, and the remaining 2 seemed to be top Dao Source Realm masters, but Yang Kai was not familiar with them. Moreover, not only were the four of them here but even the mountains and rivers bell which had disappeared into the void was also here. This unique treasure from the untainted land was responsible for the birth of an emperor and witnessed the war between emperors. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, it was now lying quietly in a corner of the void corridor. Its brilliance was restrained and it had no spirituality at all. It was like an old object that was quietly waiting for the arrival of its next owner. "You're not dead." Luxing turned his head and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment when he arrived here. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, which Luxing knew. When the two fought in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used the Space Divine technique to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Luxing was stunned because Yang Kai had clearly withstood the shock of the mountains and rivers bell at such a close distance and was struck by his Azure Earth demon, yet he could still survive. And now it seemed that not only did he survive but he was also alive and kicking. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You're not dead either. Why is Brother so surprised?" Luxing's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Good, very good, you're not dead." He actually had a look of joy on his face for Yang Kai, but it was unknown what he was so happy about. Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully and said, "Brother it's easy to misunderstand what you're saying. It's as if we have a very good relationship." Luxing laughed. "No matter what your relationship with me is, it's a good thing that you're not dead." Yang Kai's face became cold as he said, "I'm not dead but you're dead." Luxing said calmly, "There is no enmity between you and me, so why don't we just forget about it?" With a smile. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he said, This, did I hear you right? Brother you actually want to forget about enmity?" With a smile. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Zhang Hao and the other two also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, they had seen the conflict and resentment between Yang Kai and Luxing before. Both of them were itching to kill the other, so why did Luxing's attitude change so much in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2460. Luxing smiled and said, "My head isn't broken and I'm actually quite clear-headed. Because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's strength is indispensable." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "I understand what Brother means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Luxing quickly said, "Don't you want to inquire about that puppet? That puppet is of great use to you, isn't it?" Hearing him mention Xiao, Yang Kai's face sank and he shouted, "Where is it?" Luxing chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Yang really values it. Since Brother Yang has a request and I have one, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush over and beat Luxing up and then force him to tell him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, at this time, brute force couldn't solve the problem. As long as Luxing didn't tell him about Xiao, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, and even if he did, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he was telling the truth or not. Compared to killing Luxing, Yang Kai wanted to know more about Xiao. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "What kind of deal? Let's hear it." Luxing said, "You take me out of this damned place and I'll tell you the whereabouts of that puppet." Yang Kai sneered, "How do I know you're telling the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao is." "I know." Luxing's expression turned solemn. "I might as well tell you that your puppet did fall into the Eastern Territory with me, but with my strength at the time I couldn't subdue it, so I followed it trying to find a good opportunity, but unfortunately I never succeeded. Where did it go now? In this world I am the only one who knows about this, there is no second person. Brother Yang, you'd best think clearly about whether you want to fight me here to the death, both of us suffering heavy losses, or make a fair trade where we each take what we need." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Tell me first and I'll immediately send you away. I promise I won't attack you." Luxing chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then what do you want?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The two of them kept arguing, causing the other three to be amazed. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai and Luxing were arguing about, they could more or less understand what was going on. Zhang Hao suddenly said, "Brother can he take us out of here?" Luxing glanced at him and said, "If he can't, then no one can." Luxing frowned. Because Brother Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space. Proficient in the Tao of space. Zhang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The other two were also very excited, secretly licking their lips. "This young master is proficient in the Tao of space. It's none of your business." Yang Kai glared at the three men, his stomach full of displeasure. Hao smiled apologetically and said, Brother Yang, it can be said that we don't know each other until we fight. Now only the few of us are still alive. How about you take us out with you? Don't worry, we will repay you generously in the future. Yes, yes, Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in our hearts and we will repay you in the future. Brother Yang, the more friends you have, the more options you have. If you come to my western territory in the future, this son will definitely welcome you. The two men also shouted along with Hao, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly. Frem. Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Hao's expression gradually became cold when he heard this, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Yang Kai, don't be too insensible. Although your strength is good, if the four of us join forces, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to be rough with you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master wasn't afraid of 40 of you before, but now there are only 4 of you left. What can you do to me? If you want to die, come up and try. Hao's face stiffened, but he also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. The previous 40 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. What's more, it was rumored that a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't win, they were first class at escaping. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Hao and the other two, turning to look at Yin Lusheng and saying, Since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with an explanation that can convince both of us, otherwise you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for you. Yin Lusheng's face sank as he asked, Brother Yang, are you so confident that you can kill me? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, In this environment, I can make you die without a burial place with just a wave of my hand, so do you think I can kill you or not? Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly appeared in the void, as if it had received a command, and like a long river, it rushed towards Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After regaining his footing, his face was incomparably pale. He thought that since he had a trump card, there was no need for him to be too afraid of Yang Kai, but now it seemed that this special environment not only did not bind Yang Kai, but instead increased his strength imperceptibly. If he really fought here, his chances of winning were less than 20%. He had to get out of here quickly lest something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Yin Lusheng quickly said, Brother Yang, look at this. Saying so, he casually tossed something towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks, so after catching it he swept it with his divine sense and asked in surprise, Oh? A soul contract? Yin Lusheng raised his brow and said, Since Brother Yang recognizes this thing, it'll be easy. The spirit contract was a little toy that the Serene Soul Great Emperor, the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace in the eastern region, had come up with when he was bored. It was like a contract, and the people who signed the contract swore with their spirits. However, because the spirit contract contained a strange power, both parties who swore an oath could not violate the contents of the contract. Once they violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their souls devoured. Soul contracts were extremely rare in other places, and Yang Kai had seen one in the past, so he recognized it and knew the authority of this thing. As long as the two parties who signed the contract swore with their souls, after the contract took effect, they could no longer violate it unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul, and the Serene Soul Palace of the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, it was normal for Yin Lusheng, a disciple of the Eastern Territory, to have a soul contract. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and said, Since there is a soul contract, of course there is no problem. Yin Lusheng said, Good, you send me out of here and I will tell you the whereabouts of the puppet. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded, No problem. Hao anxiously said, Brother Yin, take me with you. My Brahma Holy Land and your Netherworld sect are allied sects. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Yin Lusheng frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and said, Hao's life has been decided by someone, he must die here. Hao's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, Who? Who wants my life? Kai Yang coldly glared at him and snorted, Whoever you leave behind, that person will take your life. Hao was stunned and absent-mindedly said, Zhou Xian. Then he shouted angrily, Impudent! I am brother, yet he wants someone to kill me. Simply a bastard. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, ignoring him and instead looking at Yin Lixing and said, "Brother Yin, swear." "Good." Yin Lixing nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to send him out of here safely, he must tell Yang Kai Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai also swore with his soul. As his spiritual energy surged, the soul contract suddenly shone brightly and split into two, turning into two streams of light that poured into Yang Kai and Yin Lixing's bodies, causing both of them to snort lightly as they felt a layer of shackles binding them. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. "Where's Xiao?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yin Lixing. Yin Lixing smiled slightly, his lips squirming as he transmitted a message. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked in amazement, "How could he be there?" Yin Lixing was surprised. "Oh? Brother Yang knows that place." Yang Kai calmly said, "I heard someone mention it not long ago. Are you sure he went there?" Yin Lixing replied, "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At first I didn't know where it was, but after living in the Eastern Territory for a while, I realized how dangerous that place was. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Brother Yang today." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Compared to not knowing Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, he was more worried now. Yin Lixing had already made a soul oath with him and was bound by the soul contract, so it was impossible for him to lie to him, but if Xiao Zhao went to that place, it would definitely be disastrous. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Lixing, however, smiled and said, "Okay, this Yin has told Brother Yang the truth, now it's time for you to fulfill the agreement, right?" Yang Kai glanced at him unhappily before suddenly stretching out his hand and inserting it into the void nearby. Yin Lixing stared intently, and when he saw a void crack being torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face as he quickly said, "Brother Yang is really amazing. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm in the future, he will definitely be the second Li Wu Yi." "From?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Lixing laughed. "Then this Yin will take his leave. I hope we will meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die." Yang Kai ground his teeth. Yin Lixing didn't care and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the void crack, instantly arriving on the other side. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and the others impatiently followed closely behind him when they saw this, and they executed various divine abilities with the intention of escaping from here. Yang Kai just looked at them coldly and didn't stop them. Chapter 2461. Zhang Hao and the other two were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Kai had acquiesced, so they moved even faster. But just as the three of them passed through the void crack, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his hand. The spatial rift that had been torn closed with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the bodies of the other two were cut in half, blood and internal organs spilling out of their bodies. Their auras were instantly sucked dry, making for a terrifying sight. On the other hand, Zhang Hao reacted extremely quickly and retreated at the critical moment, avoiding this fatal blow. After standing firm, Zhang Hao glanced to the side with lingering fear before turning to Yang Kai and saying, You really want to kill us all?" Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face and said, "No one who has provoked this young master has a good end. Don't be too arrogant. I, Zhang Hao, am also the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Zhang Hao roared. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Are you done?" Zhang Hao was startled and asked in horror, "What do you want to do?" "If you're done, then be on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved both of his hands. The surrounding undercurrents in the void suddenly boiled up, and as if they had received some kind of order, they all rushed towards Zhang Hao, surrounding him tightly in an instant, making it impossible for him to move. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly as he desperately urged his source qi to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the strange void undercurrents. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His face suddenly turned pale as he looked up at Yang Kai and said in a trembling voice, "Spare me, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means handing over my soul brand." Handing over his soul brand meant that he would have to obey Yang Kai's orders in the future. He would become Yang Kai's slave. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Since he could put forward such a condition, it could be seen that he was really desperate. But at this moment of life and death, Zhang Hao only wanted to survive, so how could he care about anything else? "Your strength is too low, what's the use of keeping you alive?" Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, Countless tiny void cracks suddenly appeared around Zhang Hao's body. They were densely packed and innumerable. Your strength is too low. Zhang Hao's expression was dull. For the first time he felt deeply insulted. Yang Kai was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Zhang Hao's cultivation was the same as his, but he actually said that his cultivation was too low. Enraged, Zhang Hao shouted hysterically, "I'll fight it out with you." As he spoke, his face flushed red, and his origin energy suddenly became restless. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Yang Kai's face darkened as he harumphed, "Trying to self-detonate? That depends on whether you have the chance." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tiny void cracks suddenly shot towards Zhang Hao as if they had been given a life of their own. After a series of light noises, Zhang Hao froze in place, his expression sluggish. His eyes were lifeless. His life force quickly dissipated, and the dangerous aura that came from his body also disappeared. After a short while, accompanied by a soft crashing sound, Zhang Hao's entire body turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground, and was swallowed up by the surging void undercurrent. Just as Zhou Xian had requested before, Zhang Hao was really torn to pieces this time. A six-pointed star seal shot out from where he stood and rushed straight towards the back of Yang Kai's hand, turning into specks of starlight that were absorbed by his seven-pointed star seal. After killing Zhang Hao, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. His gloomy mood improved slightly. He stood in place, frowning as he recalled the information Yin Luxing had revealed to him before. Xiao had actually gone to that kind of place. This was something he had never expected. However, if he had really gone there were pros and cons. Yang Kai had always been worried that Xiao would become the target of other people's pursuit. If he had gone there, he would not have this concern because even cultivators rarely set foot in that place. But that place was full of danger and he did not know if Xiao could survive there safely. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory. He secretly decided that after the matter in the Shattered Star Sea was over, he would set off to find Xiao's whereabouts. After making up his mind, Yang Kai adjusted his mood and turned his head, looking at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with fiery eyes. When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, dozens of cultivators had been eyeing it covetously and had chased it all the way to this place. Now he was the only one left in this void corridor and the rest had either left or died. He had a lot of time to try to refine this Mountains and Rivers Bell. Qi Hai had said that this Mountains and Rivers Bell was an ancient treasure that the Unyielding great emperors had brought out from the ancient wildlands. If he could refine it, then this trip to the Shattered Star Sea would not have been in vain. However, refining such a treasure was definitely not a simple matter. Yang Kai did not know how to refine it, so he could only try to use the method Qi Hai had mentioned before. The Unyielding great emperors had withstood 81 rings of the bell and not died. Only then did they obtain the approval of the artifact spirit and bring it out of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai could only follow suit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state, and walked towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell step by step. For some reason, the Mountains and Rivers Bell's brilliance was restrained at this moment, and even the mysterious patterns on its surface were no longer visible. It now looked like an ordinary worn-out bell. Even if it was thrown in front of the world, no one would take a look at it. However, it still gave Yang Kai the feeling of a sleeping dragon, as if it would let out a monstrous roar once it was awakened. After a while, Yang Kai came to the front of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. But to his surprise, the Mountains and Rivers Bell did not show any reaction. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Kai carefully stretched out his hand and stroked the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The moment Yang Kai's palm touched the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly shook slightly, and a world-shaking sound suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This sound contained a primordial aura and destructive power, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy for a moment, as if he had been brought back to the ancient wildlands by a torrent of time. In his mind, inexplicable illusions appeared one after another. Among those illusions, there were scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, tsunamis raging as if the end of the world had arrived. There was a strong naked giant with his head touching the sky and feet stepping on the ground, walking proudly, and wherever he passed all living beings would retreat. There was the first cultivator who moved mountains and drained seas, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, using the great divine technique to fight against the disasters of the heavens and earth, seeking a slim chance of survival. There were countless divine spirits fighting with each other, fighting for territory, causing blood to spill all over the earth, shattering the heavens and earth. The sea changed into mulberry fields, and in an instant, it felt like thousands of years had passed. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, sliding through the void for tens of thousands of meters. His face was as pale as paper and his aura was chaotic. After a while he suddenly sat up cross-legged and silently circulated his secret art to heal his injuries. The pain in his mind was simply unbearable. It was a wound to his soul. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to recover and could only wait for their soul to dry up and die. Even if Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, it would not be easy for him to recover. Not only that, Yang Kai also sensed a strange power invading his body along with the mountains and rivers' bells' vibrations. This power was indescribable, but it didn't do him any harm. It just gave him a vague sense of its existence. It took Yang Kaihua 10 days to completely heal the wounds on his soul, and he had also completely refined that strange power. Somehow he seemed to have gained something, but it was extremely vague and he couldn't grasp it. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai pondered for a while before getting up and walking towards the mountains and rivers' bell again. After a short while, just like the first time, he was sent flying by the mountains and rivers' bell, vomiting blood and directly losing half his life. After getting up in a sorry state, he hurriedly healed his injuries. In the following days, Yang Kai repeated this process, being sent flying, healing, continuing to try to refine and subdue the mountains and rivers' bell, then being sent flying again, healing. What he was most thankful for was that he had cultivated a powerful physique and possessed the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. No matter what he lacked, it was not enough to support him to carry out such an action. Even if he did not die on the spot, there would be hidden injuries, but his strong physique and the soul-warming lotus were enough to allow him to fully recover. Moreover, as time passed, the time it took for him to recover became shorter and shorter, and the injuries he suffered each time gradually became lighter. The accumulation of that strange power made him gradually realize what kind of power it was. 2 months later, Yang Kai was finally able to withstand the first blow of the mountains and rivers' bell and come out unscathed, but he was sent flying again after the second blow. 3 months later he was able to withstand 5 consecutive shocks. Half a year later, 20. A year later, 60. His progress was extremely fast. One day, a year and a half later, Yang Kai's face was full of vicissitudes. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his tattered clothes were full of blood residue. He looked extremely miserable, but his aura was more and more powerful and unfathomable. He closed his eyes and covered the surface of the mountains and rivers' bell with both hands. At this moment, this ancient exotic artifact had once again returned to its original appearance when Yang Kai first saw it. Its whole body was shining brightly and countless mysterious patterns on its surface were swimming back and forth like fish, filling the air with a rich ancient aura. The sound of the bell echoed in Yang Kai's mind, and each sound was enough to make a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator vomit blood and retreat. But the expression on Yang Kai's face was as if he was enjoying the hardship. Not only did he not feel the slightest pain, but he also looked like he had gained a lot. Hong Hong Hong. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Yang Kai did not move. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. His expression finally became much more dignified, but he was still fine. After the 70 times, the sound from his knowledge sea made Yang Kai's face turn slightly pale, and his vitality surged as if he could not hold on at any time. But he still did not move, bearing the violent shocks of the mountains and rivers' bell. It was not until the 80th time that Yang Kai suddenly groaned, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body shook slightly, almost being sent flying. Chapter 2462. At this final juncture, Yang Kai forced himself to remain motionless. Hong. The 81st ring of the bell came as scheduled, and the violent impact almost completely tore him apart. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him unable to help but let out a beast-like roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, giving him a terrifying appearance. The ferocious savage force raged and boiled within his body, and the cracking sounds of bones dislocating rang out incessantly. Yang Kai felt as if he was about to die, and the aura of death made him feel cold all over, his hands and feet turning cold. With a loud shout, he surged his source chi and pushed his cultivation to the limit. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if thousands of years had passed. When the aftermath of the shock disappeared, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Success. After a year and a half of hard work, he had finally withstood the 81st ring of the Mountains and Rivers Bell and remained unscathed. Although his appearance was somewhat miserable, at least he had not been sent flying. If what Chi Hai said before was true, then his hard work and tenacity would be recognized by the Mountains and Rivers Bell artifact spirit, and he would become the new owner of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with a face full of expectation. But what he saw made him dumbfounded. Because the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell once again glowed with a dazzling light. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale and he was overwhelmed with shock. He had witnessed this situation countless times in the past year and a half. Every time the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell glowed, it was when the bell rang. Again. Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness with his current strength. With his current strength he had spent so much time. Withstanding 81 rings at a time was already his limit. If there was another one, he would definitely not be able to bear it and would most likely die. The first thought in his mind was to withdraw and retreat. It was more important to preserve his life first. Whether Chi Hai's method was invalid or the ancient record was wrong, he had tried his best, so even if he failed he would not regret it. But then, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had already worked so hard. If he were to give up now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? A surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest as Yang Kai let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed his source chi and fiercely blasted it towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell. To his surprise, his source chi flowed smoothly into the Mountains and Rivers Bell in front of him. This was something that had never happened before. In the past year and a half, Yang Kai had tried to do the same. However, every time the result was that his power was reflected back at him, causing him to suffer even more damage. But now his source energy had been accepted by the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, a shock that came from the depths of his heart and soul. His vision turned black, his mind went blank, and he fainted. The Mountains and Rivers Bell radiated a dazzling light from the surface of the bell, enveloping Yang Kai and wrapping him up. A primitive aura filled the void. As time passed, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the Mountains and Rivers Bell also slowly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm and fell beside Yang Kai. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was pain all over his body. Even thinking about it caused his head to feel like it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a cry. He clearly remembered the scene before he fainted. The first thing he wanted to do when he woke up was to check the situation of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. He really wanted to know if he had successfully subdued the unique treasure from the untainted land. But when he looked up, the original position of the Mountains and Rivers Bell was empty. He did not know where this ancient treasure had gone. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that it had broken through the void and disappeared again. A sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. He had worked so hard in the void for so long for the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but in the end he had gained nothing. It was not easy for anyone to accept this. But soon Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Because there was a strange feeling that was connected to him, making him involuntarily cast his gaze to the side. In his field of vision, a small palm-sized bell was floating quietly beside him. It looked simple and unremarkable. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although this ancient treasure had shrunk countless times, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. In surprise, he stretched out his hand and the Mountains and Rivers Bell flew into his palm. The moment he touched it, the vague feeling became much clearer. Yang Kai was indifferent for a moment and finally grinned. The method Chi Hai told him was correct. As long as he could withstand 81 shocks from this ancient treasure, he could gain its recognition and become its master. The great emperors Unyielding had successfully subdued it in this way, and so had he. However, when the great emperors subdued it, he was only a third-order emperor realm master. After obtaining the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he was able to peer into the higher heavenly way and become one of the great emperors. And he was only in the third-order Dao source realm, so naturally he could not compare with the cultivation of the great emperors, which was why it took him a year and a half to subdue it. Although it took a long time, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He played with the mountains and rivers bell in the palm of his hand for a while, and after confirming that he had subdued it, he happily wanted to put it away. But to Yang Kai's surprise, he could not take it into his body. Yang Kai was puzzled and tried to circulate his source qi to refine it, but strangely he could not even refine it. In other words, although the mountains and rivers bell was now his and he could use its power, he could not refine it, let alone take it into his body. Is this a characteristic of this ancient treasure? After all, it was an artifact that was born at the beginning of the world, not artificially refined, so it was reasonable that it was somewhat different from today's artifacts. However, Yang Kai did not delve into it. He was still seriously injured, so it was not the time to study the mountains and rivers bell carefully. He could only slowly familiarize himself with it in the future. After putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai began to heal his injuries. 5 days later he had fully recovered. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang Kai's aura was much more profound now. In the process of subduing the mountains and rivers bell, he had not grown at all. On the contrary, every time he was struck by the mountains and rivers bell, his divine sense would increase. Not only that, he could also feel the power of the mountains and rivers bell. It was a strange kind of power that made all living beings submit to it. It was hard to imagine how strong the Unyielding great emperors were when they possessed the mountains and rivers bell. But even such a powerful person was still no match for the heaven-devouring great emperors. In the War of Emperors, a total of 4 great emperors were killed by the heaven-devouring great emperors. Since ancient times, the strongest master in the star boundary was well-deserved. This reminded Yang Kai of the one-eyed giant demon. That one-eyed giant demon was also a master from ancient times. Countless ancient almighty masters had besieged it, but they had all been killed by it. In the end, even after they had died, the one-eyed giant demon was unable to be destroyed. It had been sealed outside Maplewood City by those ancient almighty masters. Whether it was the Cyclops giant demon or the heaven-devouring great emperors, they were all cruel people who regarded all living things as nothing more than grass. Life and death were only in their hands, but such slaughter was against the cycle of the heavenly way, so there was bound to be a calamity. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in Yang Kai's heart. His future path seemed to have become much clearer, and the source qi in his body even began to undergo a mysterious change. Emperor Qi transformation. Yang Kai was overjoyed, realizing that he had taken another big step forward from the Emperor realm. When a Dao Source Realm cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the power in their body would undergo another earth-shaking change. A Dao Source Realm cultivator's power was Source Qi, while the Emperor realm's power was Emperor Qi. There was a huge difference in quality between the two. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the source qi in their body would gradually transform into Emperor Qi, just like when an Origin King realm cultivator reached the Dao Source realm. This transformation was a long process. Unlike a Dao Source realm cultivator who could take source condensing pills to accelerate this transformation process, there was no shortcut to the transformation of Emperor Qi. It could only be done through hard work and the accumulation of time. The Sky Illumination Palace's Qiuzhe, whom Yang Kai had killed earlier, was a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just reached the Emperor realm not long ago. Although he had the cultivation of an Emperor realm cultivator, his realm had not stabilized and his Emperor Qi had not transformed much, so he could not display the full strength of an Emperor realm cultivator. That was why Yang Kai had killed him so easily. If it had been someone like Gao Shueting, Yang Kai might not have been able to defeat her with his current strength. Gao Shueting had reached the Emperor realm for a few years now, so she had already transformed her Emperor Qi completely. Her strength was not something Qiuzhe could compare to. And now, the source Qi in Yang Kai's body was transforming into Emperor Qi, which was the most obvious sign that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, or perhaps he only needed to wait a little longer, but he would eventually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. He had subdued the mountains and rivers bell, touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, collected so much source qi, and even obtained a rare treasure like the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai felt that this trip to the Shattered Star Sea was not in vain. He did not know what others had gained, but for him this trip had been worth it. For a moment he felt refreshed. He turned his head and looked around. Reaching out, he tore open the void barrier and walked out of the crevice in which he had stayed for a year and a half. What he saw was still the dilapidated and desolate scenery of the Shattered Star Sea. And this place was no longer the place where he had entered the void. Yang Kai did not know where he was in the shattered star sea. There was no one around, but the seven-pointed star seal on the back of his hand could vaguely sense some energy fluctuations coming from a very distant location. He thought for a moment, then leaped up and rushed towards the location of those fluctuations. Since there was someone there, it meant that there should be something good there. He did not want to rob others, but he thought that he might be able to exchange information with others. Maybe he could learn something from them that he did not know. About 2 hours later, he saw a broken star in the distance, and those stars were the source of those star seal fluctuations. Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the shattered star sea. But soon Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born. Not only that, but there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Breakthrough. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the shattered star sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor realm was the highest realm on the martial Dao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day he would climb to the peak of the martial Dao, and one day he would also advance to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he could secretly go and observe. To be able to witness the birth of the Emperor realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These 3 figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these 3 people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palm shadows. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of violent collisions, Yang Kai stood motionless in the same place, but the 3 people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Form the formation. One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength. Her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other 2 were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a good look at the 3 people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait. The 3 people who had formed the array looked at Yang Kai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their 3 long swords slowly waved and an even fiercer chill descended. You're from Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The 3 women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. These three people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yang Kai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the three people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yang Kai to be shocked. Yang Kai had no choice but to introduce himself. "My name is Yang Kai. I wonder if these three young ladies have heard of me." As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The three women's movements paused as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" "Indeed." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the three of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. "He looks a bit like you, whether it's his silhouette or figure. It's similar to the image senior sister showed us. It's just that he's too dirty, I can't even see his face clearly. His clothes are also tattered." The three women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the three of them spoke softly, Yang Kai could still hear them clearly and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent a year and a half in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like neither a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these three Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yang Kai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The water sword chi and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the three people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, "The three of you take a closer look. It's really Brother Yang." "Yes, it's Brother Yang." After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, the three of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The woman nodded and said, "N. They have been chasing us for many days." "Who?" The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, "Who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, "Although Feng Shi's strength is good, you are not bad either. Why are you afraid of him?" The woman said, "If it was the previous Feng Shi we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Feng Shi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through." "Senior sister." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, "So, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu?" "Yes." "When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The three of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion Sect, so we—" Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable." He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley's Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, "Eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others. Even Feng Shi of Seeking Passion Sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang, so when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, She deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you. Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm? Hearing what he said, the three from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So in the eyes of the three women she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through. How confident is she? One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said. Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success. The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%. Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the world energy baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the seeking passion sex people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, since I am here I will wait here with you. If the seeking passion sex people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return. When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Feng Shi. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Feng Shi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Feng Shi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Shi was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Dao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. Brother Yang, don't be careless. Feng Shi is no longer the same as before. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Feng Shi in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, They're here. They're here? The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking, but even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly, My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you. Feng Shi also has a 7-pointed star seal. One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. Brother Yang can sense them, so Feng Shi must have sensed us too. How many of them are here? Yang Kai said, I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Feng Shi had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Feng Shi also had a 7-pointed star seal. How did he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Feng Shi kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the Shattered Star Sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the three people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Feng Shi. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Feng Shi ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Feng Shi. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside. First, Ziyu had already begun to break through, then Feng Shi had already become an Emperor Realm Master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced or were in the process of advancing? It's precisely because Fengxi has already ascended to the Emperor realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable, otherwise we would have nowhere to run, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Fengxi was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Dao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Yang, you'd better leave quickly, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously. Fengxi has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave? Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, Fengxi has been chasing us but not to kill us. He just wants to force senior sister to submit so our lives are not in danger. Yang Kai said, even if Fengxi doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Fengxi will just sit back and watch? Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Fengxi wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Fengxi would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But at such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The three female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well, so after Yang Kai asked, all three of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. Perhaps we can replace senior sister and make Fengxi stop? One of them suggested bitterly. The other two women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted, it's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Fengxi has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The three of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them? Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, don't worry, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return. As soon as these words came out, the three women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Fengxi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Fengxi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. How could a Dao Source Realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The two were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead he said with a solemn expression, the Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Fengxi away. The three of you will do your best to protect Ziyu. Brother Yang, are you planning to? An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank and she said, Brother Yang, I'll go with you. Yang Kai frowned and said, what can you do with me? She bit her red lips and said, whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do. She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, no need, I can do it alone. After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity. By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The three Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, the three Seeking Passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect master Fengxi. Since Fengxi broke through to the Emperor realm half a year ago, the three of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Feng Shi, his two disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Feng Shi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor realm made Feng Shi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Feng Shi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. Young sect master, what's wrong? Seeing this, the other two hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Feng Shi said indifferently, someone is coming to greet us. One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted, who is it? How dare he offend young sect master? Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, it's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him. Feng Shi gently nodded and said, naturally we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before. As he spoke, Feng Shi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now ripples were appearing in his mind. Who is it? Feng Shi suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the three Seeking Passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shi. How is this possible? Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yang Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority bead. After one blow, Yang Kai's aura disappeared completely. Feng Shi thought that Yang Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yang Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yang Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Feng Shi's memory. But now he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? A Dao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority bead and didn't die. Feng Shi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily, are you a human or a ghost? Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, we haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young sect master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet, how do you expect me to answer? Chapter 2465. Feng Shi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Feng Shi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority bead. But today the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor realm while this bastard was still in the Dao Source realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Feng Shi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yang Kai and said, whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter. Oh, young sect master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me? Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young sect master break through to the Emperor realm? Feng Shi smiled proudly and said, this young master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to. Yang Kai said, is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your Seeking Passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor realm? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and said, young sect master thought this Yang was dead, so you broke through to the Emperor realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this? As soon as this statement came out, Feng Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Feng Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Dao heart. A crack had appeared in his Dao heart. And the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Feng Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Feng Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Dao heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Feng Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die, die, die. I want you dead." It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Qi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the two Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the two disciples stared at Feng Shi in horror. The two of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke. "Young sect master, if you want to kill me, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the two of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the four of them fled, they soon left the Shattered Stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around and coldly looked at the three Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned. Because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, "Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily. This young master knows." Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently, "You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this." Feng Shi coldly snorted, "It's obvious. But it's meaningless." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is it meaningless? Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm." Feng Shi sneered, "What do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play? That anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you." Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "Young sect master, you're making me very unhappy." The corners of his mouth rose as he ridiculed, "Last time an emperor authority bee didn't take my life, so what makes you think you can kill me?" Hearing this, Feng Shi's face turned angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. He said indifferently, "Last time this young master was careless and let you escape with your life. But this time is different." His face was ferocious as he said in a cold voice, "This time, this young master will personally tear you to pieces." Yang Kai coldly said, "Young sect master, don't be so full of yourself. Be careful or you won't be able to clean up the mess later." Hehe. Fengxi smiled slightly and said, "Actually, this young master should thank you. If you hadn't appeared in front of this young master at the right time, I'm afraid I would have thought you had died long ago. If this young master had continued to cultivate like this and learned that you were still alive one day, this young master might have become the demon race and burned to death. But it's different now. This young master only needs to kill you to make up for my Dao heart and complete my cultivation. I might even be able to advance to the next level." When he spoke up to hear, his eyes glowed with divine light that was as bright as the stars. Yang Kai said solemnly, "I didn't expect that I would be so useful to young sect master. How should young sect master thank me?" Fengxi said proudly, "Make your move. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance when you die." Yang Kai laughed, "Since young sect master is so sincere, then this young master won't be polite." He raised his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his palm. As his source chi surged, the broad long sword slashed forward fiercely. A huge sword chi appeared in the air as if it wanted to break through the void and slash horizontally. The power of this sword had already demonstrated Yang Kai's extraordinary strength. It was far beyond what a Dao source realm cultivator could display. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar standing beside Fengxi were shocked. Facing this unparalleled sword chi, their hands and feet turned cold and their bodies shivered. "Sure enough, you have some skill," Fengxi was not afraid and sneered. "But how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon?" While speaking, he also summoned a long sword and pointed it forward with a slight shake. This sword pointed at the void and magically shattered the huge sword chi, causing it to fall apart in an instant. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar were overjoyed when they saw this and cheered loudly. "Get lost." After Fengxi resolved Yang Kai's attack with one move, he immediately became high-spirited and shouted at the two people who were in his way. These two people did not dare to disobey and hurriedly fled to the side and watched from a distance. "Yang Kai, you are really not an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. If this was Ice Moon City's arena, this young master would definitely not be your opponent, but this young master is a cultivator of this world. This young master's realm is one realm higher than yours. How can you compete with me?" He kept talking, but his hands were not idle. As he waved his sword, the sword chi turned into a sword net and enveloped Yang Kai. Not only that, when he waved his sword, an indescribable aura suddenly filled the air. Affected by this domain, Yang Kai felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling well up within him. This feeling caused him to lose his will to fight, and his mind was constantly filled with all kinds of memories. He recalled the past with Zhou Xian, with Xianing Chong, with Shanqing Luo, and with Shui Yu, all of which were both warm and intoxicating. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that this was the strange divine technique of the seeking passion supreme art. It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad sword moved back and forth, and the sword chi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Fengxi. A strange light flashed in Fengxi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice, "The life of an ant, what's the use of struggling? Die." Kong. The shocking sword chi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword chi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out.